It's mayhem. It's mayhem. It's mayhem. It's mayhem. Welcome to mayhem. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hair day. The worst. The worst hair day on the face of the planet. It's here, folks. It's here today. It's here today. It's the worst hair day on the planet. But you know what, folks? We're going to persevere. We're just going to persevere. It's going to be all right, darlings. It's going to be all right. I promise you. I promise you. Now, let's go ahead and find our feed, shall we? Let's find our feed. Oh, I'm quite tired this morning. I hope you darlings aren't tired. I hope you darlings aren't tired. Why in the world is it doing that? I'm not live on that. It's the wrong name, and I've got the wrong name, and I must change it because murder on the menu. That's what we're calling today. Hold on, it's changing, everybody. Now we've got it. Now we've got it. Hello, darlings. Hello, easily distracted. Good morning. Good morning, my darling, my darling. It's just such a terrible, terrible morning. I don't know. The hair is like, oh, I don't know what happened. We don't have control over all of our body. And the cats are out of control. But of course, darling, they're just cats. All right, let's find our feed and get on with it, shall we? I'm in a mood. I just am exhausted. But I'm going to persevere. And tonight we are going to have so much fun. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Oh, GoFundMe drama. Where is it? There it is. Here we go. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Yikes. Yikes. These guys start like right on time.
This morning.
Good morning.
About the GoFundMe, I think. I didn't even get
Tinsley.
You just walked out of a
back on the
well.
stand.
Well,
during
I hope you're
a
all right.
break in court yesterday, the
And I
court
hope you're
started
well.
hearing
And you
about
hope you're well.
whether or not the GoFundMe is a problem. That'll come up on cross-examination.
Okay, I make
Tinsley
myself
told reporters
comfortable here,
yesterday
darlings. Give me just a second.
that
I
he
love you so
hopes
much. Good
that
morning,
he's
good
asked
morning,
about
good
it.
morning, KMS.
So the
Good
court is
morning,
serving the
darling.
jury. Y'all do the you-things. We
Having
need to
a
get right into
terribly
it.
discombobulated
Today's show
morning.
is
The
sponsored
makeup's
by the fact
done.
that
The
I'm
hair's
going
out of
to
control.
tonight and dry shampoo. That's where we're
Oh my
at
God.
today. Let's
And
go.
nobody's
Mark
been
Tinsley's back on the
indicted.
stand in a gray
What
suit,
the fuck?
and it's time to bring the jury.
Hey there,
What is the
I'm
fuck?
Emily D. Picker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan
I
of the
needed
cursey
extra
words.
pink
I've
this
been a
morning
licensed
because
attorney
my
for over
face is
17
out
years,
of
but
control.
this is not
All
legal
59
advice.
years
This is where the
decided
law
to
nerds
show
unite
off
to
this
talk about
morning and
facts,
push to
not-
the front.
Let's get into
Push
it.
to the front. So there they did.
Jury is still
And
not
I
in the
noticed
room.
my
Let me know what
sound
you're
was
drinking
not
and where you're
great
coming in from.
yesterday.
I'm
How
here in
terrible.
Phoenix,
I
Arizona.
hope my sound is better.
Apparently, there's like sports ball in addition to a Dave Matthews concert. Weird. I know Mark Tinsley is still not wearing an orange tie. So strange. So strange. Still not wearing an orange tie. So yesterday we were getting to the pressure, and we had heard we're waiting for the jury to come in. We had heard from the representative from Palmetto State Bank to talk about the
I'm going to pay
state
so much
of
attention
Alec
today.
Murdaugh's finances, and the fact that on June 10th,
insane.
it is
Thank you.
the
Good morning.
prosecution's perspective.
Mostly because I might be
Ladies and
napping a
gentlemen,
bit in
welcome
my
back.
head.
Day number 15.
And I've got a show
Yes.
tonight. Got a
The
show.
last objection was sustained.
But I have a show right
And,
now.
ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, when I sustain an objection, that means you're to disregard the
Oh, this should go
question
well.
and any response. You may proceed.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. May it please the court.
You had to
May it
remind
please
them.
us at
Good
this point,
morning.
Creighton.
Morning.
Just to kind of reset the table from where we left
Oh
off.
gosh, that means you're going to repeat yourself.
You had testified about pursuing the case against the defendant over the boat wreck, right?
Correct.
And you
Z!
had communicated to the
Oh,
defense
how are you feeling,
that,
Z?
the
We all were
defendant was gonna
thinking
have to
about
pay
you
personally,
yesterday morning. I
correct?
hope you're
Correct.
Not
okay.
just the insurance.
I know, horrible bosses.
And,
Easily distracted. That was
you had
such a
been
great
told that the
movie.
defendant was broke,
Good job.
correct?
Good job.
That's correct.
And you
You
had
get a
filed
point for
motion to
today.
compel
You got the first point of the
Council filed a
day.
motion to
Good job.
compel States 402, seeking to identify any bank accounts that he had.
In October of 2020.
And we heard from Palmetto State Bank the state of those accounts. So it's the prosecution's theory that the state of those accounts would have become known on June 10th.
We didn't have any context all day
Happy 30th
yesterday,
birthday,
Z,
Elizabeth.
because you were not
All right.
with us. You were so missed. But you're very needed.
I think one of the things that you had also testified to is that just generally.
We're doing
COVID
lots
had
of
kind of
Catherine
slowed things
Hepburn
down
this
in the
morning.
court
Well,
system.
not really Catherine Hepburn,
Ultimately,
darling, more
yes.
like,
And
oh
then you had
gosh, I
had some
don't
health
really
issues
know.
that you were dealing with as well, is that correct?
At some point, yes.
Maybe a little fancy
point in
Carol
time,
Lombard. Maybe that's what we're going
did
for
a
today. Little
hearing
fancy
in
Carol Lombard. Give
Vote
my
case that
speaker
would include a
like,
hearing on this
you want
motion
to be
to compel that's on
fancy?
the screen get
Okay, I'm
scheduled.
gonna stop.
It did.
And when
I
did it
need to shut
initially
up.
get scheduled?
My recollection is it was set for May the 30th, 2021.
All right, and let me show you an example.
Aaron said, oh my God, this trial feels like it's been going on forever. We're on day 793. It feels like we've all aged exponentially
Show you
during this
what's
trial.
marked as States 404 and see if you recognize this document.
And we're all tired. I've been talking
do.
to prosecutor and
All right,
judge
and,
friends
what is
about this
that?
case.
That is a communication about the hearing. It's actually about a status conference about the hearing that's going to be on
Okay, all right, and what was the date of that status conference going to be?
May the 7th, 2021.
All right, and then look at the subject line on that and just take a look at that real quick.
Motions hearing May the 11th.
Yeah. Was that the date or was it May 30th for the motions hearing? To your recollection?
To my recollection, it's May the 30th.
All right. But this email is related to that particular hearing, is that correct?
It's related to the hearing on my motion to compel.
They
and
might have
some
had a
other
hearing
hearings.
that got
At
bumped.
this point, Your Honor, I move to admit States 404, I believe, without.
These emails, no business foundation's been laid. Everybody just seems cool with it.
Is
I
that
mean,
particular
so
email
whatever.
we were just discussing?
It is.
but if any of you tried this in like a trial advocacy class, it would never work. Pam said, on a flight to Phoenix, see you at
Correct.
DMV.
Everyone
See you at
that's
Maybe
saying hello.
Yeah. Yes.
We're having the Mondays of Fridays
Nobody
here,
cares about the
folks.
rules of evidence anymore. We've slipped
Welcome.
into an
If you
alternate
find
universe.
that your
Everything
Friday
is
has
fine.
suddenly felt like a Monday,
Fine.
405.
you're in the right place,
Yeah, take a look
darlings.
at that.
Pull up a bar
See if you recognize
stool. I'll bring you a drink.
Aaron, I have done the gorge a number of times. Today is my 50th.
We're doing a little bit of
concert.
day drinking
For those
today,
of you
folks.
with my
Actually,
channel,
today we're
yeah,
drinking coffee.
I am
Murder, She
basic
Wrote. Yeah,
AF.
for sure.
All right, tell me
Like
what this is,
17
please.
Murder, She Wrote. It's not
It's-
even just
it's
one.
an email
Jesus.
from Judge Hall.
It's like
who
an
had been
entire
assigned the
fucking
case about
season.
The hearing, John Tiller.
We'll talk
who
about the
was,
GoFundMe at the break.
Alex lawyer in the boat crash case, was diagnosed with
Yes.
pancreatic cancer about the same time.
Itchy
Pancreatic
eyes.
cancer is so
Before I
fucking
found
brutal.
out I had cancer. And so he had a chemotherapy treatment that was going to run long the day of the hearing. He didn't always know when his treatment.
Really bad hair day, so I'm really glad you're all here for it. It's
And
fantastic.
so the hearing needed to be rescheduled to accommodate John's treatment.
All right, and just initially, when that request was made, what was the judge in that case's response?
The hearing would go forward as scheduled and one of Alex's other lawyers could attend.
All right, so initially the judge denied that continuous request, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what happened after that that ultimately resulted in it being continued?
I sent an email. John Tiller was my friend, and I didn't object to
Was, hurts
continuing
my
it.
heart.
And then the judge had a status conference, and at that point, we continued the hearing until June the 10th.
What am I doing? I haven't even had anything.
Had,
Look at this.
in
Look
the
at. I look
course
like
of
a
litigation,
fucking.
given
I don't know what
the
happened
amount
today,
of
guys.
COVID,
I
had
don't
the
know.
judge in that
It's all
particular
right.
Case been
Yet
relatively
again,
aggressive and
human.
wanting to move this case forward to your assessment.
The judge
I'm
knew
sick of
that I
being
was
human.
in
What
Florida
about being
receiving
superhuman?
treatment and was accommodating that. No, he wasn't being aggressive at that time. It was when I was ready, and so I was back and we were ready.
And that's what led to this initial hearing, is that correct?
Correct.
But ultimately, you agreed to let this thing be continued, correct?
I did.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer to take 4 or 5 into evidence. No additional objection.
It's not uncommon for judges to accommodate health
And down at the bottom of
issues,
this email chain, what's the date on
health
that?
needs to a point, and then to be like, we got to keep moving,
You read
find
the
another
illustration
attorney.
on
True.
There is a limit to it.
May
terrible.
5th,
Couldn't be a little heartbreaking.
2021.
Life
And that's
really
communication
moves.
From whom?
That's from John Tiller to Judge Hall.
All right.
And that's relaying the need for the postponement for the chemotherapy treatment.
All right. And then there were the communications from you related to that, is that correct? Well, let me go right here. This is the response right there, is that correct, from Judge Hall?
That's the initial response that he intended to go forward with the
They
hearing.
don't need the
as
emails. They
scheduled,
really,
and
really don't. They
that
could just use the
Mr.
docket.
Condon
The
from
docket's a
same part of
document. They didn't need, it got continued, it got continued, it got continued. The hearing was on June 10th. That's it. That's it.
I know. Why are we
That's
going
it.
on? Who cares?
They could put it in the docket and show that the hearing was that day. There is nothing that happened because of Alec that bumped the schedule. Unless the prosecution really just wants to put in that these attorneys were struggling with health issues, which I understand, it's heartbreaking.
get it,
But
though.
also, at some point, we have to get back to if there's evidence of
Marked as
Alec committing a
646.
homicide.
Yeah, how about a
Recognize
homicide?
this particular
Let's prove
document.
the homicide. LOL, having banana
Just
and chocolate covered
admit
almonds
it's-
for
it's
breakfast. That's a
teachable
nice
notice
breakfast.
Of the
And what
docket.
is this? Tell the jury what this is, please.
That's a very
That's
decent
an email from
breakfast.
John Tiller, so after the
Oh,
email.
well,
Whatever
we've
they
moved
have
into the
on
fucking weeds
screen
at this
saying,
point.
The
"I intend to
Triscuits
go
that are still
forward."
sitting in front
John
of me.
Tiller sent
I think
another
it's yesterday's
email,
Triscuits,
explaining
which is a great name
a
for a
little more
band.
detail, what's going on, and that
Oh,
he had.
lost the
I believe it
eyelash.
says he had spoken to me, and I had agreed. They were my motions. There were some other motions, but
I made a wish.
when it's your motion, you can agree to continue it if a party.
And the judge normally
wants to
agrees.
continue, then you don't object, and so that's what that's doing, trying to get the judge to not go forward with the May the 11th
I wonder
date.
who got paid.
All right. Your
For
Honor,
those of you in the
this
chat.
time-
Oh, I agree. I agree.
Whose cousin is
Oh my
Cousin
God,
Eddie?
easily.
Great
I
point.
agree. I agree.
Cousin
The
Eddie's
date on that
Alec's
particular email
cousin.
is?
May the 6th.
He had his cousin shoot him in the head.
Oh yeah, I should send all these attorneys some Manscaped after this so they can weed whack their way out of this.
On this series of emails, granted the continuance on this motion.
I do like
Well,
Emily.
he gave us a
Spicy.
status conference in which we did by video, and ultimately he agreed.
Okay. And what day was the motions hearing that included the motion to compel rescheduled for?
June 10th, 2021.
This is a little bit like Horrible Bosses, easily. This whole charade
The
of
way to start this morning is not
Go
put
back
the
to
jury to
these
sleep
guys
by
act.
going through emails.
That's very
not
Horrible
the way.
Bosses.
One of the
It's
matters
like a
that was on
movie.
the table to be heard would have
They
been
don't realize
This
we
could
make
all be done.
movies.
your
We don't
attempt to get
with the
live
docket.
like
held
movies
responses to this.
We have normal
interrogatory from the
lives.
defendant, correct?
This
here in
part matters.
Hollywood.
Seeking identification of his
We
bank
don't,
account.
not everything
correct.
walks around like it's a movie.
The interrogatory is
For
a
sure.
question that you swear an answer
Where's
to.
my
So
makeup
if you're asking
artist?
for bank accounts, they have to identify what bank,
Where are they?
what bank they're at, the bank number, etc.
2021 would have been?
I believe it's a Thursday.
A rich Milkovich.
How'd you hear about the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I got a phone call sometime in the middle of the night, 11:30, after my recollection.
And that was on June 7th, 2021,
That's right.
into June 8th, 2021?
I think I heard it's still June 7th when I hear about it, but yes.
Okay.
June 8th, 2021, did you have any conversations with any of the lawyers involved in the boat case or any communications?
I believe so. I think that it was more of, there wasn't a whole lot of consideration to be given to the fact that the hearing wasn't going to go forward. It was
They just
sort of shock and
continued it.
horror of
Right.
what had happened, and nobody really knew what to do in the moment.
Oh, and upcoming,
Of course, that
today's
hearing's not
rant,
gonna
it's gonna be
We did
about
not.
chuds who bother women. That's my rant for today.
Creighton needs to let the witness make the point.
I'm moving back
Of
to
course, the
local
hearing's not going
politics.
forward. Of course, it's getting put over.
And going after one of the old favorites. So we'll talk about that when we have time. was very excited. I was very spicy. I was a bit spicy yesterday. I got a bit spicy. Yeah,
We'll show you what's been marked
sorry.
as States 407.
Got a little
See if you
spicy with the
recognize
chud.
this particular document.
I did.
I do. This is an email from Judge Hall's law clerk, Judge Hall,
Josh
over the boat crash
Freeman is
case
my
to,
favorite
me and the lawyer for Parker's,
chud,
as well as
actually. I've decided. I've chosen.
about the fact
I've
that Karen's
chosen.
not
I've
going.
selected, gentlemen and ladies.
Time it off for States 407.
Okay.
He's
We know
very,
the
he's
hearing's
like,
going forward.
he's
Oh, I know I was
evergreen.
muted. The problem
I
with
think
Creighton
of
is he's
Floppa
presenting so
as
much content, you
evergreen.
can't tell what's important.
For trouble.
What's the date of that
Creighton,
email?
I don't think can tell what's important
June
right now.
8th, 2021,
What time?
4:24 p.m.
Creighton's trying to make everything important, which is
I think there's an
making
email
nothing
from John
important.
Tiller that precedes this one that morning, but
Z, do you
But ultimately,
recall
communications
one of
following today
the
that obviously we're not going forward with this hearing
adjacent
on
members
motions.
of
Obviously.
Pretty
the
much.
convoy movements?
And in
named
that period of time,
Flopper?
was there any date set? in the
He's
wake
one
all
of the
this
guys who
for it to be
accosted Officer
reheard?
There
Fanone
was not.
outside of the J6 hearings.
In the wake of the murders, did you
So he
generally
got all of our attention that time, and
understand
he just has
or have
continued
an
to
idea of
mess
at
with
least
people
what
on the
happened to
ground.
Maggie and Paul, how they been
And
killed?
right now, he's in
I did.
Just
Phoenix
from media reports and the rest of
with
it.
Screaming
That's right.
Steve Corson, an insurrectionist,
Let him explain Creighton.
and
Let
Jerry
him
Arnold,
explain.
who
Let's talk
apparently, or
about
Arnowitz, who
Of their
apparently
deaths, did that have any effect
abused
on your
horses in
assessment of the boat
Connecticut.
case and how everything fit together? If things
So,
were how
hi
they
Jen, hi lovely Jen.
it would have.
And so
affected-
yesterday,
yes, it did.
Josh
It would have-
Freeman,
it would have
aka
ended the case.
Flopper, because he
It would have
flopped
ended the
down
case
when
against who?
he
Against Alex
accosted
Murphy.
Let
Fanone
him
and then
explain.
claimed he was
Thank
assaulted,
you.
which he wasn't.
Tragedy.
Well,
They're in
When
front
you
today. Actually, they may still be, and I'm
have
going
a
to
civil
check.
case,
In fact, we're going to check.
if you.
They're
nice people
protesting
get
in front of
drugs.
Planned Parenthood in
Just
Phoenix,
generally
Arizona,
speaking.
and they got engaged
Yes, sir.
with
Nice people get
some
good
residents
verdicts.
yesterday, and
You really have to
two of the most
motivate
disgusting human beings on the
a jury
planet.
to want to
Again,
help somebody in a
So,
civil case. And
I don't
so
know. I just don't
if
want to
you
make it
compare,
easy for
say,
them to
Attila the
harass
Hun
women. How about that?
with
That's
some sweet
my goal.
grandmother, who gets a better result?
They have freedom of speech. I
The
just
sweet
don't want them to
grandmother.
harass women.
If Alec is the victim of
And
a
they harassed
vigilante,
a MAGA woman
nobody's
yesterday.
going to hold him accountable. Doesn't make any difference
Equal
what he
opportunity
did or how
harassers.
clearly what he
Okay,
did
I'm going to shut up.
contributed.
We'll talk more about it later.
The
But
case
yeah,
would be
he's
over
on my mind
against
today.
Alec.
And I sent
so
him a message
initially,
saying, I'm recording this and I'm sharing it with the Phoenix Police
it was-
Department
it
because
could
I
have
think
been
you're
over.
highly
It
unstable.
appeared that it was going to be
Period.
over against Alec because
No
I
drama,
had other
baby.
defendants. I had Parker's convenience store that clearly violated its rules, and so you wouldn't want a very sympathetic person in your case when you have somebody who clearly violated the rules and caused this tragedy.
Right, so you
I-
just go after
it would have been
the
over against
location
Alec.
that sold the liquor and you
The
exclude
sympathies
Alec
to
from
the
it.
case had changed if Alec had truly been, his family had been the victim of some vigilante or something like that.
The sympathies would have changed if that had been true.
And assessing those sympathies and those emotions in a case like this is what you do as a plaintiff's lawyer, is that correct?
It's what
I
we try
am
to do.
barreling down this coffee. Anyone
is.
else?
It's
Yeah, the
emotional,
He-Man
but it is
Woman Haters
probative
Club.
as
That's
well, that's why.
exactly
I think
what
he's
these
good at reading people
motherfuckers
and
are
knowing
easily.
what-
And you know what? I'm
and,
not going to make it easy for them. I'm not.
Thank you, Mr. Tinsley. Nothing
I'm
further
not.
at this time. Please
Alec
answer
knew
the
people
questions
knew what
plus
made
me.
them tick,
Thank you.
so
I'm not.
he knew.
Mr.
They're
Barber.
getting to.
I don't
he
like
knew
bullies.
that he knew that this kind of tragedy would end the case.
If I
Mr.
restream
Barber,
him, he'll like get a. He already has a
no
copyright
love for
strike
Ms.
against my
Tinsley.
channel, and if I get two more,
Okay,
my channel is
cross-examination,
taken
let's
down.
go.
Maybe just start asking a
So
couple
this
of
kid
questions
will
that
take
I
down my
think are
channel.
just
He has
the
no
things that
problem
we could
doing
agree
that.
on
Actually, he's
before
looking
maybe
for an
getting into
opportunity
some other
to do it.
things.
that we won't agree on.
So I'm gonna just make his life
Was there any
miserable.
life insurance?
When he
for
does stuff
Maggie
like that.
or
If he
Paul?
disappears, he disappears, and I never think about him again.
I don't believe there was any life
Promise.
insurance on anybody, including Alec.
Good question to
He
start with.
chooses to keep popping up and
And
doing
if
shit.
this
I'm
motions
losing
hearing,
focus on talking too much. I'm
which
gonna
was
stop.
not just the motion to compel, it was other
very good
motions,
question.
correct? On June the 10th.
Yeah, there were some other motions.
And if that hearing had gone forward, at least a motion to compel, this would have been another step in a process? Right, in other words, I believe it was your previous testimony, I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th, that this would have been another step.
It's not
but it
come up
wasn't
yet
the
in
end
any other
point.
So
testimony.
what happens?
Is that correct, sir? Yes or no? Am I misstating your testimony?
Oh, shit.
There
Well,
wouldn't have
so-
been an explosion on June the 10th?
You're jumping around, so it's hard for me to follow.
I apologize.
Well, if you let me finish.
No,
This is
I'd
cross-exam.
like to ask the witness to be allowed to finish his answer.
This is
to one of his
cross-examination,
questions,
Mr.
and I
Tinsley.
take one of the question.
Pose one question.
Welcome to the
yes, Your
game.
Honor. Did you previously testify, I think that it's fair to say there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
I'm sorry,
Yes
you
or
were
no?
looking down. I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, I was reading it. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. But was that did you testify, did those words come from that stand when you previously testified, yes or no?
I'm not trying to give you a hard time. You looked down again, and I could not understand what you said. Was
I
there an
apologize
explosion?
for that. I'll hold it up. I'm just trying to read it accurately. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes or no, is that your testimony previously? Just yes or no,
It's possible.
please.
You're trying to turn it into something it's not, but I probably said words to that effect.
Okay.
The cross-examination is going to be very
No further
fiery.
questions, Your Honor.
Oh,
Sorry.
Milk toast is perfect.
You're asked
A little
about.
more malevolent
motion
than
compel-
milk toast,
compel
though.
being another step in the process, is
It's a
that
little more
correct?
malevolent.
What?
It was a way to put pressure on Alec.
He's like
But
milk
if, after
toast
that
with
hearing
salt in it,
happens,
or I don't know what
and
that.
and an order granting a motion to compel have been issued, that starts a process that's going to run its course, is that correct? If a order is, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. If a order to compel is granted, tell us about the process that happens after that as it relates to your specific interrogatory we've talked about here today.
Sure, the process starts on Alec's side way before. If you look at those exhibits that they email, you'll see Danny Henderson. Again, Danny Henderson was his personal lawyer. Danny Henderson is also a shareholder in the firm. Danny Henderson is reviewing every single document, that's how meticulous Danny Henderson is.
No.
He reviews all of the account information before I get it, and nobody knows better what Alec's making than Danny Henderson. I mean, you'll see all these checks going out and all these payments being made, and Danny Henderson would have known. So the explosion.
Object, Your Honor. Objection.
Basis for the objection.
Foundation.
Response.
it is speculation.
Speaking of,
Response to the objection.
he has testified as to the fact of his interactions with that individual who actually brought him insurance documents to review. I think he has a basis to know.
Foundation.
Answer it.
The response to the
Creighton.
objection.
I believe he has sufficient foundation to address that from his personal knowledge.
Based on what?
Overrule the objection. Your answer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Personal knowledge was what it was based on.
For instance.
The judge is reining
I had
them in today.
subpoenaed the phone records, not only Alec's, his father's, but we also had John Marvin, Alec's brother's phone records. Danny reviewed those records for a long time before I
They
could
should have
get my
done this
hands
on
them.
direct.
Danny was involved in everything. He was at every hearing. He was at every deposition. He was intimately involved in every aspect of the case.
Danny's the lawyer with the buttons that was in the car the night of the murder with Alec.
If an order to compel
It was
is
speculation.
issued, what
I don't
was
know
going
which
to be
attorney
your
was
next
saying
step
that, but
if
yes,
you had
it was.
an identification of accounts by the defendant?
Subpoena those accounts.
Objection outside the scope across.
And if those accounts are subpoenaed,
Objection outside the
potentially
scope
people
across.
move to quash those?
They could move to quash, but Danny Henderson would have looked at the documents in anticipation that I could get them.
No, that's outside the
I
scope.
sustain the objection.
Okay,
If
everybody
motions
get
to quash
out.
had been filed,
Everybody out.
so you could have
dear.
continued to seek that and there would have been further
Phone
hearings, is
call
that correct?
covered.
I would have continued.
Damn you.
Objection is sustained. That's the leading.
Oh my God, I hope my phone.
What would have happened?
The judge is
if
done
motions
on
to quash were
Friday.
filed as
Okay,
any
guys,
subpoenas you
come on.
issued for the specific information about the defendant's accounts?
Oh my God.
I would have continued to push. We would have continued to.
I have a coffee emergency.
Would have the
Cat,
process
cat and
concluded
coffee.
motion, though, that was going to
Cat
conclusion
plus coffee.
if the order had been issued on
Uh-uh.
June 10th, 2020?
I'll be right back.
Absolutely.
Thank you, nothing further.
Oh, the attorneys are in the weeds now.
Anything further?
Nope.
No, Your Honor.
I step down.
Thank you.
That was unexpected. The
Next
defense.
witness.
I want to.
Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina calls Ms. Blanca Simpson.
Blanca's going to testify. Damn, y'all. This morning's coming in hot. There was a cross-examination. We'll talk about the cross-examination in a minute. We've got Blanca taking the stand. Oh my goodness. I have been waiting. Chat, for those of you that are like, what's happening? Blanca was at Moselle that night. Blanca started working for the Murdaughs at some point after Gloria Satterfield died. Oh my God, we've heard nothing from Blanca. We know nothing about what she's going to have to say. There has been nothing but rampant speculation about what Blanca might have to say.
My name is Blanca Turrubiate-Simpson, Turrubiate-Simpson.
Turrubiate Simpson.
Good morning.
Damn.
Is this difficult for you to be here today?
Yes, sir, it is.
I love that Blanca brought her reading glasses. She knew they're going to
Will
make
you
her look like
please
shit.
tell
Good
the
for you,
ladies and
Blanca.
gentlemen of this jury, Ms. Simpson, about yourself,
I don't love that
where
this
you're
is
from.
the attorney quad Blanca, though.
your family if you want to, and just kind of what you've been doing in life leading up to today, generally, please?
Yes, sir. I'm originally from Brownsville, Texas. I joined the military at the age of 17.
Thank you for your service, Blanca.
I was in Norfolk, Virginia for almost 9.5 years. I was stationed on the USS Puget Sound, USS Shenandoah, Naval Air Station Oceana right before I left.
What'd you do there?
Heavy equipment operator.
Okay.
And my husband was also a heavy equipment operator. We were both in the same field. We decided that the military was just not going to be good environment for raising children, so we made a decision. Instead of moving to Texas, we moved to South Carolina, where he was from. And we have 5 children, 34, 31, 23, 21, and a 17-year-old. They're all been raised down here in South Carolina.
Any of them still at home?
Yes, sir, 17-year-old.
Don't judge who's at home, counsel. It's been weird
Where
since
was your husband
2020.
from? You said he moved back home. Where was he from?
My husband's originally from Gifford, South Carolina.
Say it again.
Gifford, South
Gifford.
Carolina.
Okay. And what does he do?
He's a police officer for Hampton.
When you came to South Carolina, you never been here before, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do when you got here besides the hardest job in the world, being a mom and raising kids? What else did you do?
When we moved here, we had enough leave built.
Spilling is
We didn't have to
fun.
work for
Spilling is
almost 2
fun.
months.
Spilling
So I
is
went
fun.
to,
Yep.
after
Love my
about a
cats.
week.
I didn't know her
kinda
husband
got
was law
bored 'cause
enforcement
I
either.
It's
used
my
to
fault.
have
I put my copy in the wrong
it.
place, like on the table.
So I went
Dummy.
to the local Piggly Wiggly store in town and asked
Sue,
no, he was the
happy
owner.
Friday.
And
Oh
I
my God,
realized
it's
he was the
Friday,
owner
you
after.
guys. I'm so
If I could get
happy
a
for
job because I was
you.
bored. And
Congratulations,
How
you
many kids
made
do you have?
it.
I have 5,
Yay, we
but
made
I only
it.
had the 2 oldest
Thank
ones
God
Don't
we
judge.
made
at that
it.
time.
Don't judge that she's
And,
bored and has kids.
So
Sometimes
the
you
only
need to get
job
out
he
of the
had
house,
was the
counsel.
stalker, and I actually had no idea what that meant.
Out
'Cause I
there.
had just graduated high school and went in the military, so I didn't know. But I told him I would take it as long as it would get me out of the house for a little bit. So
This all-female
Yeah,
jury's like,
right?
okay,
I
Blanca.
took that job,
We've been-
and then within a week, I got a call
we've been
from
in it a
another
bit.
job that I had put in where it was
Fuckery
grazing or
afoot.
welding at Scotsman, which is in Allendale County. And I figured, well, it offers benefits, and it would be better transition for the kids, dental, that sort of thing.
Real.
So
Boy, I had
went
the most
there
It had
after
demo.
life
about
of
Yep.
so many
2 weeks, another job called me and had better dental.
Use a travel
medical
mug? That's
benefits
smart.
For my kids.
I don't know what, I do
So,
have a top for
that was
this.
the
Like, so
first
that's
Of
time
course,
I
that
ever-
would be,
Well, I went to work for the South Carolina Department of Corrections.
What?
I opened up Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I was the first class to graduate from Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I worked my way up from correctional officer to sergeant. I managed the outside details and the road crew on the interstate. Also, a crew that would go out to Hunting Island for maintenance to assist with the park rangers.
took it.
In
She took it.
2001, I was offered a job at the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and I accepted the
took
job.
it.
So I left Ridgeland Correctional Institution, went to work for FCI Estill, Federal Correctional Institution, Estill, South Carolina, where I stayed until 2007. My job, basically, I started back from the bottom as a correctional officer, and before
Started
my
at
years
the
up,
bottom,
I got
now we're
promoted
here.
to,
Started at the
special
bottom,
investigative
now I'm
support
here.
to tech office, where I was responsible for managing,
Oh, that's funny.
well,
Dummy.
producing reports,
Oh, look,
weekly
he's letting her
reports,
finish.
Shit.
and also
Amazing.
profiling the Hispanic gangs, because there was not a lot of
Poop. That's not it.
staff members that were bilingual.
Just say it.
So my
We get
job
it.
basically became profiling, interviewing,
We get it,
and
Blanca.
associating
Yep.
members, the inmate population with gangs.
And
Oh, this is
how long did you
Blanca.
do
Oh,
that?
okay.
From 2001 to 2007.
Not that anybody cares, but is that when I first met you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no one
Wait,
cares.
Arrange a meeting with a prisoner I need to interview.
Yes, sir.
And why did you leave that job?
Small state.
So they know
I
Blanca
guess.
from her work in the
When you're the
prisons.
only, one
Wow,
of the
that must
only
have
ones
been
in office
interesting.
that's bilingual, and you're constantly getting called out for different incidents dealing with a Hispanic population that had grown up quite a bit from the time I got
And Trump
there.
makes Bush look good. I know. Remember how
And still having
nostalgic
to
we
do,
were for Bush?
Your daily duties in the office, and
Oh,
nobody.
you know who I really miss, y'all? I really miss that Wolfowitz. Where's that
I made a
Wolfowitz?
decision
He was so
So the
cute.
incident happened when they needed a translator.
I
Your
was
phone
called,
got called.
I had to stop what I was doing and respond to whatever incident dealing with the Hispanic.
Jen
women.
She
Griffin,
was like all
man,
the
he was
time.
the
What did you
Trojan
do
horse.
after
He
that?
She did
crashed
17
through the
jobs.
guardrails,
I,
and
at the
everybody said, "Oh,
Went
we
into
can
real
do
estate
that.
for a little bit, which
We
was
could totally get
not
away
so
with
good,
that.
because that's when the
Oh my
market
God, look
crashed.
what he did there. We could totally get away with that too."
Again, from-
That's what
well,
he
for
was. He
juries,
was testing the
Okay, so what
fences.
year is this when you quit?
Fucking
2007
Junior
you're living where?
Raptor,
in
but
Brunson.
without the
I'm sorry.
actual teeth.
Brunson,
So how long did you stay in real estate?
maybe about a year and a half.
Your
At
family's grown
lunchtime,
at
we'll
this
go
point, I
over
presume?
clips that I created, some new social media I
And,
put up just for funsies, and then we'll also look
Did
at,
there come a point that
we
you-
might look at a camping video, because you know,
met
I
the
think
defendant,
that's
Alex Murdoch?
actually,
Yes, sir.
Can you tell them how that happened? Tell the ladies and gentlemen how that,
unless there's some
Transpired.
breaking
This
news or
is the don't
something,
miss
we
the
might
funny
do
of the
some
trial.
camping video at lunchtime
different
today. I'm just
with my husband.
warning
We
you
have
ahead
not
of
seen
time.
any of
Like I
Plan
said, I was
accordingly,
bored, so I went to
people.
work at the grocery store. At the grocery store,
And when I go to movies, I actually
And
don't
during
talk
the
in the
time that I
movie.
moved, there was
just want you
not
to
a lot
know
of
that.
Hispanic
I actually
families
take
living
that
in that
that
area.
responsibility very
It has
seriously.
since grown in the years.
So I don't want you to think that I don't.
I met a lady who I befriended, you know, she was Hispanic. And we started talking because she was the only other Hispanic person that I had actually seen in the
Compassionate
area.
conservative.
So we started.
I don't think
talking
it was
back
ever
and forth, 'cause it was
compassionate.
nice
So
to
no, I'm
speak
not
in your native
nostalgic.
tongue with somebody.
Oh, I'll bet you if they
And,
looked at Dick
her
Chickney's
son
house.
had an accident at the school.
can't
on
imagine
his
what
way
we'd
out
find.
after school, walking to the car.
Why don't we just take a look?
And he
Why
had
don't
gotten
we
hurt.
look at everybody's house?
One of the ladies that worked at the
Well,
school
clearly,
recommended
keeping
that she,
documents is
use
not
an
the
attorney
issue.
From Walterboro.
Keeping documents
And,
is not the issue.
Couple of months had gone by, and I noticed that she was under a lot of stress.
I know,
And as
Jen.
she-
I'm a bad.
As I talked to her,
Lefty.
she said, "I just have to get
Yeah,
all these
Dick Cheney.
documents. I don't
Wolfowitz, I'm
understand."
telling
She
you,
still-
Wolfowitz to me
she
was
spoke
always
English,
the-
but it was
one of the
very broken English.
leaders of
So
that
she was having a
bullshit.
difficult time explaining
So of course Blanca
what she
helped her. Of
He
needed
was
course
for
she
the
pretty
did.
much an
attorney.
architect.
So
I don't
told
know
her,
that
I said,
history
I
that
said,
well, but
I'm gonna
that's
find you an
what I
attorney.
remember.
I'll look around. I
Carl
said, we'll go
Rove,
ahead
he
and
was a
fire
big
that
messaging
attorney and hire
bastard.
you a new one.
She said, I got you, girl.
And, because we didn't want the statute of limitations to run out on her case.
The old bad
So at
guys
that point,
are
I
still
started
bad,
looking around and I happened
but
to
the new
walk
bad
into
guys
the law
are
firm.
desperate.
PMPED.
And it was the old offices where I met Alex.
Rumsfeld.
Just
oh,
walked
God.
in, and that's where you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh.
Fucking
Yes,
You were
Kissinger.
trying to assist this individual who was having trouble.
Counsel,
finding
we
a
heard
job
what
with
she
her
said.
Dropped dead.
Prior attorney, don't mention whoever
Isn't
that
he
attorney
dead
was.
yet?
but
I
you
swear
have
to
to
God,
get a new
every time I
attorney.
turn
Yes,
around, I
sir.
think
We're
he's
riveted
dead,
by her
and then
story,
he
counsel.
fucking
Just
opens
ask one or
his
two
mouth
questions
and has
with
a
her
hot
talk. We don't
take.
care what you have to
That
say.
particular case with this friend,
Yes, he told me he would
Yeah.
take the case.
Who is he? Who's he?
Alex
Yeah,
told me
he was.
he would
He
take
sure
the
was
case
long-
as long as I
around that long
translated
ago.
and helped him with the details. Because he
Yeah,
didn't
you
have
know,
anybody
easily,
in
we were just
office
talking about that,
was bilingual,
Reagan-
and I agreed.
Republicans and stuff like that.
You were a hot commodity, weren't you?
The new bad guys
there's
are
a need
blowing
for
up the old
transfer.
guys. You're absolutely right. I think it's true,
so
Jen.
you
I
helped
think
with
the
that
new
case?
bad guys are
Yes, sir. I
eclipsing
did.
the
Did you
old bad
assist in other
guys and
cases
actually
with,
And she
Yes, sir, I did. At times,
diffusing
Alex would
them,
call
if
me
you
and
will.
ask him if I could assist in
Oh, no, they're still
translating
very
or,
worthy of vilification. It's just
when
that we've
there
got
were
new names we need to
accidents
pay
and the
attention
folks
to.
were,
Does that make sense, mine? It's not that we shouldn't
injured,
consider the past.
And
and
if they were
forget
not,
that. But
if
we
they did not
really
speak
need
the
to put
English
our head in the
language,
game right now.
he would ask
Really
me to
need to.
translate.
and
Put
would you
your
give
head in
him
the game,
pay for
Bubs.
this
Put your
service?
heads in the game.
Yes, sir. He
My
would,
darlings.
it wasn't a
No
set
time to
fee.
lose.
It was just depending on the case.
Fight Nazis
you know,
on
whatever
Twitter too.
I did,
I'll say
whether
it
was
once
to
every day until we defeat
get
them.
them signed up
Yeah,
with the law
the
firm.
internet post inferno. Oh, interno.
Basically, you know, or if I had any type of,
Oh, good for him.
in the Hispanic community, when you are in trouble or you're in need of something, and a lot of times those accidents, when they happen in the area, they are not
From the
from
area.
here.
That
The
makes
the
sense.
language
And
barrier is a.
please,
is
I
a
mean, I'll
big
oversimplify this
thing.
because I'm not the smart
So,
one. I'm not the smart one.
My instinct was
Jen
more
is
to
the
make
smart
sure
one.
that they were
Gal
well
is the smart
accommodated
one.
and they, whatever they needed.
They are
So
the smart ones.
sometimes,
Ooh, good morning,
he
my
would reimburse
darling.
me for my out-of-pocket whenever I helped the individuals.
Yeah, he's a, oh my God,
know,
can you
with the
imagine being
accident.
George W.
You should have
Bush? You're like,
reimbursed you for
oh,
more than that,
phew.
Blanca, because now
And that
she's
went on
bringing
for a
him.
period of time when you were assisting
Okay, I'm
either Alex
just gonna
Murdaugh or the law firm, is that
sit
She
back
was
correct?
here
bringing
and
them a
count my
new
money
clientele
and
that they couldn't access
did
because
that
they had no
change
one in the
into
firm
a-
to
God,
serve that
nobody
community.
decided to look in my bathroom.
So she was,
Caregiver, if you will, or
Yeah, he's
respectfully, I don't
totally
know,
that.
housekeeper or whatever term you'd like to call it for Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the big
Alex
donors.
had called me and said Maggie was
Well, we know
looking
who the big
for
donors are,
a
actually,
person to
easily.
help her in the home. And at that point, real
I will
estate
say
wasn't
the
really
Justice Department
doing
is actually
much
going after
for me, and
transnational
so I
criminals.
told, I couldn't find anybody. I
It's
asked, I had
not as
asked
loud
around.
as we would.
And
wish it
at that
would
point,
be.
I
So I
told
think
him,
we're
I said,
actually
well,
making
I'll help her.
progress. I'm
And he was like,
gonna
"Are you
keep my
sure?" I was
optimism
like,
and
"Yeah, I'll help
my
her." I
thoughtful
said, "It's
optimism.
No big deal to me. It's honest work.
Are
So,
all pussy ass bitches. Holy shit.
I said
Thank
that
you,
I would
Chrissy
help her.
Teigen,
You were
for bringing
clearly
that one
qualified.
back.
Yes, sir.
she's like, I've run prisons.
so what did you start
I've got
doing
your
for-
household.
I
Either the
would-
Murdaughs or Maggie Murdaugh.
I
She was their house
started
manager.
helping the other ladies in the house with the cleaning, with
Is it
running
fine line?
errands, running to the bank for her,
Probably less trustful than
whatever
the
she
prisons,
needed me
though.
to do.
And when did that start, Ms. Blanca?
In 2007,
And were the two young children, or the two children?
It really is.
Oh,
I mean,
much
I
more
think,
older
I
than
think
younger.
things kicked
Obviously,
off
they
with
were
the
younger.
Panama
Yes, they were
Papers
young.
and the other papers. I
Would
think
you
that's how
interact
things
with
started to
young
really
men
kind
or
of
Alex Murdaugh during this time
crinkle
period?
a little bit.
yes, sir.
How
And
often
that,
were you
it
working
takes a
for
while
Murdaugh?
for all of that to
At that point, it
unwind.
was maybe
Right.
every other day.
So I think you're getting closer. I think
depending
the
on
fact that
how often she
Deripaska
needed me.
was
And where was that?
implicated
Where
and his
specifically were
homes
you
were
working? Where was
searched
their
and
At the
things
house
were
on
taken.
Holly Street in
I felt
Hampton.
like that was a big move.
That's what he was
That was a
getting at.
big
How
money
long
move.
did that go on before you?
Because look at
Stop.
what's happening with
Tell them
McGonigal.
why
I
you
still
stopped.
feel like the McGonigal story is going to
I'm-
be an important story in this entire.
I worked
how we
there
got
with them on and off, like I said,
really
not
do.
on and and off, I shouldn't say that.
I think Derek
Every-
Hoska has a
every
lot
2
to
to 3
say.
days,
He has
you
a
know,
lot to
it wasn't
lose,
a daily
perhaps the
thing
most
at
of
that
anyone,
point. Then I did go
except for
probably
Peter
about
Thiel.
maybe.
Good morning, Clout Gang. Is that what we are?
I,
Are we the
I
Clout
can't
Gang?
recall. It was
We're
a
the
few months later,
clubhouse.
or a
Pull up your
couple,
bar stool, Baldy. What do you have,
or a
darling?
couple weeks
Welcome
later.
to the
There
lounge
was an
with day
incident at the house,
drinking and
and
day smoking
somebody had
and
tried to burn the
doing
house. So
things.
that's
You've
when I
got the day
actually
off,
went
Baldy. I
and
understand. I think
started
that's
helping her
awesome.
more
What better
full
way to
time
spend
because
it
she
than
had
in
to
the
go through a
bar?
lot of a lot of the damages.
In the
and
bar
all that
watching the
helped her.
trial. That's what I feel
helped
like.
her
We're all sitting
document
in
a lot of
Lolo's
whatever
lounge at
damages
the
were done
bar,
from the diesel and stuff that was spilled
doing
all
whatever
throughout the
we need to
house.
do to soothe ourselves.
What?
And we're
Maybe I wasn't
watching
clear on my question.
the
Did they
trial
come
on the
forward? You
TV
had
in the
to help.
corner.
Yes, sir.
And you sometimes you guys say, turn up
At
the
one point,
volume.
Did someone try to burn the house, or was there
I
Shut
just
up,
suffered
an
Lolo. We
stroke,
can't hear the
and I had
TV.
to
You
stop
can do that.
working
So imagine that picture in your head.
and go through rehab for a while.
Beautiful,
And what year was that?
warm, kind of dingy bar, but dingy in just the right way. You can see the sunlight rays kind of coming in
There was
through the
diesel
bar
in the
windows
house?
in the
17
front.
and 18 maybe?
They kind of hit the
Yes, sir.
ground, you
Yes,
know?
sir.
So prior to your
When
stroke.
you walk
had a
in,
rehab-
you can tell it's been
rehab. How long
freshly
did you
kind
work
of
for the murder
cleaned and ready, but the day's just beginning,
was-
the morning's just
A
starting.
few years.
You just find your favorite bar
There was
stool,
diesel.
Were you
at the
out after you had
bar.
your stroke? Blanca?
and then Lolo says, "What do you have? Good morning, champ. What do you have? Welcome. You're
almost 40 years.
home."
Did
That's
there
what I want
come
your
a point
experience
where
like that
you
to
went
be
back and
today.
started working
And then we just have
Alex,
fun
with the Murdoch family?
conversations throughout the day.
Yes, sir.
and tell these folks
Woo,
when
I
that?
love it.
Shortly
Crunchy
after
and
the
bacon. Yes, darling. I love
shortly
it.
after the boating accident,
Love it.
um,
Not too far
I,
away was Pioneer Point, was a state owned by Russia.
reached out
or used
to
by its
Alex and
embassy
Maggie, and I told them if they
promising to
needed
deliver
anything,
here.
that they
Yes.
could
And
call
Jim,
on
let's
me.
not
And
forget
at
who
that
Jenna
point,
Pasca
Maggie,
lived next to in
said
Washington,
that she would
D.C. Let us
like for
not
me
forget
to come back if I was able to.
Oleg
Very
Deripaska. He
compassionate.
lived next
I
door
told her I
to
would.
Kellyanne
At that
Conway.
point, I was feeling better,
Yes.
so I told her that
Yes.
I would go back. And
Yes, his
once I
dome,
went back,
his
it was
home, his
like
dome
I actually
home
never
dome
left.
was next door to Kelly and Conway, who worked for
2015,
President
not
Trump.
2017, I
Yes,
apologize.
sir.
Very convenient. It's
So after
very
your recovery, you
convenient.
started
And
working?
No.
Actually called them,
Deripaska, he's,
the Murdoch family,
no,
and said,
there's
y'all need
no
anything?
listening
If you
devices
need me
anywhere.
you know, I'm here.
So, yeah.
And I don't think anybody will dispute, that was in
I'm waking
February
up
of
the neighbors with my
2019.
Russian
Yes,
accent.
sir.
I should
Yes.
stop it.
Because she heard
So
about
when you
this
went
horrible
back to
thing that
work
happened
with
and
the
said, "Can I
family
help you?"
after the boating accident,
that's what she
tell
does.
these folks.
This is the problem with living in Hollywood is that basically you're always
I started
like
right back at the
surrounded
same
by
thing. I
people
was
who are
helping with the
acting
cleaning. I
or
was
rehearsing.
helping running errands. I would cash
Barnes
checks.
don't have
I
been at the
would,
forever. Okay, listen, Jen, I'm
house
with
manager.
you, girl.
And what I said by
Brooks Brothers
cashing checks for
riots,
Maggie, sometimes
yep.
she didn't have time
McGonagall
or
is
she was
bigger than we
busy doing
realize.
other
Thank
things,
you.
so
Oh
she
my
would send me
God,
to the
Jen.
bank to cash
Jen
checks.
Griffin, who is the real deal.
To pay them.
Please follow
people
Jen
that
Griffin
that she had
on
working
Twitter
around the house.
while she's still there.
The main,
Yeah, her family's direct mom.
the
That's right.
maintenance line.
Oh,
you know,
Dina
that sort of
Tolley?
thing,
Oh, I
whatever
didn't know
she
that.
Was doing around the house.
Yes.
Where were they living, the Murdoch
Yes.
family, at this point in 2019?
Everyone follow Jen Griffin on Twitter. You can
Both
find her.
places.
Okay, tell the folks where both places.
Moselle.
No worries,
and,
Baldy. You do you.
yeah.
That's the way we do. We flow.
You're working at
Flow.
both
Before
residences?
Hampton
Yes, sir.
sells.
She did let us know what was up.
And did there come a time where they moved
Conway daughter let us know what's up.
exclusively for the primary
I,
residence?
did not, I guess that makes sense that she's Dina
Where was their
Tolley.
primary residence?
I don't know
That's a better
why.
question.
Their primary
All of a sudden, it's
residence
kinda making
was,
sense.
Holly Street, and once they sold the house, they moved straight into Moselle, full-time.
But if they moved to Moselle full time, why was Maggie living at Edisto? And I wonder
Heard
if
much
Blanca
about Maggie.
knows.
Limited.
I
what can
very
say
much
in
wonder if Blanca knows.
Murder case, but did y'all get fairly
Housefire's
close?
odd.
Yes, sir.
And when you had quit working for her and you had your stroke, did you ever see her during that time period when you weren't?
Someone left a comment on
Yes,
my
sir.
live stream,
Maggie
my
would,
8.5
I would
hour
see her
live
in
stream
town, and,
yesterday.
She would often signal
Someone
me
left a
to
comment that
pull
said,
over, so
"Ew."
we just used to stop sometimes
EW.
and just talk and see how things were going at the local
I was looking at Best Buy.
CVS.
What does that comment mean
Just to
about an
catch up
8.5
and see how
hour? I mean,
everybody's
yeah, ooh.
Literally where I run into people.
Prior when you were working and after, would you And I'm not asking you to say what, but.
I'm going to say
Got
yes.
Blanca's
close
gonna know
with
all.
our
like
Like,
personal
ask her
things.
everything.
Yes, sir.
I love that. I'm going to actually make
With
it
personal
a prime
things.
comment on that live
Ask
stream.
her everything.
Jen, you are
'Cause
totally,
Maggie, if
I
Maggie's
understand
living
you.
at Edisto,
You
Blanca
are
would know.
definitely clear as a bell, darling.
Which makes Maggie's text all the more offensive. But
Oh
we'll
my
talk
God,
about
there's
that
some
later.
amazing
now.
women on Twitter. Let me just tell you, God.
To,
And Jen
June
Griffin is
7th,
definitely one of them.
2021.
Yes, sir.
Receipts, receipts,
No,
receipts.
can we back up to the fact that Maggie wasn't living full time at
You were
Moselle?
working there for the Murdaughs then?
And does she know
You know,
why?
I'm going to take ooh as a compliment.
That's a Monday. Do we all know that, June 7th?
Ew.
When had you worked prior to that?
Marie is so good.
Moselle
Marie
property.
Cast. Oh
For
my
them.
goodness
Friday.
gracious. So good. So good.
And at that point, had you seen,
Somebody.
what family members did you see at
Heidi.
Moselle
So
on
many
Friday?
people.
Which
Heidi
would have been
Kuda.
the June 4th of 2021. Do you remember?
Paul?
And what was your interaction with Paul that day?
Interaction with Paul that day.
Paul walked through the door, his usual self. I was walking out of the laundry room, coming into the kitchen, and
you tell us
Paul
about the
came in
laundry?
the
'Cause it
front
still
door, and he
smelled
was
good.
holding a
We've got questions.
a
We
laundry
need
I
help.
have a
bag
lot of questions
full
about
of-
the laundry.
full of clothes. And as he was approaching me, he saw me and he said, "What's up, Miss B?" And I just looked at him. I said, "Boy," I said, "if you got all them dirty clothes and you want me to take care of that," I said, "I'm getting ready to leave." He's like, "Oh, come on, Miss B.
Are you
can
kidding
help
me?
me out." He said, "I need them for the weekend." I said, "Well, just pull a couple of them out, what you need, and I'll take care of it."
Can you give us your
And,
tips? Blanca,
I
we
ended
want
up
you to.
staying late. to
Yeah,
make
what
sure
an
he had
asshole.
His clothing ready for
I don't think
the
that's
weekend.
Can you
sweet
talk
at
to the
all.
internet, please? We need you as
Did
our
fucking
you
audience.
wash the
rude.
clothes for the entire family? Was that part of your?
Yes, her accent
Yes,
is
I did.
beautiful. It's so soft. It's so pretty. I love accents.
Paul
I love
leave that
all
Friday?
accents. I hope you know that. Every accent
saw
I
him
do,
leave. I don't know
everything,
whether
I
he
love accents.
was actually gone
To me,
for
it's-
the weekend or
She
if
was
he
there the day of the
still-
murder. She made dinner that
Did you ever
night.
see him again?
Oh, that's right. She made dinner that night.
No, sir.
This poor woman.
Did you have regular hours in June of 2021? that you
No, this
worked
was,
at
no,
Moselle
Paul
or
handed
Murdaugh
her
family?
laundry, Jim.
We weren't really
Not
set
Alec.
hours. Maggie was pretty,
think. I think that's what I heard.
she was just easygoing. If I had stuff to do, if I had stuff to take care of, she wasn't really too keen on any specific hours. So, if I had a doctor's appointment or if I had anything, she'd be like, okay, no, her main comment to me always was, no worries,
No worries.
no worries.
Well, June 7th specifically, were you scheduled to work at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
And did you have contact with Miss Maggie Murdaugh sometime prior to getting to Moselle that morning?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's in evidence, but tell these folks what contact you had with her.
She texted me and asked me if I could stop at the grocery store on my way to Moselle because Alex wanted some Capri
I
Suns.
cannot imagine having someone
What?
help you.
Capri Suns.
Okay.
And she
Somebody
said
testified about
help
seeing
like
apple
those.
and, I believe she said pineapple first and then they changed. She came back with another text and said, no, he wants orange, I believe that's what he said.
They make orange Capri
That's what the
Sun.
text said. I'm not,
And did you try to get some orange Capri Suns?
yes.
Where'd you go?
You don't
I went
exist.
to the,
Please say you went to the
Food
Piggly
line.
Wiggly.
Orange Capri Sun. Orange
And were you
Capri
successful in your search
I
for
wanted orange
orange Capri Suns?
no, sir.
No, because they don't exist.
We
He
saw.
sent her on a wild
we
goose
heard
chase
testimony
for
about
orange Capri Sun that
pouch
never
drinks.
existed.
I'll show you what's marked States 54.
by someone. I
Sparkling.
just don't remember who.
I want the most obscure flavor of whatchamacallit. Oh, the deep, deep South accent. Oh,
So
God.
she testified
It's
that the
just so
last time she saw Paul
Oh,
was
it's so
on
beautiful.
Friday. But Paul was
Did you have
at
any
the
other
house.
text with Miss
Monday.
Maggie before you got
Better
to
than
Moselle?
red Kool-Aid. Right. Yeah,
was at
that's
the
true.
house
Yes.
Monday and
Maggie,
made dinner.
Maggie told me she had.
Although it
to
might as
go
well
to
been
doctor's
Jen.
appointment.
Sorry, I'm a comedian.
And
I
she
have to
said
take the
that,
opening. When the opening is open, I gotta take it.
In the
That's the
text,
rule
Maggie
of
said,
number one
Alec
rule of
wants
comedy.
me to come home.
Take the opening.
And she said, and in a phone conversation, she told me, she
How'd my
said,
light go off?
I left some food in the refrigerator. Is there any way that you can cook?
cats.
Paul likes the way you cook. So she said, because I don't think I'll be back in time. So I said, yeah, sure. I said, I'll do it. So it was nothing. I finished what I
We'll
was
do pink.
doing, and then I started cooking, making sure the meal was ready for when Paul and they
It's just a
arrived
bad
at
hair
home.
day, you guys. It's so
Well,
funny.
that afternoon.
I love it. Might have to put on my bitch hat.
And, we had another conversation
Maybe that's what I'll
on the
do.
phone where
Yes.
she told me, she said, Alec wants me to come home. And she kind of sounded like she didn't want to come home. Because she really liked being at Edison. And they had a lot of work that was going on, and she was trying to make sure everything was ready for the 4th of July gathering that she was planning. So she was very detail orientated, so she wanted everything perfect. So she was kind of, she sounded like she was a little
See if I can
disappointed.
do this without killing
And then she
myself
said, well,
or anybody else.
Alec asked Paul to come home too, because he's got to fix the mess up out there that
said Twister.
that
Flowers.
CB had done.
That CB Road?
Yes, sir. And he
Guys,
said
that's not
Alec had told
necessary.
Paul to come and fix it because they were planning on having a hunt that weekend, so he wanted everything ready and good to go.
So he'd asked Maggie to come, and then he had asked Alex to come.
That's what
Excuse
Maggie,
me, Paul to come.
Paul, that's what Maggie told me over the phone.
And looking at states, Defendant 54, can you read
We'll
that?
deal with it. Little backlighting. Little backlighting never hurt anyone.
There
Text.
is a
You can
theory
get right
that
today. It's-
Alec
Sunny
lured
day.
both of them back to Moselle.
He said, thank you, I'm waiting
What?
at doctor.
Wait, what?
Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave.
Hold on.
Door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it's pneumonia. And then
There.
she's got some
Whatever.
emojis. She said, Alec is about
Hope
to
the jury's
die.
looking
Hope
at
he
the
doesn't
defendant's
go
body
down
language.
there
I
to
know.
sleep.
Can you
He needs
imagine,
to
Jim?
take care of
I think
himself
that's
as
all
well.
I'd be staring at. I have no
She
idea what it
said,
looks like, and I don't really
Trust the
care.
Mexicans leave the door up,
We
and
are.
that didn't bother you.
No, sir.
Be human. Let's be human.
Huh.
I would. I couldn't. I don't think I could look away from Alec.
Mr. Meadows, you're standing
Right?
in front of the jurors.
I apologize. When,
What is he doing?
you had just testified you didn't
Oh,
think
yeah.
she wanted to come home, was
He's
work being
touching
done at
everybody.
Edison?
I
Yes,
would
sir.
say, don't touch me.
And
Like, dude, back the fuck up.
did she like being at Edison?
Yes, sir, she
So,
did.
yes, these texts
And
seem
when
to
would
have
she stay
been
at
with
Edison?
Blanca,
Any
not
chance she had.
her friend.
Where was a time of year that she liked being there more than other times?
Maggie was talking
Yes,
to
sir. Come
Blanca in those
around
texts.
spring, summer, she preferred to be in Edisto.
I can imagine.
And I guess, was she at Edisto the night, Sunday night, do you know? Where was she Sunday night?
I'm not sure.
Unless she knows.
She can answer if she knows.
She's laying foundation.
I'm not sure.
He's trying to get to, he's trying to get to where Maggie was staying at the time and why she's coming home. He needs to tie that back because Maggie didn't want to go back to Moselle.
Right.
And Alec asked Maggie and Paul to come back to Moselle. Neither of them had planned on being there.
Really? I did not know that. I
Were you
knew
on
Maggie
schedule, June
preferred to be
7th
at the
timeline?
beach, but I didn't know
Were
about
you running
Paul.
late? Were you? What time were you supposed to be there?
I didn't have a set
I'll tell you,
time.
I don't think the prosecutor
She went to
has
cook dinner.
told the
After
story.
you and
I
Maggie
wouldn't
talked
know
and
unless
texted,
we had Emily.
Did you go to
I mean,
Moselle?
really. It's ridiculous.
Yes, I did.
That's
And when you
ridiculous.
got there, was Maggie there?
No, sir, she had just left.
Was Paul there?
Trust you.
No.
Was defendant Alex Murdaugh there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. When you walked in the house, was he up?
No, sir, he was in bed.
Wait, what?
FaceTime, you spit there and you're the defendant Alex Murdaugh. Was he a morning person?
No, sir.
No.
What was he wearing?
How long were you there working before you saw Alex Murdaugh? That morning on June 7th of 21?
Probably a couple hours.
And
Yeah, what time is what? I want to know too.
can you tell these folks, did there come a point that morning where he left the house?
But this is going to him maybe not needing
Alex
it now.
Murdaugh, did he leave and go to work or
Yes,
wherever?
he did.
Okay. And can you tell them what he was wearing, Alex Murdaugh, best of your memory, when he left Moselle?
He had a pair of khaki pants.
Blue work shirt?
Greenish, I call it seafoam color, polo shirt, and he put a sports coat, a blue sports coat over it. And he put his shoes on, which were usually right there next to a dresser that they had right there
So like when he was wearing the tree video, I bet.
in the living room area. That's where his shoes used to go right there, so he just used to kind of slide his shoes on his way out the door.
Do you remember what type of shoes he had on June 7th, 2021, when he left?
His regular work shoes,
shoes, yeah.
the brown, there was a pair of brown leather shoes.
Like in that tree video.
Was it a long sleeve shirt or a short sleeve shirt he left on?
The polo's a short sleeve shirt.
Sir, it's a polo.
And,
Oh, polos can be
stand out of
long sleeve.
everybody, do you,
I mean, not
do you remember
really.
Go
anything
stand at the podium,
specifically
you won't
about
be in
that shirt?
anybody's way.
As he put his coat on, he was putting his shoes on and he was putting his coat on, and he was getting ready to walk out. He turned around and I said, Alec, I said, hold on a minute. I said, your collar's sticking up. So he turned around and I fixed his collar inside his jacket because one collar was sticking up
So
on
you
his shirt.
actually helped, I'm sorry, you helped move his,
Yes, I did.
I would be like, no, that's not
you
okay.
said it was a long or short sleeve, I'm sorry.
That polo is a short sleeve,
And did it have buttons on part of it, or do you know?
just from here to here.
And was it a blue blazer you
Is-
put on top of it?
It was a dark color.
Did you put a tie on?
Oh, she knows all the
He didn't
tea.
have a tie with that on.
No, sir.
I just,
No, you don't put a tie on with
No
a polo.
touchy, no touchy, no touchy, no touchy, no touchy. He could go stand back at the podium. There we go, there's the podium.
now, Miss Maggie had
Stay
asked
at
you
your
to
home.
fix dinner for the family. Did you do that?
I did.
Can you tell them what you make?
She called it steak burger, but it's cube steak and gravy, some white rice, and some green beans.
That sounds good.
aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God, the patronization. I'm sorry,
Show her the
dudes.
video.
That the time has come.
See
Leave it.
or
Him
talk
come
to
back.
Maggie
Nobody's
ever again
impressed.
after
Nobody
this
feels
son's on?
seen.
So, was she gone?
Before I
Doesn't
left
work.
Moselle,
It
I
doesn't
texted
land.
her and I said,
Sometimes
the
things
dinner
don't
was
land.
on the, I believe I texted,
Give
to
'em
the
up.
fact that I left dinner on the stove for them. And, that I can't really remember the text, but I did text her and let her know that the dinner was ready and that I was leaving.
And you said one of her phrases she used is "no worries." Had she said that to you that day?
Yes.
When was that? It doesn't matter.
I can't remember.
You got a family of your own, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you, when you left Moselle, what did you do?
Sir, she has 5
Pick up my
kids.
son at school.
Oh my goodness.
And
What
your
time?
husband's working,
Yes, sir.
law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
What time?
Yeah, what time did she leave?
When you got home that night, did anybody call you that night?
No,
When did you hear about the murder
No one called her?
Moselle of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
the next morning when I was getting ready to.
No one
go out
called
there.
The
her?
next morning.
Yes, sir.
How did you hear?
Alex called me.
And what did he tell you? He didn't call, he called you the next morning.
He called me early the next
Yeah.
morning.
And what did he say to you?
He
Wow, Jim, you're so
sounded
right.
shaky on the phone. You could tell he was,
Wow.
his voice sounded really shaky. And he said,
Okay,
"Dee,
that's
they're
enough."
gone. They're
Oh my
gone.
God, my cats are
And that
trying to
my
give me a
initial
heart
thought
attack
was,
today.
did she go back
I guess
to
it's hard.
Edison.
It's Friday.
That thought didn't cross my mind that he meant that they were dead at that time.
You just didn't comprehend what
No,
was
sir,
going
I
on?
did not. So he told me again, he said, no, B, they're dead. And at that point, I don't remember because I believe I dropped the phone, my husband got the phone. I don't remember after that.
You literally dropped the phone.
Yes,
And did your husband get on the phone?
I don't remember. I don't remember. All I remember is when he said.
I think she's
that
a
they
witness
were
in prosecution.
dead.
Yeah, exactly. Right?
I
Like
got
that's
the
so
phone.
weird. This defense is full of
Believe I said, I'll be right
intimidation.
over. I'll be right over.
I mean, I guess obviously I trust the judge to call it out
Did he,
when it's
the defendant
over a
asked for
line, but I feel like the
tell
line
you which
here
way
is
to
like
go when you got to the house?
way farther
But
than
he
I would
said
have put it.
him and
Right?
Buster
My
were
line would
at
have been
Alameda,
way closer.
So I told him I was
No, it's not okay.
going to Alameda. You know, I wanted to make sure they were okay, and so I went from my house to Alameda.
I'd be like, okay.
And
thank you.
then, when I got ready to leave Alameda, he said, well, when you go to the house, go in the front because there's a lot of sled agents by the kennels. You can't go in that way. And he said, just try to straighten up, the way Maggie liked everything, you know, in the house. He said, you knew her the best. He said, you know how she likes stuff. So
So
I
he
did,
called
I
her
did.
only so that she would come and work?
You went to,
I went
She
to
went-
you
from
went to Alameda
Alameda.
to start with.
Yes,
Okay.
I did, to check on Buster and Alec.
My Buster.
Comfort him.
Yeah.
To check on
And,
my Buster.
At his request, you went to Moselle to start cleaning up and getting the house in order?
Yes, sir. He said there was gonna be people probably stopping by and bringing food and stuff. He said, I just want the house to look the way Maggie would like for it to look. So I said, okay.
So she
I went
cleaned
to the
it.
house.
I wonder if there was anything for her to clean there that was suspect.
Did you have a usual way that you went in to Moselle, entrance-wise?
From the house, I would, if I was coming from my house, I would come in on the, I call it the Miley's side. So I would actually enter the property through the kennels. And if I was coming from Hampton, or if I, you know, in the other direction, then I would use the front entrance. But normally, I use the kennel entrance, coming from my house.
When you got to Moselle, we're now on the morning of June 8th of 2021.
Yes, sir.
Did you
Wow, that's
see
a lot of
anybody in
blonde
the
hair
property before you got to
in
the
that
main
room.
house?
That's a
No,
lot
sir.
of blonde hair. Oh, now we're moving into the brunette
And
section.
when you got to the main house, take us
I
right
see.
there. Like right now as you're
There's
walking
a
in.
brunette section and then there's a blonde section. I understand. Interesting.
I need to know what time this is, council.
Everybody does things so different.
This is
It
gonna
was
be so
hard because I
hard.
know she wasn't gonna be coming back.
Oh,
And I didn't want to move her stuff.
Oh, this poor woman. Exactly, mind. So well put. One of the most infuriating things about all these malignant
It was just a
narcissists
weird feeling going through
how
when
so many
when I unlocked the front door
people
to get in.
become servile to their madness. Totally true.
It felt cold.
You really cared for her, didn't you?
Oh, you.
I did.
People are so. She's not a show. She's a person.
What'd you do when you got inside?
we can see that council is able to take time.
Hi.
And I
Have a
appreciate
little
that he is.
friend. Let's see if we can show the little friend.
When I got inside,
This is the good
I
stuff.
didn't turn on any lights. I didn't do anything.
Mr.
I
Gus
walked
Gus. You want to see Mr. Gus
through the
Gus.
front door and I went.
And he's
in the
going to
kitchen.
be using the phone, it looks like.
No, I
Hello.
was kind of.
Animal control. I'm out
was
of
kinda-
control.
When I
Why
looked in
is
the
your-
kitchen,
why is your face all
kind
wet?
of just stopped in my tracks and I looked at the stove
How'd
and
you? Oh, I don't want to know.
I was
Water?
I don't know what the word is.
Is
When
your
I
brother
looked and I
attacking?
noticed the stove that there was no pots on the stove,
Somebody
it was
cleaned.
kind of unusual because usually when they ate dinner, when they
I
ate
don't
dinner
know,
the
Mike.
night
I
before,
don't
the pots
know.
usually
I
stayed
don't
on the
know.
stove.
All right, I'm
Very,
gonna be
very
quiet because
seldom
this might be
would
really
he,
important.
put, certain meals in the refrigerator. A lot of times it was just left on the stove, until the next day.
Oh.
And, the pots they were not in the sink and they were not on the stove.
Someone.
I walked through, if you walk through the kitchen, like
Yeah,
you're
what's
going
their
to-
ACE score? I want to know what these guys' ACE score is.
From the kitchen, if you walk through the kitchen,
Not
if you go
ACE.
to the
You know that
left,
measures
there's
trauma.
in a refrigerator, and the laundry room sat right there to the
Laundry?
left. There's a back door to the back port, and then there's the laundry room door. They're both right there. And as I turned to go to the laundry room, I noticed that
What?
there was,
It's true. People aren't at their
her
best right now
pajamas
either,
were
Jen.
in the middle of the doorway, right in the middle, laid neatly in the middle of the doorway going into the laundry room.
What?
It was her pajama pants, a pair of underwear, and her pajama top.
What?
Was that unusual?
That was very unusual. Because she wouldn't lay her clothes out like that, not in the middle of the door like that. It just didn't look right to me.
And you took care of the house?
Yes,
You took care of the clothes?
yes.
And not to get too personal, but sometimes you can't help it. Were the underwear there with the pajamas unusual?
Yes.
Why?
She didn't share underwear with her pajamas.
Who does?
No underwear with pajamas.
Lots
I
of
mean,
people don't.
Maybe
That's
some
true.
people.
No
do.
underclothes with the
Because
pajamas.
they're
But
pajamas.
that struck you as unusual.
They're
they were there
technically
with
just
pajamas.
really long underclothes.
Yes, sir, because the underwear appeared to be clean, not dirty. They still had like fold marks.
And the pots, and I may have just missed it, you said, where would the pots end up when you found them?
They still had fold marks.
After I
Cloud
looked
of
at the
publicity,
pajamas on
yeah.
the floor, the way that they were set, I
So true,
turned around
Mike. It's
and
a
I
good way of
said,
putting it.
well, I wonder where the pots are. So I opened the refrigerator door, and the pots were sitting inside the refrigerator with lids on them. And I was like, who did this? I don't know at that point, but that was not normal.
It could have been one of the 25
For the
people
pot,
that
the whole
descended
pot
on the
to be
house.
sitting in the fridge.
Yeah.
And they just shoved the pots in the fridge.
Did you make any other observations in the house, the bathroom, or anywhere else?
In the master bathroom,
I know,
What?
it is a lot of work. Well, and you guys are doing the heavy lifting of
her
figuring
clothes
it
were
out, and
sitting next
frankly,
to the
I salute
tub.
you.
It was a small pile of
Because
clothes
that, I
right
think,
there
is the
next to
big
the
heavy
tub.
lift, and they're not making it easy. Everybody's
and
starting to panic because you guys
by
are
the
getting too
shower,
close. So now they're
If
gonna
you walk
be
in the master bedroom,
nasty.
there's a
Chuckles
big garden
Johnson,
tub,
I
spot
see
type
you.
tub. And then right here is the
Entice
shower,
somebody.
and there's a window. On the floor next to the shower was a slight puddle of water, a towel, and a pair of khaki pants.
What?
And
He
then,
took a shower.
and then as I went to the left to see if there was anything else that was out, I looked in the closet, and in the closet was a white damp towel on the floor, and there was I'm pretty sure the T-shirt was white at one time, but they get kind of dingy after a few years. But it appeared that a T-shirt had fallen off of the stack of T-shirts that were on top of the shelf right there in the closet. It was laying on the floor next to the towel.
Like somebody grabbed a shirt
When
off the
when
stack
you
and it
took
fell.
care of the home,
fell.
was that,
Yep.
tell us how the clothes were laid out, the shirts, the shorts were.
Because if you're in a rush
laying
to
up on the
change your
shelf, or
clothes,
Shirts,
Like somebody pulled a shirt off.
In the closet, there was a
fast.
shelf.
yeah.
There
Oh my
was
God, oh my God.
some shelves, smaller shelves right here, and then there was some long ones. Maggie used to keep her clothes on these. And then there was a shorter
this is like
one,
a
kind of
fucking
like little
movie.
box-looking, Alex used to keep his clothes, his belts and stuff in that. And then on top, there was also an area where he kept T-shirts. They were folded and they were kept on the shelf.
When you say T-shirts, I know what a T-shirt is, but I mean, were they T-shirts like
Were they Hanes
I'm
beefy
wearing
tees?
right now? Were they
It-
T-shirts with
It
pockets?
was
What was it?
usually, they would be T-shirts, like if they would go, like when you go to a restaurant and they have like the logo of those type of T-shirts. He had a big collection of those.
We love a logo
Would you
tee.
put them on the shelf?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you iron T-shirt?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you washed all the clothes?
Yes, I did.
Did he have a certain place that he kept shorts versus long pants?
Yes, sir. When you walk in the master bedroom, when you enter the master bedroom, the bed was right here. At the foot of the bed, you have her here and a dresser here.
No, chat, you're not supposed to iron your shirts. It's okay
The
if you
right
don't.
dresser,
Ducking
on the
A.
top drawers were usually his underwear, his socks. The next
You don't have
drawer
to be
was
sorry.
his T-shirts. On the bottom drawer were the pajama pants that he would wear or his shorts that he would wear to sleep in.
I bet you he did.
In the left drawer, and one
Annoying as
sits on
fuck.
this side of the door going into the bathroom, and the other one's right here. On the left dresser, he kept his white T-shirts that he would wear under, when he wore a suit, he would wear, the T-shirts were in
undershirts, okay.
one of those drawers. And then the other two drawers were shorts, the dressier shorts, and then the
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 salmon
not so
pink.
dressier shorts.
Sorry.
Shorts, work shorts.
Sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. Oh my
When you
God.
saw it this morning?
Yes, sir.
June
Oh,
8th, 2021,
something.
okay. Was it still clean?
Yeah, I do
Yes,
too.
sir.
I
Yeah,
work
she's
in
the best witness to help
nonprofit. They were
visualize
our
what was
donors,
happening.
and they, which is annoying. Which is annoying
My
how
boss
they
down in Lincoln
regard
just
or
reminded me that
disregard other
the
people
food
in their
that you,
lives. I think it is quite annoying.
cooked, did you look and see how much was eaten in the pots?
No, sir, I did not.
We know there was some eaten. We will hear about that later with the medical examiner. We know that some dinner was eaten by Paul and Maggie.
Now, you said there was a damp towel. Where was that?
In the closet, on the floor.
What is that?
And I know
What
what
is-
damp means, but when you touched it, did it feel?
It was damp.
Okay. What did you do with it?
Took it to the laundry room.
And you said there were some pants there.
Yes,
What was
there's a
on
pair
the
of khakis
towel?
by the
Was it,
shower.
what color was the
And what'd you
towel?
do with those?
Was there any, were there
them to
any
the laundry room.
weeds on the towel? I mean,
Did you
I would
wash
ask more questions,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Am I
Because the crime
dumb?
scene had been cleared.
I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on YouTube. No, I
And she
don't.
was
I don't even
helping.
play one.
She was helping set the house in order for everyone that was going to descend on the house for a funeral. That seems very much like what you would do to help. That's what I do to help. It's like, how can we straighten up if people are going to be here?
Right. Well, I mean, that makes
So
sense.
she was
but-
trying to get things in
still.
order to help.
Sam. Tss.
Wow.
Yeah, you're not going outside.
So let's talk
Not an
more about the
outside day.
pants. Are they going to show the pants? Or are they going to show the video? Like, if I was
well,
in the
I have my
prosecution right now,
moments,
I
Summer,
would show the
but
video
it's
with
all
the
right.
tree and ask if those were
I'm
the pants
fully-
or
I'm
those were the
fully
type
in
of
it.
pants from the tree video.
Yeah.
So what
Iron
we
to
know is
shit
that
while I
Blanca
myself to the
recovered
orphan's
a
inheritance.
damp towel in the
Yes, that is
closet.
so- that is
There was
the
a puddle
vibe.
of water near the
That is
shower.
definitely the vibe here. Jesus Christ.
The sled agent
Fucking
that walked
privilege,
around the house, by the way,
privilege.
remember there was no search warrant at the home
Yikes.
because sled just did like a
People who
look-see-loo
dedicate their
around
lives
the
to
house.
the comfort of a
And
family.
sled
And you don't call
never
them the night of the
served a search
murder?
warrant at the
That's
house.
not. I
They
hope
didn't
your
clear out
day
the
is
people at the
great,
house.
Miss
So
Summer.
this is on June 8th.
Sending
She
you
finds
a
damp
big
towel,
hug,
a
darling.
puddle of water.
And
a
I
pair
hope you're.
of
I think.
khaki
I think I
pants.
heard
They
you might not have
to
been
show
feeling
her
well,
Please not
so
discuss the
I'm
case.
sending you
the pants. Oh,
good
they're
health
putting the jury.
vibes and hoping
They
that
sent the
you're
jury out.
back in action soon. So
Why are they sending the jury out for the morning break?
send
Your
me the
Honor,
feedback.
you can't send the jury out for the morning break. We have questions. We have questions. The chat is asking, after the crime, shouldn't stuff be left untouched? They cleared the crime scene,
Oh yeah,
so
let me
no.
check and see if our little
And
friends
also,
are
Alec at this point
out in
wasn't
front of Planned
a
Parenthood
suspect
in
to
Phoenix,
her.
Arizona
She was trying
yet.
to put the house. She was trying to put the house in order.
Oh
But we know.
man,
It'll take about 10
that's what I
minutes.
keep doing wrong.
All right, we're taking a 10-minute break. I'm going to answer
I
some
love
questions.
learning.
This has been, look, there have been 4 witnesses that have really brought quite a lot of information in this case. Blanca is one of them. It's been Blanca, Jeannie Seconder, Annette, and Shelley Smith.
Yep.
Those 4 witnesses,
The women.
those 4 witnesses
Women.
have really created the
Women.
picture of what is happening here. I don't understand the PJs.
Trust the women. Trust the. I
You
don't
guys are
understand
asking,
the
were
PJs either.
pictures taken? It seems that SLED didn't take any photos in the house when they walked through it and looked under beds. I think SLED was just looking to see if they could see the gun. I don't think SLED was actually looking to see if there was evidence that the call was coming from inside the house, if you will. It is just a very, very interesting thing. So we have started getting into the actual heart of the testimony
I don't
today.
see the little
And I
incels
wonder if
out
the
on the
prosecution
roads
said
yet.
that they would be wrapping up
No
maybe middle of
incel
next
sightings
week.
yet, darlings.
So I wonder if we're going to hear
Let's
from a
go to
few
the-
more
Whoops.
of these witnesses who actually saw, heard, and did. But it's not surprising to me. I know the chat was like, wait, Alec asked her to go back to the house and help. I'm not off put by that at all. Alec knew she would take care of the house. B, he knew people were descending on the house. And C, if he knew he had left stuff around, that she wouldn't think anything of it to help clean up the house after he had lost his wife and son and help put things in order. She clearly cares for the family, but she also has a very good memory and she knows how things should have been in order at Moselle. This is also the witness that has now testified that Maggie thought it was odd that she was being asked to go back to Moselle, and Maggie really didn't want to go back to Moselle on June 7th. So Maggie went back to Moselle on June 7th, and he called Paul to go to Moselle on June 7th.
And at
Paul had come
lunch
home,
today,
it
we're
sounds
going to
like on
go
Friday,
over
and
some of the
gotten his
current news.
laundry
I want to
done,
catch up because I haven't caught
and
up.
was
So
gone.
this will be,
So it
we'll all
sounded
catch
like
up together,
Paul
hopefully.
wasn't necessarily planning at being at
and go from
Moselle
there.
either, but was coming home to deal with the
Just seems
sunflowers that Alec talked so much about. So now I think we're going to see the state argue that they were both lured back to the house and had other places to be. Paul didn't really need to deal with the sunflowers, but clearly the sunflower story was on Alec's mind when he talked to police. The sunflower story was on his mind, and the boat case was on his mind. And so it will be very interesting seeing if we also hear, we're going to have to hear from CB Rowe, the groundskeeper. There is a lot more testimony to come. But in 15 days into trial, do y'all feel like we're finally starting to get into the heart of what happened tonight? Because I feel like this testimony, though I still have a lot of questions, and
I don't
choose
know.
not to
I have a ton
we
of
are
questions.
finally starting to get
All right,
into
mind.
what
Man, jury
happened
duty
that
has
night,
been a theme
and
for
we're
this
starting
group.
to see exactly what SLED didn't
Jen?
do. And while some
Oh,
SLED
that's
agents
so nice.
meticulously picked up cartridge casings
That
the
is
night
so
of the
cool,
murder
Jen.
from the kennels,
Yay.
no one
And
gave
Baldy,
a fuck about
he
the
had
house,
some
whether it was
deal.
intentionally or by oversight
Dealing
or both.
deals.
But remember, the female SLED agent that was walking
Yes,
in the house
Hot Miss
was
Summer.
being
Protesting the
followed
people who stand outside
by
Planned
lawyer
Parenthood are
and
always
brother
my
of Alec,
favorite to
John Marvin,
protest
and one other
too.
person. I can't
Because
remember what
abortion
other
is
lawyer.
health
There were
care.
25 people
And
in the
Planned
house,
Parenthood
and the
is
SLED agent
health
was being followed
care.
around.
So
I have
sit
never
incels.
heard of law enforcement not
Screaming
serving a search
Steve. What a
warrant
fucking
at a
asshole.
murder scene
It's the biggest fucking
because they didn't want to displace people.
Yeah, there's
at
only
the-
a couple
at the
chuds
location,
I'm following
ever.
still
So a number
with
of you have
any
asked, they didn't eat dinner.
with
We
any
heard an
strength.
opening
Hey,
from the
Gus,
prosecution
stop.
that they did eat dinner. The medical examiner will testify to
Here's
that,
some water.
that they ate dinner shortly before their death, and we will get into how they know that and stomach contents and all of that. I'm not going to get into that today.
Get away from
We're going to
that.
get to questions. It's, wow. Sherry Lloyd said, no coffee today. It's all about the tea. Look, when they barely cross-examined Tinsley this
God.
morning, I'm so pissed. I was like,
That's
where's
right.
the right
That's
to the
right.
cross-examination?
That's right. That's
But
right.
also,
That's right.
Tinsley
That's
is
right.
a
That's right.
hostile witness
That's
to the
right. That's
defense
right. That's
very, and he's
right.
just going to keep
And
biting back at them and saying
furthermore,
shit. So it
it's
made
our
sense for them to limit
decision
what
to
Tinsley
do what
had
we
to say and
want
be like,
to
there
with
wasn't really
our
going to be this big
bodies
explosion on
when
the
we
10th.
want
Tinsley's
to
never
do
going to give them
it.
anything else.
And guess what
Tinsley's
else?
never going to
That
give them
doesn't
more.
mean
He's like,
that
well,
the
you're misconstruing it. It was just going to be a
V that
battle
you're
of the
so
wills,
worried
and the jury might have
about
either
is
loved
the
Tinsley
same
or hated Tinsley,
deal.
but the defense
Because,
wasn't going to give him this
darling,
moment to
that's
fight with them. So they were like, fuck it, we're out. And it doesn't matter,
hell.
we're out. They
And
were
I'm
just, there
sorry
was
if
no
you're too
good
dumb to
ground for them to be
understand
made,
it,
so they
but you just need
just
to pay
stopped.
attention
It's
and chill the
wild.
fuck
So we've got an attorney who
out.
knows how to pause and listen, which is delightful to see
Remember when
today.
Screaming?
But we
Remember
still
when
don't
Screaming Steve
know
spent
exactly
hours?
what
Yeah.
time things were, and I hope
Yep,
they
I
tie
sure
that back.
do. In
What
fact, I
time
probably
did she
have
get
some
back
really
to
good
Moselle
footage of
on
that.
June 8th after she went to Almeda, where
You
Alec
know,
was
I
with
realize what
Buster?
and
It
what
hurt my
it's. I
heart
mean,
that
I've
she
always
called him
known.
my Buster. Like, she probably felt that way about Paul and Maggie as
Oh,
well.
trying to talk to you,
The
trying to
amount
talk
of
to him
people
is no
around the
excuse.
Murdaughs
I
that
know. I
cared
don't think it's.
for
I think
them
it's great.
and had
I think it's. I
care
think
for
you
them,
do. I
not
think
just
what you're
actually
doing
took
when you
care of them,
engage, I
but
think is
had
awesome.
care for them,
Yeah, just like
is
fucking troll
incredible
the
to
shit
see.
out of them.
I need to
That's
go
what I
back and
do.
look at the testimony because
Queen of
we
the
heard about a
trolls,
pouch, like a
queen
Capri
of
Sun
the
pouch
trolls. Yeah,
at
we
the
follow the
kennels at the
ooh,
murder
the
scene.
ick.
And now I need to go back and see exactly where that
Don't
was
do it,
found, because
Jen.
now I know
Don't
that
do
Alec
it.
is like craving Capri Sun for whatever reason.
God,
And
you know what the
Alec is
good
in the
news is
middle
though,
of
Jen? They're
whatever
inept.
he's in the middle of, but it's another thing that ties him to being at
They
the crime
couldn't. They
scene.
couldn't
It's
insurrect their way out of a paper
just
bag. So
very,
I'm not worried about
very interesting
them.
to me. But this is
I mean, I
finally
have people
starting
I'm
to
worried
make a
about,
little
but they're
bit more
not the
sense.
ones.
And earlier in this case, I have said
I'm just
that,
not. But
or I have
this
wondered, will
particular
Alec's
kid
lies
is
be
a fucking
enough for this
dick.
jury to be like, that's sus?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry
it's
to keep
sus, but is
talking
it
over
enough to
her.
get beyond a reasonable doubt? He lied about being the kennels. He tried to get Shelley Smith to lie for him about how long he was
Nah,
at
they don't win.
his mother's house.
They don't win. They just
But
think they do.
now that we're getting to,
That's what I said to the guy on the
there
street
was
when I was
clearly
dressed
a
up as a
shower,
dinosaur. I
even
said,
though
you know
some said
what?
there
I'm
wasn't.
going to save
Why?
democracy
There
for
were
you
damp
too,
towels, but the damp towels were
motherfucker.
in the closet. Do y'all think Sled opened the closet
So
doors?
there.
It looked like somebody took a shirt off a top pile
We
of shirt and the
win.
shirt fell. Everyone who's piled
What's
shirts up
that, Nicki
vertically has
Minaj
had that
thing?
happen.
I win.
There's
You
a lot going on.
lose. I
There's a
love
lot
Nicki
going on.
Minaj.
Okay, I'm going to get to some questions because we've definitely got
I
questions, and I want to make sure
win.
we get to them before court comes back.
Lose.
But I need to make sure that I can. I've just messed up my second display real quick. So me getting to
This
questions.
is
Hold on,
the
we're professionals here.
GBE
We're
club. Don't
professionals here. I
forget the
totally
good
messed up my second
bad
display.
girl club. No, good bad girl energy. That's what we are. Good bad. Even the guys, even the theys.
Bring it
We are
back.
good bad girl
Help.
energy because
Help,
that
second
is
display, come
universal.
back. So I'm gonna have to fix this real
GBGE is
quick so that when we get
universal.
back to this is the more important thing. So when we
You
get back
have
to
a
court, it
wonderfully
is
strong
fixed.
voice. Don't even, man.
And the thing
They
is,
can
I
sit
can
the
still
fuck down.
see
You're
it
like the real deal,
as
Summer, and they're just like
a
larpers.
sidebar.
They're
So
like
sorry, y'all.
larping.
I don't even have a funky beat to lay down as I'm trying to get to
Yeah,
it.
she's,
But
he's,
now
and
let's
theys. We
see.
are all good
This
bad girl
is frozen.
energy.
All right. We're
Now
gonna have to
today,
detach the display.
we don't
Sorry as
give
I
a
talk through it, y'all. I know
fuck.
there's like
We don't give a
37,000
fuck.
of you here.
We don't give a
Well,
fuck.
my brain is buffering with stress and anxiety. Why don't you go ahead
You
and
hate it.
and hit this subscribe button? It'll help.
Hate ya?
calm
Cause
the
you
nerves.
ain't. Wait, hate me?
It
Cause you
will.
ain't
It will
me?
absolutely help calm
Do
the
you
nerves. So
hate
let's
me?
make sure that
Cause
this
you
is
ain't
back up.
me?
All right. We are
That's what I
rolling
think.
a little bit to
I'll
get that
guarantee
back up
you,
so that
Summer,
we have
with
our
the
court feedback.
Grammys,
Yay!
you hit a button.
Look, man, mobile streaming setup is tough.
And I am
So
here
mobile
for
streaming setup
it.
doesn't always help. And I was
I
just
love it.
trying to make sure because the one station doesn't always come back right when
Oops.
court comes back. And I wanted to make sure that I could
She's
monitor
good.
court coming back
She's
on
good.
a
She's on.
second channel. Let's see. We've got
Tonight,
37,000 watching.
silly
Said other channel
songs
Long Crime has 72,000 watching.
and
I think if you guys
some
subscribe
trivia,
and like the video, we
probably
can bump it up higher in discovery
headlines. I don't know who's going to show
because
up
we need to do that.
from
All
the
right, Emily.
from my
Good.
squad.
We're all along for the
Talk
ride.
about the
Y'all, I am
headlines, but we'll see.
discombobulated. I am
But what
just.
we'll do is a challenge
I
where you
am
give me a topic
just.
and
It's interesting also that
an
council
artist,
addressed the text. The
and
internet
then
was
I have
definitely
to
like,
and then I have to
Maggie's texts.
put them together.
Okay, interesting. It's
I have
interesting
to
that he
write new
addressed that those
lyrics
texts
about the
go
topic
back
you
and
give
forth
me
to
to the
Blanca, and
song
Blanca's like,
or
no,
the
I'm
artist
not
that you give
offended
me
by the way she
or the
phrased her text.
vibe.
I knew what she meant.
Just
And
we're gonna
Blanca,
try
the
it.
most
It'll
interesting thing
fail
Blanca had to
miserably.
say
It's
is that
fine.
on
Don't
the
worry
phone with
about it.
Maggie
It's
seemed
good bad girl energy
upset,
because we're like the good
disappointed,
bad. Well, not good bad girls, but you know
frustrated
what I
that
mean.
she had to go back
Like
to Moselle, even though
we're not
Alex's
chuds.
father is in hospice and they're in this group text about when they're going to go see
Oh, they
father.
do love
She
you
wanted to go back to Edisto that night. She
because
didn't
you don't
want to
give
be
a
at Moselle. She
fuck.
wasn't supposed to be
Yeah,
at
I know
Moselle.
they do love
Here's
you.
the thing.
They
If
banned
this is
me
a
like April of last year, summer,
vigilante,
so they've forgotten who I am.
they need to talk to Blanca about how much
Which is
Maggie had been
fine, by the
staying at
way. I don't want
Edisto.
to be anywhere on their radar. They
They've
are an
talked a
evil
lot about
little
the fact that Paul wasn't
group
staying
of
full
trolls,
time
group of
at
under the bridge
Paul
trolls.
wasn't staying full time at Moselle either. So if this was a vigilante, how did they know
Yeah. See, the
Maggie and
thing is
Paul
there's
would
just like
be at
I understand reasonable
Moselle that
doubt,
night?
and that I definitely
Because
think
by
could
all
be
accounts,
a
Paul had come home
problem
over the
for
weekend and
justice
then gone
here.
back to where he was staying
But
in the city. And Maggie was staying at the beach house, sounds like doing renovations and getting ready for the 4th of July.
gosh, I want to go
So
to
how
I want to
would
go. I want a
someone
beach
know
house.
that they were
Where's our
going to
beach
be there that
house?
night? Alec called them and told them
I'd take a
to be
beach
back there that
trailer,
night.
man. I don't need a house. Fuck,
They
I'd
had a
take a big,
groundskeeper,
nice
and when we
tenant,
hear from CB Rowe, I think we'll hear about
right?
whether or not he was expecting Paul and Maggie to
And
be at
good
the
by our
property as well.
definition, Summer, not anyone
But
else's. Fuck
what we
everyone
have right
else.
now
I don't give
is
a
that
fuck what they say.
Maggie and Paul weren't even supposed to be there.
Yeah, I know. I
So if
know.
they're not
Actually,
supposed to be
I
there,
applaud you.
how
You haven't
is
gotten banned
it
so far.
a
That's pretty
vigilante
good.
or a random crime?
That's pretty good.
And it's not like they can stake out the place and park down
You
the street and see
definitely
if anybody's
lasted
coming or
longer than I
going.
did.
There's nowhere to be. It's 2-lane country roads where you would see someone that's out of place.
Isn't it?
Truck,
I think
truck
this is
that. If people are going to notice anything, it's a truck that they don't
yeah.
recognize out of place. And they would have to notice a truck that's out of place because Alec was on high alert, right?
That's true. If you're
Paul's
an
getting
assassin,
threats
you have to
about the
drive
burglaries,
in.
he said.
You're not going to walk in. You're
The
not going
broken
to
up. He would have been on high
you're not
alert.
going to bicycle.
So wouldn't you
There
notice
would
a suspicious
be
truck? And if you
unusual
noticed a
vehicle
sussy
or
truck, wouldn't you have told
tire
the police,
tracks. Of
actually,
course,
there was
SLED
this
didn't
truck
do a
down the
great
road
job
when I
with
got
tire
home that I'd
tracks.
never
But
seen?
anyway,
Because you know. There's nowhere to pull off the road that you're not going to be seen on those 2-lane roads going in and out of Moselle. And then, so now we've got a little bit more context that they're not even supposed to be there. And then he lies about being at the kennels. And then his phone that is always in his hand, that he is always using, is off for an hour when they're murdered. And then he leaves to go see his mom's house. And then he says, if anyone asks, I was here for 30 or 40 minutes. And then. And this is where the state is really starting to build their circumstantial case more for me. We'll see. I'm actually still really frustrated they buried this under all of the financial crimes, because this is the testimony that they need to tie in very well. And they need to ask
it is at least
Blanca,
closer to their closing argument.
they need to ask Blanca more about how much Maggie was staying at Edisto. All right, let's get to some of your questions. There's no coincidences in a lot of things. Sometimes there's 1 or 2 coincidences, but this is a lot of coincidences. What's the pajama thing? Here's the thing with the pajamas. Something was off in the house.
Jen, you mean Emily?
Things have been
She's
done,
actually
things have been
traveling.
moved.
I don't know where she is.
Maybe
So I'm
her
not sure if
pajamas
this
were
is
in
an
the dryer
Airbnb or
when somebody
something
took it
that
out
she's
because they
in.
were doing something else.
Her studio,
But Alec never said he touched
the
anything
way
in
she
the
set
house.
up her little room
There are
studio
times
is
if you are in
exactly
grief and
like
you
I
are in a
want that
house
whole vibe.
and you
It's
are
all
dealing
pink
with
and
somebody who's
purple and
just
like
passed,
lighting and
there are
beautiful
things
like
that people
depth
do
of field.
that are
Like
trying
she's
to
got
clean
a
up,
really
trying
nice
to make
setup. So
normal,
I'm gonna try and
to
mimic
make
that
sure
when I
that
get
the
my
sprinklers are
room set
turned
up
off to
like
have
that.
a wake in the
Right now
backyard
my
when
room
it's
is a
your parents'
storage room,
house
so
and you just don't know
we're still
where
not
to
totally
even
unpacked
go and do that.
from moving in. How embarrassing.
But if
When
anybody
did
was
we move
asking, you would be like,
last November? Oh my
I don't know what
God.
I did. I'm
That's
trying to make the house ready.
depressing.
People are going to descend on us with casserole. I don't know. But Alec didn't tell them any of that.
Let's
And
check
people
on,
have
I'm going
been
to check on,
there with him
I keep checking
since
to see if
shortly
anyone
after the
is
murders. So when would he
bothering
have done
people
any
at
of these
Planned
things?
Parenthood.
After people
I
were
was
there,
kind of
'cause people
hoping,
would have been
I
like, oh,
put
no,
a
he's fine. He was
message. Oh wait, let me
trying to
show
let straighten
you.
up. He was just doing all the things. But Blanca felt like things were out of
I'm
place at the
gonna,
house. Even somebody putting
hold on. I know this is so rude. I know this is rude. I'm sorry. Oops. Here's my channel. Hold on. 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 Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Mm-mm. Oh crap. Shit. Okay. Well, never mind. I had a great idea, but it was a dumb
walking
idea.
around. It's not a crime scene. It'd be cleared.
Never
And they're
mind.
walking all over the place. The lawyers were walking around all over the place. Even
Okay,
when law
I
enforcement was
need
there, law
to take
enforcement
a minute.
didn't
I'm
seem
gonna
to pick
get some
any
more
fucking.
coffee.
It's weird.
Can I get anyone
It's
thing when I'm up?
we are now
I'll be right
starting to
back.
get to, oh, I got more questions. But now the questions aren't like, is the prosecution going to fill in these holes? My questions are starting to be like, and court is back. Court is back. Hold on. Let's go back to the judge. I'm going to get to questions. I promise. I'm sorry I talked so much. I have so many thoughts after Blanca's testimony. I have so many thoughts. Judge, why can't I hear you? I just want to see the judge's face.
You may bring the jury.
Okay, that's why. All right, I'm going to get to as many questions as I can, but this witness, we're just going to be listening to what this witness has to say and tying things in, and I'm going to need to go find what witness testified about, like, the Capri Sun pouch, because that came up at the crime scene, and I have so many questions. Holly said, good morning from Omaha. Tinsley Cross is going to be ghost pepper level spicy. It was, and then the defense just absolutely noped right out of it, didn't they? They noped all the fucking way out. Can we just get an answer to the fire in their old home? Diesel all over the house. What the hell? T-Mac, I have no idea. I have no idea. But I've seen that a bunch of you have tagged me about it on Twitter. I will look into it. But is this another... Look, when I worked in the arson unit at the DA's office as a law clerk, 90% of what we dealt with was insurance stuff. So I have questions. I got a lot of questions, but we're not investigating that, but I have a lot of questions. And if they're saying Alex Crimes financial thefts dated all the way back, is it odd that there might be a sussy fire here and there? No, that's not odd. But that's all rampant speculation. Look, that's all speculation. No, we don't clap for speculation. Yeah, all speculation. I don't have my little chimes here on this soundboard. I need to update this soundboard for travel. I didn't anticipate traveling with a soundboard. This trial was supposed to be getting done. PJ's stage looked like she was going to stay. I don't know. Maybe? Testing 1, 2, 3. Daffy, my brain is doing that. Didn't the forensic folks say Alex's clothes smelled like laundry detergent? Yes. We all want to know how the clothes smelled so fresh and so clean after they had been out in a hot summer night where the police said Alec was sweaty AF. They didn't use those exact words, I'm paraphrasing. And they noted how unusual his clothes smelled so fresh when they opened them up in the evidence bag a few days later. So yes, I've got questions about the laundry. Like, how do you keep clothes in the South in the summer smelling fresh in a bag? Was the Capri Sun near Maggie's phone? I remember they talked about trash near her phone. There was trash near her phone on the roadside, but it was a can. The Capri Sun, as I remember, was at the crime scene, but that was so fucking long ago, and there was so much extemporaneous testimony since then that I can't remember. And if I can't remember, the jury might not be able to either, but a number of you were like, wait, because the Capri Sun pouch seemed weird to me at the crime scene. It was like, wait, what?
Ooh, a little chilly.
Wait, what?
It's chilly this morning in Los Angeles.
We just have to.
Thank
If
you. You
Agent
may
Croft-
proceed.
It was Agent Croft in the Captain America video. Okay. Tinsley testified that none of them had life insurance, so what the fuck was the roadside incident about? I don't know if Tinsley was correct because we've heard that the roadside incident was about insurance.
Mr. Waters, if you all be seated.
Dick, sit down. We heard that he had life
Ms.
insurance
Simpson.
from Dick after the roadside incident in a press conference.
I think where we left off,
I think it's possible he grabbed a clean
Well,
shirt to
let
give to
me-
Sled. I think it's possible. I think it's absolutely possible.
show you what's in it.
Oh.
Just,
Oh.
can you see those pants in state 7?
Hi, Sammy. Hi, sweetheart.
Show us.
Do you recognize those pants?
What's up?
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Do you recognize those pants in state 7?
Yes.
Oh, bye.
And how do you know those? How do you recognize them?
I took care of the laundry.
Have you cleaned them?
Yes, sir.
Where were these pants kept in state 7?
The left dresser and
I'm going to find state
The-
7 and show it at a break. I'll find it.
third drawer. Third or fourth drawer.
You know
They
that.
weren't, they weren't in the ones where, he had one drawer with shorts that he'd usually wear on the weekends, you know, the dressier ones. Those were kept in the drawer underneath that specific drawer.
So you know what drawers these were in?
Yes.
If you know from being there and taking care of the clothes.
Good
and
idea.
taking care of the
Our
family,
house
were
near
these-
a fire
These
station.
shorts you like to wear a lot or not?
Just kidding.
Did you
This is
see
a
that
little,
these shorts?
that's a
were-
little city planning humor for you,
And were these
for your
shorts
Friday.
clean the last time you saw them?
Yes.
Now, this shirt that's also in states 7, had you seen that shirt before?
Yes, sir.
Where was this shirt kept in the closet at Moselle?
Are you sleepy?
The
Oh,
top
are you
shelf,
sleepy?
above where his clothes
Sit
hang,
down.
the top shelf. There was a shelf.
Sit down.
And you've testified it looked like a shirt. had
No,
fallen
no,
from that
no,
shelf
no,
when
we're
you
not
got there
knocking
on
stuff
the morning of June
over.
8th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This shirt kept in the
Stop.
same place as the shirt.
They're
that
going with he changed clothes. of
Mommy
course.
will knock it over.
And the shirt that had fallen, what did you do with it after you picked it up?
I folded it back
You
up
do
and I
this.
placed it
Oh,
back
yes.
on the shelf.
Was it
Oh,
clean?
yes, calm
Yes,
down,
sir.
calm down.
Parents have a personal conversation, but you need to speak into the mic.
Yes, sir.
All right, look
Get
at
it,
this
Your
right
Honor.
there.
Yeah, counsel, go stand back at the podium like a fucking lawyer.
Had you cleaned this shirt?
Judge Sass.
It's in state 7, prior to June 7th of 2021.
I probably did.
And where would it have been placed after you cleaned it? Where would you have put it?
Up in the closet if there was no more room in the drawer.
Now, could we please play States 306, please?
Yeah, I got my wristband for the concert tonight. I'm very excited. Sorry. Had to let
Can
all
you
know that.
see, would you look right
It's
there
going to Dave Matthews.
at your monitor?
Do they still, I guess they still play. They're still banned. It just reminds me of a joke, an inside joke about Dave Matthews Band. I mean, it is funny.
Yes, sir.
Now, this, who's in the picture?
Alex,
And can you tell what kind of pants he's got on?
khaki pants.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of shoes he's got on from that, Miss Simpson?
It appears to be the pair of loafers.
No, it's that,
The house shoes.
in someone I
glad
know,
they
in
showed
their
Tell me what you mean
D&D,
by house
in their
shoes.
D&D,
Um,
they have this thing, there's a band
his
called the
shoes that he
Grave
would usually
Matthews
wear
Band.
around the house if he was wearing shoes.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have anything to do with socks.
So would he usually just wear them inside?
Told you, it was not a joke that
Yes,
anyone
sir.
was gonna laugh at
But
unless
these
you
appear to be those shoes.
knew the people
It appears
involved
to
in
be,
this
yes.
D&D.
And this shirt.
Sorry, I
that
didn't mean to
Alex
build it up
Rendell's
like
wearing
that. That's
on June
terrible. That
7th
was mean.
depicted
I'm
in
sorry, I didn't.
States 306. Had you seen that shirt prior to June 7th?
Maybe it has something to do
It
with
was in
socks.
the closet.
Okay. And what type
I
of
mean,
shirt?
doesn't
is it?
everything have to do with
Columbia
socks
shirt.
ultimately?
Columbia shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those type shirts did he have?
He had a few in the closet,
And
So
what color
not
is that
the
shirt?
work shirt.
just like a
Hi.
greenish aqua seafoam color.
Why do you keep using the term seafoam? I'm not fussing, I'm just asking.
The term seafoam, when Maggie was looking at different color palettes to paint, that color came up in one of the color palettes. So we would refer to it as a seafoam.
Because it is.
But that's the term that was used for that color.
So it's
in
like
one
a
of the color
blue, though,
palettes,
right? A blue-green?
that
Because it is
she had.
seafoam.
The fiddle
That's
player
exactly
had
what
a
the color
sock
is.
fetish.
And they have a
Oh,
beach
okay.
house.
June 7th of 2021, did you ever see
We
that
love a
shirt again?
seafoam. I get it.
No, sir. There was
Thank you,
like
Jen.
a
You
pink
touched
one,
her.
a white
It would have been a
one,
perfect teaching moment
baby
for
blue
everyone
in the
watching.
closet.
I stopped him and
I
said, there is
do
no
not
reason to
remember that
physically
shirt
touch the
being
witness
in.
counsel.
She remembers
And on
Alex
June
way better than I know my own
21,
Stand
clothes.
up
in
for
the morning
people,
hours when you
please.
came
And not only
back
just
over there,
women, stand up for
was that shirt
everybody.
there?
Dignity.
No, sir.
I'll tell you what might heal
Were
this
these
country.
shoes that you
Get
saw
some
house slippers, were
fucking
those there?
self-dignity
No,
in
sir.
you. And
Did you
dignity for
ever see
others.
those
My
house
goodness gracious.
shoes again?
Oh.
No, sir.
Sporty, lordy.
Where did he
Look
usually
who's
keep 'em?
sporty.
In the closet.
Well, not me.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
I need to be quiet. This is good stuff.
Did he have any other type shoes? Canvas or any kind of boat shoes?
He had a lot of shoes in the closet.
Do you remember any shoes that were canvas type shoes?
The boat shoes, like the Sperry,
Sperry shoes?
yes, sir.
And do you
So-
remember those?
Yes, sir. They used to sit in the closet.
Put on gloves if you're
used
going to
to
show
sit in
them,
the closet.
counsel. So the shoe,
After June
the
7th
closer
of
with the guns, they're just
2021, did you
missing,
ever see those Sperry boat shoes again?
missing
No,
clothes.
sir, I do not recall seeing them in the closet.
Never, ever.
No, sir.
Missing clothes, missing guns.
He did it. Okay. I don't know where the
Two
gun
missing
is.
guns, consistent with the murder weapon. Missing clothes, consistent with what he was wearing in the Snapchat video. State's case is turning around a little bit for me today. How about y'all?
Did you stay on?
I'll
and
take a
work
poll after her
for a
testimony
period of time for Alex Murdaugh at
about whether
the
this
motel?
testimony changes what you're thinking.
Yes, sir, I did.
And did your
We've got kitty
day-to-day
cam.
functions change after
Kitty Cam
June
coming in
7th
hot.
as far as
Coming in
Moselle
hot.
itself?
Kitty cam.
Yes,
Kitty.
sir, they did.
Well, tell them how that happened and what the
right.
change was.
Gus is napping for you
After
today.
after
Thank you,
Allie,
Gus.
after Maggie and Paul were killed,
Yay,
Alec,
kitty cam. It's the best one.
did not stay on the
Even
property.
I agree.
On the 10th, when I believe his father passed away, after
Sylvester
the,
Murdaugh.
yes. I believe after the service that we had
I wasn't
for
either,
him
mind,
at the
but I was
cemetery,
willing to
Alec
follow
called
the
and asked if
evidence.
my husband
but
and I
it became
would
very difficult very quickly.
stay
I
on the
noticed.
property because him and Buster were not going to be
So
able to
I'm
stay there.
grateful for the
So
clarity.
we agreed to take care of the property and maintain it while he said until he decides what he's going to do with it.
I mean, I appreciate reasonable doubt.
Did, in
I
fact, you
appreciate
and your
that
husband
is a
start
tenet of our
residing there
justice system.
for a period of time?
I think that is
We did.
that is a fine,
And what, will you pay for
fine
that?
item.
Yes, sir.
They became the
Would you
property
mind telling them how
managers.
much?
What?
He would give me $1,500 a week to make sure that anything needed for the farm was taken care of. And my husband and I would maintain cutting the grass on that property, which is a lot of grass
Yeah.
out there. And it would take in
Fair.
excess.
Oh,
of
yeah,
2
my
days to
truth.
cut
That's
it.
true. I didn't listen to all of the
Cut it.
podcast episodes.
Yes, sir. I would
so I
help
can
my husband.
appreciate that a lot of it was
Were you
woven
also
well
taking care of the
throughout
dogs?
Yes, sir.
Tell these folks what were the dogs' names?
That's good to know.
Grady
That's good to know,
and
Mike.
Bubba.
Grady and Bubba.
It's good
Yes,
to
sir.
have a lot of evidence.
You fed them?
Yes, sir.
Hi, you wanna come
Counsel.
over here? You
Took
wanna
care
be
of
on
'em?
kitty cam?
Yes, sir.
Counsel.
Where is
Come
Bubba?
on.
What's
Be on
today?
kitty cam.
Whatever today is, where's Bubba today?
He's with me.
Oh,
No,
Bubba.
you're not eating.
Bubba,
You're
I
not
feel
eating
so
my
much better
pork.
about
So
Bubba.
you have Bubba in your home.
We had an open
Yes,
loop.
sir, I do.
Come
Did
on.
Bubba's
Bubba
with
have his
Blanca.
own pen?
Yes, he did.
And I don't know if you've seen, but could, at some point, and I'll keep going to the video of,
Y'all, we were all kind of wondering where Bubba was. I
Well,
feel a
mean,
lot
I wish
better
it
about
never
it now.
happened, but maybe this will bring down
the
this,
chat had
at
deep
least
concern
part
for
of this
Bubba.
dynastical
I'm so glad she has
Before we get
Bubba.
there,
bullshit in
when-
South
I'm
Carolina,
sorry, I'm
at
going back to this
least.
real quick.
Perhaps.
Is that the shirt he left for the
Perhaps
office in
that's
that
the
day?
good
No,
news
sir.
coming out of
Oh,
this.
okay. The shirt in
Exposure
the
and
Snapchat video of the
transparency
tree
about
is a different shirt than he went to work
corruption.
in.
Now, whether
So he
they
came
do
home from
something
work,
about it is a
changed into his
completely
around the
different
house clothes,
story.
and those clothes are now missing.
Right?
Had you ever seen Bubba with an animal in his mouth?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell him about that, please, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
know, you don't know. It's
Bubba
true.
was
We're not
sassy.
on the jury.
When Bubba
so
was running
we can
around,
say
if
what-
I would-
what we really want.
I or anybody, if the chickens were running out of the coop, he would chase the chickens and he would just go after the chickens or the guineas, whatever was out there.
And would you ever catch him?
Yes, he would.
All right. And how would Bubba, the chicken, get out of Bubba's mouth? And
You have to make several attempts to get the chicken out of his mouth, and at points he would growl at you if you tried to take his toy. Basically, that's what he,
in your experience in being there, was it easier for a
Wow,
family
what a-
member or somebody
what a nice
Bubba knew to get the
dog.
chicken out?
if he's
Yes.
stubborn.
Yes. Yes. This is good questioning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But would it take a period of time to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Yes, it would.
Good questions, counsel. Because the chicken was found just sitting in the feed room at the crime scene. It wasn't discarded. It wasn't just lying around. Someone from the family got the chicken away from Bubba. And this was less than 3 minutes before the murders happened, according to the
Yes,
state.
Okay,
Did
I'm
you
a
have
little
a conversation
confused.
with Alex Murdaugh about a shirt?
Bubba wasn't running away
Yes,
from
I
some
did.
stranger.
And let's go back.
Oh, okay, all right, I
Where did this
understand.
take
That
place?
It's a
Snapchat
little
video
house.
is this case.
Wow.
What do you mean, the little house?
After Paul and Maggie were killed, Alec was not
Alec didn't
staying
know
at
about the
Moselle. My
Snapchat,
husband and I
right?
were, and he would often stay in different places. But all his clothes and toiletries and everything were placed in the house that sits between Mr. Johnny Parker and his brother Randy. There's a small 2-bedroom house right there, and that's
Oh
where all
my
his
God, it
belongings
proves he's
at
there,
the time went.
even though he's not on camera. They
In
have to
Hampton.
analyze the audio of that. Can they do
Furnished
that?
this
I
little
don't know if
house
you can
with
engineer
clothes
audio
and
like
toiletries
that.
and make sure stuff was.
I did.
I don't know. That's very.
So she got,
And who was Alex Murdaugh
house set
staying
up.
there with when he stayed there? If anybody?
Right.
He never stayed
fell out
there.
of
He
his
would just
pocket
go
or something.
and get
Oh,
his
maybe.
clothing
I don't know.
and eat whatever, if he would have a snack or something. He wasn't really,
But he still wasn't that bloody.
Well, during the month of August, do you remember him having a
Although-
conversation with you about a shirt?
what?
yes, sir.
Did you
What?
find that to be unusual?
Yes, sir.
What?
Yep,
Tell
you're
them
right,
what the
Mike.
conversation was and why you found it unusual.
Tell us.
Please.
He walked in to the little house, and I was getting ready to leave. And he said, B, I need to talk to you. And he said, come here, sit down. So I went in the living room. I sat down, and he was pacing back and forth in the living room. And he said, I got a bad feeling. He said, I got a bad feeling. He said, something's not right. And then he said,
Watch
he said, well,
out.
there's a video, there was a video that was out. I hadn't seen a video. And he said, you remember the shirt I was wearing, that Vinnie Vine shirt? That's what he said to me. And in my mind, I was saying, I don't remember Vinnie Vine's
Vinnie
shirt. It
Vines.
was the polo shirt. But I didn't mention, he said, well, you know what, I was wearing that shirt, he said, in the, that day. And still, I was just
It's a
I
confusing,
didn't say anything, but I was
it's a
kind
confusing
of
question from him.
Sus?
thrown back because I don't remember that. I don't remember him wearing that shirt that day when he left. I know what shirt he was wearing because I fixed the collar, and the collar's a different material.
Right.
And I don't know what a Vinnie Vine shirt is. But
Vineyard
when he left that day, was he
Vines.
wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt?
God, it's an
Or was
an
he wearing
annoying
the collar you
brand.
described?
It was a polo shirt.
Polo. Just using your common sense, that it appeared to you he was trying to tell you to say, I was wearing this shirt.
That's speculation.
Sustained, that's
Look.
the formal question.
Look,
How did you take that conversation?
Dick's trying to distract because this is bad for him.
I felt like I felt confused at first, and then I know what he was wearing the day he left the house, and I was basically confused. I didn't really know
And then,
whether he was trying to
yes,
get me to say that shirt, if I was to be asked that if
Yes, he
that
was.
was the shirt he was wearing.
yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Ms. Blanco.
Follow up with that.
He told
Same as
people
Miss
to
Shelley.
lie for him. He tried to
Lie
get
about the time at the mom's
people
house.
to
Lie about what he's wearing.
lie.
Lie about the time at the mom's house. Lie about what you're wearing.
Oh,
The
my
clothes are
darling,
missing.
I
The
left
guns
you
are
so
missing. And he's
very
asked two people to lie.
far.
That is
You're
too many coincidences too
so
far, y'all.
very far.
The case may be circumstantial, and that's fine.
Oh, poor
But
boy.
when you have people trying to cover their tracks after a video is out, that is a whole. No, what did Dick say? That's a horse of a different color? Or maybe now the jury is all singing from the same sheet of music.
455, 457 for ID only.
I know, I
Counsel, don't
sang.
lose focus.
Do you recognize?
You like
that-
that
Dick only
song?
objects
that
when
they
shit's
relate
bad
to
for
this
him.
money Without saying what they are.
Good.
He was trying to get me to change.
On September 4th of 2021, did you have a conversation with defendant Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
Okay. And what did he ask you to do?
He asked me to send him a photo of the insurance cards.
And do you know what day of the week that was? And I'll go back here so you don't.
Alex, like, I think I'm
Dick, go back to
fucked.
the podium.
I think I'm fucked.
I don't
And,
remember the
I'm pretty
day.
sure
All
I'm
I know
fucked.
was it's
I'm
on
fucked.
my
I'm
phone.
fucked, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
He asked you to send him a copy of his medical card?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm fucked. Yeah, I'm fucked.
it was on a
alright.
Saturday morning because the next day was my daughter's birthday. That early that morning when he called me, he asked me, when I sent him the picture of the plastic insurance card, he said, no, I need the cardboard one. Well, the cardboard one was in Maggie's purse. It wasn't in the area where I
What
usually
else is in
kept the
Maggie's
cards.
purse?
Yep, sure
in the
looks like
cabinet.
obstruction to me and
So I
witness
told him, I said,
tampering.
it's in Maggie's purse. He said, well, go ahead and get the cards
my.
and send me a picture of them. And
else is in
I
Maggie's
asked him if he was okay, and he said,
Are you ready for your
well, I'm
morning
just getting some routine exams done. He said, and I need the number so I could go ahead and schedule these appointments. And it was a
brother?
Saturday because I was thinking, where's he gonna go to
No,
get
no, let's not do wires.
appointments done on a Saturday. But I didn't say anything. I went and I took pictures and I sent him all the copies of the cards.
Oh, the cheese may is
That I
coming in
found.
hot. What else?
We'd offer say 455, 457.
What else? What else?
First of all, he consulted with me about this as he walked up to me a moment ago. I don't quite understand this.
Hey, that's a speaking
Don't you
objection,
though?
Dick, my guy.
Don't you understand it though?
I'm sorry, if he would just consult with me for a moment and tell me what the relevance is, but he hadn't told me.
Your permission?
Yes, sir.
Dick, shut up. What else is in Maggie's purse? This is a reason for her going into Maggie's purse.
Sorry, Your Honor, we sort of just talked. Surprise.
Did you hear Dick just say surprise? He's saying that in front of the jury to make it seem like the state is springing stuff on him, which they can't do.
Wow.
This is what
try
Dick does.
everything.
Objection.
He's gonna try
What's the
everything.
objection?
Hey, Dick, you're such a dicker.
Mr. President, I
You're just a
apologize.
dick.
I apologize. I
my
had
God,
no
oh my God.
previous made objection to this document concerning this issue. I apologize.
Dirty bad. He's a daddy bad.
I will
Dick,
break
you're
this
a
down at the
daddy
podium.
bad.
4:55.
Dick, you're a daddy,
here, okay?
daddy, daddy,
Yeah, stay at the podium,
bad.
counsel.
Daddy,
Were
daddy,
you texting with Alex
daddy,
Murdaugh
We're
about
too
sending
stressed.
these cards?
daddy, dick.
Yes, I was.
And that's the text, and is that the?
Too many
medical
dicks
card
in the
routine?
courtroom. Too many dicks.
One of the medical cards I sent him a picture of, yes.
Too many dicks.
The prosecution should have argued the relevance
Please
in front of the
listen
jury
carefully.
because Dick
Don't
was
go any farther
talking.
than my answer ask, okay?
Yes, sir.
Oh, we're in dangerous territory.
After
Why?
this date,
Too
September
many dicks
4th,
in the courtroom.
2021, the junior husband. quit
If
living
you have
in
not
Missouri.
watched all of the Flight of Conchords at least 7 times, I don't know why you're.
He asked for the insurance cards right before he had someone shoot him in the head on the side of the road.
Dicks on
What?
the text.
That's
Oh,
September
too many
4th.
dicks.
He's asking for the insurance cards September 4th.
Couple other questions, and I know everybody be glad I'm sitting. down.
Saturday, when he
Um,
got shot on the side of the road.
In addition to.
That's why they're
cleaning
treading
the house,
carefully.
Did you ever look at Maggie's Mercedes?
There's so
Okay,
much to
clean it.
weave together. It kind of feels
I
like
did.
the
What if he
coup,
sends you
doesn't
back?
it, Jen? Feels like there's
As I was
so
cleaning the
much to
vehicle,
weave together.
removing her,
Ma'am?
I need to.
Gives a date, or at least a range.
I
of
need to
dates.
see if there's any headlines.
You
Damn
see
it!
how flustered Dick is?
Please, it's Friday. Let's
that
drop
was
some. Let's drop
about a
some.
week after.
Drop it like it's hot, Merrick.
After the murders,
Drop it like it's hot.
do you remember when you cleaned her car?
I cleaned the car when they asked me to pick it up from the
Impound.
sheriff's, the impound sheriff's department.
And who asked you to pick it up?
Randy and his wife had dropped off Paul's truck, and they were getting ready to leave to go out of town, so he asked if my husband and I could go pick up the Mercedes from the impound and bring it back to the house.
And did you clean it after that?
I did,
And what did you
Because she was
find? if
taking
anything?
care.
but she still had paint for the Edisto
take my
house that
doggy
she was
out
trying to
soon.
touch up some areas at the house in Edisto. She had some pillows she was gonna
She sounds
return.
nervous.
And as I moved the seat to clean, to vacuum underneath the driver's side seat, I found her ring.
Or what?
Her
Her
ring?
ring,
Her wedding ring?
her wedding band.
What?
Now, did Maggie, based on your time with her and experience, like being at Moselle by herself?
No.
What?
And leading up to the murders, was
Oh,
she
what's he
anxious
doing?
about
What's he
anything?
saying? Where's our lip readers? Where's
She
our
had
lip
a
readers?
conversation with me.
Dang it.
She had a
Bring it.
conversation with me
Hi.
a few months prior. I walked in the house and
Would not
Maggie
find that.
said,
Hey, love.
"Hey, Blanc," she said, "I got to talk to you. I got something to tell you." And so she said, "Let me make some coffee." And she went and made a pot of coffee.
Divorce.
She made me a cup. She made herself. We went. She said,
Oh,
"Let's go talk."
shit
And
balls.
we went into the hunting room.
When
Oh,
was
fuck
this?
me.
And he closed the door.
Oh, boy.
'Cause Alec was sleeping in the bedroom, which is on the other side of the house, but she closed the door. When Maggie closed the door,
Your side.
Response?
Judge, I think, was she anxious about money issues?
I object to.
Did you see?
You objected, and
Did you see Dick throw the papers?
But he is.
I understand
Did you see Dick throw the papers?
your objection.
Did you see Dick throw the papers?
Well,
Did you
I
see
don't
him?
care what you're doing. There's an objection to the previous question. The objection is sustained.
Oh my God, oh my
While
God.
entertaining objection, you cannot pose another question.
Correct.
Yeah.
Objection is sustained.
Yeah, what was that? Crate and barrel.
Counsel, did you?
God,
Did the
crate
judges
and
say
barrel.
yes,
What's
sure?
the problem?
Dick is losing his mind. Dick is losing his mind. Counsel, you need to be able to object to the legal grounds of hearsay. It's not hearsay.
I'm
This is a matter
losing
that
my
needs to
case.
put
I
on
think
the
my
record.
camera's a
All right,
little
ladies and
screwed.
gentlemen,
I
I have
know
you go
that.
to the jury room.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
That's the case.
Oh, this
He's
is gonna
doing
be
this
bad.
about
Okay, I'm
the
gonna
judge
clean
is
my
about
camera.
to
Hold
chew
on,
on
just as actually, I
everyone's
should
ass.
like turn my camera off. That's so dumb.
The judge is so irritated. Dick is right on this one that the counsel cannot do what he just did.
Yeah,
but
that was-
here
it
is the
felt like a
thing.
rookie
Dick
move.
distracts from the evidence that's damaging to his case.
Jen,
And
I have
this
questions
witness
about that.
has
I wonder
all
if this
of the
guy
damaging
is,
testimony, and Dick is
not that he
losing
would throw
his
something because,
fucking
ay,
mind
ay,
about
ay,
it.
but
And
I
that
don't
is
know.
why Dick is doing the
I'm not-
cross-examination of this witness, so he can do dramatic
Yeah.
shit like stand up and throw
Why?
papers
What's the matter?
when
You
he's
really look
frustrated about
indecisive,
stuff.
my darling.
And the judge needs to yell at both of these attorneys to get them in order.
I hope
But
she
I
will.
want to
I
see
hope
him
Grandpa
excuse the
Judge
witness, and I
will.
Yes, sir. If everyone will be seated.
want to see the judge's face, not
He
Blanca's.
looks
Blanca's,
really
this isn't
angry.
your fault, babe.
It's not your fault.
This is the attorney's.
Oh, look at him. Grandpa's mad.
We're aware of that conversation, but I objected, knowing where he was going, which was, and in that same interview, by the way, that she gave about a statement where Maggie said that she was concerned about money, she also indicated Maggie was never concerned about money. Either way, it's hearsay. He said, before Your Honor ruled, was she concerned about money?
He did say
or
that.
wasn't she concerned about money? He testified, which is to hearsay. I would move for mistrial. I think it's unduly prejudicial based on the last 3 weeks we've heard of financial misconduct. On
Dick
part
moves
of
for a
the defendant.
mistrial.
I would move for a mistrial. I would move that it's not a mistrial because I don't think, even if you give this jury an instruction, you can't unring the bell.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my
You
God.
can't correct that. And now I've had to draw attention to it, even more so by objecting to it. He knew that was wrong.
And throwing your
Thank you, Your
papers.
Honor.
You also threw your papers like a dramatic
Meadows.
child.
And for the record, I apologize for that question. I don't have to
So
say it. I'm
we're
sorry.
not here about apologies. Go ahead.
And I can't help it.
Yes, sir.
Judge, under 803, and what I should have brought to the court's attention first, 803.3, we think this would be admissible.
It
Hearsay
is.
exception.
It is an
Then
exception.
existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation,
But you
or
haven't
physical
said
condition.
when this
We think it
was.
fits under that rule.
All right, my dog is ready
How
for a
she
walk.
was,
It's the most important time.
we have a
And that's all I
trial.
was going to listen.
So
we have a
I will
trial.
be back.
And hearsay was coming out a little bit there. A lot of hearsays come out in this trial. There wasn't, and it just was rolling. I wasn't trying to.
No, you don't get
claim
just
that
ask
for
about
him.
hearsay because nobody's objected.
But I do think respectfully it comes in there, we'd like you to consider under 803.3, Judge. And that's
Lawyer.
what I should have said before I asked the question. Again, for the record, say I'm sorry.
You're sorry doesn't help. But it is state of mind.
803.3,
But there's
the
no
following
date.
are not excluded by the hearsay rule, even though the declarant is available as a witness.
Declarant's unavailable. Declarant is dead.
A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feelings, pain, and bodily health,
A couple
not
is not
including
enough.
a statement of memory
They
or
need
belief to prove the
closer.
fact remembered or
They need
believed,
to narrow down the date.
unless it
more.
relates to the execution, revocation, identification, or terms of declarant's will.
And declarant's unavailable because declarant is dead.
All right, Mr. Harpootlian?
Obviously, Your Honor, I don't think that's covered by 803.
Yeah, it is.
All right, guys, I'm gonna
Well, I
be
know
back in a little
it's
bit. I'll be
clear.
monitoring and just hang in there, and I will be there. This is the best part. It'll be so interesting. I'll be listening, but I'm running an X. Bye-bye.
We heard a question, then an objection, and then another question while the court was listening to your objection.
Yes.
So we'll have a proffer of this testimony and see where it's going.
Maggie Murdaugh anxious if anything.
Proffer.
Murder that she expressed.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Please tell the judge what it was.
She was worried because a lawsuit had been presented stating that they wanted $30 million. Maggie was crying. Maggie said, we don't have that kind of money, Blanc. And that's what she used to call me. She said, we don't have that. She said, if I could give them everything that I got and make this go away, she said, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Vote case.
I'm not, she said, I'll start over. We'll start over. She said, I just want it gone.
Vote case. Vote case.
This moment, we're listening to a proffer. Go ahead.
Would that be instead of that long, would that be like money issues that she was worried about?
The money issues dealing with the lawsuit.
And Your Honor, that's all I was going to offer, or I asked for money issues. I wasn't looking to even go in detail on what she said there.
You should get all of that in. That is all relevant. That is all highly relevant.
I don't quite understand how this fits into, first, the what you allowed in under 403.
Boat case, motherfucker. Boat case.
The and raised Jessica. Right. It is her perception that the lawsuit, for $30 million, put
Maggie's
financial stress
perception.
on her.
Maggie.
There's not any. She's not relating that Alex has any stress on him. He's the one on trial. Her perception that the $30 million was concerning her.
She wanted to settle.
She's not accused. That is, Maggie Murdaugh is not the defendant here. There's no connecting it to the defendant. I don't understand not only is it hearsay, it's not relevant to the issues being litigated here. Her state of mind.
The murder victim's state of mind is relevant if they think that her spouse did it.
How that relates.
Anything further?
No, sir.
And she knows
We've
about the
had
money.
testimony elicited by the defense throughout the trial from
Happy marriage.
witnesses
Everything's
portraying the family as a loving and happy marriage.
Yep.
Question posed to Mr. Gibson, I believe it was, and to the other friend of Paul's and Buster's, as to whether the family was anxious or seemed to have any concerns or issues going on.
Hello, defense. Meet the door that
time.
you've opened.
And I find that this testimony properly responds to that testimony, and the objection is overruled.
Get into all of it. Counsel's, because of Dick's objection, more testimony is going to come in than this attorney
let's
planned.
Take a 1 minute stretch before the jury comes back.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dick, you did it to yourself. Oh my God. Today has made up. We have waited 15 days to have a trial where shit was popping off. We have seen Dick his papers and bring attention to all of this. And the court has turned around and said, you have elicited all of this testimony, Dick. You have elicited all of the testimony. And this counteracts the testimony that this is a perfect, loving family. Maggie was afraid of the boat case, and this attorney was not ready to elicit all of it. And because of Dick's objection, and because Dick was, we need a mistrial, we ended up at a proffer, and this attorney can now ask more than I think he was going to because of Dick's response. So shortly in the month 2 leading up to the murders, Maggie felt under pressure. Maggie was afraid of the boat case. Very, very interesting. And it also sounds like Maggie might have been ready to settle the boat case. We also heard that Maggie's car had been taken by SLED and searched for evidence. How did SLED not notice that her fucking wedding ring is in the car? How did they not notice? I mean, the coroner might notice and talk about it, but her wedding ring is in the vehicle. That's a whole different situation than what the defense is presenting. And Blanca has turned out to be the witness that is turning everything around in this case. So I am not surprised. For those of you in the chat, like, oh my God, Dick just moved right to a mistrial. I'm not surprised. Of course he did. He's like, this can't be unrung in front of the jury, because the attorney was improper. The prosecutor stepped right the fuck in it and shouldn't have. What the prosecutor did is what these attorneys have been getting away with the entire trial. And the prosecutor, it's like when you don't yell at your kid for the same thing, and then one day you yell at them and they're like, what the fuck? That's been fine. Like, that's always been fine. Why are you yelling at me about this now? That's how this attorney's acting. But Dick objected. Here's what happened. Dick objected, and as the court is waiting to rule on the objection, the attorney starts rephrasing his question and makes it worse. Because what the attorney said was Maggie worried about money? And that's when Dick threw his paper. But the jury's going to remember Dick's reaction, maybe more than the question. So if you're on this jury, you're coming back into this court on high fucking alert about what's going on. Because you just saw lawyers throwing papers in the courtroom. So, but this jury's going to walk back in like, oh, damn. And it sounds like Maggie wanted to settle the boat case. I have been very critical of the prosecution for the ordering of their witnesses. This ordering is fucking brilliant. The ordering of witnesses is brilliant because we saw the rage between Mark Tinsley and Alec Murdaugh. We saw that Mark Tinsley wanted to burn it down on the boat case. It is not hard for me to imagine that Alec was like,
Thank you.
fuck
The,
you,
last
I'm not
objection,
settling. And that
is
Maggie
overruled,
wanted to
and
settle.
You may proceed.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, we're back in court. We're back in court. We're back in
Simpson,
court.
in the days leading
We're
up
back in
to
court.
the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, based on your time with her, was Maggie Murdaugh anxious about anything?
She was concerned about the amount of money that they were requesting on that lawsuit. 30 million is what she told me.
Keep going.
You was marked
Keep
29.
going.
Pose a question. There's an objection. The court overruled the objection. And do you want the witness to answer the question that you posed?
Yes, sir. I see it.
Well, you posed a separate question.
Yes, sir. And I thought she had answered. You said she was worried about 30 million. Can you explain that more?
That wasn't your question. That there was an objection to. Do you withdraw the question that you posed prior to the
He
court
doesn't
ruling
remember.
on the
Ask for it to be
objection?
read back, counsel.
Or you forgot the question?
Yes, he did. He
The world,
absolutely
yes.
forgot. He absolutely forgot.
Proceed.
She
And
was.
that was Dick's goal.
What was she anxious about?
Dick's goal was to make him forget the question.
She said she knew the amount of money that they
Sweating.
were asking, but she felt that Alec was not being truthful to her with regard to what exactly was going on with that lawsuit. She said, he doesn't tell me everything.
Oh my, oh my. That's more still. Every time they keep asking more comes out. More. Counsel, what then? What did she say next? What did she say next? What did she say next? Just ask it. I'm going to fall off my fucking chair. Just ask it.
It was March State's 297. Excuse me, entered as 297.
Remember, Alec, I don't know why this is the attorney for this witness, but here we are.
Get it. Get back. Quit, Cash. Come on. Quit. It's okay. Come on. Come on, Cash. Get it. Hey, he got burners now. Barbara. Hey, Barbara. It's a guinea. There's a chicken. Come on, Cash. Come on, Cash. Quit.
Ms. Blanca, had you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think maybe in prior statements or something that, had you said, do you recognize voices on there?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize?
It's Paul, Maggie, Alec.
And if previously, have you said in a memo or a memorandum interview that you thought you may have heard another voice?
Yes, sir, I
What?
did, at a distance.
But having listened to it again, have you listened to it this week?
Oh, there's
Not a-
conflicting testimony.
On TV, have you seen it?
I have, there's only 3 voices, Alec, Maggie, and Paul.
So after hearing it several times, is that your conclusion?
Yes, sir.
She's got conflicting testimony. Interesting. That'll come up in cross.
Just a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
Counsel, I need to talk. Can you hurry it up?
Would Miss Maggie Murdaugh, did she go down to the kennels at night by herself?
No, sir.
Can you say that emphatically? What, do you know that?
She was scared. It got dark out there.
Real dark.
So would she go down there by herself?
No.
Did she like to go down there when it wasn't dark?
She did.
And did she like playing with the dogs?
She always took the dogs with her.
Which dogs were hers?
Grady and Bubba were always with her.
Okay. So when she was at Edisto, where would Grady and Bubba be?
She would, sometimes she would take both of them, but the majority of the time, in the last few months, she was alternating. She would take one or if not the other.
Because she's in the middle of a remodel. 2 dogs
Can you
seems like
tell
a
us
lot in a
about
remodel. That's
the
fair.
defendants? Did you ever see him with his cell phone? Alex Murdaugh, did you ever see him use his cell phone?
Counsel, calm down.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury his habits with the cell phone? Would he have it a lot? Did he use it a lot?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay.
He was always on his phone.
Say that again?
He was always on his phone.
Has she identified Alec in court yet? I don't think so.
Paul, were you familiar with his habits as regarding cell phones?
He better not forget.
The times that he was there at the house, he was always on his phone. If he'd go in the shower or whatever, he'd play his country music on the phone. But that's the extent that I know from what I observed being there in the house.
I mean, generally, not always country in
And
the
when
shower,
you were
but sometimes.
on June 8th,
me,
and you've talked about it, and I'm not
always
trying to
on
rehash
the
that,
phone.
but on June 8th of 2021, when you went to clean up the house, is that pretty much what you saw in the bathroom, the pants and the damp towel?
Yes, so there was
2 damp towels.
there was a rug right as you step out of the shower, and there was like a slight puddle of water, a towel, a white towel, and then a pair of khaki pants.
But you didn't see any bloody clothes or anything like that?
No, sir.
If she identified him before the break, I might have missed it because I was doing all the things, like I was having the most. Here's what she said that is going to be or should be a cornerstone of the closing argument. Maggie thought that Alec was lying to her and didn't tell her everything about what was going on financially with the boat case. That is a very big bit of testimony that actually starts to tie together the he's trying to cover his tracks motive that the state is going with, because we now have somebody saying Maggie knew that she was being lied to. And that cannot be understated. They moved through it quickly, but that
Is the individual in
is
states?
huge testimony. Huge testimony. Woo!
Is that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you please, is it Alex Murdaugh sitting between Mr. Harper
Sitting
and
right
Mr.
there. Yes, sir.
And the record is reflecting, thank you.
They
Judge.
identified him. Good job,
Have you
counsel.
ever seen that shirt again?
No, sir, not to.
They're showing the
not
tree
to my
video.
knowledge.
The clothes he was wearing in the tree video, she never saw the shirt and shoes again.
Have you ever seen
Never
these
saw the
shoes
pants.
again that he's wearing here?
No, sir.
Clothes are gone, guns are gone, wedding ring is gone. He asks her to lie about the shirt he's wearing. He asks Shelley Smith to lie about the amount of time he's at the mom's house.
Sperry shoes, have you ever seen those again?
No, sir.
That's all, thank you.
Good. Dick, I will lose my fucking mind if you are an asshole to this woman. I know it's your job, but you can do your job without being a dickhead. I know. I wasn't name calling him. I'm saying he can do it without being that way. I know.
And my name's Dick Harpuglia, and I represent the man you know as Alex.
I know who you are, Dick.
Yes, sir, I met you before.
I don't think we've ever met before, have we?
Yes, we have.
We've met?
Yes, sir, at the house. Maggie's funeral.
Oh, at Maggie's funeral, yes. I apologize.
Get it,
A lot
Blanca.
of people there that day.
Yes, sir.
She's not afraid of you, Dick. You
Alex
probably
has
looked over
always
her.
referred to you when people ask who
Uh-huh.
you are as
Of
his
course you
friend,
did.
correct?
That is correct.
Never called you his housekeeper, right?
That is correct.
He always, when he introduced you as his friend.
That is correct.
Now,
Is
you've
Dick trying to
also, I
remind
think,
her
in
whose
multiple
friend
interviews
she
with,
is?
Sweat and other folks described, I think the words were, Maggie was his all.
Whose friend are you,
Isn't that what
Blanca?
you told Sweat?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, Maggie was his all?
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her as
Treated her with the
somebody he adored,
respect he wouldn't
correct?
have lied to her.
Exactly, yes, sir.
Now, I think they also asked you if you ever saw them have any arguments, and
No, I did not ask that. Objection.
Outside the,
Restate the question, please.
outside the scope of direct?
Sweat asked you if you ever seen them have any arguments. I don't quite understand the basic objection, Your Honor.
Restated the question, you may respond.
What was the question again, sir?
Did you ever see them have any arguments?
I never saw them have arguments. It was just minor disagreement because of the remodeling.
And I think you cite specifically, they had, when you said they had arguments, it was about the paint colors, for instance.
Just because you don't
One
see
of
my
them
husband
was
and I
Maggie
argue
was
doesn't
set
mean we
on
don't.
getting a certain white, and Alec was saying, just get whatever white, basically. You know, he didn't care. She wanted a specific white, and he just didn't.
There are
You never saw them have
900,000
any
different
violent
colors of
arguments
white.
Or argue about money, or argue about relationships. It was all the minor things that most couples go through, picking paint colors and those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, to some, they would disagree on, it wasn't that they disagreed. The only thing that I remember Maggie saying was that she just wanted him to sit still and listen to her for at least 10 minutes at a time, because he was always on the go.
Is that an uncommon complaint between husbands and wives? or
Objection
wives and
calls for
husbands?
speculation.
I want you to just listen to me. Is that right?
She would get frustrated because of that.
Right. You
Did
ever tell
anyone
your husband
diagnose
that? Just
Alec with
listen to me.
ADHD?
Sit, please.
All the time.
I feel like
Okay.
we're missing a piece of the story.
So, let me talk a little bit about the
She wanted him to sit
morning
still
of
and
the
listen.
7th,
Yes, sir.
and then the morning of the 8th, because I understand you left before Paul, Maggie, or Alec was on the Moselle property on the 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're going to talk about those texts in just a minute between you and Maggie, but you fixed
Also-
some dinner for them.
I did.
And did you set a table, or did they have to go get their own plates and put them out?
No, I left the food on the stove.
Right.
I don't know why the closed captioning aren't working.
Normally, the next day, the pots would still be on the stove, right?
Yes, sir.
Would they clean up their plates or leave those in the sink, or how would that go?
Sometimes the plates would be in the living room. There was no plates in the living room. They were in the sink.
Okay, but when you got there on the morning of the 8th? they
The
were-
plates were in the sink. They were not in the living room.
Okay, now,
That's
are you aware of how
cross-examination.
many people were in
This is
there,
cross-examination.
how many friends?
So that's
law
why it
partners,
sounds like he's
his
putting words in her
sister,
mouth. That's
who
the
was
art
in
of cross.
the Moselle house on the night of the 7th?
No, sir.
Okay, if I told you there were 12 to 15 of them, would that surprise you? I mean, Maggie and Paul just killed. Was he very close with his law partners?
Objection compound.
Okay.
What
His
question
sister,
are you
Lynn?
asking, Dick?
You know Lynn?
Pick
I
one.
don't, I met her at Maggie's, when Maggie passed.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that the,
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Compound.
ask her if she knows, Your Honor.
Well, the objection is sustained. You cannot testify.
Let me make it more general than this. Do you know if anyone that evening of those people moved the food from the stovetop to the refrigerator?
Right. No foundation. She doesn't know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about
Could have been.
the room, the bedroom, and, well, let me ask you this. Let's back off just a little bit.
I hate the way
You
he
drove
questions.
over from his mother and father's house, correct?
Maybe he'll
That
ask
is
what
correct.
time.
That morning, the 8th, to Moselle.
What time? Just ask her what time.
Yes, sir.
We just don't
And
know.
instead of coming in your normal way, which would have been the entrance by the kennels, where there, did you see all the police down there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You drove up to the main entrance that would go straight up to the house, or if you took a right on that road, you'd end up back down at the kennels, right?
Yes, sir.
And you came up that, were there police around the house up there?
Not around the house.
Okay. Did anyone question whether you should go into the house or not?
No, sir.
Was there anybody in the house other than you?
No, sir, it was me.
So did you find it strange that this was a crime scene?
Objection.
Need to hear the question.
Calls for
Question
facts,
would
not in
be,
evidence.
Did you find it strange there was no law enforcement present at the house that morning?
That's not what he was asking.
Question.
Go ahead.
He rephrased it.
It wasn't strange because there was law enforcement all over on the kennel side. It wasn't strange that they allowed me to go into the house.
Well, let me ask you this. Did anybody from SLED show up while you were there that morning?
Good question.
I believe there was an officer. I do not recall the officers.
Do you remember somebody coming in to search the house
Let
while
her
you were there?
finish.
There were several agents that came through.
Right, but you'd been there for a while before they got there?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you about clothes you'd found, or did they ask you about anything that you found out of the ordinary, anything like that?
That's
I
compound.
didn't ask any questions. They didn't ask me. They just went about doing what they were doing.
And were they going from room to room? Were they looking for things under the bed? Do you remember?
It appeared that that's what they were doing, sir.
Okay, but that was after you got there and picked up the bathroom, picked up
The prosecution
towel.
didn't make
No,
that
sir.
clear.
I hadn't picked up anything at that point because I was still in shock and I was still trying to process what had just happened to my friend.
So they would have seen the khaki pants on the floor.
Objection.
Calls for
Did they
speculation.
go into the bathroom?
I couldn't tell you, sir. The laundry room sits on the other side of the house, and I had to take some time to process what had happened to Maggie and Paul. I know I saw agents that went upstairs to Paul's room. I saw them walking through the house, sir, but I don't know what they took, what they didn't took. All I can tell you is what I saw when I got there.
That's right, Blanca.
After, while they're there or after they left, is that when you went into the bathroom and saw the khaki pants, somebody taking a shower, there was a towel on the
She didn't
floor?
say that.
Khaki pants on the floor. Was that before or after they left?
All compound, Dick, but okay.
Yeah, after.
Okay, so all those items would have been there for those folks to see, as far as you know.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Dick, didn't you argue that SLED did a sloppy investigation?
Now, let me ask you.
Isn't that your argument? Isn't that the whole purpose of your argument? We all agree with you now.
They keep showing you this picture by the tree of Alex. And
video,
he appears
Dick.
to have on a khaki pair of pants in that picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Dick's allowed to lead its cross-examination.
I'm sure he had a number of
For those
different
of you
pairs of
asking,
khaki
he is.
pants. But were those khaki pants similar to the ones he has on in the picture? Could they be the same ones?
They could be, but he had several.
Right. And in terms of somebody had taken a shower, it looked like there was water on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Now, did Alex take a number of showers every day? Was he a prolific shower taker?
Not that I'm aware. He would get up in the morning, take a shower, and go to work.
I mean,
But
it's the
did he
South in
take
the summer. I
showers
take
other
two.
times during the day?
I wasn't there in the evening hours, so I don't know.
Okay.
It's the
So,
South
but
in
it
the summer.
wasn't unusual for when you got there to find a towel on the floor and water on the floor from him having taken a
That
shower?
wasn't unusual, no.
Okay.
So did he
And,
regularly leave his
I
towels on the
think
floor, Blanca?
that when
Is
you
he
were
that
asked
guy?
about a shirt, and we can pull this if you want to go back to, whether there was a shirt there also, you said you couldn't remember. Is that correct?
With regard to,
Whether there was a shirt with the khakis on the floor. You said, I couldn't remember.
I could not remember whether there was a shirt with a khaki pants. All I remember is a white damp towel sitting there.
Okay, and the khaki pants.
Yes, sir.
But you don't remember whether, and I think you told the grand jury, I don't remember whether it was a shirt or wasn't a shirt, correct?
That is correct.
And that's today. You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor. You just can't, you can tell them you don't remember, correct?
What was your question?
You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor because you can't remember whether there was a shirt on the floor or not. Isn't that what you told the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we know there's a pair of khaki pants.
That
There
was
may have been a
compound.
shirt. And those shoes,
It's so
well, let
compound.
me ask you this. Do you know
Let me ask you this.
On the night of
Let
the
me ask
7th.
you this. Let
Yes,
me ask
sir.
you this.
Alec had left, correct? He wasn't there when you got there the next morning.
No, sir, he wasn't there.
Okay. And matter of fact, he never spent another night at Moselle that
No,
you
sir, he
knew.
did not.
She knows, Your Honor.
What's the objection? What are the legal grounds for the objection?
You can answer if you know. whether or not he's ever spent another night there.
She was the
After the murders, did
groundskeeper.
he ever spend another night at Moselle, to your knowledge?
He did not.
So when he
She
left
knew
that
'cause
night,
she
on the
became
night
the
of
property
7th,
manager,
and went to
is what I meant.
his mother and father's house, you don't know what clothes he took with him, what shoes he was wearing? You have no idea, correct?
That is correct.
And
She knows what she saw.
Were you aware that SWED had confiscated the clothes that he had on?
At that moment, I didn't.
It's assuming those are the
Well, you
clothes
are
he had
now.
on.
Yes, sir, I do know that.
Okay, a white T-shirt, pair of shorts that he showed you, and whatever shoes he had on, some sneakers, right?
I didn't see the sneakers, but I saw the clothing items.
Okay. And so he had to put on, if they did that, other clothes to go over his mother's house, correct?
Objection.
Would it stand to reason he'd have to put on other clothes or go in his underwear?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what he wore over at his mother's house?
No, sir.
Do you know whether he wore those shoes?
No, sir.
You don't know. So
Your Honor,
when,
objection to,
To what?
objection
Basis for the objection.
I don't
To
know.
which question?
to that last one, shoes. I don't know what specificity he says to those shoes.
What
I
are the
don't
legal
I'm sorry,
grounds?
the shoes that
Objection
you say
vague.
you saw in the
Compound means
Snapchat
more than
photo,
one question.
you say you never saw again, right?
That is correct.
Okay, you
Compound
don't know
means-
whether he wore those shoes the night of the 7th over to his mama's house, do you?
I don't know that. I wasn't
Okay.
there.
You don't know
Compound means
what
too
he
many.
wore over there, correct?
That's correct. I wasn't there.
He may have even worn that shirt that you said you never saw again, correct?
Objection.
Objection's overruled.
Right?
He needs to say the
Correct.
grounds for
Okay.
the objection.
Now,
Grounds, counsel. Have we learned nothing? Grounds for the objection. The legal grounds. Objection, and
If
then
somebody-
the legal grounds. Objection, hearsay. Objection,
Alleged
speculation. Objection,
that
leading.
those khaki pants what Alex was wearing the night of
I'm
the...
going to object.
Let him
Need to
finish
hear
the
the
question.
I can't finish the question, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me state this. If somebody were to say that Alec Murdaugh, as ridiculous as it sounds, was wearing those khaki pants when he...
Objection.
Let him
Objection sustained.
Okay.
finish.
Let me put it this way. Did you see any blood on those khaki pants?
That you washed?
He washed them, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you put anything on them to get blood stains out? I mean, would there be...
Are you been saying that I removed bloodstains off of khaki pants?
I'm asking you rhetorically. I'm asking you...
It's rhetorical that it's not a
Did you see any
question.
blood stains?
There appear to be no bloodstains on those pants.
Okay. And in the bathroom, did you see any bloody footprints?
I did not.
Did you see any blood on that towel?
No, sir.
Did you see anything indicating to you there'd been anybody wearing bloody shoes or washing blood off, or anything that would indicate that somebody, after a murder, had gone back to that
Please
room,
look at him arguing
changed
to the jury.
clothes,
Look at him.
covered in blood, took a shower and changed clothes? Did you
Compound.
see anything that would indicate that?
Compound.
Objection's overruled.
Go ahead.
This is the first time that I have ever been in a situation where somebody was murdered.
Right.
I didn't know, as far as what you're asking me, if there was anything bloody in there. No, it did not appear to be anything bloody in there.
Did you clean the
I don't
shower
know.
that day?
Yes, sir, I rinsed it off.
You rinsed it off. Nobody told you not to rinse off the shower?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, nobody from SWED, as that group went through, asked you, did you see bloody footprints? Did you see any evidence that there was anything bloody in
Oh,
that
Dick, she would have told
that
you if she
bathroom?
did.
Did anybody ask you that?
No, sir.
And your testimony is those khaki pants were there after SWED left?
Yes, sir.
And maybe even a shirt, you can't remember?
Yes, sir, possibly a T-shirt, but I did not see it. I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember what kind of shirt, if there was a shirt?
Not objection.
The objection
Assumes facts not in
is
evidence.
overruled.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Did you see him just
Do you
give that look to
remember-
counsel? Dick's getting pissed.
And I'm doing
This
like
is
Mr. Meadows now, I forgot the question. But let me see if I can get this back on
Dick, you
track.
don't like it when
These
people do that to
interruptions
you,
are
huh?
Getting me a little askew.
This interruption is getting me skewed. Now he's just
So,
commentating, which is also improper. He doesn't like it when people do it to him. He does it all the time.
Ashton answered that.
And it rattled him. Look, it
Now,
rattled
let's talk
him.
a little bit about. Let me talk a little bit about the cell phone service.
We're got spicy
You had a
today.
cell,
Yes, sir.
and the servicer was who? What was it? Verizon? Or do you know?
The cell phone carrier is Verizon, yes, sir.
Okay. And so, did you ever have any trouble getting a signal anywhere on the Moselle property? Up at the house, down at the dog kennels? Was it sporadic?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And sometimes you'd be talking to somebody and they'd drop off, or the call would end, not because you ended it, because the service was bad.
Yes, sir, you were moving around in the house, certain areas, you could not get a signal.
What about down from the kennels?
It was touch and go in the kennels. You really, once you got signal, you better stay where you were at, because if you moved, you were gonna lose your signal.
Fair.
Okay.
Lawyering is a sport, and I am
So
here to be your
not the
court caster
unusual at the kennels. if
and
you
color
did move,
commentator.
That if you were having a conversation or getting text or trying to answer a text, you wouldn't be able to do so.
Like I said, it depends on where you kind of knew the areas. At least for me, I already knew that if I had to make a call or send a text, I would walk out the kitchen door straight to the edge of the corner right there on the porch and make my call and not move. If not, I would lose the call, or I would not be able to make my call.
What about at the kennels?
At the kennels, like I said, it depends on the area where you were at. And once, basically everybody, we all kind of knew that if you moved out of a certain area and went to another, you were going to lose signal.
Okay. Now,
These are
at the
Right,
kennels,
kids.
what area
Woo,
of you-
boy, did I miss a lot. Actually, I
that was
didn't.
there?
I
You just talked
listened
about
as I
open
walked,
houses, a sweet
doing I
spot.
ran an errand, so
Yes, sir.
Everybody,
I
was
listened
there a
on
sweet
my
spot down at the kennel, or do you know?
Hey,
I'm
Bobby,
not
welcome
sure
on
at
your
the kennels,
day
but I
off.
do remember Mr. CB saying that the
This is
signal
good,
out there
guys.
was horrible.
I
for
am
making
so
calls or
Team
getting
Blanca.
calls.
It's
These
not
questions.
funny.
Text or
For the
getting
defense.
text.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Now,
Because it makes it look like maybe Alec didn't turn his phone off, but he said he
let
wasn't
me
at the
talk to
kennels,
you a
so it
little
doesn't
bit
help
about-
that much, but it does help.
this conversation in
And it's
August
consistent with what Rogan said.
of 21, after the murders,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alec came over and was inquiring of you what shirt he had on that day,
Hey,
correct?
It
KMS.
didn't feel like he was inquiring. It felt more like he was trying to convince me of the shirt that he was wearing.
Oh,
Did
shit.
he tell you that he just finished?
Objection.
I'm sorry, I'm just asking if he told you something.
Objection.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, objecting to hearsay for the record.
It's
I
the
need to hear the
council.
question.
It's a statement by a
Number
party
one.
opponent.
Number two is cross-examination. Go ahead.
Did he tell you that he just finished
Objection.
meeting? Do you want me to pose the question, Your Honor, or not?
All right. I'm going to send the jury to the jury room.
Oh, shit.
This is
Please
so
not discuss
fucking
case.
weird.
The Blanca just looked at the jury, and the jury probably looked at her and was like, fuck. These, I think, are
Fred Merrill
improper
is so dumb.
prosecution objections, and I think the judge is going to chew on this prosecutor for doing it. Unless they think the defense is eliciting a statement that was never said. But the defense is trying to elicit a statement by their client. And I want to see what the prosecutor argues, because not statements of a party opponent. So when I said
any
that
good
earlier, I was
podcasts
completely
you
wrong.
wanna share,
These are
KMS?
not statements of a
Drop it
party
in the-
opponent elicited
Ah.
Be seated.
by the defense.
Is
So
TJ
we will
here?
see the
What is
legal
the
arguments here.
question?
Dick is getting snappy with everybody.
Just wait 1 second, Your Honor. Let me see if I can get back on track. When you were talking with him
We
in
need to
the
see the
Little
judge.
House in August, as we were talking about a moment ago, and he was talking about the shirt, did he tell you that he had just been interviewed by Swed, who'd shown him the Snapchat photo,
Video.
and he was attempting to figure out what he was wearing that day? I mean, it's in a photo.
Video.
Did he tell you that?
What's the specific
The
question?
legal grounds.
Did he, when he asked you the question about the shirt, did he tell you he just come from being interviewed by Swed?
No, sir, he didn't tell me that.
And what is the objection?
That's why there's
Your
the
Honor,
objections.
Respectfully, it's hearsay. Statement.
It's not hearsay.
That if he wants to do that, he can take the stand and do it. He's trying to defend the
Yes,
statement.
yes,
Without him taking the
yes.
stand.
It's offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
And it's
That's my
not
objection.
a party opponent.
In response.
And she's
My response is, if you can't ask witnesses about what the defendant said to them, you're going to have a rough road to hoe going forward.
Are you
because,
threatening them?
It's a statement by the party.
by the party, not a party
If
opponent.
you will. I think they argued earlier on when we objected to one.
No.
It's not hearsay. There's an exception to hearsay.
He's not a
By
party
statement
opponent when
by
you're
the-
asking the questions, Dick. He's your client.
By the party opponent, being a statement by the party
Opponent
the defendant.
Mr. Murdaugh's statement to this woman.
is hearsay when you're eliciting it, not when he's eliciting it. Because you're the defense. If he wants to say he was just interviewed by SLED, but they're missing the point.
This matters. I've been doing this 35 years. He's on trial.
We know that.
But I'm just saying, it's not a party opponent. He's
Yes.
trying to get in a statement from the defendant.
Yes.
Statements against interests, that the state, there is a difference between the state asking what the defendant said and the defense.
Yes.
And if they hadn't objected to some, they thought that's their prerogative, but they're trying to offer the defendant's statement in evidence without him taking the stand, and
Can't do that.
I respectfully think that's objectable as hearsay. He's the defendant on trial. They're offering it for the self-serving hearsay. They're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, and I respectfully think that he's got to take the stand and get that information in.
Also, she said, no, he never said that to me. Also, she said he never said that to me. Also,
Did he tell you about talking to SLED that day?
No, sir, he did not.
yes, no foundation. You can't ask the question.
Who allows us to ask the question and not the defense?
You're missing the point, counsel. Listen to what she said.
He didn't say anything to her about SLED.
Listen to what she just said.
Your Honor, he could get his whole case through witnesses and he wouldn't have to take the stand.
Absolutely.
And that's
No,
not
you
a-
can't.
First Amendment right.
No, sir.
No, it's not.
That's right, but you can't.
I don't think Britain will let you all debate the issue between the two.
I apologize,
I'll
Your
rule
Honor.
when I get back.
All right.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! The court just walked off. The court walked off. He's like, children, figure out whose ball you're playing with today. And he walked off the bench. Oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God. The court just walked off the fucking bench.
This is the most
Good.
bizarre.
I love this. I'm here for
trial
the judge's energy.
ever.
Is, y'all measure your dicks when I'm out of the courtroom. That's the energy the court's bringing. I am not composed. I have no fucking chill right now. I have lost my mind. Okay.
Come
Y'all,
on, Emily.
I'm sorry
Break
to
it
do
down
this
for
to
us.
you.
We love you.
When I asked for the bigger coffee today, I didn't realize it was going to be the size of my head. So here's what we're dealing with. I'm going to swoop and we are going to talk about what the fuck just happened. Because, oh my God.
I'm not sure how
Okay.
long the break is,
For those
Kay.
of you
Did
that are
they,
new
they
to
say
my channel,
15 minutes?
hi. I'm Emily D. Baker.
Oh my God.
I'm a
Why aren't I
prosecutor,
smoking?
Legal commentator. I've been critical of this prosecution team. And today has
This is why I
popped
love Emily. She's a
the
former
fuck
prosecutor, so I
off.
need
can't
her
go code red
analysis.
because I'm not at home because I'm going to a concert tonight. I am going to be completely adrenalined out by the time I get there. This case has actually become a trial in the last 2 hours. We are now
Oh, okay,
we now
yeah.
have a trial together. I don't know if the court broke for lunch, but they might have because
No.
it is. They normally break for lunch at 1, but it's
1, yeah.
noon on the east.
I think he's just taking a 5-minute break for himself.
Let's break down what they were arguing, and then I'm going to break down
Crazy.
everything.
I'm eating
I have to
Trisket
say.
Friday.
Okay. Y'all, you're right. Let's go to code red. I can't make the lights red, but today has popped off. Like we are at what the fuck levels. The judge walked off the bench. This is flashy. I can't actually make it red, but for those of you that are flash sensitive, once the music ends, it'll stop. But we are technically in our hearts at DEFCON red. Because what we learned is that Dick Harpootlian doesn't know hearsay objections. And here's the thing, I misstated it at the beginning. I was literally dying and my brain was moving too fast, which happens. Here's what's going on. When you are offering the statement of a party opponent, they have to be the opponent. Opponent means other side. The defense cannot elicit statements of the defendant from witnesses because that is their own statement, not the statement of the party opponent. And that is what the prosecution is arguing. But I think they have two grounds, and they have proper grounds for this that they did not state. Here's the grounds that they did not state that they should have, because they weren't listening to her answer, which is not a criticism on them in this moment, because everyone at that courtroom is doing exactly what my brain's doing, and all the lawyers are on like adrenaline high, and so sometimes you get laser focused. And that's why they were starting to argue, and you can just ask your client to testify then. Put him on the stand if he wants to elicit that. Because here's what went wrong for the defense. They are trying...
It's not proper to get someone else to testify to what you said.
And Dick
Does that make
argued
sense?
earlier about a mistrial because he said you can't unring the bell, which is court appropriate speak for you can't put the shit back in the horse. Once the jury has heard it, it doesn't matter how many times the judge says, please disregard. Can you imagine the judge being like, please disregard, and you're like, I heard that shit though. It's like, okay, it's in the back of my mind. I'm trying to disregard it, but it is in the back of your mind. So you can't unring the bell, which is why Dick asked for a mistrial earlier today. Blanca is clearly the prosecution's key witness because you have seen Dick ask for a mistrial, throw papers, wander around the court, stand up and object, and start screaming at counsel to try to throw him off his game. And maybe this is why they picked my cousin Vinny, because my cousin Vinny's like, I've been doing this for 35 years, Dick, come at me, bro. Maybe it was just the Dick measuring energy that they needed in this courtroom today, and that's why my cousin Vinny do this. But here's what they missed. Dick is trying to say, and this is why the prosecutor wouldn't let him finish the question, and I understand more now because the prosecutor knew exactly where Dick was going, and we don't because we're not in that courtroom. And
He's going to ring some bells himself. Is that
Dick
it?
was going to say, didn't he tell you he interviewed with Sled earlier that day? And once the jury hears it, even if it's improper, even if the objection is sustained, the jury has heard it, and they have put it in their mind, oh, maybe. Blanca said no. He never told me that. But you're trying to elicit an answer to a question, introducing your client's own statement, and they cannot
You know what,
introduce
Jim? It's
their
pooping.
client's own
I mean, the judge
statement.
did his.
And so
I
everybody's going to
cannot
have their
hold the
evidence
no
codes
pooping
open. And
hashtag
Dick
anymore.
Did you see
So
Dick
that's
turn around
okay.
and try to threaten the prosecutor?
Although he was probably just going to
In a
yell
very
at
like
them
HOA energy kind of
inappropriately.
way. It was, well, if we can't introduce statements of the defendant, then I don't know what they think they're doing, paraphrasing, because we've got a long way to go. But the thing is, statement of a party opponent is an exception to the hearsay rule. So that's what's happening. That's what's happening. They are going to be arguing, God damn it, the day I leave my federal rules of evidence at home, I should get the app. When I was in court every day, I had the app. I need to get the app. It's HOA energy. It's like, well, if you don't like my fencing, what happens when you want a pool? I mean, maybe we just want to prove that either. That's Dick's energy in court today. That was Dick's energy in court today. Well, if they're going to object to this, then I'm going to object to that. It was awful. It was awful. But today it's popped off, and we know how much Dick is. We know how much Dick is worried about this witness.
And we're not even on trial.
Today's been crazy. The statement was ridiculous. But we see that they're arguing.
So
and
she's
what
traveling,
Dick
Jim.
does.
She's gone
He
to
tries
some.
to
I think she's at an
distract, he throws
Airbnb or
his paper.
something.
Look, Dick is
But
an
it's a blanket rack, by the
effective
way. It's
defense
not a
attorney.
towel rack. Come
Even
on
if
now.
the jury
Put your
finds him offensive,
interior design
he said
hat
it, no,
on,
but
for Christ's
don't hold it
sake.
against my client.
Jesus.
Hold it against me
Plebeian.
if you don't like me. I mean,
Hubble.
I've been annoyed with Dick since he started asking
No, it's
female
blankets.
witnesses if they
Anyway,
just
the
hooked
point is she's traveling to go to a
evidence
Dave
into a bag like
Matthews
it was a can
concert,
of pork
which
and beans, and
that's
asked another agent what was so
I mean,
special about being a special
I
agent.
don't wanna
Dick has
judge,
annoyed me since the beginning of this trial. He's giving Elaine energy.
It's probably just really fun.
But the bumbling is an act.
Although she is wearing a Dave Matthews shirt, so she's clearly a super
But Dick has
which is
a
great.
very
Someone needs to be.
specific style.
I'm sure there's a
to-
lot. You
to
guys probably are.
Throw the prosecutor off course so
She
they
doesn't
won't
like a
get
little
back
Dave Matthews.
to their question. Blanca, as a witness, is former Navy and
Oh, I
worked in
didn't
the
know she was a
prisons.
vet. Oh, that's right, Jim. You
So
had said
Dick-
that, I think.
is not going to get
Where's
to her.
Tom today?
She has no time for
Where's
his fucking energy. And when Dick was like,
Where's,
it's night, we haven't met. She's like, we met at the funeral.
It's a throw rap.
Dick is trying to
That's
charm
right.
himself to the jury, like, hi,
God,
I'm Dick Van
Jim,
Hootland.
catch
She's like-
up.
she looked at him with the I know who the fuck you
Buller.
face. And of course Dick doesn't remember. He's
You
like,
walk
"Oh,
in
there
the
were a lot
door,
of
you
people there." She's like,
blanket,
"Mhm."
and you go lay down,
This is
take
a
a
jury
nap.
full of women.
I
This
think
is a
that's
jury
actually
full of
pretty
women just
freaking
being like,
smart.
uh-huh.
25 years
We've
ago,
got you
yeah.
remember, Dick. Okay.
I mean,
we are just
okay,
we are
good.
just
Just
Blanca
checking.
has dropped all of the bombs in testimony. We still have an hour
I
to go
loved
before
me some
lunch.
Dave
And I
Matthews
don't know
back
when the
in the
court's going
day.
to come back out and if these attorneys are going to stop fighting. He walked out on them. He walked out. He was like, y'all keep fighting. Bye. It was wild. So
Are they still fighting
we
though?
will
Like, are there
see.
hot mics to be had here?
We will see if I just saw the chat saying it speaks to Blanca's memory. Oh yeah, she knows.
I know it looks like
Blanca
an odd
knows.
place. I agree.
And though
Jim really
people might
nailed
not
it.
see
If you
her,
really think about it,
she sees them.
Jim nailed
And
it.
that's the
I don't
thing,
like
isn't
where
it?
it is.
That is the thing, isn't it?
I
Alec
guess I would
Murdaugh,
need.
from
You
my
know what? See
personal
that little
opinion watching this trial,
alcove?
Alec
No,
Murdaugh
actually,
did
you know
not
where I'd put
see
it? What do you think of this KMS?
Jeannie
I
Seconder
would
coming
put
for
it
him.
at that part.
He did not think his
I don't think
legal
I can do it.
secretary
Maybe I can do it
paralegal
here.
was going to have the
You see this part
audacity,
here,
I say it
where
goes,
my mouse is?
to call him out on the money being missing.
Oh, you can't see
And I
where
don't
my
think
mouse is.
they even
Oh, wait,
thought
let me see.
about Blanca, but they thought about her enough.
This is
They
where
thought
I would
about
put.
Shelley
Oh yeah,
Smith
you can see
enough.
my mouse. See my mouse? See my
Because
mouse?
she said at the beginning of her testimony with Dick, it didn't feel like he was asking me. It felt
That's
like he
where
was
I'd put it.
telling me. So that is two men who worked with the Murdaugh family, who Alec tried to persuade.
Yeah, come on, Emily.
to
Pick
say
up on what we're
something
putting
else.
down here.
And that
Yeah, I
plus
think by
everything
the
else
stairwell, you know,
becomes
that
very
little blank wall right
damning
there. Because then as you're
testimony
on your
for
way
me
to the living
today.
area,
There are still questions in this case. There are still holes in this
got my
case.
throat.
But the cover up is going to speak real loud.
I gotta eat this
It's going to
Triscuit.
speak
It's calling
real
my
loud.
name.
Question, is this lunch or just a little break? Fuck if I know. The court didn't say. The court said, y'all figure it out, and walked off the bench. I don't know. Yeah, I've been in court when judges have done that. It's normally when counsel's being ridiculous, and sometimes counsel gets ridiculous. Things get heated in a trial, and this is a long trial, and they are all tired. But I've also done that too. I've also just walked out and said, I'll come back when everybody decides to be reasonable. Completely inappropriate on my behalf, but I've done it. I'm not going to say I haven't. She never got taken into custody, though. I had colleagues who almost got taken into custody for shenanigans. Well, not shenanigans, for arguing back with the court. I don't think it's shenanigans when it's justified, but anyway. Court stories for another day. She gives the impression that she thinks I killed them. I think the sense I got from Blanca was that she is
44,000 people watching her stream. That's so
change
cool.
what she remembered. And we heard at the beginning, she said, look, it was honest work. That's why I wanted to do it. You get a sense of her values: hard work, honesty, take care of the people you're taking care of, and take care of other people. You got this from the beginning of her testimony.
Hello, this
Take care of
really
other people.
is. Good
So
morning.
him coming to her and trying to
you.
modify what she was going to say did not
I love
sit well
you.
with
I
her.
really
So I
do.
got the sense
I
that
love
she's
you.
offended. So I don't know if she thinks he did it, but she definitely knew that something wasn't right. Did we all remember her husband's law enforcement?
That's right.
So.
Oh, that's right.
Can the judge's temper fit be a
forgot.
reason for appeal? The judge didn't have a temper fit. The judge walked off while the attorneys were literally
Yeah, he didn't have a temper
going
fit.
to
He was
blows in the
like,
play yard.
I'm not doing this.
They weren't actually, for anyone just listening in, the attorneys weren't actually going to blows in the courtroom. But they were having
Verbal
they
blows.
were having a moment
Verbal
together,
fisticuffs.
and the judge walked off. I don't think it was temper. It was y'all sorted out. This judge is so fucking over these attorneys.
Tongue
now.
cuffs.
It's kind of funny to see. I'm now convinced he's guilty. Also, judge said he'll give us a ruling when he gets back. The judge was like, y'all figure it out. Question, do you think if the
what a
defense
mess.
is using her to try to get more testimony for
So
him,
sad that they're
if that
just
is their plan for all the witnesses?
abusing
Oh,
the
no, that's
justice
absolutely
system.
the defense's plan for the witnesses. The defense doesn't plan to have Alec Murdaugh testify at this point. They plan to
I would.
elicit as much as they can. And the prosecution, everybody's been asleep at the wheel on this thing.
They're going to elicit the
And today
good
with
part.
this witness, everybody is fighting it out, which tells the jury that this is the most important testimony of the entire trial. Does it tell you? What do you guys think? Let's put up a poll, Miguelina. Does this feel like the most important testimony we've had in this trial so far, yes or no? Because you see the way the attorneys are reacting. Oh, they know how to object. We might have forgotten that they do. They all know how to object. They just haven't until today. And the thing is, if you're not objecting consistently, do you know what it shows to the jury? That this is worth fighting over and that this is worth paying attention to, which means everything that has happened for the last 15 fucking days, the jury is like, who's she? And they are looking at Blanca going, girl, tell us more. This is a mostly
You know why it's called Twitter
female
Blue?
jury.
Because it's sad.
And I can understand
Chris
why, because
Trottier.
the key witnesses in this case, for
It's
the
not my
most
joke.
part,
It's a great joke,
have
though.
been women. And from my perspective, women that might have been underestimated by all boys club, which sometimes is our favorite position to be in. So it's very, very interesting. And this is why even when these trials make us feel like we are aging in fucking dog years, we still watch them, because today is a trial day. Today everybody came to play. Today we are in it.
Blanca is amazing.
Lucinda, Dick just said so. Prosecutor said otherwise. They can't put all this on case and client statements without testifying. And Dick said exactly. I don't remember that, Lucinda. I'm gonna have to go back. I was losing my mind. You saw me basically jumping up and down. Is she still having to sit on the stand right now? No, the court took a break, so she's gotten down from the stand to go sit down. The important testimony, I told you the four that I thought were important. The other kind of critical testimony was Rogan Gibson and tying in the videos. Paul's videos, more and more, are the key to this case. So, let's see. The tea is what I have been waiting for. Yeah, this tea is what I've been waiting for. Judge is the boss. Thank you for covering it. I'm dying at work trying to keep calm. Yes, really, please, for all of you that are trying to not scream while I scream or that are annoyed with screaming, I get it. I just can't. I'm dying. So I am just being your voice if you're at work with your headphones and trying to not lose your mind.
I just love that we write songs all day here at the lounge.
Today it really is.
Pull up a bar stool. This really is. I'll get you what you want. I know your usual.
Absolutely have. EDB, you're
I'll
going to
bring
need a
it
nappy
right
for the Dave
over.
concert. Oh,
We're just watching the TV. We're watching the court on
The adrenaline
TV.
will carry me through till I get home sometime tomorrow. It's fine. We're just not. We don't sleep for the last few days. It's fine. The adrenaline.
The daytime lounge.
It feels like being in trial today myself, because I'm just like, I want to argue with Dick because I've had those arguments with attorneys and it's fun, and I don't miss being in the courtroom because I get to do this. Question, do you think if the defense is using her to try to get more testimony on, that is their job. That is absolutely the defense's job. So for those of you that are like, but Dick's leading, on cross-examination, you can. We have not seen the witness control that we saw in Depp v. Heard. But here is the difference to remember.
My
Because
least
some of that
favorite
is
trial
not
she's
on
covered.
the lawyers. Some of it is. Some of it is. But here's the thing.
She should be closer to her mic.
In
What do you think?
the civil case, the lawyers have done depositions. They have sat across from these witnesses. They had a previous trial. They had transcripts on transcripts on transcripts. These attorneys have not had that opportunity. These attorneys in criminal cases might have had interviews and stuff, but they don't have prior testimony. So these attorneys do not have the opportunity to do that. So they don't have the chance to get used to how these witnesses in a sworn adversarial setting. So it's a very different thing than it is very interesting to watch. If you're not in a club, you don't have to play by the rules. I mean, it's a new motto of this channel. We're just taking it on. The law nerds have been like, yeah, we've kind of narrowed that down. So I saw a number of you asking if we have a club. We do have a club. We have a law nerd club. All are welcome. All law nerds are welcome, but it is definitely a thing. That's what the channel is about. There's always room at our table, unless you're a dick. But don't be a dick has been a motto since well before this trial. It had nothing to do with Dick Harpootlian specifically. Question. If there's no signal at the kennel, why would Alec rely on calling and texting Maggie when he left instead of just stopping there on the way out? Winnie S. This is a fantastic point that you make that hopefully the prosecution will make. And if Maggie always answered the phone and he always answered the phone for her and they're worried because Paul's getting threats, why wouldn't he go up past the kennel? Why wouldn't he? It's a very, very good point. So I saw questions, about the grand jury. Somebody said grand jury depositions. Grand juries don't have depositions. So for the grand jury process, the defense is not present. They get the transcripts, but the defense doesn't get the live witnesses, only the prosecution. And the prosecution does ask questions like they're at a grand jury because they lead so much. But with witnesses like Blanca and like Shelley Smith, they needed to allow they needed to allow the witness to speak, not the attorneys. On cross-examination, the attorneys really want their questions to stick out in the mind of the jury. But on direct examination, you need the witness to shine, not the lawyer. The question should just be a guide to help the witness get their story out so it's not a narrative. It's not about the lawyer on direct, it's about the witness. And sometimes these lawyers forget it. Question, if the single was splotchy, wouldn't that also prove he called 911 on his way home confirming the car software guy? Maybe, but he sure didn't. It seems like he didn't have a problem getting through to 911 because there weren't missed calls with that. Let's go and continue. I'm shocked that we're still on break. Truly shocked. Amanda Taylor said, I was a housekeeper in a hospital for years. People don't notice the quote unquote help that makes us the best witnesses. Facts. Facts. It's interesting because when they're arguing about, you never saw Paul and Maggie argue, it also sounds like from Blanca's testimony, Maggie's biggest beef was that that Alec wouldn't sit down and talk to her for 10 minutes, like just sit still and talk to me, always on the move, always on the phone, always doing something. It might just have been that she stopped fighting with him because she could never get him to sit down and listen. So there was no point in fighting because she just gave up. Sometimes the sign of a healthy man is not the lack of fighting. Sometimes the fact that there's no fighting doesn't mean the marriage was happy. It could just mean that she stopped trying to make him hear her. So that goes both ways. I don't expect the attorneys to argue that at any point, but her wedding ring was in the car. And the argument is going to be the wedding ring is in the car. She's worried about money. She wants the boat case to just move on. And Alec, we now have missing guns, missing clothes. He's tried to influence the testimony of 2 witnesses, and he lied about the timeline. This case is definitely changed quite a bit. What do you make of the wedding ring under the seat in Maggie's car? I don't know if she put it under the seat. It's just as likely it fell under the seat. But I've been married over 20 years. My wedding rings don't just pop off, and they rarely come off. I rarely take them off. Very rarely. Taking off a wedding ring, especially when you've been married as long as Alec and Maggie have been married, is a statement. It's not an accident. And so her wedding ring being under the seat, I think it probably shifted around. I don't know where she had put it originally. The fact that SLED said they went through her car and didn't find her wedding ring causes me a whole bunch more concern. But the wedding ring in the car is a big piece of evidence for the prosecution because everything was fine. More shenanigans from the family in court today per Twitter. I'll go back to Twitter in a minute. I'm not done losing my mind over the lawyer shenanigans. Like, the lawyering right now is just, look, the game is on the field. Actually, they have come to play. And that is the most interesting thing to see, is how the lawyers are navigating the lawyering in all of this. And I feel like I've been screaming at the prosecution for 15 days. And today I'm like, oh, look at you. Look at you. You've got your direct questions. You're letting your witness talk. Today, we have a much cleaner case. And I haven't forgotten all of it, but we are moving forward. Found an envelope from the divorce attorney in Maggie's purse. They didn't finish up with anything else in the purse, which was interesting. But if they ever get back around to the roadside incident, the fact that Alec was asking Blanca for photos of his insurance card the morning of the roadside incident also shows premeditation. So if they get back to the roadside incident and show his planning, It will be
Jazz
interesting if
Fest
they tie
in
it up.
NOLA.
If they tie it up.
Oh, Dave Matthews
Did
part of the
anyone
lineup. That
else
makes
not
sense.
catch that there were no dishes
I don't
in the
mean to
sink?
hate
No,
on
we
Dave
got it. There
Matthews.
were no
I'm
dishes in
sorry.
the sink. The reason
Sorry,
I'm not
everyone. That
focused
was
on no
mean.
dishes in the sink is because there were
Moment of
like
weakness.
25 lawyers in the
It's
house.
not my favorite.
And if it's me going over to my friend's house
Never
after
has
a day
been.
of
I mean, good
lost
background,
someone,
but not
I
something that I
might
was like
walk
seeking
up
out.
to the
Wasn't
to
a
the
super
stove
fan.
and
I
put
wasn't a
things back
super
in
fan
the
or
fridge.
anything.
I don't think that's necessarily a big deal. I just
What I'm lining
might
up for
also do that. So
lunchtime
I don't.
is
Blanca
we
noticed that things were
will
off in the
get the
house, and I think it goes to
headlines and just
her
see what's
noticing
happening
things are off in
in
the
the
house.
world.
Oh, I'm definitely cleaning. Yeah, if you've been through a tragedy, I will probably rearrange your refrigerator because I don't always know how to help, and that is what I will do. I will start rearranging and picking things up, especially if you know that people are coming over. Especially if you know people are coming over, and after someone dies, everyone is coming over. And so I can see someone doing that. For the chat that said, who puts an entire damn pot in the fridge? Remember, there were 25 attorney men in this house that night. I mean, can I see that happening? Yep, totally can. I can totally see this being one of Alex's friends that were at the house just being like, here you go. Oh, the judge is coming back to the bench. The judge is coming back to the bench. The judge is coming back to the bench. All right, let me switch feeds. Oh no, I want to see the judge's face. You can now be seated. Oh, the judge has his rules. The judge is ready. Woo! Let's get back to court.
Objection is sustained. It's hearsay. You bring the jury.
Yikes! When
the
Civ and
jury.
grade school Civ complained of being teased
You know why
about
it's
her
hearsay?
lunch.
Because it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
And then what
there's
happened?
No exception. There's no exception. It's fair. I put an entire pot in the fridge. I'm not a dude. Maybe I should say there's lawyers putting the entire pot in the fridge, and sometimes we just don't. They're bringing back the jury. Dick is going to have fucking kittens this afternoon. It's going to be great. CB said, we, the people who work in
Parents
the
taught
house,
third
we know the
grade
things,
kindergartner
all the
Latin
things.
phrase, de
All
gustibus
the
non
things.
disputatum
All the things.
est.
I've been
There
a
could
nanny.
be no dispute about
All
taste.
The
Because
things.
whose bullied kid is not
She
saved
told
by
me we'll
that
start over,
famous Latin maxim?
which is fair.
Oop,
She
you're
felt
so
like she was
funny.
being lied to, but we'll start over is fair.
I love you. You're so funny.
So I want to go back and see if she said I'll start over or we'll start over. Motion to strike previous Groundhog Day super chat.
Thank you.
Motion granted.
Thank you, Baldy.
It's withdrawn.
Thank you for making me feel just a little
I mean, if
less
I'm painting, I usually take off my wedding ring, but the
about
juice is juicy.
All right, thank you. Objection
feeling
is sustained. The
DMV
next
because I
question.
also have
Court, Your
similar
Honor. Yes, sir.
feelings, and I put
So
I lump
everyone's on
them
red
in
alert.
the same
occurred, I
category
think,
as
did
Hootie
you
and the
say
Blowfish.
prior to them going on a golf tournament?
T.
Going to a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. He said Randy had just dropped him off so that he could get his clothes because him and Buster and Randy were going golfing.
Oh, they were
Him and
going.
Buster and who?
Randy.
Randy.
They were going to that legal
We're
conference.
going to a golf tournament that weekend?
I don't know if it was a golf tournament or what, but I know he said they were going away, they were going golfing.
I think that's that legal conference that everybody's talked about.
And
Makes
speaking
sense,
of
the timing.
Buster, can you point Buster out in the audience for me, please?
Ew. He's way in the back.
Oh, you're back there. Okay, I'm sorry. Stand up, please.
This is Dick's tactic to remind the jury the family's still here, which is.
I guess
Buster.
I might have
always had a
found
great
some of their
relationship,
sounds
right?
slightly more interesting sometimes.
I'm sorry?
He's a good kid.
He's a good kid.
But I would generally
Okay, so,
put them
The emotional manipulation is real this afternoon, but that's
one of
the
the other
defense's
questions I
job.
have
Into
is,
that
did
same
you ever see Paul with any
boat.
guns?
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Too many counting crows.
No?
Too many
Yes.
crows.
I'm
too
sorry.
many
And
dicks in
did
the
he have
court.
guns around all the
Too many
time?
dicks.
Yes, he did.
Matter of fact, they're all guns all over that place, right?
In the vehicles, on the go-karts, sometimes in the hangar.
So, did Paul ever leave guns? Just where, if he was, for instance, down at the hangar, would he ever leave guns down there?
I have found one occasionally out there,
A pistol or rifle?
a rifle.
You know what kind it was?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know if he ever left any down in the feed room?
Not in the feed room. I'm not sure about the feed
Okay,
room.
you never saw anything in the
No,
feed
sir.
room. I believe in one of your statements I read that sometimes he'd leave them somewhere and actually there'd be rust on the rifle or the shotgun or whatever.
If you left it on on the golf cart outside. He would sometimes leave it laying across, and I would get it in the morning, and already the dew would rust off.
And that would be a golf cart he would drive down to the kennels, for instance?
Yes, sir, whichever one he was in, and he preferred the gas. The gas one is usually where I used to find.
Gas,
Versus electric?
golf cart?
Yes.
Okay. And so that would be a way he would get down to the kennel sometimes?
Sometimes, the majority of the time, he was either in
Yeah, I just,
Dolly or in his
random
own
guns
truck.
in random rooms
In
and
what?
places.
Dolly,
What is Dolly?
Truck
the
no pause.
F-250.
I forgot, y'all name all your trucks, or they named all their trucks, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we know
Okay,
Dolly
so,
and White Boy are the names of the trucks that we've heard so far.
Most of the time, he would be in a truck, but sometimes he would take the golf
Dick,
cart, if you
I
will,
forgot
down.
y'all name your trucks.
Yes, sir.
You did not
And
forget,
apparently,
Dick.
sometimes he had guns in the golf cart.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me touch a couple of other things.
What did he name the golf
Also
cart?
shows how well she knew this family. That she
Stubby?
knew that he was driving Dolly.
Did, that day you saw the sled folks in there,
I named my
did
cars too, just
you
most
see them
people don't
taking
know
any
it.
pictures? Or do you remember?
I believe some of them were
I'm here
taking
for y'all
pictures, but
sharing
I'm
the name of
not,
your trucks.
I'm not positive.
Okay.
I named my Jeep Renegade
White
sticks.
Boy.
You were showing
Yeah,
a picture
no,
of a
that's
rain
so
jacket?
much.
shocking no one
Yes,
in the
sir.
audience.
Okay.
They named their
And
truck White
Have you
Boy.
ever seen that rain jacket at the house?
Not at Moselle, no, sir.
Correct. You ever, and what
you
size
see it
clothes did
We've got a ways to go.
Alec wear?
True.
2XL.
Two
We're not anywhere
Not
closer
just a
than we
large,
actually
but anything
were.
a
Just
large fit
feels
in?
like some people.
I don't think he might have had one or two
But we
items
are
that were
indeed,
that
we are
size,
indeed
but
not any closer.
Just a reminder,
most
if
of
you
the clothing was 2XL.
2XL.
don't want the world to know your business,
How about, would you put,
being on trial, they're going to know all your business.
yes, please.
All your business. I love seeing the name of all your cars in the chat. Thank you guys. It is the best. It is just
Well,
the
my
best.
car is named Audrey. I'll give you that.
No, not the rain
I
jacket.
named my
I'm
car
sorry.
Audrey.
The,
Anybody have names for their cars that don't include racial
apologize. Wait a
references?
second. You see that rain jacket on there?
Yes, sir.
That's-
I have to
you've never seen
say,
that before, you said you've
yeah,
never seen
I
that
mean,
I've
before.
never seen that jacket.
Okay. And you knew pretty much
I
everything.
know, there's something about their sound that's a little different, if I'm
For the
remembering.
most part, yes.
Okay.
Who was
And how
the
many
lead
rain
singer in
jackets
Counting
did,
Crows?
Did Alex have?
remember. Maybe that
Too
was,
many to count.
Okay, but none of them look like that.
No, sir.
Okay. How about blow that up for me, please?
I don't think
Can you
they
make it
are
any
getting to the fact that Alec was
better?
wearing the
Uh-oh,
rain
Diet
jacket. I don't
Coke
think
is
anyone
dead.
believes Alec was wearing the rain
Yeah,
jacket,
that's right there.
poncho, tarp thing.
And that shirt is.
They think the guns were wrapped
is that
in
the
it.
one he was
there
wearing
you
this
go.
morning?
No,
Leave,
sir, it was not.
because
It's not.
she's in
No,
Nissan
sir,
Leaf.
that was not the shirt he was wearing.
Cool.
And this is at 7, you understand, this is 7:40 PM that evening when he's out with Paul.
I wasn't there then.
Okay. But that's not the shirt he was wearing when he left that morning.
That is
Oh,
correct. That
yeah,
was not the
yeah,
shirt.
certain devices might want names.
So here's what it seems. She fixed the collar on his shirt when he left for work. She
Oh, is that-
knows.
No, there's no
She
need.
knows what he's
No.
wearing when he goes to work. It's
No
not
judgment.
unusual to me, especially after working as an attorney, to come home and change out of the lawyer clothes into your clothes for around the house.
I mean,
That
I'm
doesn't
in a
mean
dinosaur
it's
suit.
also
What am I
the
judging?
summer,
Anything.
and it's the South.
Where he had clothes
It's
at his
hot.
office.
I get online at
Clothes in his
6:30
Yes, sir.
I would
Among other
change
places.
too.
watch other people's
Where else would
streams,
he have
Car.
clothes?
So that's not weird.
You have it in a car?
make up songs about Merrick
So the
Garland.
clothes
Where
he's
else?
in the Snapchat video are not
Jack
the clothes
Smith,
he wore
I'm
to
thinking
work.
of coming up with a more poppy song
Sorry?
for Jack
In
Smith.
Edison.
In Edisto, okay.
I'm thinking
But if he was
he's
in the
much
Moselle
more, you know,
area,
kind of
He was going to change
Devo.
his shirt from in the morning.
I think he's a Devo
Would he have changed it
vibe.
at the office or got something out of his car?
I
How would she know that?
You don't know.
don't know.
Okay.
I don't-
Hey, Dick, how about you let her answer?
Okay. Now, let me show
Hey,
you,
Brainless. Where's my
So I change
cats?
clothes when I get home.
Please?
That's
I
not
think they're
odd
in
to
the
me.
sun.
It's more odd that the
There's
clothes
sun in
are
my
missing.
daughter's room, so I
That's
think they
more
go in
odd.
there and lay
It's
down.
more odd that those specific clothes are missing. So Wasn't he wearing the same pants? No. In the police footage video, he was wearing different pants, and I don't think she said he was wearing the same pants, or at least they didn't tie together. They said he was wearing khakis earlier and that he's wearing khakis later, but they didn't say, are these the same pants, because he has multiple pairs of pants. So same type of pants, yes. Blanca's confused because Dick starts a question, says, let me ask you this, and then switches questions in the middle. He's hard to follow. I think that's intentional. So,
The text messages from me and Maggie?
June 7th, 2021, right?
That is correct.
And the first one, I'm just going to try to hurry this up a little bit. She asked you to stop.
Yes, sir.
She says, will you stop by, this is at 7:05 a.m., stop by the store and get Alex Capri Sun. He likes orange and pineapple flavor plus mountain cooler. Thank you, I'll pay you back. You say, I will. She says, thank you, get 2 boxes. Now,
Thank you, get 2 boxes.
Capri Sun makes a pineapple
after that
and an orange?
conversation,
They don't just make
there's a
fruit
text
punch.
at 3:28 p.m.
There's more
Blanca,
flavors of Capri
dinner's
Sun.
on
Where
the
have I
stove, just
been?
left. So you left there
I
at
know.
about 3:30, correct?
Yes, I sent the text before I actually
Sun
walked
is
out of
like
the
a
house.
commodity.
I had a habit of sending her the text, make sure everything, and then locked up before I left. But at that time, I had gone upstairs to drop off some clothes. I noticed that Paul's truck, or a white truck, was sitting at the kennels. So I left the front door unlocked at that time instead of locking
But
it.
you didn't see Alec anywhere there?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't see his vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. And she says at 3:40, thank
Next time I
you,
go to the
right?
store, I'm looking for Capri Sun.
Yes, sir.
I'm curious.
Okay, then at 3:54, you said, you're welcome, I just made your deposit. Maggie then says, I guess this is one exchange, thank you, I'm waiting at the doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave the door open at Edisto, but trust the Mexicans to shut and lock for me.
Yes, sir.
And then she says, Alex's dad back at the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, pneumonia. Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Now, you know what she meant by that?
Calls for speculation.
What she meant was Maggie used to get frustrated. She said every time something happened at Alameda with his dad or his mom, that Alec would get called and nobody else, that they always called Alec to go to the house. And she did get upset over that the family was basically putting all that on Alec and he wasn't getting enough rest.
So when she said he's going to die, she's worried about his health.
She was worried about his health, yes.
Okay.
So they relied on Alec,
And
not
she
his other
says
brothers.
Alex needs to take care of himself as well. And that's consistent with what you just said, correct? She's
Yes.
worried about his health.
Yes.
And
Ask
you
her
said
Yet he
yes,
still
does.
killed her.
He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they can treat Mr. Randolph. Maggie says, I'm scared for him and Alex and all of us. What do you mean by that?
Because Alec hadn't
know.
had much sleep. That was her main concern, was the fact that, her main frustration was the fact that in the middle of the night or whenever, if Mr. Randolph or Miss Libby were uncomfortable, that they would always, she seemed to think that they always called Alec, and there goes Alec, to take care of it. And she felt that it wasn't fair that he was the only one having to take them.
And your response to that is, I know, just pray about it and hope he gets a little better. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir?
And you say, Alex and you really need to relax. Always being on the go with little or no sleep is not healthy. Remember, I have a doctor's appointment in the morning in Beaufort. If I get done early, I'll go to Moselle. I'll let you know. And she says, no worries, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, oh, you got this.
Yes, this is leading towards, so he was extremely stressed. Yes. Yes, it is. And I think with a lot of things in this trial,
So-
things cut both ways. I think that cuts both ways on him being extremely stressed. But
She preferred
it also shows that everything wasn't
be
as hunky-dory as everybody
in,
says it is, because she was
correct.
about his
Definitely.
family.
But she was going that day, based on all your texts, she was going because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was worried about Alex, right?
She was going because he asked her to.
I mean, she was heading to Moselle.
Because he asked
She
her to.
preferred to be in Edisto, but she was heading to Moselle because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital.
That's not what she said.
And she was concerned about Alex. Isn't that what this says?
Misstates testimony.
Say the grounds.
The objection is sustained.
Misstates testimony.
Okay.
Ask her why she went back to
Why is
Moselle.
everybody acting like lawyers today, y'all?
She indicated to you that Paul was
go?
coming in your telephone conversation, correct?
That is correct.
And did she indicate in your telephone conversations that she needed dinner for her, Paul, and Alec?
Yes, she did.
And did she indicate in any way that she did not want to go to Moselle to have dinner with Alec Paul that night?
Her conversation with me was that Alec wanted her to go to Moselle that day,
Yep.
and
Don't give in,
she was
Blanca.
concerned about the workers that she had in Edisto, and she would have preferred to be in Edisto, taking care of the final.
But for
Details.
Mr. Randolph's.
No, but for Alex asking
She
her.
was concerned about the work being done and leaving the house open in Edisto.
She wasn't concerned about Mr. Randolph.
I mean, she was, but her concern, more
Wow,
concern
this guy's
was
so
that her house
obvious.
was open.
She's not going to waive her dick.
Now, I mean, she preferred to be at Edisto in the summertime.
She left Edisto
as
open because
opposed
she
to
thought she
Moselle
was
at
going
all,
back there
correct?
when she
Yep.
That is
left.
correct.
Yep.
She was going to the doctor and thought she was going back to
Yeah.
Edisto. That's why she left it open. And then Alex said, no, you need to come to Moselle. She anticipated going back to Edisto when she left to go to the doctor,
Let
but
me
she
ask
didn't.
you,
He told her to go to Moselle. She did.
This is not
and
going
that's
to
where
end
she
well
died.
for GM.
The
Her
prosecutor's
Did
going to have
poopy
to tie that
ask
together.
you
Her
about,
poopy
at
pants.
any point, about the
Hey, our
clothes
poopy pants.
that
Dick's her name,
Alex
Dick,
was
right?
wearing on the
Helps.
set?
It really
At
helps.
some point, did they ask you that?
Believe who they are when they tell you their name.
Not until recent.
Recently,
No, I'm
right?
just kidding.
Yes,
There's
sir.
probably some nice dicks out there.
And is it clear to you, I mean, you've been asked recently to
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
in June of 21, which is almost 2 years ago.
These open-ended questions are going to bite Dick in the ass because this witness isn't
Is it-
playing.
Did they ask you other questions about what happened on June 7th when they asked you about the clothes?
Did I doing anything? I don't think I did. Okay.
They asked me where I was. They asked me what I was doing. They
This
asked me
investigation.
when I saw Alec leaving that day, my discussions with Maggie. They requested to see my phone, which I gave them, so they could see the text messages, phone calls that we had had.
Okay.
So they didn't think Alec was a suspect enough
you
to
and
talk
Maggie
to
were very
Blanca
close.
until recently.
We were,
You and Alex were close also, were you not?
yes, sir.
And did you feel like a member of the family?
Yes, sir.
Except for he
Have you
didn't
ever
call you the
heard,
night that she was
from
murdered.
anybody about any, well,
Yeah.
strike that. Did you indicate that
Actually,
Maggie,
technically, it's
one
withdrawn,
of the
not
things
struck.
Maggie
The judge
told you
strikes it, but
was
whatever.
that she was not, after the boat case, she was not being treated very well by the people in Hampton, correct?
That is correct.
They shunned her, they were rude to her, those kinds of things.
That is correct.
Did she also indicate to you that she was concerned about Paul because he'd received a bunch of threats?
Objection.
I think that's actually an improper
Objection's
objection.
overruled.
Yeah.
Did she ever indicate to you she's concerned about Paul because Paul had received threats?
Yes.
Okay, beg the court's indulgence.
What?
That was, yeah, it's fair to overrule that objection because they've already gotten into Maggie's state of mind. And again, that evidence has already been elicited. I think it's actually more helpful to the prosecution. They might not see it at the moment.
Apologize. I moved 107 into evidence. I gave it to the clerk.
I gave it to the clerk.
The captions have stopped working
Any
today.
objection? Submitted without objection.
And I don't
The
know why.
captions person has
The
a
captions have
dentist
stopped working
appointment.
today.
No, I'm just kidding.
And I can't figure out why the captions have stopped working.
I should be
today,
a captions
But
person.
I'm trying.
What time is it? It's almost 10. It's almost their
I'm
lunchtime.
trying. Because my second monitor is now pissed at me. So,
That same morning of the 8th, did you clean the gun room?
He didn't cross her about the
I
ring.
didn't go in the gun room. I went
Because.
in
he
there,
doesn't
but
wanna
I
bring focus
didn't
on
do
it.
anything in the gun room.
Didn't pick anything up.
No, sir.
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to
Okay,
fix
and when you
it.
went into the
Second
kitchen
monitor.
that morning, was there anything that would indicate to you that other people had been there the night before? Like glasses or bottles of water or anything?
No, sir.
Thank you.
We're going on to redirect. Give me 1 second. We're going to get to redirect real quick. And I'm trying to figure out where my second monitor has gone. Because today it's just not happening. It's just not having any of it. So they're getting on to redirect. Give me 1 second. We will do.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Siri. Oh,
Not
mobile
me.
display.
It's not me, darlings. It's not me.
Mobile display. Curse you, mobile display. Right. We're getting this pulled back up. Thank you all. I beg the chat's indulgence for 1 second.
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
Wow.
All
Weird.
right.
Weird.
Here we go. So much easier when I'm at home. Add.
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
Siri.
Did you ever go there?
No, sir.
Did you ever go there?
No, I have been there on one occasion. I have been there on one occasion. Previously, and
Oh
I
dear.
don't remember what I had. I don't remember what I had.
Uh-oh. Emily's having problems.
Well, that blue,
Bear with us, folks. We're adjusting.
that was at our meeting.
Hold on, darlings.
Or do you know?
Saw
know where
that
that
at
came from.
Moselle.
Hold on, darlings. You're safe. You're safe here at Low Levels Lounge. We are day drinking, day smoking, baking, day baking, day baking. Let's just use that.
State 7.
That's our term, day baking.
First of all, this is.
Because baking
I
can
know,
be
I'm
kind of
fixing the
global.
double sound.
States 306.
Thank y'all.
Have you ever seen that shirt again since you went back the 8th, the 9th, until today? Have you ever seen that shirt again?
And there's once I moved a lot of the belongings to the little house, he had packed some of the clothes up, but over the weekends and stuff, when they were going from place to place, I noticed that he was purchasing different clothing items, shorts, shirts. So there was a couple of new ones in there, which still was not that shirt. It was some of the newer ones.
Who was purchasing a lot of shorts and shirts
Alec.
after this event?
After the murder?
Yes, sir, on the weekends when they were gone with the family, if he was going different places, he would come back like that
Sounds a
Monday
little
or
out of
Tuesday,
sync.
and it was like
I
new
don't want to
items
fix it yet
within the clothes.
because I don't lose it and I want to
New
hear
shirt?
her testimony.
New shirts,
New shorts?
yes.
I'll fix it as soon as I can.
You know what kind?
Vineyard Vines,
They were buying mini vines.
yes, sir.
Vineyard Vines.
That the
After
way
the
he
murder?
says that is driving
Yes,
me
it is.
absolutely motherfucking
Polo type
insane.
Vineyard Vines.
He purchased new shirts.
What shirt had
Insane.
he suggested to you he was
Baking
wearing in
zooming
August
zootery.
on this
Zootery,
day? What shirt
baking
had he had
zootery.
suggested to you he was wearing?
Vineyard Vines.
Met a
Vineyard
little
Vines.
Zooty. She was all hooked up on Zooty.
Oh, Dick's wandering around again.
State 7
What?
said you
What do you mean
recognize these
incorrect
shorts and
email
shirts.
password, darling?
Yes,
What do you
sir.
mean?
Where was this shirt kept?
You're not a
On
type.
States 107 in
Type,
Moselle.
type. Type, type,
In
type.
In the closet, if there was no room in that drawer.
On the shelves?
Yes, sir, on the shelf.
And looking at 306, is that outfit different from this outfit?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that is the point, that they are different.
And I think Mr. Arpulian showed it 107. Whose idea was it for Maggie Murdaugh to come to Moselle on the evening of June 7th?
No, you can't object to that. What the fuck, dude?
You can testify if you know.
It's not. It's not hearsay.
Testify if you know.
Maggie texted me that Alec wanted her to come to Moselle.
And is that on 107 that Mr. Harpootlian just put in?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yep.
That's all, thank you.
Thank you, Dick.
Yes, sir.
That's what he's
We are
gonna
on
say. Thank you,
recross.
Dick.
I will
Oh, this
sync these
poor
up after
woman.
he's done
This poor woman.
because I don't want to lose her testimony.
Yikes, Mikes.
Like Dick loses the point in the middle of his question. Let me see if I can fix this while they are doing that. I don't know where we're getting second testimony from. I found it.
A couple questions.
I found it. We're back.
After Maggie's death and Paul's death, did you notice he was losing weight?
Yes, sir, he was.
Massive
second.
loss of weight, right?
They're asking about whether
So the clothes he,
Alec was losing
you
weight
see him in that picture. He
after the murders.
fat is the wrong word, but overweight kind of guy, big guy, fleshy looking
Excuse
guy.
me. Oh my God.
Fleshy?
Diet Coke is
Okay.
taking over
They
my
just called him
body.
fleshy?
The, so he needed to buy new clothes because the other clothes were falling off of him, right?
That's why.
I assume so, yes, sir.
So it wouldn't be unusual for him to need to buy new clothes because he's losing weight.
Alternative theory.
I guess.
Okay.
Alternative
Are you?
theory.
This
You don't
is
ever have to
from
apologize for
Rose
posting Beastie
I also
Boys
prefer
lyrics in here.
and you
Wait a
say
minute.
this is
Wait a
shirt
minute. Wait a
like
minute.
Columbia shirt, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh wait,
Now,
now I'm like,
Columbia
my
shirt,
brain's a
don't
little
have a logo
fried
next to
right now
Columbia?
because I'm smoking some really
Yes, sir.
good,
You know, the sleeve
smoking
or,
some really good weed right now.
You see one on here?
I don't see anything on the shirt.
So I'm having a
The
hard
style
time.
of shirt is the Columbia style shirt.
Style.
It's not
Oh my
a,
God, so many good
you're not saying it
songs.
was a brand name Columbia.
One of my
shirt.
favorite albums
Columbia
was like their
style
last album.
Yes, sir.
God, that is nothing. to
And
be sorry
your
for.
testimony.
Oh my God,
again
Max,
is
you know
this is
you're in the
not
right
shirt
place.
You walked out with.
Stop being
that
so
morning.
He
coy.
did not walk out with that shirt that morning.
Top 10
But
Beastie
those could be
Boys
the
songs.
khakis you
Oh
walked out
shit,
with
it's a
that
fucking
Possibly,
video.
yes.
Hold on.
And when you say you never saw that shirt
Oh, here we
again,
go,
you
here we
didn't
go.
see those khakis again.
This
did
is
you
what
not?
some dude on the
Yes, sir, I
internet
watched those
says are the
things.
top
They were in
10
the
Beastie Boys.
bathroom. I'm assuming it was the same pair because he only had a few that he wore.
Shifter? I
There
don't
you go.
know. I haven't heard
And
of that.
in addition,
Also, no shade to Alec for being fluffy. Apparently, Blanca cooked
Hey,
amazing.
ladies!
So, you know,
your
What's
testimony
on there?
would
Shake
be-
your rump. Oh
I
my
like the
God,
alternate
Paul's
theory, though. He's
Boutique
buying
is
new
the
clothes
best
not to
album.
hide.
Well, I
Yes.
guess
But
you're
because he's
saying
lost
that
weight.
morning he didn't
You're
have that
right.
shirt on.
You're
He
right.
had
I'm
those
sorry.
pants on.
You're right.
Could possibly have those pants. He had several.
Okay.
Sure shot.
And would you scroll down to the
Mike
footwear,
could be.
please?
Paul
She is-
Revere,
she
Licensed
is
to Ill.
well done with
Licensed to
Sick.
Ill
I
is one of
agree.
my favorite albums. Brass Monkey. Funky
Okay,
Monkey.
those are loafers, right?
Brass
Yes,
Monkey
sir.
Monkey.
And what do they seem to be made out of?
No sleep till
Like soft
Brooklyn.
leather.
So,
Oh,
your
Sabotage.
testimony is
Oh my
that
God,
those were house shoes
Sabotage.
he only wore around the house. He had like house slippers.
Usually when Alec would go outside, he had them Georgia
Gotta fight
boots
for your
that he
right.
would wear or the duck
Intergalactic.
boots,
Oh
and
my
those would be
God.
left by
Oh
the
my
front
God.
door when I would walk through the door in the next morning.
Georgia
Check
Boots
Your
and
Head
Duck
is a
Boots.
great
Maybe he was
album.
stressed and didn't think to
Wait,
change
I
his
gotta.
clothes.
I definitely need
And
to.
Yes, sir, but those were
Yes,
his
I had
go-to
some
shoes.
banana. I had some
When
banana.
he would
OG.
go outside or
Fish.
mess
I have
around
a
like
couple
he
of
said
those.
with Paul that day.
I got
Because
my
it's a
new
farm.
What shoes was he wearing when he went
Yesterday
to
was
work
New
that
Weed
day?
Day.
The dress shoes,
What a
pair
cool
of
thing. I'm gonna like
brown leather.
Oh, I love the Beastie Boys.
Now, when were you first asked about what he was
Snooty
wearing?
was
that
what they
day?
called. Oh, I don't remember that. I don't think I did Angel.
Let's see where the
on
rush
my
to-
own.
rush
I
to
know I
judgment
didn't
is.
do.
Maybe
Did
a
not do
couple
Angel
of days
Dust in the 90s.
when they interviewed me.
When they interviewed you the first time?
Yes, sir.
This
They
is
asked you
very
what
good.
you had on.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is Sticky OG. I don't know what this is actually.
Interviewed
What is
after the murder about what he was wearing. Okay.
You may step down.
Sticky OG.
Wow. Morning has been
This says OG, I
spicy.
guess.
Those are like, I hate how Dick says okay. It clips her answers. It's a strategy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch and resume at 2:50.
What?
It is
Please
lunchtime.
Here
not
we
discuss
go.
this.
It's time for
So I will
lunch.
be back here at
Betty's,
like,
Eddie's,
right around
Edible
5
Taffy,
minutes
like
before
Edible
court
Taffy.
resumes.
Really?
I am going to
Betty's, Eddie's.
give a quick summary
I'm gonna
if
look
I
at that.
because my brain is just.
I've never heard of it, so
my brain
unfortunately,
is
I think
just
I don't
and
probably
answer
have
some
it.
questions.
I
Blanca
love that.
was a fascinating witness. We had a poll going.
Settings.
Let's go ahead and stop that poll. I forgot what our poll was, but we're going to do another poll. So if you haven't voted in that poll, I'm sorry, we're going to do another one. We are going to take a look at the results on that poll, and then we are going to put,
Oh.
does Blanca's testimony change your opinion of this case? I'm not going to ask if you think he did it or not, but has where you were coming in this morning shifted because of Blanca's testimony?
Betty's has
and that's
ice
what I would love to
cream.
see. The poll from earlier, does this feel like the most important testimony we have had so far
I
in
don't
this
know if I
trial?
could take that.
95% yes.
Have you had the
4%
ice
no, with
cream,
13,000
Candace?
of you voting. So go ahead.
Okay, wait a
and
minute.
do
Where?
the
How do I
YouTube
get
things.
these?
Y'all know
How do
there's
I
there's
stop the
44,000
press?
of you in here. I would sure
How do I
love it if
get
you
it?
subscribe. That would
How do I
be
get it?
awesome. I appreciate it. And YouTube seems to be valuing the likey, subscribey things quite heavily. So
How do you
you
order?
know, if you're here for court casting, go
Find
for it.
us.
Let's see. We're gonna get to some questions. Anybody else think Dick sounds like
Oh,
Matthew
I hate
McConaughey?
you.
Jessica Martin, this question comes in, or this statement comes in all day, every day. Dick talks. So yes, you
I
are not
hate
alone.
you.
Lots of people think that Dick sounds like
You
Matthew
masshole.
McConaughey. Blanca has
You
confirmed my
It's in
opinion.
Massachusetts.
So, Bronwyn, I would subscribe
up-
again.
oh,
Don't
you know
subscribe
where it
twice. It's not
is?
going to work well for me.
Do they have them in
So,
Portland, Maine?
let's continue on to questions. Yep, Miguelina,
Oh
that looks good.
my God.
So thank you. Let's go to questions.
They have,
Allison said
okay.
taking off a wedding ring while renovating isn't a big deal. It can easily get dirty, damaged if you're using a saw. Dangerous. I'm just gonna hasten a guess that Maggie was not out there using any table saws. It just seems inconsistent with what we've learned about Maggie Murdaugh thus far. That is just my guess, and I don't think we have any evidence that Maggie's actually helping renovate versus overseeing the renovations, picking things out, and running the credit cards. But if they're in the middle of renovating, the financial stress might have become more apparent. Renovations are not cheap. How far from Moselle House to Beach House? No one has put that in evidence yet. So the jury does not know that. I actually don't know that. I haven't looked. But Edisto is not so far away that she couldn't get back to her doctor's appointment. So she left.
I'll send that.
Edisto,
I'll send that
went
to
her
my
doctor's
friends in
appointment,
Maine.
and then got
No,
a
only the
please,
fruit
you
juice, and
know,
I'm
Alec
telling
wants me
you,
to go to
entire
Moselle.
dispensaries are
I
devastated.
thought Alec wanted her to go to
They
Moselle
scaled
about
back
his
their
father,
shipping.
but that
Oh my
really hasn't
God, that's
established
so
much either. But
funny.
Alec asked her
I
to
wonder
come to
what their
Moselle, and Alec
recipe
asked Paul to
is.
come to Moselle. That
Wonder if
the
anyone's been able
prosecution
to
has to make that
copy
a
the
very
recipe in
central
case
figure
they go
of
under. I
their
hope they don't
closing.
go under. I
Because
hope
if you're
they
going
do
to argue that
well.
this was a vigilante
Maybe they're doing
and
too well.
Maggie was staying at
Hi,
Edisto during
GA.
a
How
remodel
you doing,
and
girl?
had left people there working on the home
Yeah, I let my
during the
friends in
remodel,
Maine
and had
know they
left the
can get
door
them in
unlocked because she
Maine.
thought
That's
she
so
was coming back.
cool. Yay
And
for
Paul had come
them.
home on
I'm
Friday
happy.
and
I'm happy when other
gotten
people
laundry
can
done
enjoy stuff. I'm
and
fine.
seen Blanca, and
We've
then
got good
had
edibles here.
done work and then wasn't even planning on being
I
at
like the
Moselle on Monday.
WYLD. I
How
like
does someone know
those.
that they're there? Unless
Good.
someone is Alec Murdaugh or someone's told by Alec Murdaugh. So that we definitely got to
We're
grounds
gonna
today.
probably
These
go
attorneys are not
camping
practiced at
after
stating their
this
objection in the legal grounds.
until
They're
they
used to
come
saying,
back from lunch
objection,
for lunch.
Your Honor,
So
he's
just
eliciting
know.
testimony from this witness.
I
They're using speaking objections instead of
know.
objection, speculation, objection, hearsay,
I'm
whatever.
sorry, this really is. What the
Finally, I was worried the
hell?
prosecution wouldn't pull it all together. Same.
I mean, yeah,
I wasn't
delivery's
worried.
fine.
I just
Dispense. You know what
I
the
was
nice thing
confused
about
and tired.
delivery is?
I
Delivery
was
only,
very
because like
tired.
my
Very
dispensary
tired
is
of
just
this
delivery
case.
only. Hold on.
And it felt like the prosecution,
It's too much.
it still kind of feels like the prosecution, was so focused on the financial crimes that it was hard to tie it all.
Okay, we've heard this. We've heard this line of questioning before, darling. What we're gonna do is go to some camping. Okay, we're gonna go to a little bit of camping now. We're gonna hope that Drew doesn't, kind of get us, if you will. But we're gonna turn him down because that's annoying AF. We just need the visual, Drew, darling. We don't need everything else. We just need your visual, darling. I know, ours do too. I just so love my delivery folks. So this is a little camping video. Oh, I'll put the link in the comments so that you can show them some love as well. Please, and thank you. Always show love to the loves that are sharing their love. That is what we are currently watching, I think. I hope I did that. Yes, I did. He's going to be camping. It's negative 28 degrees Celsius. I don't know what the hell that is. Camping out of his Jeep. This is for Jen. Jen has a Jeep. I'm sorry, I'm turning the sound way down because I just don't want to hear everything. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, it looks lovely. Oh, thank you, darling. Oh, yes, thank you. Oh, that's an awful lot of pancetta. Oh, dear. Oh, we watched yesterday, didn't we? Oh, dear. We watched this one. Oh, shit balls. I thought we didn't watch this. Did we? Wait, now I'm confused. Oh, maybe we didn't watch all of it. Oh, you know what it is, you guys? Watched him make that pasta. That's what it was. We watched him make the pasta. This is Idaho, I think. Yeah, it's Idaho. Yes, please. I want to go there. Meh. Wah, 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 wah. Ooh, 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 ooh. Continue to stand up to Nazi sympathizers on the Twitter bird. And while we're doing this, I'm gonna check the news. What's happening in the news? Yeah. So against this, I will read the headlines to you. The FBI is conducting a search of Mike Pence's Indiana home. Why? Who knows? Who cares? I mean, I do care, but at the same time, I think there can be other indictments that we can focus on and other legal things that we should pursue, or we're not going to have a democracy to care about. The rogue Trump appointed judge with pills, futures, and so someone's attacking abortion again. Someone's attacking abortion again. But people are attacking abortion again. Wah, 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 wah. Mm-mm. La, 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 la.
All right, welcome back to the channel, guys. Those of you that are new
Hi,
here,
guys. Turkey and Syria earthquake latest. Death toll rises to almost 23,000 people as anger grows over the Syria rescue response. This is, I'm reading from theguardian.com headlines currently. Yeah, there's some shit happening right now in Moldova and Romania. Was it the Moldovan prime minister who stepped down under kind of like pressure about perhaps they had violated Russian airspace? Do I recall that? Yeah, Moldova. PM resigns blaming crises caused by Russian aggression. Natalia Gavrilita quits as Russian ambassador is summoned over the apparent violation of airspace. The other thing is they're returning Wagner men, who are the mercenary group that is actually has a lot of political power within Russia, or at least coup energy, big coup energy. Wagner has the big coup energy. That's a good way. That's a great way of putting it. Wait, let me write that down. Because there's nothing left but to make references like this coup energy. And trust me, I don't want them to coup. I don't really want them to coup. Although, I don't know, maybe it'd just be easier. I don't think so. Please don't. Whew. Okay, so anyway, yeah. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Are coffee pods really eco-friendly? I don't know. Sports. I'm not a sports person. I mean, I appreciate them and I do like watching. Like, I have teams I like to watch, but I can't follow them like news stuff. Wow, some weird people. Uh-oh, what happened? What happened, Saw? What happened? Oh, he's just being quiet. Okay. All right. It's very quiet. Okay, so let's see. Whoa, the UN response is what's being criticized. So I don't know what the deal is with the UN response, but apparently it's far, far under what it needs to be in Syria, which is disgusting. Amsterdam, city to outlaw cannabis smoking in red light district streets. Jim, weren't we just talking about Amsterdam and getting high? Is that wasn't the lounge talking about that
Right.
in the last day or so?
Finally
I
made it
think
to
so.
camp after a very long, like 2.5, 3 hours of trying to find a spot. This is actually a designated campground. It's got a hot springs, I think a couple hundred yards south down the river. So excited to do that in the morning. Obviously nobody else is here because nobody is dumb enough to sit
Well,
on
here's a story that should be bigger.
It's a
How
very
the
nice
Durham
place.
inquiry backfired to show the weaponization of the Trump DOJ. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Why don't we talk a little bit more about
Very,
that?
very wet snow coming down, which is very tough to off-road in just because it's very compact.
George
You can
Santos
see
stole the puppy, it
very
says.
good snowfall
Puppy
weather.
theft? Oh, it's the puppy
As
money.
far as
It's the dog money.
off-roading
Okay.
goes, it's really tough because your tires will start spinning.
Mike Pence
You
is a
sink in really deep, and
peanut,
it's just tough
and
to
he
navigate
peanut
at
his
first.
pants
When it's really cold
when
out,
the
it gets better,
Trump
and that's
special
when you really
counsel
feel it. So
investigation
really excited about getting
subpoenaed
to this
him.
spot.
It was
And when the
terrible.
tent opened, the awning
Terrible,
opened,
terrible,
we just sat
terrible,
there and waited.
terrible, terrible. I don't care why Marjorie Taylor Greene dressed like that at the State of the Union. That's what she wants us to be asking about. And frankly, who gives a flying fat rat's fuck? I don't care. I don't care. Well, I don't care about anything. Poor Mike Pence. Poor Mike Pence. He'll never run. He'll never. We did watch this. I'm so sorry, you guys. What a pain in the ass I am. Hold on. I'll find something better. I am. Hold on. I'm going to do that now. I'm going to shut my ass. My stupid mouth. My stupid little mouth. What time is it? Let's see. We're going to go ahead and watch some Hal. Let's watch some Hal Sparks.
Yeah.
Give him a like.
Earthquakes aren't part of the weather, shithead.
Show
What?
him some laughter. I'm so sorry I replayed that, but at least we got a little more nice.
Climate change for this. Oh God. And this is, we have to destroy where HARP is located with airstrikes. Forwarded from Ezra Cohen.
Ezra Cohen, such a fucking asshole.
Where's that? You got airstrikes with what army? What are you talking about? Who's we? HARP is our own weather tracking system and radar system, high altitude radar program, whatever, and aerial reconnaissance. We need to blow up our own shit so that they don't blame earthquakes on climate change. And then this is JFK and Lyndon Johnson. Weather control in the 1960s.
Yeah, right. HARP.
Yeah, they knew you could put aluminum and barium in the fucking clouds and
This
try to
is the
seed rain.
Traipse through Telegram.
Excerpt envisions satellites as a key to global communication and weather control. He's obviously wearing the great poobah hat of all time and not at all just talking about the potential for technology in the future. Also, the space vagina freaked them out because they were under the impression that the big eye in the sky, that the big space vagina, which is not anywhere near this, is the same shape as I'm basically 15. I see vaginas everywhere. I understand. There's no program. You just have to solve it for yourself. These people have like Georgia O'Keeffe illnesses. Look at this. I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind. Holy shit. They're doing fucking Asia lyrics or whatever.
Wow, that's awesome.
I am the maker of rules, dealing with fools. I can cheat you blind. I can read you. It's like they knew. Yeah, Alan Parsons. That's right.
Alan Parsons.
I
can read your
Sorry,
mind.
Alan Parsons. You're right.
I can read
And then this is
your mind.
assassinations will work in both directions. Eye for an eye for an eye. See how that works? Eye in the sky, and then there's an eye, and then eye, and then you dot the
that's an
eye.
earworm you'll never get rid of.
Fuck, man. These people are like, these people need to try harder. This is state of Q. Okay, wait, let me jump over too. So hold on, give me a second, because I don't know how this shit works. So better to do it off of.
Uh-oh. What happened, Hal? Oh, you're just being quiet.
Oh boy, this is good.
Big novel, Eye in the Sky, not among his most coherent. I could never. I always
is a
tried
big
to
Q
get
person.
into like some serious
17
like
cities,
science
one
fiction,
event, the balloon
but I
path.
never really could.
This is what they're
Never
trying to
really could
destroy.
just, like intellectually,
I don't know.
I drove. I
how long?
I had a teacher's assistant in college and at the introduction to astrophysics course.
Yeah, theme
I
music isn't
drove that.
making me
The
more.
TA literally
making me
told
understand
me.
this any better.
Literally
Fuckstick.
told me.
Just a few days ago, a
He's like,
general from the United States
"You
Army
have to
predicted a
drop
war with
this
China by
course.
2025.
You're
Now
not
we have
getting
Chinese
this.
balloons over our skies. Infiltration
You're just
done.
not. It's
Invasion
not
is coming.
sticking. Like the concepts of parsecs and all of that stuff is not sticking. So you need to just
Look at all the
you need to just
responses.
drop this
I love
course.
there's 38 clowns, but like, oh my god, pray.
I was so mad because I was like, "This is so fascinating."
Three
Stop
people were like,
it.
"Boo."
Wait.
Joe Biden must be declared a terrorist immediately. Okay, declare Joe Biden a terrorist. Did it do anything? Let me know. All right. 100. Chinese weapon will be shot down. Okay. HARP is very active. Right, there we go. We have to destroy where HARP is located. Strikes. My life is full of stories. Some of them good, some of them bad. Do you know which one is good? That one is coming. Enjoy the show. What? False flag warning. Okay, guys, get prepared. You're going to be, there's obviously, they're going to crash something into a something and
Ezra
blame
has a lot
somebody
of
for
dreams.
something else.
Ezra has a lot of
Mossad
dreams.
is on the ground in Ukraine. It's shame. It's like your ice cream falling off your cone. Ron DeSantis had James O'Keefe removed from Project Veritas.
Why? 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 Pictures or it didn't happen. Pictures or it didn't happen.
Okay, this is what's left. Oh God, this is great. This is like how? Who is this? This is one of the big Q account channels. This guy's got 22,556 subscribers just on his Telegram channel. I don't fucking know. Oh, that's hilarious. The shit. And yeah, because Ghost Ezra, I think, is this other one that like hides his accounts or does his accounts. Like this takes his stuff and blows it up or adds context or is him. This is, oh, by the way, Rise of the Machines. This is a CG video that was made years ago that people were showing around. Like you can't do anything. This like it's so lame. This is like a demo. Right. And they're like, it's coming. They already making them. This is real. Wait, did I ask them questions and
This
they
is
didn't
real.
comply? Right.
This is real.
We all saw that, whatever. FBI is not searching Biden's home for
That was
classified
so
documents. They are
funny.
covering up evidence for child sex trafficking, including underground tunnels. That's what the shovels are for.
I'm gonna make
Is
some
everybody used to
onigiri.
underground tunnels? Is that the key to this shit? Everybody's got fucking tunnels.
I don't understand which rice vinegar do I get? I don't understand. Okay, I'm gonna get that.
Oh, God. So stupid.
They're covering up evidence for what?
Why would
No,
you
they're
need tunnels
not.
if you have super robots?
No, they're
Why wouldn't you
not.
need the FBI to dig? Don't you have
Right.
super robots
Make up your
digging
mind,
tunneling deeper
Ezra.
into the Earth's core,
Come
into
on.
Agartha, where the Nazis went after the war?
Yikes.
Amazon has introduced a feature where you can pay with your palm. Other companies will follow. Yes, I know that you can do this in Whole Foods. It's really cool. It's not. So what?
So dumb.
False flag attack in mosque in Pakistan today. No, it wasn't a false flag. It was a terrorist event. False flag for fucking who? It's like at a certain point, are all attacks false flag? If like I thought like liberals were supposed to be like the hippies who thought the military-industrial complex would just stop blowing shit up and start wars and then they finish the wars and they keep the wars going because that's how they make their money. And so they're just starting shit all over the place. And if it wasn't for them, people would just be like kumbaya and that kind of. I thought we were supposed to be the ones like that. Ezra Cohen was right again. Just a few days ago, he stated chaos would be in the Middle East. Iran is under attack right now.
The Turkey, the earthquake.
Okay, first of all,
I'm so confused.
just a few days ago, he stated chaos would being in the Middle East. Wood being, maybe it's a giant wood being. Perhaps it's the Woodies from Attack of the Power of Juju. Iran is under attack right now. From Israel, yes. Revenge. Why are you holding a drink all the time if you're attacked by a stranger? Because you picked up a glass full of water and you were going to hit him in the head with it if you tried anything. That's all you had. It was Donald Trump's order, not Brian Cab, that sent the National Guard to Atlanta, Georgia to fight Antifa. Ukraine has formally requested all the led for Ukraine during the United Nations to be urgently extradited back to Ukraine. Latvia and Lithuania agreed. Ukraine is low on soldiers and they are on the stage of being wiped out. That's right. They're going to go away. Isn't
a pound 16 ounces?
Okay.
Like a pound of bacon? Wouldn't that be 16 ounces for a pound of bacon? Am I wrong? Or is that 8 ounces? Oh my God. Pints a pound the world around. That should be 16 ounces.
Okay,
Am I right?
Marge has a Twitter thread. That'll bring us back home.
Get 2 pounds.
Here you go. We must go line item by line item and get rid of stupid spending like this. Irresponsible American last spending is why we're all in this.
Bacon is so cheap.
To begin with, continued.
28
Let's see.
What?
On page 1556, the $1.5 trillion omnibus bill that Democrats are still fighting over. I just thought I'd let y'all know that we're going to be funding $17 million to build and maintain safe latrines in developing countries.
28?
I just want to know if they're gender neutral. Okay.
So I should be, what?
17, we have a $26 trillion economy.
No. What?
Us giving, by the way, one of the ways you keep
I mean, I don't want to get 3
mass
pounds of bacon,
migration down
Do I
from
want 3
developing
pounds of
countries
bacon? I don't want
to
3.
your
Why is
country.
this bacon so cheap?
Dummy. This is actually, I got news for you. That $17 million is part of the
it's
way
from
towards
Yeltsin.
how you, quote unquote, secure the
only
border.
$3.99
Because
a
if people
pound. Is
don't
that
have to
right?
flee
That doesn't seem
septicemia and below human standards, they'll tend to stay and build their own
16 ounce
country
pound.
up.
Okay,
They just
16
need a
ounce
leg up. We give countries like that legs up so that everybody doesn't stampede towards the border in caravans is the idea. And not just ours, our
Oh,
allies,
I
and
hope
they do
it's
the
not
same
like
as well. We all
$13.99 a
kick in.
pound and it's like just a typo.
Not only do Democrats not care about your wide open border, they are spending $1.4 billion of your tax dollars to bring refugees. Only 6 months ago, Democrats brought 76,000 Afghans after Biden failed in Afghanistan. Now they're bringing more. Yeah, Ukrainian refugees,
Oh, you know
women,
what?
children whose, you know, like
I'm
husbands,
spending too
whatever,
much
have
money. I
died
can't spend all this money.
and can't live where they used to live because there's literally their entire city has been leveled. 1.4 billion people, and these people are going to come here and they're going to get either permanent resident status or they're going to get green cards while they get their citizenship. And at least she's an equal opportunity offender, you know, because she supports Russia so much that she hates white people being brought over here. And the reason we brought the 6,000 Afghans is because they were support team people. That was the people who worked at all our bases and all of our at our embassy and with our troops and their families that would be killed for having helped us. Like she's like, I don't know why she thinks this shit is a gotcha. Here's how much Democrats are appropriating for in the $1.5 trillion omnibus, 1.7, excuse me, billions in spending increases in almost every department. Are they going to blame inflation? I thought Joe said
is like,
just to cut costs.
that's what
I thought
it is.
Joe
It's
said
like
to
13 to 16.99 a pound right
to
now.
cut costs. Okay, I thought that was
Pigs are-
me.
the pigs are
I thought Joe
not-
said to just
they're
to
not
cut
happy.
costs. All right. I guess that just goes for the lowly taxpayers.
It might
Agriculture,
be a
the
mistake.
FDA got
So
a
I'm really
$1.4
hoping
billion increase.
So what I'm going to do is
Commerce, Justice, Science got a 4.7.
when I inevitably have to fight
Defense
about
got a 32.5 billion increase. Energy and water 3.2. Financial services 1.1. Homeland Security got 5.6. Like cost of living increases almost just for staff, much less the project they're working on. Labor, HHS, and education 15. That's the part that upsets her the most because they got too much already. And labor, HHS, and education are all like she lumps them together to make it look like a giant thing. Because if she stretched it out, it wouldn't look like that big a deal. Legislative branch, 625 million. Military construction, VA, 32.7 billion. So she's upset about that, I guess. State and foreign operations, 595 million. Interior environment, 1.9, and transportation HUD, 6.4. Plus 14 billion for Ukraine and not 1 penny for our southern border. That's horseshit. Dummy. Social security payments are set to rise 5.9%. There you go. Any idea the difference between million, billion, and trillion?
Being a little
There,
weak right now.
A million seconds is 12 days. A billion seconds is 31 years. A trillion is
Pigs are
31.
so smart.
$17 million isn't going to make or break things. $1.9 trillion tax cut from DJG.
That's good to know. 28 grams an ounce. That's
true.
good to know.
Single thing, yeah. Yeah, she's just mad that her priorities aren't being met. That's what the FBI. Anybody see that? Like, I want to say it was Vosh and somebody from TYT talking about the fucking like defund the FBI and shit. Like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Oh, we watched her yesterday. Oh, there's March. A lot of quality time with the FBI and DOJ. Yeah, they're searching his home in Indiana right now. And by the way, he invited them to do it. I have no doubt.
Yeah.
Aides to former Vice President Mike Pence agreed to search after discussions with the Justice Department.
I mean, I think
FBI
it's for
Friday
the
began
best.
searching the Indiana home of former Vice
I
President
want
Pence.
the FBI to search my house too.
Found
I would
classified
want
documents there last month. According to
I know
two
I
people
don't
familiar
mean
with the
that,
matter,
but you know what
Mr.
I
Pence's
mean.
aides
Like,
agreed to the search
I
after
wouldn't-
discussions with the
I
Justice
wouldn't
Department, according to others familiar
hesitate to
with
have
the
them
matter. It came a
searched,
day after reports that Mr.
understanding,
Pence had received a
things
subpoena
being-
from the special counsel investigating former President Donald J.
Not
Trump's
Trump's
efforts to cling to
FBI, I
power
wouldn't
after he
trust
lost
them.
the 2020 election.
But I'd
I love
probably
that. He
trust
lost
Biden.
the 20 after he lost. 2020. It's good. The
That's
spokesman
the
for
point.
Pence
That's
did not
what they
immediately
want.
respond
They
to a
want
request for
that
comment.
little
Justice Department
grain
also
of,
did
like,
not respond immediately. Yeah, they're going to be. I mean, Pence
We,
basically is
as
doing the exact
Democrats,
same
don't
thing. He's
speak
looking.
in
He's going. Yeah, you guys
definitives.
should
We
come and look.
understand
Oh, we don't
nuance.
have to look. You can
But that's a very
do it for.
gaping hole
Meanwhile,
for them. So That's why we can't unify, by the way, is because they're trying to just like find the stupid cheap opening, and that's not a conversation.
Here's
That's finding a cheap
Biden's
opening.
State of the Union speech was at 27
And
million,
when I'm
the
doing
lowest
that, I
rated
call
such
it
speech in
out.
history.
I'm a
I was close
troll.
to
I'm
50
trolling
million
you.
people watching. Yeah, because they were worried.
But if
People,
I'm having a
the nice thing about
conversation,
the
I'm having a
Biden one is that
conversation.
people are getting on with their lives. So how did Biden get 81 million in the
Let's see
2020
what I
presidential
have
election?
on
I'll
my
tell you, it was
Instagram. I don't know if I
rigged.
have anything new.
Hi, asshole. Just a couple things. One,
Let's see. Oops.
Americans don't feel like they have to
Oh.
white knuckle their fucking government right now. I mean, the House GOP are hilarious, but most of us aren't going, oh, fuck, is this jackass going to yank the wheel and turn us off, throw the car into a ravine? That's why they watched. Again, wrestling will always do better than reality. Like WWE will always beat real wrestling.
You know what? I need to check and see if our little incels are
It
wandering
will
around
always do
from
it because
Parenthood
it's
in
fake
Phoenix,
and it's
Arizona. Hold on just a
hilarious and
minute.
scary and stupid.
Let me just see.
And
Incel
flamboyant.
check.
Biggest story in
Incel
election
check.
fraud in USA history. Currently
Incel
going to Congress.
check.
Mainstream media hates it.
Incel
Horrible borders. Even worse election. 2020 was rigged. 2020 was rigged. Oh, this is the thing where he actually he live
let's see.
Truthed the Sotu, and at the end of it, he gave him like. Yeah, he goes, look, he worked hard tonight. It's not a natural thing for him. It never was, never will be. But you've got to give him credit for trying. I disagree with him on most of his policies, but he put into words what he felt, and he ended up the evening far stronger than he began. Give him credit for that. Many things weren't mentioned that should have
No
been,
sign
but
of
that's
the
for another time.
incels.
I've
They
done
must be
a little clip.
sleeping
Perhaps
in
you'd like to watch
today.
it. Good night, everybody, and God
Little
bless
incel
America.
sleeping going on.
Yeah, he live.
Lazy incels.
Whatever. I don't know if he called it truthing. Whatever. This is
Oh, I guess you can. I guess you can. It's so weird. Oh, here we go. Ah, what happened, Hal? Hal, my darling. What happened? Hal, your sound. Darling, your sound. Dearest darling.
yeah. We
what
looked at this one already on the afternoon show.
Jesus, you're scaring the hell out of
So
me.
he basically went through it live, and they didn't put all of it here. A lot of it on Truth, but he dumped a few of them, And I feel like I should do a response to his response. I kind of did though, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. The QAnon channel. The storm is upon us. When the moment arrives, we shall be ready to go.
Q is Mike Flynn.
Uh-oh.
Mike Flynn.
Oh, that's Caviezel, right?
Mike Flynn is executing a psyop on the United States at the
storm brings truth,
behest
justice,
of
and light. The
his
storm exposes
foreign
darkness and lies.
handlers.
The storm returns
And
freedom to the
also his
people.
bestie in the
Wiggle,
whole
wiggle,
wide
wiggle,
world, and that would be
motherfucker.
Eric Bridge.
Alistair Crowley. Bed confessions too late, dead in blood. I am perplexed, Satan, get out.
And
Last
they're
words
doing
on his
a
deathbed.
bidding, a big
Oh,
fucking
my, oh my,
assholes
what I
like
done?
that
There's something very wrong. There's something very wrong. There's something very wrong. Was he under
Peter Thiel should go
had a bookcase falling on him?
to hell.
Nike has dropped a new commercial which begins
That's a good
in a
one.
high-tech
Peter
research center,
Thiel
also
should
known as
go
CERN.
to
In this commercial, two scientists are debating who's the best
I like
football
that.
player. Many of us have
I
already
like
speculated the
that.
CERN Hadron Collider was actually an attempt to
Like
recreate ancient
that.
stargates which served as portals. Is this commercial just part of the predictive programming? Should we be concerned? You decide. Free energy that was stolen from us by the cabal. I bought this at Home Depot, and y'all can watch this. It's still in the package. I ain't done nothing to it. If I just close that, look, it lights right up. Partially because it's fluorescent filament, and that's how fluorescent filaments can work. It's a science experiment, but it's not free energy because technically, if you'll notice, the thing that I'm getting the energy from is actually plugged in. So it technically wouldn't, if you'll notice, it goes into a wall socket, but don't let that distract you. Look, it's just weird. When I get this thing even close to this thing, and by the way, can I remind you, these are the same fuckers who think you're being boiled by 5G right now.
Yeah.
Right? We could have had this. Cleanup before the visit was all staged. Oh, this is it's when Biden went down first Jewish president thing. Drew makes a big appearance on a lot of these
Oh
Q
God, I hate
sites.
Drew. Dr. Drew is fucking
Dr. Drew is a
Q-nut.
mainstay on there. Yeah, and then they just post all
Darling
the
of the
stuff. No, this is
Q-nut.
when giants
He's
used to
in
roam the earth.
Telegram,
There
it
were
looks like.
giants
I think
everywhere.
he's
It
in
was very
Telegram.
normal. They
This
didn't
looks
they didn't just
decidedly
pick the
like
tallest guy
Telegram.
ever and find
Do
the
not
two
go
shortest
there.
guys
Do not
ever and
go
make a
there.
cute
Do
little
not
video
go there.
about
Don't
it.
go there.
No,
Don't go together.
these two guys were both normal height.
That's Wenguo's.
And that guy was 16 feet tall.
I shouldn't even be on
Shanghai
TikTok,
police
but
grabbing and checking phone
you're
down the subway. Yes, I don't know why that's
anything
surprised.
but con.
That's why we needed doors like this because giants.
Oh.
The sting
I think
operation
there's
well
other
explained.
reasons than
All
my
right, well,
TikTok that
let's hear it.
people would
You
want
guys
me
want to hear the
shut
sting
up.
operation well explained?
Oh, who's that? Is that not Budna?
Mm-hmm.
That looks like Budna. We can't hear the audio, Hal.
Honest, I wish I. Oh wait. Oh,
I don't think he realizes
hold
that we
on.
cannot hear the audio of his clip.
Hold on. Oh,
Yeah.
You guys
Now-
can't hear her talking. Hold on one second.
Yeah. Yeah.
One
Yeah.
second.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
I gotta. Let's see.
All right,
Hold
it
on.
happens.
I've got it.
It happens. You got a lot going on. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Let
We
me
got you.
find
We got
the
you.
way to fix it so it does the friggin' thing. Hold on one second. I'll fix it. Give me 1 second. Yeah, hold on.
Hal Sparks Mega
I have to do
Worldwide.
it in the settings.
On the
Of the
radio.
settings and the things.
I admire
Settings,
Hal so
and
much.
then
He's
the-
not only an actor and a comedian, he plays in a band. So he
sounds,
fronts for a rock
things,
band here in
together,
Southern
together.
California. And I guess they go other places. I think it's called something about Van Halen.
Data correction.
I don't know. I thought that was
And enable
Budna,
thing.
but I could be
Nope.
wrong. But Hal is like actor, comedian, the Queer as Folk and
Maybe it goes. Maybe
other
it's in
shows
there.
that he's been in
Out
are
with the face.
hilarious.
Should go
And
to-
stand up, does amazing stand up. And
Um,
he has really a good awareness of what the
Right, I'll go
fuckery
ahead.
is in the whole like political scheme and curates all this stuff for shows twice a day.
I want to overlap.
And then on
so
the
I'll put it in
weekend, he
there.
does another
See if
show
this
with Philip
does it.
Ittner who's based in Ukraine right now. So
Um,
he just really does his homework. I know he must have clones, and he says he produces everything himself,
browser,
which I'm so
games,
impressed because
Nope,
I
might
I
be in
produce
that one.
everything
1 second.
myself, but it's all half-assed, and he does such a good job. So I'm always impressed with Hal. He and I don't agree on everything. Like I think he has some hot takes
Go to
about
system.
shit that
How about that? Maybe
aren't
this will
really
play.
that just don't resonate
It's
with
a
me.
weird little program.
And I
that,
think he's
that
missing
thing.
the mark on
Hold on.
some of the threads that need to be pulled. But at the end of the day, I still am like really
Nope.
impressed that he's so engaged in the fuckery,
Hold
understanding.
on 1 second.
Yeah,
So,
like there should be more Hals. There should be more Hals. I'm going to be honest with you. I am so ashamed of Hollywood not speaking out
That's
against
what happens.
the Christian nationalism and anti-trans and anti-black and anti-immigrant. I'm so angry that they don't know he's trying to fix something. But he has a cute song. I'm also keeping an eye. We're not back for another 30 minutes, almost to the minute, to court. But I am disappointed. I think Hollywood should be creating many more stories around the Trojan horse. The how Trump really Trojan horsed his way right through conventions and destroying trust in institutions. I know. I mean, I hope it'll change. I always hope for change. I'm always like that. I'm keep pushing until somebody listens. Nobody listens to me, by the way. So just so you know. I think you probably already figured that one out. But yeah, no, they should. The awards thing. God damn, that's so weird. I'm sorry. I feel like that's just weird. I feel like that's just weird. I mean, my perspective has changed since I've watched my daughter really be in the industry, in terms of how hard she actually works and the skills that she actually employs in her profession. So I'm terribly, terribly impressed. The hours are long and the pay is not as great, as might think. Actually, not that it should be, as one might think. I think it's just fine, but they're just. I don't know where the Cohen brothers are. I don't know where. Uh, I don't know where the comedians are. I don't know. I mean, SNL, they do some stuff. I feel like we used to do so much more mockery of fuckery. Why not? Why don't we do that anymore? There could be entire channels on TV for truth. There could, just in terms of debunking messaging. I really want to say, I want to tell the story of what's like the infographic on the messaging machine, right? Why do we care about someone like Tony Schaefer? Why do we care about the Claremont Institute? Why do we care about Hillsdale College? Why do we care about the Center for National Policy? Why do we care about the London Center for some Policy and Research? Why do we care? Do any of those names resonate with you guys? I'm sure some of you they do because you're involved. But no, nobody knows really in the normie space what those institutions are designed to do and what their role has been in co-opting the right wing. Why aren't we telling I mean, talk about salacious. There's sex, there's drugs, there's international mobsters, there's porn stars, there's probably murder, more than likely. There's Patrick Byrne. I mean, there's just so much. There's spies. Explore talent. Yes, explore talent. I remember us on Twitter, we talked about that all the time, right? Remember that? We used to talk about them all the time and we had the receipts.
I'm so nervous. Hi, there you go. Hi, I'm
Okay.
jumping right in here because I'm
Sorry.
nervous to see if the actual
Anyway, I think
micage
there's
works,
a tale to tell. I am committing
as it
myself to
should.
telling
There
it
we
in
go.
my
Yep,
way.
sounds
I'm trying
fine.
to find people
Everything's
around
good.
me, and I have
Very
some great people around
strogonge.
me.
Hello, hi. That's right. Fixed
I'm
it.
telling that
Right out of the
story,
gate.
but
We're
I'm
all right.
anxious. I'm
We're all in a
anxious to
pickle
get that
together.
story out so
That's
that
it.
people can grab onto it
Sounds
and
better
go,
now?
"Oh,
Thank you.
now I
mean,
know. Now
all
I
parts
know why
checking
Eric Prince is
texts.
so
I see.
motherfucking
Terrible echo. Is that what's
dangerous.
happening with
Now
the
I
music?
know why.
I think I remedied
Roger
remedied
Stone
that
actually is
before.
at one of the
Turning to the
hearts,
bus for the last 30
one of the
minutes.
hearts of this
Yes.
of why we're here and why we will take a long
Gotcha.
time
Thank
to
you.
heal.
Yes, I noticed that
Roger
Twitter's
Stone. Arrest
DMs
Roger Stone.
are on the down low, and so yeah.
Free
Let's
Lolo.
see. I will go to the.
Why am I the only one that's
only the
banned
stat.
from
There we go.
Twitter? I don't get that.
And
I mean, I'm sure it's because they don't care. I'm not saying I'm
which
dangerous.
one? I guess
I'd love
would be
to think that, but
the trick.
I
In
know
the main
it's that-
Discord, is that where you are?
That's
Is that
what
what we're saying as staff talking with people in the
Although that last appeal,
locked
man, come
only
on
for
now.
staff
Somebody had to
ones,
giggle
or
when they got that.
we'll
Come
figure
on
it out.
now.
I
Come
grabbed
on.
some stuff, so we've got
I made you
got stuff in
smile,
the kitty
didn't I,
because I
Twitter?
noticed it was taking a dookie.
Didn't I, robot?
But
I
yeah,
made
we
the
managed
robot
to.
smile.
I think I managed to dodge it. We shall see. I hope. Let's see. The bots, and then let's see. See if we find the dudes in there. All right, never mind. Done. Okay, so sound, your channel isn't even coming up and following you on Twitch. Notifications didn't come up either. Yeah,
You know what?
I'm gonna do.
I don't know.
I've decided. See, here's the thing about the
Uh-oh.
when you see the right wing clamoring about the fact that they're being shadow banned and all that shit. There's a lot of auto services that all of these sites provide, and let's be completely honest.
Randoms.
All of these services are at the whim of an
frantic
algorithm
pants.
and at the whim of what will make the platform the most money
Yeah.
off the least
I
amount of
don't
people.
get stressed about that. I don't know, you guys.
Without
I feel
it, like there's a peak point where you get
silenced
so many
anyway.
subscribers, they're worried that if you disappear or you get so big, you can leave the platform. So they start muting you and shit like that just to keep you down a bit, so you don't get, you don't game the algorithm, because a lot of people have figured out how to do that with vidIQ and other stuff. So all these folks who are, like, I got driven off of YouTube, like they shut me down. Okay, a lot of that has more to do with them just protecting their bottom line. It's not them editorializing. They do it on Facebook a lot. Like people who post video, because everybody knows that. I think Summer, my girlfriend, does like silly Facebook videos, and she calls them Facebook dumb, and she has a great time doing them, and they're
I think the
ridiculous.
problem is that
and
Silicon
she has
Valley
great- and she's
doesn't
great
have
at it.
any politics.
But some pages that she posts these things on
But I'm from
don't
that
get any
area.
traction, and
Okay,
some
so
just
I know
shoot to the
what
moon.
I'm
It's-
talking about.
It's completely.
I'm
it's
convinced they
seemingly at
don't have
random.
any politics.
And if you
which
thought,
is,
if you
to
only
me,
had
is
one
far
of those
more
pages, you would either
dangerous
think
than
I'm king of the
anything
world
else.
or nobody sees my shit, and nothing is further from the truth. They literally like there's this constant algorithmical. They treat it like
let me
those
see
digital
if there's
stock
anything
trading
else.
bots. It works like that. Okay. So wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if ultimately,
be surprised
it
if
eventually
there
comes out
was
that
just
this
a
is how the algorithm
minute
works and
for
people
us
get
to
all
be-
mad and yada yada. But
La, la,
still,
la.
the way around it. Okay, thank you, thanks CSL. The way around it, quite frankly, and let's just say hi to the chat. Hi chat, how are you?
Well, we should go in there and say something.
Hold
on. Let's go in and say something. Hold on.
Where
And then it'll draw attention to ourselves
What now?
unnecessarily. It'll be amazing.
I looked and then I forgot.
Wait,
right
do
away.
I know? Oh, it's a replay?
There you go. Gotcha.
Are we not live?
So
Oh, I'm so embarrassed.
of the,
I'm embarrassed.
I'm personally.
I'm embarrassed.
Oh, that's
What? Huh? Mm-hmm. I thought he was live. I'm a dumb. Oh, here we go.
a little tangier.
Oh, Jesus Christ on a cracker. I'm
And I don't
sorry,
mean
you
tangy
guys.
as in the flavor, like
Oh my God,
augmentation.
I'm
I mean
so
literally
dumb.
like Tang, which astronauts allegedly drank
Sorry, kids.
when they faked going to the moon. You don't think that was an accident, do you?
Not just COVID shots, but I'm not even going to go there because it's going to make me look like a very cold person.
You're good. We're assuming you. Apparently, you think the military's just going to murder normies because they have to, and you just are supposed to just let them do it till the plan is over.
But
Don't hedge now. In for a penny, in for a pounding.
the world's got to wake up, and it's going to be us against the sleepers for a very long time. There's going to be people that see the truth, and they're still not going to accept it because they're mentally not capable. They've been poisoned from birth through formula and through vaccines and through food and water. They're not. If they don't see it now, they're not going to see it.
Yeah, so you might as well kill them. You know what I mean?
There, we
Us
put in
against
a
them.
message.
Anybody
Hi,
who's just
Hal,
getting on
from
with
the
their
kids
life
at
and
Lolo's
doesn't believe your
Lounge.
bullshit
Jay Bacon.
is the enemy.
Gosh, I know. I gave you
People
boo,
are trying.
boo,
Us
boo.
against them.
Throw her out.
Yeah,
Get off
that's
the
the spirit.
stage. Get off
Nothing
the
more American than
stage.
that. Give up trying. It's us
Oh,
against
whoops, I didn't
them.
like it. I gotta
Super
like
people.
it.
That's
What
just
the hell?
how it is.
Be nice.
I've dealt with this for a long time. People think
Well, that's
we know
clearly
what
not
it is.
enough.
They don't know what we know.
You're
They
right.
do.
I've been listening to you,
they
and I
don't
still
know.
know.
And when we try to tell them,
By the way,
He's
can
doing
all for a moment understand that this woman is saying it's not your business to know? You're not supposed to know that the people that she's talking to, specifically in this video, aren't supposed to ask questions. They don't want to know how it works out. They don't know if they knew the plan, they would ruin the plan. So, all right.
I'd add your to the free Lolo
It's
hashtag ring, but
automatically
can't. Oh,
rejected. They reject everything that we say.
do you mean this
It's
one?
just funny. Or they say, well, when that happens, I'll believe it. Well, screw you. If you're
All right. Well, golly.
only going to believe it when it happens, then I don't want you around. Because
Well, they won't be around. They'll be obviously thrown into the wood chipper and fed to aliens and, as pink milkshakes.
that's like, it's like cheating on a test, you know? I would work so hard for a test and then just give the answers to somebody else and they get an A, an easy A, and I busted my balls for weeks studying to try to pass it.
I see.
She's
so
reading.
if you could save someone else's
She's
life
reading it.
from a giant worldwide conspiracy just by telling them, you
She's
wouldn't
reading
do it
it.
because fuck them. You had to spend all this time on Reddit threads. They should too, even though it's too late. How incredibly Christian.
It's not how it's going to work.
I'm sure of that.
I'm sure, yeah.
Just
I have
remember,
no doubt in my mind.
there is no government.
By the way, she posted this at 4:46
Wait,
a.m.
there's no government? Well, then are we done?
Chill out. Just
Are we
relax.
done?
It's going to be
Yeah.
okay. All of it's going to be okay.
She's reading.
We have to do this. We have to get through it. And the
Do
hardest
what?
part about this is waiting.
The waiting is the hardest part. Right.
Just have to wait.
Hardest part.
Wait. I never had a chance to love you. Now I only want to say I love you one more time.
Happen when it needs
One
to
more
happen.
time.
Mm-hmm.
We are so close. We're close, but there's still some things we have to get done.
There's still
We're
another
close.
paragraph for me to read.
We're very, very close. Egon, your mucus.
Let's all go off at the same time.
Are we still talking about the same thing? Because I'm feeling this is getting a little flirty.
Understand what's going on. There's going to be a lot of people freaking out, but
You know, they've been saying this for a while now.
That are
much since
already freaking out.
2017.
You've already pre-freaked out.
it's going to be around.
Pretty much. I think the freak out is
What? You just said fuck them. You just said it's like cheating on a test.
As bad as I don't want to, because I'm aggravated with them, but as bad as I don't want to, I'm going to be the one, and my husband and our family will be the ones that are helping out other people
really.
through these times that we're about to go into.
I don't need your help.
Are you digging tunnels?
But,
Yeah. Anyways, what was I talking about?
thousands of years. People just don't realize it.
I lost my place on the page.
They're too brainwashed. They just don't
Mm.
realize.
I like to think I'm just brainwashed enough, you know? Can you ever
That
be
it's not
too
clean,
brainwashed? I
but
mean,
not like
isn't
squeaky.
brainwashed,
Not like
brainwashed?
squeaky. Just like a little clean. Just like fresh.
Oh, okay, well then I don't even know why we even watched the video.
Fresh brain.
Squeezing the life out of everybody just
Oh, her poor husband.
a little
Yeah.
bit more until they wake up, and then
Squeezing the life out of people until they wake up.
that's it. Then we let go, and we're all gonna be.
And then they're like, my balls!
But we have to wake up the sleepers around us, or else we're gonna fall right back into this.
Wake up.
Controlled,
Oh my god.
governed.
I feel so sorry for these people, kind of, for a minute. For just a second. And then I go, nah.
You mean the same
shut the
governed,
fuck up.
corrupt, evil, controlled world that gave
Bitch,
us
who you
the
working for?
70s, the 80s,
And if you're not working
the
for
90s,
somebody, how
the
stupid
Renaissance,
are you to push this shit without getting paid? to
the
do
industrial age, the largest growth in population in the last 7 decades, that have increased food production and longevity, like that kind of that stuff. You want to get rid of that stuff, not the parts that are like fewer wars, less violence, people getting along. That part. You want to you think that all that other stuff was just like Shakespeare was just there to keep us busy,
13
so we didn't
minutes
realize
till
we were
the
being
trial
milked.
Resumes. 13 minutes till the trial resumes. Hi, baby. Hi, baby, baby.
Knowing that God is in control of this Whole
That is not staying alive.
thing. I love you guys.
Damn.
I don't know what that was at the end, but it's some sort of code, I have no doubt. The suckerfish know now to detach and send the message deep into the underground layers beneath the Atlantic Ocean.
I know I rambled a lot.
You did. But you know what? You were actually
It's
reading
fine.
from something.
It's
So it
fine.
actually
We're all
wasn't as
good.
rambly
Yeah.
as you think it is because it was definitely poorly done.
No, I think it's better that way.
Poorly done
You know how
reading
when
is
you
what
just
I
wake
call
somebody
it.
up and then they come right at you? It was like that in this video. It was
Yeah.
like, it was almost like we were warned.
Oh, she's still looking down. Oh, did I miss anything?
Government. We don't need a government. We don't need people to tell us what to do.
Yeah, actually,
That's right.
you
If we want to
definitely
drive in the opposite lane in traffic, it's fine. Stop signs
100%.
are a sign of the devil. That's why they're red, okay?
Don't
Satan
Sam.
starts with an S. Stop starts with an S.
Excuse me just a moment.
Red sign.
Be right
You don't
back.
think the octagon, eight isn't the number of the of like 7 is Jesus' number, 8 thinks it can be better. I think.
We can be sovereign.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. There we have it. This is simply a sovereign citizen. Fuck the QAnon nonsense, all that kind of shit. When it all boils down to it, this chick is being suckered by her asshole sovereign citizen husband or vice versa. And they are living in the sticks in a house their parents used to own, raising chickens and going, the system's going to fall. And by the time she's 30, she's going to divorce and move into the city.
In control of ourselves. Abide by the law of the land. And good versus evil. That's it. It's good versus evil. It is a spiritual war. A lot of people they're not accepting that. Like I don't know. I do know. People are brainwashed. And it's aggravating, but
Yeah, I know. I was really like, I was thinking about MK Ultra and all that kind of stuff. I was like, it miffs me. You know, that's the thing about great worldwide conspiracies. It's not that they control everything, it's that they chafe. You know what I mean? It's like sand in your drawers. Yeah. Well, thanks for sharing that with us, whoever the shit you are. It doesn't even say the sting operation well explained. That's the sting operation well explained? And where the fuck did she post this? For what Facebook? Something? One of these things? Uh-oh. Oh, this is which has a door to the upstairs room that goes down into the box or whatever. Like the old houses. Look at this old house. Isn't this wonderful? And then they turn a corner and do a cut. And suddenly they're in this theater. Right. Edits. Oh, and this is his. I pretend to love Jesus, but here are my evil Freemason hand gestures. Again. I don't know.
Always enjoy the coming to your home. If you're ever in our area, please stop by and be a part of one of our services. I promise you, we'll make you feel right at home. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thank you again for coming out. I want to talk to you today about reprogramming your mind. Our mind is a computer. How we program it is the way it's going to function. You can have the most powerful computer made.
I can no longer think for myself. I now must follow the prosperity Jesus in everything I do. I must immediately find a copy of Catcher in the Rye and stand in the middle of the street waving it at the sky. Also, I had I guess I can help out a little bit. As a Freemason, an actual one, yes, I am actually a Freemason.
Hi, Tom.
Doing
Absolutely.
like this when
The
you're
lounge is
talking
going to
and
be on.
doing like that when you're
We're going
talking
to have the
is not
challenge,
Freemasonry.
musical
I don't know
challenge.
what the shit they think this is.
Musical challenge to
If that was the case, then
me a
everybody on
genre
Good
or
Morning
no, give me
America
a
who does
topic
a street
and an artist
interview
or a
thing
song,
or introduces Taylor Swift or
we'll
whatever the
make
fuck they
up
do in the
lyrics
morning
in the moment.
would be an
We're gonna make
automatic
up
Freemason
songs.
because they're like,
I'll
today
probably do some
we're going to
trivia.
talk about
Probably do some headlines.
tacos. Like,
I don't know who's going to stop by, so let's just
God,
let's
this
play
is
it
so
free and easy,
stupid.
as usual. Per usual. But yeah.
I don't know how we got down a QAnon hole, but I guess that's
Right-
how it starts.
Right in this spot.
Lil Thiever in
Raw,
life.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Told the truth to death. This is the idea that Werner von Braun. We never went to the moon. I didn't want to go to the moon in the first place. Gacy, the side of the story you haven't heard: snuff films, politics, accomplices. What are you talking about? We've all that's on fucking Netflix. Can someone explain this? The fish were
Right
caught
here,
in the wild. The
drink
pack says,
them.
I don't think so.
It's
Don't
9:30
eat this.
Eastern and everything is
Whiting
clean
fillets.
outside.
It says it was wild caught. I don't think so. And then I threw it in the oven, and now it's bubbling around Ecuador. Where the fuck Ecuador's on is land? But then I put this in there, and then it starts flapping on its own. What is it? Look at that. Wild in the pack. I don't think. Don't eat this. It's fake Chinese fish. If that's what you're. If it's real. If it's the real fake stuff. Yeah, that's where it comes from. How Satan deceived the world. We're gonna have to watch this one. It's only not 10 minutes long. Kanye West. All right. Sure. Are they pro or anti Kanye? Do we know? Do we dare? I'm over time. Oh, look at that. Everybody's doing the Illuminati hand gestures. Hold on.
Music industry is, I swear, I wanted to be like the Amy Grant of music. Yeah. But it didn't work out, and so I sold my video.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I made a bargain with it, a long time ago, and holding up my hand.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
With the chief commander.
On this earth?
And this earth, and then in the world we can't see.
Oh yeah, Bob Dylan. He's a real.
I'm like, if you don't get this
He's
right
a
now,
real
I
Satanist.
I'm gonna, I get a little bit mad.
Please. Give me
It's so funny. It's almost as if they're posers trying to make everybody freak out.
Right.
And also Dylan going through his Christian phase and having an issue with being with being Jewish and deciding whether he was and all that kind of stuff. That's during that time. Good times. Anyways.
Yeah.
Anna Paulina Luna, we looked at that. Mike Pence, there's angry. That should always be trending. Jesus Christ is Lord. Excellent. Landlord. Fetterman felt lightheaded and needed to go to the hospital. He's doing fine, feeling much better.
Good.
Eruption is trending in gaming.
Oh, it's Friday. That's what Rebecca's.
And open your eyes. Oh my God, they've been.
The Bauhaus movie.
They know that we were looking at the Q stuff. They're telling us, open your eyes. Christians now. Marrying gay fellers. Open your eyes, people. Canada's starting the same with the rest of the world. The big reset, the digital da-da-da-da. Yeah, this is...
So I need everybody in Canada to call your provincial governments and literally tell them that this is not going to happen. If we need to privatize it, we need to somehow get into a different system of healthcare. We need to do that. As for everyone in the United States, you're kind of lucky
and
because
it was a catch and kill by Elmo when he's about
There's
to
also a
pull
lot
the
more
chain
internet
on the
providers,
drain.
some that will not go along with it because of capitalism. So your money is actually speaking a lot louder in the United States, but Canada, this is coming down the pipeline, and it's coming down the pipeline fast.
Pictures or it didn't happen, bitch. Pictures or it didn't happen.
What is?
And tomorrow and every single day until they scrap this digital ID. They cannot pass this without our approval. So I need everybody in Canada to call your provincial governments and literally...
Yeah, you already have a digital ID.
I know.
Open your eyes. This is all fake. Everything's green screen, okay? Nothing you're seeing is real. The Pope is fake. We all live in a big dome. Nothing is real. Oh my God.
Nothing is real. Nothing.
That's not there. It's totally a different color. They hit it and changed the color down. It's so much bigger.
Okay, we should be going shortly back. So I'm going to end it now just to put us out of our misery. But look at this. Look at this. Let's do a little dramatic reading, shall we? Here we are on The Guardian, darling. We're on The Guardian. This is a story that came out. When did it come out? Today at 5 p.m. So that would have been what, like 9 a.m. this morning, local time here in California. How the Durham inquiry backfired to show weaponization of Trump DOJ. Now, keep in mind, too, kids, we have some favorite nemesis on the Twitter bird side that seem to think that the Durham investigation, the inquiry, was going to yield quite a bit more than it did. And in fact, one Eric Garland comes to mind as a gentleman who really hitched his star to the Durham wagon. Or perhaps somebody encouraged him to hitch his star to said wagon. I don't know, darlings. I don't know. I'm just a simple host here at the lounge. I just pour the drinks, darling. I just pour the drinks. So, anyway, let's go on. But, keep that in the back of your mind when you're dropping things into Eric Garland's Twitter threads, in case you find yourself, you happen to be that. Yes, you might want to and ask him how things are going over on the Durham inquiry, because he was so very, very, very hopeful that it was going to come out so far differently than it did. I fear that somehow maybe he is disappointed in that, and perhaps the people who are his new friends are highly disappointed in that as well. I don't know. I don't know. Trump Justice Department tapped a U.S. attorney to examine the origins of the FBI inquiry and meddling in the 2016 election. Conservatives and many Republicans hoped it would end the idea Donald Trump's campaign was in Moscow and back his charges that some FBI officials and others had conspired against him. But instead, as the multi-year investigation winds down, is ending with accusations that unethical actions by that special counsel, John Durham, and ex-attorney William Barr, quote-unquote, weaponized the U.S. Department of Justice, DOJ, we shall refer to them from here on out, to help Trump. Former DOJ officials and top Democrats are voicing strong criticism that Durham and Barr acted improperly in the almost 4-year-old inquiry, citing an in-depth New York Times story that added to other evidence as the inquiry looked politically driven to placate Trump's anger. Let me check and make sure that you're all still with me. Oh dear, yes, wonderful, you are. To placate Trump's anger at an investigation witch hunt. The Times report provided disturbing new details, for instance, about how a key prosecutor, Nora Danahy, quit Durham's team in 2020 over, quote, ethical, end quote, concerns, including his close dealings with Barr and discussions about releasing an unorthodox interim report before the 2020 election that might have helped Trump, but which didn't come to fruition. Critics of the Durham also noted early on that Barr, on several occasions and contrary to longtime DOJ policies, suggested publicly that Durham's inquiry would yield significant results, which in effect would help validate Trump's charges that some officials at the FBI and the CIA had led a political witch hunt. Further, Barr and Durham, in highly unusual public statements early in their investigation, tried to undermine a chief conclusion of a report by the DOJ Inspector General Michael Horowitz that the Russian was based on sufficient facts to warrant opening the investigation in 2016. Ex-DOJ officials say that the Durham inquiry seemed aimed from the start at boosting Trump's political fortunes. Quote, it was clear to people following the Durham investigation as it unfolded that it was highly irregular from the start, said former Deputy AG Donald Eyre, who served in the George H.W. Bush White House administration. Quote, indeed, there's good reason to believe that its purpose and primary function was to create fodder to advance Trump's election prospects, end quote. Critics note that Barr tapped Durham to lead the investigation just a month after Special Counsel Robert Mueller issued a large report documenting substantial ties between Trump's campaign and Russia, and concluded that Moscow tried to sway the election to help Trump in sweeping, quote unquote, systematic ways, a conclusion Barr and Trump worked to downplay. Despite Trump's pressures and Durham's sprawling investigation, including unusual overseas trips with Barr to interview Italy and England about potential flaws in the Russia investigation. The inquiry notched just one minor conviction of a mid-level ex-FBI official for falsifying a document. There were also two embarrassing acquittals, and there is Five Nights at Freddy's himself, Mr. Barr. Hello, darling. How are you? I hope you're very uncomfortable right now. This report revealed, too, that Durham had uncovered evidence during his Italy trip of possible misconduct by Trump, but it's unknown what failed and how much he pursued that element of the inquiry. Durham also reportedly spent time investigating a conspiratorial and dubious lead that seemed aimed at connecting an aide to billionaire George Soros, who I'm waiting for my check, George, a leading Democratic donor to the early Russian meddling and investigation and the campaign of Trump's opponent, Hillary Clinton. Besides Nora Danahy, who left Durham's office in 2020, two other prosecutors on Durham's team reportedly left after raising concerns about the wisdom of pursuing a prosecution against a lawyer with ties to Clinton's campaign that ultimately led to an acquittal. For ex-DOJ leaders and top Democrats, the latest allegations about the political motives that drove Durham and Barr to underscore earlier signs that the, quote, investigation into the investigators and was handled improperly. Quote, the Durham special counsel investigation was tainted from the outset by excessive involvement of Attorney General Barr in its reaching significant conclusions before it had done any significant investigation, end quote, said in the ex-DOJ Inspector General Michael Bromwich or Horowitz, whatever. Bromwich must be added from the outset, quote, from the outset, there was no pretense that this was an independent investigation in which the facts would determine the outcome. The scorecard, an interminable 4-year investigation, a single conviction based on a case handed over by the AG or IG on a silver platter, and two humiliating acquittals. There has never been a record like that in the half-century history of independent counsels and special counsels, end quote. Top Democrats, too, are incensed by the conduct of the Durham investigation and Barr's role in the inquiry. We better check the they're not even back, god damn it. Congressman Jamie Raskin, the top Democrat in the House Oversight Committee, who served on the House January 6 Select Committee that investigated the Capitol insurrection, said, quote, the whole course of the Durham investigation suggests heights of prosecutorial misconduct. It's hard to imagine a study of the weaponization of justice than what Barr was doing with the Durham inquiry. End quote. The Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Richard Durbin said, quote, these reports about abuses in special counsel Durham's investigations, so outrageous that even his longtime colleagues quit in protest, are but one of the many instances where former President Trump and his allies weaponized the Justice Department. The Justice Department should work on the behalf of the American people, not for the personal benefit of any president, end quote. Durbin added that Senate Judiciary Committee would, quote, take a hard look at these repeated episodes and the regulations and policy that enable them to ensure such abuses of power cannot happen again, end quote. Last September, Durbin notified the DOJ that the Judiciary Panel planned to look into explosive details in a book. Oh, thank God somebody sat on a book for months. Jeffrey Berman, the ex-chief of DOJ's Southern District Office in Manhattan, about political interference by Barr and Trump loyalists in several investigations. Berman wrote that Barr in 2019 sought unsuccessfully to pressure him to conviction of Trump's ex-lawyer Michael Cohen on campaign finance violations. Block related investigations into potential campaign finance violations. Blah. That was not very easy to say. Barr also pressured Berman to resign with an eye to replacing him with a Trump loyalist, but after Berman refused to step down, Trump fired him. Together, the charges by Berman and the evidence amassed by the Times paint a troubling picture of how Barr seemed to lean over backwards to boost Trump politically until after the 2020 election, when Barr eventually publicly rejected Trump's claims of fraud. The Justice Department did not respond to it from The Guardian, seeking a comment from Durham, who is expected to write a final report about his inquiry later this year. Danahy did not reply to phone messages asking for comment. Barr last week told the Los Angeles Times the idea that there was a thin basis for doing, bracketed, the Durham investigation doesn't hold water, end quote. Barr added that, quote, one of the duties of the Attorney General is to protect against the abuse of criminal and intelligence powers, and that they're not abused to impinge upon political activity. So I felt it was my duty to find out what happened there. He said duty, end quote. Critics note that Barr's defense is weak, since Durham was tapped just a month after Special Counsel Robert Mueller issued an extensive report into substantial ties between Trump's campaign and Russia, and it concluded that Moscow tried to sway the election to help Trump in sweeping and systematic ways. Hold on just a moment. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Uh-oh. There we go. I think we're back. Where the fuck was I? Okay. Barr's defense of the Durham investigation's launch looked shaky, too. Given public comments Barr made in congressional testimony at a Senate committee hearing in 2019, Barr was asked several times by then-Senator Kamala Harris if Trump or any White House officials had suggested or pressured him to launch his sweeping review. Barr was evasive, but acknowledged some, quote, discussions of the matter had occurred, adding, quote, they have not asked me to open an investigation, end quote. For Raskin, the growing evidence conduct in the Durham investigation comes an ironic moment as the House Republican majority has created a special panel on the judiciary into the, quote, weaponization of the government that's expected to hope, we found out it already does, focus heavily on the Biden administration and the Department and the FBI, and I have a feeling they're going to throw in the NIH for good measure. Why not, darlings? Why not? The Republican majority created a weaponization committee, which is the, quote, created a weaponization committee, which is a precise and accurate description of their own activities in transforming the government to be a political weapon for Donald Trump and his inner circle, end quote. Raskin said, quote, of course, they don't have any interest in looking at the corruption of the justice system under Trump. Now, do they? I think that's it, kids. I think we made it through the Guardian article. Lovely. Oh boy, she's back. I'm sorry.
One of the big
All right, you're welcome.
I've got notes and
he
notes
is
and
one of
notes.
the worst
I'm gonna have
traitors
to go
in
back and
history.
watch
Let's
that
hope his
exchange.
day his
When I do
ass
quick
right
bits
the
this week,
fuck
because
to
quick bits is a
prison.
little late, it might just be about today. Quick bits this week might only be about today and a little bit about yesterday, because the rest of it was like, why did
Thank
this
you.
check?
I need to take a voice break
What
and I
happened
need to get a
this check?
soda. I'll be
Alex
right back.
stole it. What happened to this check? Alex stole it. What happened to this check? Alex stole it. We got a lot of that testimony. Oh, but we've also got the court. So, one of the things that really stuck out to me today is somebody showered. Maggie was worried about finances. Maggie's wedding ring was off her finger and in her car. We had that whole thing about the mistrial. Maggie,
Are you all ready for the jury?
State's ready, Your Honor.
The shower was a big deal.
Bring the jury.
Bring the jury! The shower was a big deal. Someone showered. Oh, it could be the groundskeeper today. Chat, you are also right. It could be CB Rowe. We don't know. But I think the biggest thing, and I didn't even put this in my reel when I was trying to summarize, Alec tried to persuade Gloria. Look, it's been a busy day. Alec tried to persuade the testimony of Blanca. Try to talk to her about what shirt he was wearing and trying to change her memory about what was being worn when she saw him that night. We now have Alec trying to influence what people remembered or ask them to lie. Twice. We have clothes that are missing. We have guns that are missing. And the puzzle pieces of this circumstantial case are starting to knit together. We also have information that Maggie was worried about money, worried about the pressure of the boat case, that was worried it was a $30 million case and we didn't have that. Was worried that Alec wasn't telling her everything, wasn't truthful with her about what was going on with finances. The jury is present, sir.
Welcome back. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please report? State calls Belinda Rash.
Who? Could you talk to us when you call a witness? Doesn't hear you at all. I think he said Belinda, but I couldn't hear.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give before in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand.
I think this is Maggie's friend Belinda. I think we've gotten to Maggie's friend Belinda. She and Maggie were texting that morning. So I think this is Maggie's close.
Your name again for the record, spell your last name.
Belinda Rast.
Can you spell it?
R-A-S-T.
Belinda Rast.
Belinda, good afternoon.
Maggie's friend.
Good afternoon. Before we
I can't
begin,
hear her at
Belinda,
all.
are you hard of hearing?
I am.
Okay. So, is it important for you that you can read what I'm saying in order to better understand the question?
Correct.
Okay. If at any time I say something and I've turned my attention away, just please let us know and I'll re-ask the question, okay?
Okay.
Maybe they'll stand
All right,
still
Belinda,
and stop wandering.
tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school? And what was your professional training?
I grew up in Barnville. I went to school right there in Barnville and Hampton, Wade Hampton High School. And
Everybody went to Wade Hampton
I'm a
High
CNA.
School.
I worked in the hospital.
She's a CNA.
And home health.
All right, a CNA is a certified
Hard
nursing
work.
assistant.
That's correct.
So did you work in nursing before moving into private home health?
I did.
Okay. And are you now employed as a private home care, like health provider?
I'm a private home caregiver.
Okay. And Belinda, I'm going to ask you to put that microphone as close to you as you can. You might have to move it a little bit. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right, well, tell us a little bit about what private home care would be.
When you work with one individual or two in a home that's not, like in a hospital or a nursing home, and you take care of that one individual or two at most, and you do their care, whatever it might be. Like when I started at the Murders, Miss Libby was up and about. We just had to watch her, make sure she didn't wander away. She could go to the bathroom. She knew when she had to go, but you had to make sure she cleaned herself and just make sure she eat and stuff. And then with her, her health deteriorated. Her illness got worse. So she went from that to now she's bedridden, and we have to feed her, turn her, change her, whatever is needed. She doesn't know when she's going to the bathroom or whatever, so we have to monitor her real close.
And I know we skipped ahead, but who do you currently provide home health care to?
Miss Libby Murdoch.
And how long have you been providing that?
A little over 4 years.
And I think you just said it began as kind of one job, and has it evolved over time into being a more significant job?
That's correct.
Belinda, are you nervous being here today?
I am.
Okay.
I'm glad this attorney is staying still so
Would
she
you
can
say that
see
you've
him.
become fairly close to Miss Libby over these years?
I have. She is, to me, she's family. She's like my family away from home.
So you care about her?
I do.
All right. Well, Ms. Rast, tell me about what your typical hourly shift is.
From 8 p.m. to 8 a.m.
All right. And do you occasionally work weekends?
I work every other weekend.
And what would your hours be on the weekends?
From 7 p. till 8 a.m. in the morning.
So it
or
sounds like
9.
she alternates
So
with.
for weekdays,
Shelley
it's
Smith, don't
typically
cut her
8
off.
p.m. to 8 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And how long have you been working there again at Almeida?
Well, I've already been there 4. This year would be my 5th year.
Were you employed during the year 2021, June of 2021?
I was.
All right. Do you remember the day, June 7th of
Chat,
2021?
Libby is Alex's mother.
June 7th?
June 7th?
That's the, that date. Yeah, that was the day I was called and told to come to the house that they wanted to tell me something.
Were you supposed to work that day? Were you scheduled to work that day?
I was.
All right, and what happened? Why were you not on duty that day?
Well, one of the other employees wanted to be off, and I switched with her, Miss Shelley. She had some plans with her friend, and she wanted to be off, and she asked me would I trade with her, and I told her, yeah, I would do that.
And of all the nurses that work with Miss Libby, is that fairly common? If someone has a conflict, you can call them to try to arrange some sort of change
Yeah.
in schedule? All right, so you were off on June 7th, but you would have been working what hours?
If I had been there, I would have been working. At that time, we were working from, that was Saturday, I think, or Sunday. We were working from 3 p. until, 3 in the afternoon until 9 the next morning.
Did you know Maggie Murdaugh?
Briefly, I met her, I had seen her several times at the Murdoch house, but personally know her, no.
Did you get to know Paul Murdaugh?
So she's not a friend
Yes, I did.
of Maggie's.
And how did you get to know him?
She's a
Well, he
caretaker,
came to see
okay.
his grandparents, Mr. Randolph and Miss Libby.
Did he come more often than perhaps others?
Yes, he did.
All right, well, tell us a little bit about him.
Well, he was always very polite. He always offered to help do things for Randolph and Miss Libby. He would like, Miss Libby liked ice cream, so he would always say, Miss M, Grandma M, because that's what they called her, would you like me to get you some ice cream? And she would usually say, yeah, because that was her thing, and he would say, get it for her, and he would tease her about it, but he always give it to her.
What a fucking asshole.
So he came around a little more than perhaps any of the other
Trying to expand the subject of the
grandchildren.
shit show. No, actually, oomph. I actually,
did you
I
get to
don't,
know
I don't
Mr.
know if
Alex
we're gonna
Murdoch?
believe this, but I
I
literally
did.
picked up what you put
Is
down.
he here today?
I already know.
Is he here today?
I already know.
Yes, he is, right there.
I already know.
In the blue
It already,
jacket?
the lyric
The
wrote
blue jacket,
itself.
blue shirt.
Thank you.
I get you.
I'm very
Musically,
interested to see what she knows.
Captain
Because I've been surprised by
On
what
your
Neil is
shift,
ready to
From the normal
report.
shift,
Very
8
surprised.
p.m. to 8 a.m.
Ready
Thank
to
you,
report
Brandy.
for
How
duty,
often would you
Captain.
say Mr. Alex
Christopher.
stopped by in those years that you've been there?
Not very often, not during that time period. 6 or 7 times, maybe.
No,
In that-
Tennille, my
In
Tennille.
the 5 years you've been there, the 6 or 7 time?
I don't remember how to spell it. I suppose that was what it was. I
And you
don't know.
mentioned
I don't remember.
Mr. Randolph. Who was he again?
He
I
was
wanted
Miss
that
Libby's
haircut
husband.
though. I wanted those
Did you
overalls.
take care of him? Was he a client of yours?
I liked her overalls.
Well, he was not my patient, but I helped him. I
Maybe that was
assisted him
PPD.
when he needed help.
I liked her overalls.
Was there a point in time when his health became fairly poor and that you decided he needed some help?
Yes, there was.
And if you were there, would you provide that assistance to him, whatever he needed?
I did.
All right. Was there ever a time when Mr. Mr. Randolph, do you know when he passed away?
Yeah,
Counsel,
June
be clear.
10th.
So it was shortly after the murders of Maggie and Paul?
Correct.
Like 3 days.
Before he passed, was there ever a time when the defendant came over
I
later?
know.
at
I
night?
want to know about inheritance.
When
I
he
need
was
to
home,
understand the inheritance thing. Please.
Well, not late at night. Well, yes, there was.
Hi, Sam.
It was on the 6th, I think it was, the night before Maggie
Did the
and
sun
Paul.
move, Sam?
I was there
So
that
now
night.
you're gonna
And
deign to be
he
out here
and Miss
with us?
Maggie came. They brought
The
donuts
sun has gone in there.
Okay. Why would they bring donuts?
because Mr. Randolph had asked for some donuts.
I want donuts.
You like
Don't
donuts?
bring me donuts, please.
Well, they were Krispy Kreme, and you couldn't get them at the time in our area.
So Mr. Randolph liked Krispy Kreme
Yes, he
donuts.
did.
All right. Was Mr. Randolph, was he awake
She's
though
so
when they came there?
cute. She's so
No, he
cute.
was not.
She's so
Did he ever actually see Alex and Maggie?
Not to my knowledge. Alex did go to the room and look in at him, but he was asleep, and they chose not to wake him. I told them they could, but they said, no, let him sleep if he
Krispy
can.
Kreme.
And how did he react when he got up and you told him that they visited?
He was, he said, they came tonight, and I said, yes, sir. And he said, that's strange. I said, well, you asked for these donuts, and Miss Maggie brought these donuts to you. And he says, well, is there a raspberry one? And I said, yeah. And I got it for him, and he ate a little bit of it, and then he said, I just can't eat the rest.
Oh.
So he thought it was strange that they came that time of night?
Yeah, he was surprised.
Was there anything,
lots of
that,
Krispy
I know
Kreme in my
Mr.
area.
Randolph was very sick, but was there anything that was
I
going
don't
on
know
with his
about
mental
Krispy
faculties?
Kremes.
No.
Where does she live? I
He knew what was
thought
going
Emily
on
lived in Los
right up to
Angeles too.
The last time I spoke to
Where the
him,
hell
which
does
was
she
the day
live?
before he died.
Sus. No, I guess she lives in Southern
Chat, fun
California.
fact,
That's where she lives.
I have never had a Krispy Kreme donut. Ever.
What?
And
Oh my God.
tell us a little bit
That's
in your
weird.
experience.
There was one
with,
right across from
treating
my office in
Alzheimer's
Washington,
patients,
D.C.
I know,
people
it's
with,
like a point of
And I
pride.
would
declining
totally
dementia.
get them when they were just.
Tell us a little bit about your
made.
experiences with them and
So
how
good.
they maybe at night, how they rest and what your, treating them
Well,
involves.
Anytime they,
I don't know if it's, I guess there is a Krispy Kreme.
sometimes
out here.
they're
I have no
fine
idea
with
what it is.
whatever goes on around them, they just ignore it, or they
Yeah,
speak
jurors
out when
deserve
in
a
the
box.
beginning and say
True.
what they want to say. Sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it don't. As it
Sometimes you feel
progresses,
like a nut.
they get
Sometimes you
more like
don't.
a baby.
Oh,
You know,
and Joy's
if you
got
wake
nuts.
them, sometimes they'll go back to
Don't
sleep,
be
sometimes they
cold.
cry. It
Sometimes
takes
you feel
time
like a
to
nut.
calm them
Sometimes
and,
you
you know,
don't.
just guess, because you
Sorry.
really don't know. Like a
It's
baby, you
required
don't know
singing
what's
every time you
wrong.
hear that.
They might be hungry, they might want something to drink, they might just want to be turned.
What's
Whatever
that-
the situation is, you just have to guess and keep trying until you get it right.
Right.
And what time do you put Miss Libby in bed?
Generally at 8 o'clock. But now she don't get out of bed. She has a total care, she stays in bed. We give her her night medication at 8 o'clock, which helps her to rest, along with other medications she has to have.
If Miss Libby does go to sleep, what would you prefer as her provider, healthcare provider?
To let her sleep, but if a family comes by and they say they want to wake her, I don't object, I let them wake her.
Make the court's indulgence.
I'm going to beg the chat's indulgence. I know. Krispy Kreme wasn't near me. There was a donut place near my high
Hi,
school. It was
Sam.
called Best Donuts.
Hi,
They were the
Sam.
best donuts. I'm a diehard and I love them.
Kitty Cam is
So
very
Krispy Kreme
disappointing
Dick Hart
today,
Bigley, can you read
folks.
my
I am
lips?
sorely disappointed in the
Maybe,
Kitty
yeah.
Cam
Made it to
today.
Southern California.
You're not allowed.
I didn't try them, and now it's a point of pride.
Alex, okay.
Let's hope they
Now-
perform better tonight.
And now we're on
Let me
cross.
just focus in on, I guess, the reason.
Maybe I'll
you
get my lion
called
tamer
here
costume
today.
on.
You were asked by the
Try and
state,
tame
was
them.
it strange for them to show up that Sunday night late?
It was unusual.
That was the word you used, not strange, and that's the word you used in your statement you gave about 10 days after the murders to
Objection.
SLED, isn't that right?
That's correct.
That's
Did you know they'd been to a ball game in Columbia before they stopped by? Did Mr.
No,
Murdoch tell you
sir,
that?
I did not know that.
Sedaka is back. Yeah, 6:30
and-
p.m. Pacific.
If Mr. Murdoch.
9:30
Alex,
p.m.
had stopped by
Eastern.
I don't know if any
normally
of this is relevant.
Everything in
during the
between
daytime, you wouldn't have been
and
there.
everything outside
That's
of those lines.
And
We're gonna do trivia, Jen, as usual. Get that competition knife sharpened.
Alex and Maggie, that
Get
Sunday
your
night
knife
stayed.
sharpened. We're gonna do.
Did you catch the
we'll
About
probably
30
we'll see who
minutes?
shows up.
I
I don't
guess
know
this
who's
is
gonna
why the
show
state
up,
called
so
you.
we'll see what guests
It
show
was
up.
late, and
How late do you think it was? Like
And
11 o'clock?
we'll probably, I'm sure,
I think
I'll
it was
rant a
closer to
couple
9.
times. That'll happen.
9.
I can't really
and-
avoid
Had them on
that. I
with
might
the
clean my
bed.
kitchen. I don't know.
and she was.
That
talking
actually
to
was
those,
fun.
And Mr. Randolph was already asleep.
I don't know.
Mary, I have had voodoo donuts.
Oh,
that
that's all
great
right,
love a donut.
KMS. I don't mind.
Chat's not surprised.
And Miss
Go
Libby,
to-
let's
Oh,
say
you did
2-3
not,
years
Jen.
ago,
Stop it. There's no
2021,
sucking ass in
what was
Lolo's
her
trivia
statement?
world.
She has dementia.
No one
Is that
sucks
She
true?
does have
ass.
dementia. Well,
Yeah,
Alzheimer's
if you
dementia is
want,
basically the
go to
same thing.
Damnation Drive-In and
It
check out
affects the body in the
Baldy
same
Banks.
way.
Let him
At
do
that
his
time,
thing.
she could not
It's all
walk,
good in the
but we could
hood.
pick her up and put her in the
You
wheelchair.
can watch me
pivot
later.
her, and
Maybe you need
take
some
her
background
and put her in
noise.
the bed.
And then, so
she
yeah,
can
we'll
feed herself.
we'll do some trivia.
now,
And then the
she
big
is
thing is, I
deteriorated
want
and she
to
can't feed
capitalize on
herself.
what we started last
She can't
week,
even give herself a drink
which is
of water.
where you give us a topic and
Mentally, did
an
she
artist
recognize
or a song or
her
whatever you
sons
want.
when they came to see her?
And what we have to do,
Sometimes,
or I have to do,
sometimes
is
not.
make up lyrics
Has that gotten
on
progressively
the
worse?
spot
That is how it works.
on that topic in the style of that
Was
artist
she
or song.
aware of the fact that her husband of
And we're gonna
I think,
just,
40 years
as usual,
had died?
we're just
Mr.
gonna
Randall?
fucking wing it.
We told her.
Fuck it.
We took her to the
Oh
funeral.
man, speaking of
but,
winging it, where's my
within
weed?
a couple of weeks, she doesn't.
That starts with W
it
too.
didn't seem to
just
recognize.
heartbreaking.
That's spelling,
that.
kids.
I don't know if any of this
For
is
about
really
I say
relevant,
a
Dick,
month,
but
she would call for him from time to
it's
time, and
heartbreaking.
then now she doesn't.
Yeah, musical improv challenge.
When,
Let's
while
go.
you were there, when Paul or some other family member would come over, would that calm her down?
Sometimes.
Yeah, why
Paul
not? Let's
had a
just
way
do
of
whatever.
having a
Let's do
calming effect on
whatever we
her.
want. I want
He
to
would
do
always
whatever I
remind her of
want.
the past. You know, like grandma. You know,
Don't
you
tell
remember
me
that
what
when
to
you remember
do.
that fly swat? Things like that.
Don't
And
tell
did
me
she
what
watch
to do.
television
You
a
don't
good
want to
bit?
know what
She
I
still
want to
does,
do. You
but
don't know what I
she
want to
doesn't.
do.
She used to would play
I don't know
along
what
with
I
the
wanna
games,
do.
but by
I don't know what I
21, she
wanna do.
wasn't doing that. She
You
was
don't
just
know what I want to
watching.
do. You don't know what I want to do. Oh, let me
Beg
put this
for
in the
indulgence.
chat.
I don't know why any of this is relevant.
This is
For
the
those of you
article that I
asking,
read.
Isn't this private medical information?
Oh,
All of the
5/8 is
medical
back
privacy
tonight too,
acts
Jen.
have
That's
an
right. The
exception for
5/8 is
confidential
on before the
information.
lounge at 5
So
p.m.
if medical records are
Pacific, 8
subpoenaed
p.m.
by
Eastern.
court, they can come in. So
Next witness.
There's the
State
article. It's read.
Supervisory
I
Special Agent
dramatically read
Matthew
for you.
Wild.
back to police. We'll see what
Oh,
that is.
sweet. Thank you, Max. That's
Supervisory
very
Special
kind.
Agent
And I look
Matthew
forward to
Wild.
meeting
If
them and
Dick
seeing
asks
what
what's so
we might be able to
supervisory
do
about
together.
it, I will fall over. So
I
there's
would love to
a lot
be in
of
contact and see if it's possible.
there are provisions
Oh, cool.
in most of
Thank you
those
for doing
things
that.
that will
Thank you for doing
most of the
Pre-game,
privacy acts that will allow
pre-game
you
with the
to
5/8.
testify in court
Pre-game with
for
Greg and
things to
LB.
be given
That's
with
a nice
subpoenas in court.
pre-game. Just sounds
So while
yes,
it feels
me.
uncomfortable, it is not improper for that to be discussed in court. So it's just heartbreaking testimony, but I don't know what the state was getting at really.
My name is Matthew, last name Wild, W-I-L.
Matthew Wild. I know,
Good afternoon,
right?
Agent Wild.
Good afternoon.
Where are you employed, sir?
I'm a supervisory special agent with the FBI. I'm assigned to FBI headquarters.
That's why there's no
I'm
beard,
in
y'all. He's
Rock Hill, South
FBI.
Carolina.
Oh, aren't you
And specifically,
clever?
what are your job duties in Rock Hill, South
What
Carolina?
are you doing?
Right now, I supervise
Yeah.
5 full-time agents and about 17 part-time.
I got to do something with my hair though
the
between
cellular
tonight. I tried
analysis
this thing.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm
And
talking
explain
over
to the
him.
jury what the
Cellular.
cellular analysis survey team is.
Oh God,
So the Cellular
shit
Analysis
again.
Survey Team, or CAST, is a group of about 80 special agents and task
If it's
force
not loud
officers.
enough, let me know.
We're all across the country.
Well, now it's not because nothing's happening. But hold on just a minute.
And what we specialize in is analyzing historical phone records, specifically the location data associated with those.
Oh,
And is that something that you do personally in your job?
It is.
Okay.
It's like a 10-second delay between
Explain
what I
just,
do and
just a little more. I
when
know we'll get
it's
more
great.
when we get to your report.
Please
but
stop
what do you
doing
mean when you
that.
analyze cell phone location
Oh my God,
data?
Sam.
location
What are
data.
you doing when you do
Get
that?
Location data.
So what I'm doing is I'm looking at the call detail records. These records are very much like the old paper phone bill we all got in the mail maybe
Don't
10, 15
hesitate.
years ago.
Please, thank you.
They have the date,
Has it been?
time that the calls occurred.
Yeah, they're back
They,
tonight.
tell me
Greg
who
and
called
LB.
who. So if I made a phone call or somebody called me, those numbers are listed on there. They have the duration.
I'll be there.
Of the call. The major difference between the old paper phone
I'll be
bill
in
we
chat.
all got in the mail and the records I look at is the records I look at have a cell tower, so they tell me which cell phone tower
I wonder if
was
he's the one
used
that
to handle my
plotted the
call.
cell
And then
towers
they tell me which
and
side of that tower
triangulated.
was used.
We would also take breaking news
So what I do
tonight
is
if
I take that
anybody
cell
like
tower
Jack Smith
information.
wanted to
Yeah.
break some
I can
news.
compare it to
That
a
would be
list of
fine.
the cell phone towers. For
I would
that
I would
carrier,
end I would
whether it
just
be
like
Verizon
totally
or T-Mobile or
re-engineer my
AT&T.
show if Jack Smith
And then I
decides
can
he
take
needs
that
to
date,
take some
time,
people
and
into
general
custody on
location
live
from the cell
TV.
phone records, and I can
That is
compare it
not a
to
problem.
known date,
I am
time,
here
and
for you,
location.
Jack.
So most of the time, when law enforcement is investigating a crime.
Make it Bannon. I want to see
they
Bannon shit
generally
his
know
pants on live
what date,
television.
time, and location that incident occurred.
Okay. And as part of your cell phone analysis, do you also take location data directly from phones, if available, about that as
You know
well?
what? Just
I
please
can
stop
do that,
doing
yes, yes, sir. So
Acting
when
like you're gonna
law
drink my
enforcement
soda.
downloads a
No, you're
phone, it comes in a big report, and there's a location data on there, and I can also I can analyze and map that as well.
I just want to know
And how long have you been doing this cell
if
phone
Maggie and
analysis?
Paul's or Maggie and Alex's phone were together
Part-time
location-wise.
since 2012. 2012.
Oh, yeah.
Full time since about
Yes.
2016.
All right. And
Have we
you
confirmed
undergone
yet
any
that
training,
Alec was
help
actually
with
physically
cell phone,
there
location analysis?
right before the
I have
murders
over-
and
I have
not on
over
the
400
phone
hours of
since he
training.
called the
In
dog over?
2012, I went to a
When are we
course
getting to
called
the
Basic Project
Snapchat video, please?
where
I
3 days we learned how to read the records, compare the records to a
I wanna go
tower
to
list,
FBI
and generate
training.
a very basic map.
I wanna know.
I used that technique in every one of my
question I
cases
wanna
from
answer.
2012 until 2016. In 2016, I attended Advanced Project Pinpoint, which was a week-long course. And during that course, we took a deeper dive into the different types of records we can get from the carriers and how to use them. At the conclusion of that course, I was selected to
cat's
go
like
to the
freaking
CAS certification course. At that time, it was 4 weeks. The first week being training on radio frequency
Oh my
theory,
God,
so learning how
okay.
radio waves travel between the
Oh
phone
my God,
and the tower
dude.
back through the network.
This is
The
that guy
second
at the
week,
airport bar
we
right
had
now.
trainings from, we had
Guy at
presentations
the
from each of
airport bar
carriers.
right
So,
there.
Verizon came into our training.
Oy.
We learned from the network engineers.
You're killing
Those are the
me,
people who
Smalls.
design and maintain the network. And we also learned from the
Cloud.
records custodians. Those are the people who provide the records to us. The third week, we did drive testing. So I have a piece of equipment I can put in my car. I can drive around a specific cell phone tower. I can figure out generally how far that tower reaches.
Y'all,
And
I
then
see
the
you
fourth
asking
week
about
was a
closed
moot court
captioning.
exercise. We had a real case.
It's not being
We
supported
had to read the
from our
records,
source
generate a
network
map,
today.
go out, do a
I
drive
don't know
test,
why.
and then testify
Normally,
to it.
long crime has closed captioning.
And
It's
at
why I
the
use
conclusion
them.
of that, I was certified.
Today, it is
Now,
not
every year
working.
since then, I've attended the CAST recertification
The internet's been real
course,
squirrely the last few
which
days.
is usually 4 days where we go and go back and meet with all the carriers.
But it
we
is
get
not-
technology updates.
it is not working.
And then because we're located around the country and sometimes in different parts of the world, we do case presentations to each other of what we're seeing in our active areas.
And in your role as a CAS supervisor
gonna answer
and
this
prior,
at
have
break.
you ever been qualified as an expert in courts?
How many times?
Over 130 times.
Holy
So you've
shit,
done
that's
this
a
a
lot.
time or two before.
Yes, sir.
At this- and
130 is a lot for an expert.
when you've been
witness.
qualified before,
that's
specifically,
a
what
lot,
have you been
yeah.
qualified as?
I've been an expert in historical call detail record analysis and cellular technology.
All right.
It's good to know
And
that's a
Your Honor,
lot,
At this
though.
time, state would move to, as Mr. Wild, or excuse me, Agent Wild, as a expert in historical cell phone location analysis, if I said that correctly, sir.
Very interested in location. Please make this fucking clear.
He's so qualified.
130 is a lot
And,
of times for an
In your
expert
role as
to
a CAS
testify
supervisor,
in
you
court.
became involved in
It's
this
a
case,
lot.
is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can recall approximately when you became involved? And how?
I believe, so I wasn't a supervisor at the time. I was just I was a regular agent, but I was asked in either it had to be in July of 2021 to provide some assistance in this case.
Okay. And asked by who?
I believe it was Dylan Hightower.
Okay. All right. And specifically, at least in July of
course
2020,
not.
what did he ask your assistance for?
Well, he had obtained a few sets of
Whoa,
call
Ivan
detail
Raiklin's
records
getting on the
some
radar,
calls
y'all.
In this case.
Given up today. I don't
And
know.
noted as to
Good
whether
for
or
that
not
little
where,
gnome.
there was a 911 call that
That
was
little
made,
evil gnome.
and the tower that was using that 911, that was
Oh, I want to
the
know. too.
tower that was used to handle that 911 call. There's a question as to whether or not that tower could provide coverage up to Mozo.
Okay. And so there was a question about
Did he think he was in the
why
car when he made the
911
911 call
first bounced
too?
off a tower in Hampton
That's correct.
County, correct?
Yes,
If this
sir.
is a
And,
nothing burger, I'm going
Moselle,
to
to your knowledge,
frustrated.
is in what county?
I think it's in Dorchester County.
Or could it be Colleton County?
Colleton County. Yes.
And your assistance was asked to help figure out if that was possible. Someone could be at Moselle and a call could bounce off a tower in Hampton.
Yes,
correct? And the CAS team, does it have tools that can assist in figuring that out?
Yeah, we have something called the Radiator Autonomous Receiver. And it's basically a box that we can put in our car. It's a computer.
Clear in the
It
fog.
has
He's got a
couple of
pretty good
receivers in it.
thread on
If he made the
insurrectionist
911 call from
Jeremy
the car,
That
Bausch.
box maps out the
Bausch?
latitude
How do
and
I say
longitude,
that?
so like where we are.
I
with
know, the
box.
gnome.
And
He's,
then
he
it
found his
measures all
people.
the
He
signals
found his
from
people.
cell
He found
towers
Mickey
that
Whithoff, who
that
has money.
box can see. And
Wait,
it's
Mickey
very much
must
like
have
the old
access to
Verizon
some
Can
dark
You Hear
money,
Me
I
Now
think.
commercial.
I fear.
It's just doing that.
Her and
hundreds
Nicole
of times
Ruffett
and
have
it's
been
just constantly doing that as we
employed,
drive
I
around.
think, by
Just to
some
simplify
dark
that,
money
is it
to
fair
make
say
trouble.
that what you
on
this
the
tool can do
J6
is
front,
help you
and now I
map
think
specifically where
someone has brought them
self-coverage
together
exists
Coming
and where
from
it
within
doesn't.
with
That's
Ivan
right.
Raiklen.
All right, and as you move forward, did you go ahead and
Yeah,
conduct that test?
exactly. Why is
I
there?
did,
Well, there was a few
myself,
insurrectionists,
as
Jen.
well as,
Yellow
Dylan
Sizzla,
Hightower,
aka
another
David
agent of the FBI.
Valentine, member of
We
the
grabbed 3 of those
1776
pieces of
Rester
security
movement.
guards. We put them in 3 cars.
He's also
And
in
over
fact,
2 days in the
he
beginning
was
of
identified
August,
by
we basically
sedition hunters
drove
because I have a series of
everywhere
DMs
all
with
around
sedition
Lewis
hunters. I know
down
a number
to
of my
Hampton, all the way
friends
up to,
do.
Williams
So
to
Mr.
Carroll.
Valentine
And
has reported
Did you also
and
go on the property
identified
in Moselle
multiple
to
times
take these
and
measurements?
claims
I
to have even
personally
been
did, yes,
interviewed
sir.
by the FBI regarding his activities on
And,
January 6th. But
afterwards,
somehow has
were you
escaped any
asked
kind
to
of
prepare a
accountability.
report and to take all these
So
cell records in and
unfortunate.
prepare a report?
Yeah,
and
Ivan
provide
Raiklen is
this
apparently
report to
getting
show
a little. But
locations of
anyway, look
various
at clearing the
phones
fog
involved in
at
this.
clearing
Yes,
underscore fog at clearing
Today's a
underscore
murder
fog.
trial.
Clearing underscore fog.
458.
Check him out
Have
on
you take a look
Twitter,
at it and see what
and
you find.
you will see he's got a thread on an insurrectionist loser.
Yeah, this is the report that I
It's
Was
about
the
15
beeping the
minutes old
seatbelt
right now.
indicator
And when you
maybe?
say generated,
Oh no!
But
what
I
kind
thought
of
the
information
seatbelt
did you
beeping was
take
There
in
one
to help you
again.
generate
Seatbelt
that report?
indicator.
There
So I had to
one
take in
again.
the cell phone records, so the
Alright.
records that were received from Verizon. I had to take those in. I had to also take in the cell right downloads that came from one of the phones. And then so I had to, after we did the drive test, create some maps to kind of show and display that data.
Specifically, there's a couple of numbers that we don't want read, but whose records did you look at? And for Maggie, Paul, and Alex, you can read their numbers. Whose Verizon records did you look at?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end of your question.
I'm sorry. Whose Verizon records did you look at?
I looked at Alex's, Paul's, Maggie's, and then there's Marty and CB Rowe.
Okay. And did you prepare a report showing locations off of towers where those various phones were?
He'll
on
be
the
able
days
to
and,
juxtapose the
of
calls
and
from
surrounding the
Moselle
murder?
that are known
I showed
from
the general
Moselle,
area
and the
where the
others.
phones were on the days surrounding the murder.
And,
Are they
and
the
you
same?
mentioned you got some Cellbrite data on
Hi,
a
Sable.
phone,
How you
correct? Do you
doing?
remember
Hope
who you got
everything's
that
going well.
information from?
I got
Welcome,
that from
welcome,
Britt Dove's site.
welcome.
And specifically, whose
Welcome,
phone did he,
welcome.
whose location data did he provide you?
It was Paul's location data.
All right, and did you plot those locations provided on your report?
I did.
All right, and those would include time as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Y'all, he'll be able to say where the
At
known
this
calls from
time,
Moselle
state would
pinged off
move
of.
to enter exhibit 458. evidence.
Yeah, right? That's all you can do, girl. That is all you can
Your Honor,
do.
the state would
Wake
would
up.
move to enter this under sealed.
Wake up.
Phone numbers.
With
Put on
not
some
a lot of
up.
phone towers, they're entering the phone records under seal fine.
In that
With
order.
not a lot of cell towers, if all the calls from Moselle are heading off of one tower, and
I'm gonna
that's not the
sneeze.
tower the 911 call hit off of,
Little
that
bit
is going
smoke
to
in
be
my nose.
really difficult
Smoke is in
evidence
your
to controvert or
nose.
to interpret more than one way.
Making
That would be very
you
sound.
We're gonna pull this report up, and this is gonna be a little tricky. We got.
Please have a summary
Smoke is in
report.
your
Can you
nose.
stand on in that area there?
Yeah. Tickles.
Please have a summary
It
report.
tickles. Tickle, 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 tickle.
So that's why I'm
Please
very
have a summary
interested.
report.
If
Please have
he
a-
did
Oh, we're
not
getting
get
to the part of the
home
afternoon
yet
where
and
everything
called the
becomes an
911
opera. I'm
and
sorry.
called 911. That's going to be very interesting.
Might have to mute myself.
information.
Boo, boo, da, boo, da, boo, da, boo.
So, we'll
Wah,
see.
wah, wah, boo,
We'll
boo,
just
boo,
see.
da, boo, da,
We'll just
boo.
see.
Wah,
Okay.
wah, wah.
Tell me the thing.
So I'm gonna hand you this, and
No.
essentially ask you to start going through this report with the jury to explain to them. I'll probably only interrupt if I feel like something needs to be clarified. You just tell me when you need to click to the next slide. But at this point, I'm gonna let you take it away, sir.
Calls for narrative.
Who I am, my
Objection.
case number, and then the telephone numbers involved. So we go to the next one.
If I'm the jury, I am perked up right
The
now.
second slide, it just gives a background. So I was asked by,
The locker
I was asked by
isn't
SLED
going
to
live. He
analysis in
only
this case.
does
The
the
first
tape
paragraph,
stuff.
methodology
Because
is
he's
the second
scared. He
paragraph.
is
So,
scared.
yeah, take
He
the call
is
detail
scared,
records.
scared, because he harassed a bunch of
kept by the
people
carriers
yesterday, and I
for,
caught
billing
him.
purposes,
And I caught him,
for
and
some
I
other
reported
technical
it.
purposes,
And no, I'm
but,
not going to string it
I
because I
take
don't
these call
really
detail
care about his
records,
shit.
I
But
compare
you know
the cell
what I'm
tower data
gonna
on those call detail
do?
records to
I'm
lists of
sharing it with
towers,
Phoenix Police
and they tell
Department
me
because I
whether that
believe
phone is in
Flopper and Steve
Hampton,
are
whether that phone's
unstable
in
and might hurt
Charleston, whether
someone
that
or
phone's in Spartanburg or Greenville. It's me and General Indian where the phone is.
More worried about them hurting other people because
And
they were
then,
super aggressive with
so,
women yesterday, and I
cell
think
site
it was
locations.
Y'all, we have a
getting
murder
So,
case
of
today.
course, the towers can change
3
over
weeks in a
time.
murder.
So I
Just
want
in
to
the last
tell
years,
I
we've gone
love
from
in
using
Phoenix
3G using
to be
LTE, and now
careful
we're all
because
have the
he's a
5G calling on our phone,
nut.
right?
Yeah,
So
I'm
the
gonna
tower
tell my
lists
friends
change, the
down in
towers
Phoenix,
change,
Arizona,
and
don't go
you
near
get
them because
updated tower
they
lists
are
on a
too
regular basis from the carriers.
nuts. I
I
know
use the
they
tower
have
list
Jerry
that
with
was in
him,
effect around the
but
time
he
of the
seemed to be
incidents, around the
actually
time
trying to
of
tuck those
2020.
two out of
Which is very
harassing
important that
the
they're not
women.
using an
analysis
updated tower
section.
list. They're using
So
the tower
again,
list at the time.
we took 3 pieces of equipment and we
I
basically
like
drove
boys.
everywhere, all the way around.
I like boys.
Around this area, around the area, trying to record all the signals from the different cell
Be a
towers.
dick.
What that gives us is
Be a dick, and
general
I'm not up
area,
your ass.
which actually maps out the
Pretty
area
damn
of where there's
simple.
coverage from those cell towers and cell sectors.
Also, if y'all want to know how much
The
your cell phone
indictments
knows about
come.
you,
I've got
today's the day
extra
to
time
tune
on
in.
my hands, boys, and I'd
Some of you are gonna
love
be
to
like,
spend it
"Fuck
on
it, I'm
you.
This
just
slide
my
just shows
phone."
different types of cell phone towers. Okay, I draw your attention to the one on the top left. We have these speaker-looking devices hanging on this tower.
They need to
Building
explain this to
antennas
the
that
jury. This is
transmit a
foundational.
signal to and from a phone. Okay, a phone is very much like a car radio.
Okay, I'm gonna shut
As I
up.
drove here
because
today,
Something important
that's
come
my
out.
favorite
I'm gonna be
radio
talking.
station.
You guys are gonna be mad.
Nobody listens to radio anymore.
Hilarity
So
ensues.
they need to
On my route,
understand
there's a
the
radio
technology
tower
and how it
emits a
works,
signal at that
to
frequency.
understand that it
My
is
car
what it
radio
is.
can receive that signal.
This
I
data
listen to
can
my
only be
frequency.
interpreted a very few ways, and
The major difference
this is the
between a car
foundation for
radio
that.
and a cell phone is that with a cell phone, that information has to go in 2 directions. It has to be able to be received from the tower, but you also need to be able to that information back to the tower. So those are the
I'm
antennas
teasing.
that
I still
send and
listen to the
receive
radio
those
too.
signals.
Sometimes.
The second thing about this is you'll know that those
Spotify,
you'll
mostly.
realize those antennas, they hang on a triangular shaped structure. Most of the towers are designed to cover a full circle or 360 degrees. And the way that the carriers accomplish this is by breaking that circle into 3 sides or 3 sectors. So later on in my report, you're going to see these wedge shapes. And I like to just think of the center of that wedge shape as nothing more than the center of one side of this triangle. Going on in a lot of other places, urban, more suburban areas, there's not really room to build like these big towers like this one on
They
the
put them
top
on
left.
buildings.
So they start putting them on the sides of buildings. The smaller ones will be on top of light poles in the cities.
Oh yes,
So
Ryan,
just because they're
he's
not,
holding
just
a
'cause you don't
yardstick
see it or you don't
because
realize that it's there, it's still there.
the defense engaged in
Another
so much
example of
dick
that, of
measuring
course,
this
is
morning that the
my
FBI
favorite,
agent
pine
needed a
tree.
yardstick to make sure
These
we were
are
all aware today.
all over the place, and they usually sit about 150 feet taller than
why.
all the other trees around them. But at the top, spray painted antennas, and they provide the same service as a regular tower such as this. Good. All right, so
They're just
again,
like
the tower
doing
is
a lesson
separated
on cell
into
phone
3.
data.
Most towers are separated into 3 sides or 3 sectors. When I look at the call detail records, they tell me the tower number, say it's 23. They tell me the sector, say it's 1. What I have to do is I have to go into the tower
Chad,
list.
I'm not wrong.
I have to look up tower number 23, and then I have to look sector 1.
Or
And that
fake
tower
contact.
list is going to tell me which way that sector faces. What I'm looking for there is something called the azimuth or the orientation. Azimuth and orientation are just 2 big scary words for direction. Okay, so if the
I'm
azimuth
not
is
scared
0,
of words, sir.
all that means is that
like
side of
words.
the tower faces north. Okay, if the azimuth is 180, all that means is the tower faces south. So what I have to do is I will draw a line at 0 if it faces north, and then I'll go 60 degrees in one direction, 60 degrees in the other direction. That gives me 1/3 of that tower, 1/3 of that circle, which is the sector in which the energy is being emitted.
I don't think Alec knew how much data could be
So I
determined
display that information
either way.
using this wedge shape. So you can see this is a 120-degree wedge. There's just shaded area in the middle.
And I really,
Just because
we
there's
need to
shaded
get to the
areas there
Snapchat
doesn't mean
video
it has to
because I
be
don't think he realized that Snapchat was a thing.
This is where
Radio
there's
frequency is like
space.
it's
I thought
like
there was a
light.
video of the
If I
whole
shut all the
exchange
lights
with
off in this room and I
Bubba,
shine a
the
flashlight
dog.
to the back of the room, it's just gonna be emitted in that direction.
Of course, there's a Bubba the
That's all I'm
dog.
saying by showing the shaded area.
This
that
show
the
has
energy of the
everything.
tower is being emitted in that
Every
area.
every cultural reference
And then
of
this is how I map.
living in the South you
This
could
is how I
imagine.
map the sectors.
Dogs
on the map.
named
I use
Bubba,
that wedge.
named trucks.
Each one of these green dots on this map.
My family's from the
happens to be a
South,
cell
so
tower.
don't get too weird.
And so
Lawyers are not
generally
Not
the
putting
phone's
down,
been
just
somewhere
saying
within
that's
this
what it
wedge.
is.
Most lawyers
Full
are
of all
Corners
these
of
not
this
at all.
wedge.
Bubba and
But
Cousin
somewhere
Eddie.
between the tower that's being used and the next one in that
Of course,
direction.
there's Cousin
closer
Eddie's.
to
I
the one
guess.
that's being
Never mind. Whatever.
He's getting through all the background, and all we want to know, like I.
Another
done
set
so
of
much cell phone
records
testimony.
that
I
we
am
can
just
get,
here going blah
something
blah blah.
called
Tell me
RTT,
where the call came
timing advance.
Right.
Is the call coming?
The
The car.
Verizon case. So the records we have are called RTT records. What RTT records are is it's an estimation.
He's a really good
of the distance
He's giving a
phone
presentation
and
of
the
the
tower.
continuing
Yeah,
education
he's a really
right
good
now.
witness.
All
The
right,
defense
what
could
we
have
get
said
is a
this is
regular
all
wedge,
narrative, but they
like,
didn't.
We know which tower
The defense is just like fuck.
side of the tower is being used, and then Verizon tells us approximately how far the phone is.
But it's
from
interesting that they're
tower
letting
at
him
the
just
time that
teach
it's
the
used.
jury.
Okay, this is based on like a basic time over
It's a weird
distance.
case. Weird
We know how
courtroom.
fast the signals travel. They travel at the speed of light, and then
How do you
all we
know
have to do
that?
is time them from the time it takes to go from the tower to the phone and back to the tower, and then we can estimate the distance.
Why do they just
So
go-
the phone, when these types of things occur, we have these records. What we're going to have is this hot dog or this wedge, this
Yeah,
shaded
do we get
wedge here,
CEUs for this? That's
shaded,
cute.
Hot
That's a
dog-
cute thing.
why is there so much food
And that
in
phone's
court
going to be
today?
somewhere inside that band or just
I don't know, but I'm
slightly inward
hungry.
from the band.
Why is
And would
it hot
another,
dog?
could you use another word for that shaded band? Could you call it an arc? Would that
An
be
arc,
accurate?
yes, yes, sir.
Good, he asked a question. He did say hot dog. I don't know why.
All
I
right,
got
so now
distracted.
this slide, this
You
is
said
going
hot
into
dog
the
shape.
actual case here. So this is showing the legend. So this is where all the locations in this case are located. Starting with the top left one.
Majestic Wildfire. I love
the top
floating
one,
how
the
stuff
red
works,
pin
too.
here in the center of the page. That's the address of the crime scene
Oopsie.
on Roselle Road.
Did
Like the most experty expert that
Next
ever
is
They did that
the
earlier.
green
He
pin,
had a
which is
dog
Alameda.
I can't wait to see these demonstrative
And then
videos.
next is the orange pin.
written all over
That's
his
1104
back. Pence
Lorraine
did
Highway,
it
Hampton, South
again.
Carolina.
Played with
The
the
purple pin
law.
is 123 Russell Road in
He's
Brunson,
not
South Carolina.
that
Or
innocent.
Let's go on to the
Another
next slide.
document. And probably
And one of the things I'm asking you
overclassified
to do, Bob, is you Go
document.
through some of these. The
Found
public's
at
kind of
Mike
leave
Pence's
sometimes with these
home, babe.
monitors.
I'm
So
just sorry,
some
that's
jury
not,
have
I
little
mean,
rings
I
and
care
face names
I want to
where
know
they're at.
what,
So each time we go to a
if
different map,
anything,
just kind of provide
Trump
information
did
of
with
where
the
the
documents
cities
he
are and
took.
some of the roads.
The FBI brought the demonstrators.
Context
Thank you, FBI.
matters.
All right, so this map.
I mean, it doesn't because no one should be taking anything home.
I know we
Jesus.
should all be getting continuing education.
But I'm shocked that we actually have to have that conversation.
All right, and
Crap.
uh,
What the
cut
hell?
off on
What the
break.
hell?
Knows what's coming.
What the bloody hell?
I just wonder.
okay, well, we can go through the exhibit.
I don't know. We've had other stuff that's been a nothing burger, so I'm anxious to see if this.
Did you guys
is or
hear
not.
that the Murdoch family was asked to behave yesterday by the
just don't
court?
know.
They
I
were
just don't know.
admonished. I mean, I know because what's his name? Buster was like flipping the guy off, Tinsley and stuff, and kicked a bottle.
Thank you so much.
What the
jury gets to
hell?
see everything he's
So what's the
doing.
time frame?
What
just
the
want
So
to
the
see
time
hell?
frame for this one is June 7th, 4:53 p.m. to 6:09.
Thank you guys for
And this
being
is,
here. I didn't
the
say thank
activity
you.
for
Yeah,
the
I'm so
Paul Murdoch's
sorry.
phone, ending in
I really appreciate you guys
7845.
stopping by the lounge today.
So the blue
really
pin
appreciate that. Thank
is
you.
the address in Okatee, South Carolina.
So they're talking about
What time do
Paul's.
you show Paul's phone
Paul's activity.
in that general area near Okatee, South Carolina?
So between 5:40 and 6:03, which is generally in that area.
On the afternoon of what day?
On the afternoon of June
I
7th.
forgot I was doing that.
Okay. All right, and there's several hits off several towers, I
Yeah,
think.
there's some down here. There's some at the bottom. So 453, 511. It's using the tower just south of there, and then 521 through 609.
So we're getting maps of the
pings.
pings.
And
Ooh,
just so
this
the
thing's
jury
dying.
understands,
My iPad is dying.
This is that sector you're talking about a few minutes ago, right? So when the tower pinged off this at in this sector at this time, in theory, that phone could be anywhere within the sector, correct?
That's correct. That phone could be anywhere within that sector. It could also be slightly outside of that sector because those lines, I can't go out to this tower and look up and see those 3 lines coming off. It's kind of like a fuzzy area between the sectors.
So the sectors aren't hard and fast every time?
Correct.
Okay. But, you know, as just as in your general experience, you know, within what range would you usually see a phone hang off a particular tower? What's the general max range?
Depends on where you are.
Well, it can vary because it depends on where the phone is. You know, in a rural area, the phone could be 6 to 8 to 10 miles from the tower, and it can use that tower. It just kind of depends on where it is.
Towers usually pretty far apart out in rural areas.
In rural areas, I mean, they're set up for population density. So in rural areas, not a lot of population, a lot of farmland, they're going to be further apart. Whereas if you get closer into the city or suburban areas, they're going to be closer and closer.
And as a general rule, do cell phones try to connect to the nearest tower, or they have the best signal, correct?
Well,
It's really
well,
coming out
the tower and sector it sees as the best signal.
some
It's not always the nearest tower.
Oh my God.
So Paul's phone is in the area of
Republican line
starting
candidates are being exposed. All of Anna Paulina Luna, all these little ops.
And just so it's clear for
The
this
fembots are
we say Paul's
exploding.
phone,
They're
you can't
malfunctioning.
testify as to who was holding that phone, correct?
That's correct. I have no idea whose hand that phone was in during each one of these
Except,
calls.
sorry,
in the
shut up.
police
This is
interview,
important.
That was the phone
Alex
that-
said Paul's
that
phone
we
was
believe
always
he
in
was
his hand, so.
But Paul's phone is in these areas during these times.
It is.
Okay.
And Paul takes a video with it later that night, so we know Paul has his phone, but he can't say who's,
Okay,
the
we
person
can,
has to prove he had it in his hands, but his
Paul's
actions
phone.
prove it.
So this next slide is 6:17 p.m. through 7:30 p.m. And basically at 6:17, the phone is way south down here on the bottom of the page.
And the
And
Pentagon
let's
shot
do
down
some
an
general
unidentified
orientation.
object over
What's this
Alaska
town
at the
right
order
here?
of President Biden. So maybe another balloon. We don't know.
Yemisi.
Okay.
Yep.
That is
And this
reported
is
by
where?
That's
the
Barnville.
New
That green
York
was again what?
Times.
And this red up here is?
That's the Moselle.
Okay. All right, so what do you see this phone doing during this time frame starting at 6:24 p.m.?
Yeah, so between 6:17 and 6:53, it's traveling north from the bottom of the up to the side and then kind of to the top. And then finally, where it uses sector 1 here at 7:05 and 7:30, it's consistent with being in the area of Moselle.
Okay. And this is just a pinging in this area at 6:04, correct?
Yeah, these are just the phone calls. These are the phone calls that are coming on the phone. Those are the towers that the phone.
You know what I should do tonight, you guys, while we're at our,
Nocatee would be somewhere down
in
this
our
area off the map.
our lounge evening. I need to make some
And that's also
biscuits,
the
like
red
buttermilk
off to the right
biscuits.
and below where this slide
I wonder
is.
if I could make
And
some
then you see
buttermilk
the general
biscuits.
progression north towards the Mesa. correct?
Yes.
And we see sector 3 here. And what time is it pinging in sector 3, just due south of Moselle?
It's at
You could do that.
p.m.
Okay. And
You
then we
could do
see it
that.
switch over to sector 1, which is in north.
Oh, I could make a
correct?
focaccia.
And what time is it in sector 1?
Doesn't that sound good? Make a focaccia?
And then at
Hold on.
7:30, it
Maybe I'll
uses
do that.
same sector 1 at a distance of 2.91 miles, which is in
So
the
it's-
area of Moselle.
So it's 7:30, it's somewhere in this arc, like we talked about before, correct?
Yes.
Oh, I think I want to make this.
The arc, the number provided by Verizon is not necessarily 100% accurate, right?
It's not, because depending on where the phone is, if the phone's out in the middle of the field, 1 mile from the tower, it should register at a mile. But if the phone's in a house or if
Nectar
the
dry
phone's in
yeast.
this courtroom, those
Wow.
signals have to go through the exterior walls of the
Honey, I
courtroom.
don't use honey.
Hit my phone, then go back out through the exterior
Oh,
walls.
wow.
And that might slow the signal down, which will make the distance just slightly further.
So it's generally reliable, but
What do you have to do is honey. Can I substitute sugar for honey in my
Here's the thing.
It's
focaccia?
not exactly accurate.
Okay. All right,
We
but,
know that
regardless.
Paul takes that
Oh, it's just
Snapchat
for the
video
yeast.
when
I'm
they're
sorry,
around the
dummy.
property.
I'm gonna shut up now.
Sector 3, and at 7:05.
Okay, I'm gonna make focaccia
in the
tonight.
Same sector where Moselle is to the north, correct?
Yes.
So
And so what is
it's
that?
narrowing
what-
down the
Let's
time
make
of that
focaccia.
Snapchat video and how long Alec had to change clothes and things like that.
Focaccia.
Well,
I have
between
plenty of flowers.
I'll have to go back to
53
my
and
notes to see when
705.
Snapchat said that video
I mean,
was.
it could have
Tree
moved
video.
from Sector 3 to Sector 1.
Oh, yeah, I gotta check and see
Or
if
it could have
it
been
is.
on the line between Sector 3 and Sector 1 at that time and just bounced back and forth.
But you would agree that generally this direction is towards where?
That's a
Towards
cross-examined
Moselle.
question. You would agree.
Okay, and we're on the next slide. And
We have
tell
the
us what we see. This is
Snapchat
still Paul
time. I
Murdoch's
just have to
phone.
go
It
back
is. This
and
is
look.
7:30 p.m. to 8:40 p.m.
Okay.
So here on the right side of the page, starting at 7:30, there's those activate RTT hits at.
And that was the same from the last.
That's the same from the last one.
Slide, okay.
Right, and then 7:33, there's another RTT hit, and a call. I'm sorry, another RTT hit on this tower to the bottom left. And then where those arcs overlap, when they're in close timing to each other, that's generally where the phone is going to be. And so you can see that the arcs overlap in the area of Moselle.
So by about that time, 7:30 to 7:33, would your opinion?
Remember,
be that
there are
cell phone
two
was in that
Snapchat
area?
videos.
It has to be. It has to
The
be
one I'm
somewhere.
talking about is the tree video. The tree video's in the like
And then we have
7:30
other
range.
calls.
Excuse me, oh my
And there's a
lordy,
later
lordy,
one that was
look who's
recorded at like
40.
8:44.
Okay.
It's at 7:30ish one that I'm thinking of right now while
This
they're
sector
doing
at
this.
840,
Yes.
is that correct? And that's sector which off this tower?
That's Sector 1 off of that
I
tower.
think we just moved to
Again,
8:40 p.m.
Same direction as Moselle.
Yes.
So now we're gonna see. We know Paul's at the kennels because of the video, and now
Sorry.
we get an idea of
And what
when
do
you're
we
at the
see on
kennels.
this
Where
slide?
does the phone?
This
ping?
is
because we have that
so
video.
annoying.
9:03 p.m. on June 7th. And so here there's there's a call, and then there's an RTT distance of 3.11 miles.
Okay, and let's just do some general orientation again. The red is what? This red marker is what?
That's Moselle.
Okay, and the green is what?
It's Alameda.
Okay, and then what's this town right here?
That's Varnville.
Okay, all right, and we have a hit at 9:03:22.
Yep.
All right, and what? And it's off sector what?
It's all Sector 3, but again, there could be a little overlap there between Sector 3 and Sector 1.
Sides of the
And so there's
tower.
a chance, I mean, the phone's likely still in the area of Moselle, it's just using a different sector.
Okay, your opinion is it's likely in the area of Moselle.
Yes. I know for a fact that
That's
there's,
relevant, okay.
there's signal from this sector in the
And
area of
we have,
Moselle.
you have slides to show that.
I
right?
should, yes.
Okay. Okay, and then here we have at 10:34 p.m., another hit.
Yes,
And
sir.
again, this is the same map as last time, correct?
It is.
This is Paul's phone.
10:34 p.m., it's using it's the same map, just the sector is changed back to Sector 1.
And it's- and
This
in
is
your
right
opinion,
before
that
Paul's
is
phone
still
goes
pinging?
dead.
It's consistent with being in the area of Moselle.
We know that.
Okay, and now we're transitioning something else with Paul, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is this?
This is the iPhone location data that was taken from his.
So they're
from the download of his
overlapping
iPhone.
the iPhone data from the
And we have
hardware
some
from the cell phone pings.
times
These are
here.
different location
And
data
Can I
that
go
they're
ahead
gonna.
one slide? Because it has more information. It shows a
iPhone
overhead map
location will
of
give
the
more
area,
specific
correct?
data.
And let's talk about this. You've been out to this property, correct?
Yes, I have.
And this is where? What is this called?
That's Moselle.
And what am I pointing at right here in the bottom middle part of the screen?
That's the main house there.
Okay. And then this area up here in the basically due north of the residence, what is this area?
That's the dog kennel or the hangar.
All right, there's a big hangar building.
Yes,
And
sir.
there's a smaller series of dog kennels right next to the hangar building.
Yes.
correct? Okay. All right, and we have some location data from Paul's phone here, correct?
Yes, we do. So between 7:45 and 7:56, all these circles in and around the road and close to the kennels, that's where the phone is being used. And then at 8 o'clock, there's two hits down south of there at 37 and 100 meters.
And we see these red circles. What is that red circle and what does it represent?
So the red circle is the it's the area that the phone could potentially be within. The phone shouldn't be any further than the phone should be where the pin is, but it shouldn't be any further than the exterior of that circle.
So sometimes the GPS information provided by a phone isn't exactly 100% accurate, correct?
Correct.
But it does, the phone information provides information that allows you to determine how accurate the location information
It's
is.
a level, it's basically a level of accuracy. So if the level of accuracy is like 3-4 meters, I mean, the phone's going to be within this general area around me. But if the level of accuracy is, let's say, 5,000 meters, that just tells me it's here in town somewhere.
We don't understand meters.
All right,
sir.
and we see some of
Sir?
those distances
I know
listed
you're in the
your
FBI,
data, correct?
Yes, sir.
but you
So
say
this
meters and I'm lost.
74531, we see, and what is this number?
That's the latitude longitude, so that's like the specific point that the phone returned us.
These are the GPS
And then I
points.
see a number next to that. What is that?
That's the radius, so the red circle in meters.
And talking about this again, data point, what does that number say?
48.
48.
Yeah, the 48 meters.
Okay, so from the information side, excuse me, so if I understand what you're telling us, is at 7:45:31 p.m., the phone is at this lat, within about 48 meters of this lat and long,
Yes,
correct? Okay, it's, all right. And then, we see some different uncertainty area, so at 7:46:09 p.m., there's about 165 meter circle, so that's a much bigger circle.
Yes, sir, it
correct?
is. Yep.
All right, and then.
The international audience is like, yeah, and the jury's like, what?
Yes.
Oh, you know what I want? I want some
Jury's like,
shrimp.
meters, we don't know her.
Shrimp's really expensive though right now, isn't it? Shit.
The international audience is like, sure.
We're going to advance one more slide to show the digital map. The previous slide had the exact same data, correct?
To be fair for me, I am very spatially challenged, so it
So we're
doesn't
still
matter.
looking at a overhead aerial view of Moselle, correct?
You could say meters or feet, I
This
still
is
wouldn't fucking know.
8:04 to 8:05 p.m.
Okay. And so now we're seeing some hits across this Moselle Road, correct?
That's correct.
We're gonna see where
And-
Paul is based on the
Shrimp.
GPS on his cell phone.
Location
Oh,
error
that's
value.
no.
and
Oh
it's
no,
somewhere
thank you.
within
Never mind.
It is.
Never mind, dear.
Yes.
When these are made public, it will be very much easier to go through it. It's hard just
Oh, well,
listening
that's
to
not
it,
too bad.
but they are going through
Okay.
maps of where Paul's phone was moving based on GPS right
Now,
now.
we're at 8:06:20 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And at 8:06:20, where do we see the phone?
So at 8:06:20, it's here on near Moselle Road, north of the driveway.
Okay.
And from there, it moves towards the dog kennel or the hangar. It moves towards the dog kennel or the hangar, then kind of up the driveway, and then finally winding up back at the house at about
Oh yeah, I want to.
So we see a series of location hits, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
wonder if
looking at the
8:14 is
timing,
when
it
they
would
ate
appear
dinner.
that the phone moves back through the kennels, correct?
Yes.
And then moves up this road towards the house at the main residence, correct?
Yes.
And we see some circles associated with this data, but several of these circles start to get pretty small, correct?
Yes, they are pretty small.
Angel
What
Buckley
are those size of those circles?
asked who
20
put
meters are
Bubba
the
back in the
final
kennels.
ones that are,
I don't
in
know.
and around the house.
And just so I clarify, we see the blue pin, right?
Yes.
And that represents the actual lat long that was recorded by the phone.
Yes, it does.
And the air, the
He's
20
just saying
meters.
Latin
means
long, like the jury's
it's
all on the
almost
same
certainly
page.
within that
All right.
circle.
Yes.
Within that particular pin.
This is Paul's phone still.
And when you see a series of kind of wrappings like this within a short period of time, generally, what does that tell you is going on with that cell phone at that time?
Well, the phone's using some kind of application, some kind of map or something that's using its location data.
Damn it.
Like Snapchat?
And then, regardless, by 8:08,
Yeah.
where is Paul's phone?
Snapchat.
It's
Snapchat.
back at the house.
Okay, and that's got a low error of how big? I'm sorry.
An accuracy of 20 meters.
An accuracy of 20 meters. Okay, and that makes a pretty small circle around the size of the house.
It does.
Correct? And there's another hit at 8:14 p.m. at the same place?
Yes.
it appears?
Yep.
Okay.
I wonder if this is when they were eating
Now we moved
dinner.
on. We're still looking at this overhead map of Moselle, and we have some more hits starting at 8:14 and going through to 8:35:07 p.m.
The
correct?
hard thing is this is
And all
really
these seem to
important
be centered
testimony.
around the residence.
It's
Yes.
hard to
Now,
follow
there's some
without a
varying
map. I
degrees
get it.
of accuracy, correct?
Yeah, there's one that goes up to 165 meters, but most of them are between 20 and 79.
This is using
8:35:07 p.m.
phone GPS.
That phone, Paul's phone, is within 20 meters of the Moselle residence, correct?
That's correct.
And then they're going to go through Paul's phone, Maggie's phone, and
All
Alex's
right, we're
phone.
going to skip one more slide, just to keep with the digital map. And just so it's clear to the jury, this slide contains the exact same information, correct?
Yes, it does. And then I just switched the map over from the regular street map to the Google Earth map.
Okay. All right, so now we see another series of phone location for Paul's phone. And this is again the night of June 7th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
All right, 8:38:07. Where do we see that phone start pinging?
Again, there's a 56 meter.
I wonder if he's
there's a
heading
56
back to the
meter
kennels?
hit at right around the dog kennels.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at 8:38:07, Paul's back at the kennels.
7 p.m., that phone's within 56 meters of the dog kennels, correct?
That's correct.
This attorney's doing a good job of kind of
And
summarizing as we
You see some more
go.
hits. There's a little bit larger of an error starting at 8:50.
10 minutes before the
8:44.
Snapchat video
Then
or
we
the
see a
video
hit
with the
at
dogs.
8:44:55 p.m.
Paul's at the kennels.
And it says media location. What does that mean, sir?
So in the Cellbrite report itself for that record,
That's the video.
it came from a movie file.
That's the video.
That's where that location was generated from.
When you take a video, it captures all that
Seen
data.
that video that that location data came from?
Yes, I have.
The dog
Just
video.
generally speaking, what is that video?
That's the video inside the kennel when Paul's playing with the dog.
Okay.
So this is going to show Paul's
And
movements
that
that night.
video was recorded.
And then they're going to want to
The timestamp
link
recorded
them up.
video is 8:44:55, correct?
Yes,
And that matches exactly with the dog kennel, correct?
it does.
And I don't see a number next to that data point. Why don't I see a accuracy number?
Not 100% sure why there's a number, but we know the video was taken inside the dog kennel.
Because the video
we see
shows
the
it.
video. And then the next one right after that.
It's
I mean,
on
basically,
video.
there's records just before at 8:44 and 53 seconds and 8:44 and 56 seconds, and both of those put it in the area of the dog kennel.
I'm going to skip one more slide here.
And that also tells you how accurate it is. The
And
video
just look
says
at
it's
this
there,
overhead
the
map
GPS
of
says it's
Roselle,
there, the
correct?
ping
Yes.
says it's
We
there.
have, looks like a hit
Great.
location data at 10:18
Yes.
p.m. and at 10:18:03 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And both those are centered on where again?
They're, again, just right there in the vicinity of the dog kennel.
Michael Peppercheck
Now,
with a great reminder to the
did you
chat.
plot every single
What's the
location
reminder?
data point that you
Metadata
received?
gives so much
No, I did
information.
not.
You have to be
So
careful
between
where you
8:44
video.
And 10:18, there was a
Look
series
up.
of location data points,
Hey!
but most of them were between like 4 and 6 or 7,000
Hooray!
meters. So
Hooray! Good job, Easily.
in my opinion, they weren't super helpful to figuring out
Atta
exactly where
girl,
that was.
boy,
When you
they.
see an accuracy of that big,
Way to go.
uncertainty of that big,
You're a
in
winner.
your opinion, is that location something?
I was just figuring out what I'm gonna buy in
I mean, not
groceries
100%
today.
reliable because it is such a huge, area.
I like
Are
to
they
plan
still
it
talking
out
about
ahead of
Paul's
time.
phone? Why is
Going
Paul's
back to the
phone
last
pinging
couple slides, between then and now.
such a different accuracy after the
between
murders?
That's what
I have a question about that.
On this 10:18 p.m., did you see any information off of Paul's phone that suggests you went anywhere that stated those kennels?
Oh, thank you. He answered my question. Thanks, counsel. Appreciate it. You're a
All right,
peach.
now we're going to move on to Maggie's.
No data in it to indicate
Yes,
Paul's
sir.
phone moved from 8:44 to 10:18, and we
we're
know
gonna
shortly
rewind
after that
back
the phone
earlier
powers off.
today.
Good. Good.
And let's look at this map first of all. What is this map generally of?
This is like the West Ashley area, so just south of Charleston.
Okay. And we see some tower hits in this starting at
Yeah, about 4:25 p.m. and then ending at about 7:05 p.m. The phone's generally in this West Ashley area.
so Maggie's phone remains in that general area until about 7:05 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Generally, the prosecution does, beat a dead horse, but on this,
Right,
they have
and
to go
here-
point by point, or it will get
Okay,
objected
this is
to.
a bigger
'cause
map,
there's-
so let's get oriented. What is this area?
It
right
could get objected to for
so
no
that's,
foundation.
North
They
Charleston
have
that
to
you're
go point by
there.
point.
Charleston
And
down
Charles
here.
is to the south of that.
So this is Maggie's phone.
And out here, what is that red marker again?
The red marker is Moselle, the green marker is Alameda.
And then we see a series of hits with Maggie's phone. You've labeled them, what, 1,
They've got
2,
different maps
3,
for different
4, and
phones.
5?
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And these start at what time?
They start at 7:07 and end at 7:50.
Okay. And so, generally speaking, what does this indicate Maggie's phone's going to you?
It's
during that time?
traveling from the Charleston area west towards Moselle or Almeida.
So this is foundation that's needed because the prosecution, if they're going to do a
And
summary
here,
map,
we
has
have
to
a hit
establish
at
every
7:50
single
PM,
point.
7:50, 20 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And where is this?
That's right in Walterboro, actually, right here.
Okay, right here in Walterboro,
Yes,
correct? And, did you take a look at what appeared to be Maggie's general route from Charleston out towards Moselle during that time?
Yes.
And what road would she most likely have been on to travel that way?
Route 17.
And so that route would have taken her right through the center of Walterboro?
It would have, yes.
I think right out here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so she's somewhere in this sector at 7:50 p.m., probably right in the middle of Walterboro, correct?
Yes.
All right. And just in your analysis, did you just looking for a rough number here? Did you calculate a rough drive time from here at the center of Walterboro out to Moselle?
Yeah, it was under 30 minutes.
Okay. Roughly 30 minutes,
Roughly
give or
30
take?
minutes,
Okay. And this ping is at 7:50, 20
Yes.
p.m., correct? All
So
right.
again,
Now, were there any other?
They're plotting everybody's evenings.
Did you get any more tower information off of Maggie's phone? for
They
the
could have
rest
done
of
this
the
earlier in the
No,
case. It's
that
interesting they're doing it
7:50
now.
p.m. was the last tower hit I received, that was on the records for Maggie's phone.
Okay, and there were some phone calls to Maggie
What?
after 7:50.
See me getting,
Yeah.
would see
Were
me
any of
getting
those
lost.
answered?
Why is she
No.
driving in circles?
So
Exactly.
You don't have any good tower
Nothing.
information for her phone after 7:50 p.m.
What?
That's correct.
Nothing from
Now
Maggie's
we've
phone
moved
after
on,
7:50
And we're
p.m.
looking at whose phone?
We're looking at Alex's phone.
All right,
Nothing?
moved on to
And what
Alex.
time frame are we talking about
That's odd.
here?
This is 4:10 p.m. to 6:25 p.m.
That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Let's get oriented here. This is the red marker is what?
Moselle,
And the green marker is what?
Almeida.
Okay, and then the town of, what's this town right here?
Hampton,
Okay.
and Barnville is just south of there.
Okay.
All right, now
And
we're
we
on
see
to
some
Alex's
hits
phone.
off these two towers between 4:10 and 6:25 p.m., correct?
Yes.
All right, and are you familiar with the location of the law farm, formerly known as PMPED?
Yes,
All right, and is that in the vicinity of Hampton?
it is.
And would that be?
They do have
within
text
these,
on her phone after
areas
this.
That Alex's phone?
Yeah, that would be consistent with the activity.
She
on
did
the phone.
have Find My iPhone
And
because
that's
that's where
up
they
until
found
when?
it.
6:25 p.m.
Odd. They had Find
Yeah,
My
I don't
iPhone on it
understand
because
why
they
it
found
wouldn't
it
show
after
any
it was lost.
activity after
But not having
7:50.
location
And
data
here we
after
are,
7:50 is
the next
weird.
slide.
That's
We know
weird,
some
yeah.
overwrote.
Again, orientation, green is what?
Almeida,
Questions?
Moselle.
I have questions.
What information do we see?
and I really
Here we have a
don't know
number of
what the
calls between
answer
6:40 and 9:10 p.m. And they're all using
is.
tower
Well, that's my question, and I don't know we're
159263.
gonna
And
answer.
that's the one shown, which faces north and is consistent
Sorry, had to finish
with
it.
being in the area of the Moselle property.
911
So
calls
starting
at
at
10:06.
6:40
That's what I'm
PM,
waiting for.
You see him north in this sector, which is the sector where Moselle is.
Yes, sir.
So 6:40 to 9:10, his phone's hitting around Moselle. We know he starts driving around 9:06 p.m.
All right. So here we are. Let me go back.
Here we are with the important shit.
Sesame oil.
And
Where
I
was
can't
it?
forget
rest of these
sesame
phone
oil.
calls being in the same sector up until 9:10, 47.
Yes.
Do I have sesame oil?
And now-
Fuck.
And now what?
What time frame are we talking about with this slide?
Now we're looking at 9:12 to
do.
9:18.
Okay. And in the 912 phone record, where does Alex's cell phone?
This is while he's driving to his mom.
This is sector 3 on tower 159263, which is the one closest to Moselle.
All right, so somewhere south or close to the border of this tower, correct?
I want to make onigiri,
918.
and I think I need sesame oil to do that.
off
I have
this
chili
tower,
oil.
correct?
Oh,
Yes,
I
off
don't
of,
have chili oil.
159,217,
Ah!
which is closer to Barnville.
And it would be
Ah!
most likely in the north side of that
Yes.
tower, correct?
So that's on the way to Alameda to see his mom.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna make my own chili
And
oil.
Now, this is the same two calls.
Dried
correct?
chilies.
It is.
All right, but now I see looks like some shaded overlay over this. I'm going to give this back to you. What is that shaded overlay? What does it mean?
The
So
jury's
the
gonna
shaded overlay is the coverage area.
The jury's
that
going
we
to
were able
understand this
determine
better
from doing that
because
drive
they
testing with our
have
equipment.
the
And
images.
so, basically, we
on
had to
this.
drive everything all around these addresses.
Do I use our
and go
bowl?
back and,
What chilies do I use
and,
to chili?
look at the
Oh, no,
data,
no.
and then creates.
Do I
these-
use our bowl
these bubbles
chilies
that
for my
shows
chili
where the
oil,
coverage,
you
where the
guys?
equipment
What kind of
saw that
chilies?
tower
What kind of
in that
dry
sector.
chilies do I put
And
in
so here
oil
you
to
can
make
see
chili
that at
oil?
9:18, I'm sorry, 9:12, it's using the sector, it's kind of highlighted
I
in
don't want
green.
chipotle flavor. I don't want
And
the
then
sweet. I want
9:18,
more
it
of
uses,
the
this one
on when you
at the
get
bottom,
They are showing it on the
when you use
159,
chili oil
that's
in
it.
a Chinese restaurant or another.
And so
what's
what
the
your
chilies
dry
that
test
they're
found
using?
is,
Those little red
you know,
chilies.
You kind of described those neat sectors at the
Good luck on
beginning,
your
but
search,
in
Jason.
reality, they're kind of more messy, correct?
There are a lot more messages.
And
No, so I
from
guess
what
I'll
you
just get
found
our
from
bowl.
actual field
Maybe I'll
testing
get our
is
bowl.
Get coverage off this tower in, looks like it's just south of Farmville, anywhere in this pink area.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And that's in that particular sector. What sector is that again?
That's sector 1.
All right. And then this
And you know
green
what I
area,
could do is just put
you
some
could be
crushed
anywhere
red
in this
pepper in
green
there.
area and
Remember,
potentially be
the
getting
defense is
coverage.
gonna
I know, but which
Getting
dried
access to all of
chilies?
this.
Don't go.
Yes.
Tell me which dried.
Now,
You
there-
know,
there's
you're in the
some overlap.
Southwest too.
There is.
What dried
So,
chilies do I
there's
use
some areas where a
if I
phone
want
could
more
potentially
of
connect
the what I would do in a
That's
Chinese
correct.
restaurant? Is that different?
But in 2 minutes.
I'm dumb
I mean,
about
the
this.
call-
I'm not
sorry,
gonna. I'm not
the
even
calls are 6
sugarcoating
minutes
it.
apart.
I know I'm dumb.
So, I mean, within 6 minutes. the
I'm
phone
gonna
used
get
both of these
the
sectors.
our bowl.
Lemon Crush, I
And
keep
just as
hearing
a final
Farmville
point,
too. I miss Farmville.
Hold on, guys. I gotta
Again,
take
the
a
sectors
phone
aren't
call. Be
exactly
right
black and
back.
white, neatly drawn, correct? And so, in reality, like this little green bar above this tower, a phone could be in that area and still be pinging off this sector
Yes.
of the tower.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And this coverage is something that you told the jury about the drive test, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you guys went out with actual equipment to measure the coverage in all these areas, correct?
Yes, sir. We drove all of these roads, and again, that equipment, every few seconds, it's recording the GPS point.
So
and
they
then
did
it's measuring the
experiments
signal level from all
on
the
the
towers and
signals.
sectors in that area. And then what I do is I go in and I can read the tower and sector that was used by looking at the call detail records, and I can go in and select the coverage area or this blob for that tower and sector.
Let's go on to the next slide.
Okay.
And we see now, we have some information starting at what, 9:20:34, correct?
Yes, sir. So at 9:20, from 9:20 to 9:46.
New
we get
arthritis
calls,
medicine,
all
maybe.
using tower
Yeah,
159,
Hatch chilies.
217, But using sector
Smart.
2 that
Or
kind of faces
poblano.
towards
No, I
the
want the
immediate
red
address.
though. I want the
And
red
then
chili
there's also
oil
one
to
RTT hit
result.
At 2, at 9:34.
I'm gonna experiment.
At
I'll let
about
you know.
2.09
Oh,
miles.
I could actually use
which
red
is
pepper
consistent
flakes.
with
I'm
the
doing
area
this. I'm
of
so
Alameda.
excited. I'm making my own chili
So,
oil.
driving
And that
back
starts
from
at-
Alameda.
Yep.
That phone's within the sector, it's starting at what time?
9:20.
Okay, and it, last phone call on that sector is at what time?
9:46.
And Alameda is in that sector, correct?
It is.
Sounds really good.
But if a car were driving up this road towards Warrenville.
Poblano, that would be
that's
yummy.
highway
Actually, any chili, I guess, would be delicious, wouldn't it?
378 or 278,
Yes.
excuse me. That's still in that same sector. correct?
It is,
So if someone's in a vehicle.
Oh,
on
green
that,
chilies turn red.
278 right there in
Oh,
that
okay.
sector, You would
Okay.
get the same information.
I ordered the R bowl, or I put the R bowl on my list.
So at
I mean,
9:46.
I gotta pick it up.
If a car has already left.
I gotta
Alameda
pick it up.
on
Infusion
278,
Tifa, Infusion Tifa. Well, we're gonna find out, won't we? Don't go.
We are riveted. We want to
We
get to 10:06.
love
What
our
happened at 10:06?
experiments.
Where is the phone at 10:06?
I love culinary
Is it just
experiments. They're
triangulation data?
the
Because
best.
we don't have a lot of GPS data, but what's the GPS
Fantastic.
data?
And this is still Alex's phone.
I think I have to
It is.
pee.
It's just
I'll
a
be right
zoomed-in
back.
version of
I
the
gotta
last
pee.
slide.
Okay, so it's the same
BRB.
information, but a
I gotta
little
pee.
closer. And I probably should have made some of those points on this one, but we see that road 278 here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Within that sector. And there's Alameda, it's also in the same sector, correct?
It is.
And so, in theory, unless for the RTT hit at 9:34, the phone could be anywhere in this arc.
It could be anywhere in that arc.
And for the rest of these hits, it could be anywhere within this whole sector.
It could be anywhere between this tower, sector, and the next one in that direction.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll go back. This is the next slide, and this again, Alex Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, and we see some hits starting at 9:52:59 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir. So 9:52:59, the phone's using the sector with the 240 in it. So it's not using the one that faces towards Alameda yet. I'm sorry, towards Moselle yet.
Yeah, and the red, and what's the red?
It's Moselle.
in the green?
Is Alameda.
Okay, so just in the previous slide, we saw the phone down here in the area of Alameda, correct?
Yeah, it was using that tower near Alameda, but facing Alameda.
And by 9:52 p.m., 59 p.m., Alex's phone is pinging off of this tower right by Varnville, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat
What?
your question?
Which
No,
towers?
at 9:52 and 9:53,
You
the phone is
repeat
using
the
the tower closer to
question.
Moselle, but on the sector
I'm
facing
gonna
towards.
eat a Triscuit.
All right. And then we have a 10:06 hit, 31, correct?
Yes, sir.
10:06
And
what?
do you recall what particular phone call was placed from Alex's phone at 10:06 and 31?
That was the 911 call.
All right. And it hits off of which tower?
It hits off of the tower close to Varnville.
Okay.
What?
But then at 10:17, there's another hit with Alex's phone. And which sector is it pinging off?
That's
10:17.
That's using the 0 azimuth, so sector 1 that faces towards Moselle.
So that initial 911 call hit off
The
this
phone's
tower
moving.
way down here by Varnum.
Because the phone's moving.
That was one of the reasons you were called in to help figure out why that happened, correct?
I was, and I figured out why it happened.
Why?
It's because, so in radio frequency, the higher the frequency, the shorter the distance that I can travel. The lower the frequency, the longer it can travel. So on this tower, there's 2 different sets of sectors, and one is at a higher frequency, the lower frequency. So this call here happened on a lower frequency, and therefore the signal can travel slightly further.
So it's, in your opinion, it's consistent.
I think when
the
I go
phone could have
pick
been
it up, I'll
here
take a look at what they
at
have.
At the time of that 10:06.
Jen, Sichuan chili flakes.
What?
Next slide.
That
So the phone could
sounds.
have been at Moselle.
And we'll come up on
Perfection!
some more detailed
That's what he just said.
maps
The
showing
phone
the actual
could have been up at
phone.
Moselle.
I think this is it. Yes, sir.
Could have been.
So what information do we see on this slide?
So this is the tower and sector being used at 952 and 953. And again, this blob shape here, that's the coverage area for that tower.
Okay.
And so you can see it's mostly in the center here, but there are some dots out, but most of it kind of faces towards Varnville.
Okay.
So
And
nothing.
the calls at 9:52, 9:53 occurred somewhere within this sector, correct?
Yes, they did.
And that line with the slightly shaded area
What is this?
represents the actual real coverage that you went out and measured where that phone could have been during it.
That's correct.
Next slide.
So where was the phone?
All right, and we zoomed in here, correct?
Yeah, so we zoomed in, again, now we're zoomed in kind of on the Moselle property, and just showing that there's a couple little specks of coverage there from this tower and sector
And again,
on that property.
which tower is this? This is the tower that's closest to Moselle.
It is, yes.
But you do actually see some actual coverage area right
Assorted
there
chili
on the
Yes.
corner. And
That's
the red
order.
is right there, correct?
Yes, the red is Moselle.
Next slide.
Well, I'm excited about using these.
Here we are, we're zoomed
Yeah,
back
I'm gonna try that.
And
No,
red is
no, it's
Moselle.
totally good.
And this is that tower.
I'm gonna try a
just down
couple
south
different
of
things to
Varnum,
make the
correct?
chili
It
oil.
is.
We'll
So that's
just
the
kind of,
tower-
we'll
the
kind of
tower's up
MacGyver it.
Varnville, or near Varnville, facing north.
I got,
And this is for the 911
it
call.
says like
again, on
there's
that
chili
lower
peppers
frequency.
assorted.
So the signal
And then I got
goes
some,
a lot further. Actually,
our
there's
bowl.
little specks all the way up here near Anderson.
Chilies,
So this
little
is
red
Varnville,
chilies.
This is Moselle.
So we'll see.
This is the coverage.
It'll
that
be-
you went out, excuse me, and measured.
Because you know what that would be really good on? Hot
You
focaccia.
determined all these shaded pink areas, if a phone could get coverage in this tower sector in those pink areas.
Hot
And-
focaccia, hot
some of that pink area
focaccia.
up
I want to
right by
make some hot
We did, yes, next
focaccia.
And
And this is a 1017 pink, correct?
Yes.
And it's in that sector.
Sorry, I'm
now
gonna be
back to
quiet.
the
This is
tower
important
that's,
stuff.
Closest to Moselle, correct?
It is.
And that's that north facing center.
Yes, it is.
Next slide.
so the phone doesn't get back to the closest to Moselle Tower till 10:17 p.m.
All right. And
Okay.
here we see, again, that 911 call at 10:06:31 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
That originally pinged off of this Varnville tower, correct?
Yes.
But we see, this is the two coverages overlaid between two towers that both have coverage at Moselle.
Yes, it is.
And you
Meaning.
see some of that pink from that Varnville tower up right on the Moselle property, correct?
Yes.
But you see more from the green from this tower sector that covers that same thing.
That's correct.
Meaning.
So, go ahead. Next slide. And here we're zoomed in, correct?
Yeah, we're zoomed in now, and now we have both of the coverages showing. So we're showing the pink, which is from that tower down by Varnville facing north, and then the green, which is from the tower right here close to Moselle, also facing north. And you can see there's coverage from both of those towers actually in the area of the kennels.
That's what I'm looking forward to,
In your
actually.
opinion, that phone
Don't go. I'm
could
looking
be
forward to
right in
trying
that
that.
area for both these phone calls at 10:06.
I even have a cute little
and
jar I
10:17.
can put them in. This is going to be
Yes.
fun.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes.
I was just going to use canola
Doesn't mean there's
oil.
more coverage for the
Oh,
green sector off of this
smart.
Closer tower, though, correct?
There is.
That's smart. Actually, I should saute
If the
them
phone could've
first or
been-
just like even dry heat them a little
The
bit.
phone could have been.
And
That's
this
what
is
I'll
just
do.
the
I'm going
remainder
to
of the
dry
night
heat
for
them a little
Alex's
bit
phone,
and then I'm
correct?
going to
It
put
is
them in
again
the oil.
10:19 to 11:18 p.m.
Oh, yeah.
And the phone mostly
I'll
uses
put
the
the,
tower
I'll
closest to
dry
Moselle.
heat,
There
put
is
the
another
chilies
hit at
in, let them kind of
10:21
like
on the tower near Varnville.
start to pop a little bit, not too much. Warm up, get loose.
Okay.
I want my chilies to loosen up a little bit, boys. Come on, loosen it
So
up.
this is the next day?
Loosen it up.
Could have been.
And then I'm going to pour a bunch of oil on you.
6:31 a.m.
Could have been
and
get
it
some
gets
Pour a bunch of oil on
the phone's
you.
using the tower and sector consistent with being in the
Then I'm
area
going to
of
warm the oil.
So this is the
Then
morning
it'll be like
after,
loose and
It
in the
is.
oil.
Next slide.
Hey,
So he goes
dude.
back to
Hey, dude.
Alameda. Okay.
And
We
this
know
is
that.
continuing the
Good.
same.
I'm just hanging
this
out
is
in
the
this
next
warm
day,
oil,
June 9th,
man. And then
It
I'm going
is,
to
and,
put it in
same
a
tower,
jar.
same sector. Time period is 7:52
And let it
a.m.
sit.
to 8:36 a.m.
I guess it'll be okay on the. It'll be okay on the counter, won't
And
it?
here,
I'll be
we
interested
see
to
some
see their
information from
points.
June 10th of 2021.
I want to make them
Yes, sir.
bleed.
From 3:32 a.m. to
Bleed.
9 a.m.
Give it up.
Basically
Give me
using
up
the
your
same tower and
essence.
sector here, just to the left of
Give me
Almeda,
your essence,
except for this one
Chili.
RTT hit at 3:32
Okay.
in the morning. where
I don't
that
want it to
band
be
overlays,
rancid, you know what I'm
on
saying?
top of the Almeda address.
Should I seal the jar?
slide.
Like, should it be a very,
Now we're
very
on June
sealed
11th,
jar?
Alex's phone, correct?
Don't
Yes,
go.
again in the
you think, or
morning,
Jen? Do you have an
3:52
opinion
a.m.
about
to
that?
8:15 a.m. And
I
it's
wonder.
using the tower and sector consistent with being in
I
the area.
don't know.
Next slide.
Why?
I think I'm gonna turn it
This
off
is
of that
June
one.
12th of 2021.
Yep, 1:41 a.m. to 8:14 a.m. Again, using the same tower and sector near Almeda.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Why are we on June
13th
10th,
of
11th,
2021 for
12th?
Alex's phone, correct?
Yep, first call in the morning is at 9:09 a.m. And again, using the same tower and sector consistent with Almeda.
Okay. Next slide.
When I'll meet you, but otherwise in
Now we're
Almeda,
on June 14th,
closed,
correct?
yeah.
Yes, sir.
And what are
Okay.
the times? Do we see these pings?
12:04 a.m.
Like rubber
and then
seal
9:53,
kind of closed, you know,
9:55
mason
a.m.
jar level
Again,
shit.
using that same
Are
tower
we
and sector.
talking mason jar level?
Did you see any phone calls from Alex's
Yes,
phone
yes,
between
Max.
12
You know what I'll do?
and
Should I, hey,
9:55
Max,
tower information?
so should I crush them before I put them on the heat? Or should I
This
heat
is
them,
June
then
14th,
crush
later
them,
in the day,
then put the
correct?
It
oil
is
in? Or
10:27
put them in the
to
oil? What do you think?
12:29
What do you
p.m.
guys think? This is
10:27
so helpful.
a.m. to 12:29 p.m.
This is so
and it's using
helpful.
the tower facing north out of
Really,
Warrenville.
I love
but also using the tower
crowdsourcing.
facing into Hampton.
Yes, no.
Next slide.
Welcome to my life. One of my besties. Don't go to the show by not sure.
Okay.
This
That's
is where
on
we're at.
Marine in the air,
This is why my
Alameda,
life,
the rest of,
because I
June
have
14th,
my
we see
besties are all like as
Yes.
Next
goofy
slide.
balls as I am. Don't go. Do you mean okay?
And then here
Crush
we're
them
on
before
June
heat or after
14th.
heat? After?
And
Yeah.
starting at
Okay.
4:33
But then I don't want the
p.m.
oil
up
to get in
6:08
my mortar and
p.m.
pestle,
Where do we
right?
see Alex's phone
So that
go
tells me,
generally?
should I
It
do it
moves,
before
generally
the
from,
oil is released, and then let the crushed
They're
pieces
just
release
south
the
of
oil,
Almeda
and then
over
pour
towards Charleston.
the canola oil
This area.
into the
And
pan?
specifically, I don't know if you can read it. but
All
what
right,
is
all
that
right.
there? Can you read
Whatever.
that? Place
Whatever.
name that last tower is on the map?
Whatever. I'm doing this live tonight, you know, just so you know,
I
ladies.
just don't know why the days after matter
This is
that
what
much.
we're gonna do
Okay,
tonight.
June
We're
14th,
gonna make
okay.
chili oil
Yes.
without a recipe.
This is up in the area of the.
Using our
Somerville,
instincts.
Correct?
Yeah, this is in the
This
area
is
of
cooking
Somerville,
by
so
instinct.
between 6:08 p.m. on the 14th and 8:10
I think this
a.m.
is
on
an
the
excellent
15th.
idea, and I
All
don't
the
see what
calls hit that
possibly
tower
could go
sector
wrong.
in Somerville.
I think it's because he said he never
I
went
can't
back.
wait.
And that's what they're
And then on
showing.
I can't wait. I don't know why I said
Later
it like
that,
that.
June 15th, what do we see the phone do?
I'm tired. It's
on June
true.
15th?
It travels from
How long have we been
Somerville
going
Varnaville
6
back to
hours?
Hampton
Oh my God,
between
what a whim.
8,
Fuck.
10 a.m. and
Not
11.
all your oil, just enough to heat
slide.
and then add more.
All right, and then now we're on June 15th for
So
Alex's phone.
here's what I was thinking.
What two
Tell me
towers
where
is
the
his phone
problem
pinging
might
off
be.
of for most of the day?
Again, the one in Varnaville
Take the
facing north and the
chilies,
one in
I put them in the pan on dry heat.
Next slide.
I let them kind of warm.
And
I take them out, I crush them in a mortar pestle, I put them back in the pan. I pour a little bit of oil on them,
12:35
and then I
PM to
let that
2:33
kind of
PM.
heat up,
Excellent.
really releasing oils
Okay,
from the
and
chilies.
just real quickly for these last three
And
slides.
then I bring it
you also
down
reviewed the
and I
records of
add
CD Road
more
and
oil
Correct?
to it
Yes.
for
And you
volume.
reviewed them for the
And
night
I
of the
put
murders,
all of
correct?
that
And
mixture
your
in a
opinion,
sealed
from the
mason
information you can see
jar
from their call records
and
and
let
their tower
stand
location,
for
we need those phones in the vicinity
as long as I
of
could
the
possibly
murder
stand
location,
it,
between
which
8:50
probably will be
PM and
tomorrow.
9 PM.
No.
Oh, you heat them in a little oil. Okay, all right.
What
Okay, I
about
don't know. I'm kind of
Eddie?
intrigued by the dry heat, but you know,
problem,
all
sir.
right. All right. Righty tighty, lefty loosey.
All right, we're on to
That's right, Jen.
cross-examination.
Don't forget. Righty tighty, lefty
judge-
Let's all
loosey.
stand for a moment.
The judge gave everybody a stand break.
I gotta take a
It'll
bite
be
of this apple.
interesting
It's
to
calling
see
my
what
name. Lolo, take a
happens
bite of me,
with
baby.
A, the defense expert, and B, when we can see this overlapping data to take a look. Here's the thing. What they got from the phone is it moving back and forth, and then, well, it could be at Moselle when the 911 call was made. Okay, so it could be at Moselle. That doesn't really
can be a
help
little
us very
dry,
much.
and as an
Hey,
attorney,
I know
you may
some of
be
these
losing
folks,
the attention
but
of
this
the jury.
is why I
personally think
tend
that's
to.
the case.
I hate it when they take a stand break and then they switch to something else because I want to see what's happening in court. So we're going to switch coverage to a station because I want to see what's happening in court. Everybody's standing. So, what about the coat going out on the quads? I don't know, but we know that they were out around the property because we see the video a little bit. We see him in and around Almeda in early morning hours, and it'll be really interesting to look at these exhibits of those
Be in
early
recess about 10 minutes.
morning hours. Okay. I don't know why the court just decided to take a 10-minute recess, but we're taking a 10-minute recess. All right, we're on break. I'm going to answer some questions because I'm not going to have a chance to answer too many questions at the end of the day because at the end of the day, I am going to scoot to Dave Matthews. I will be updating all of y'all over on our members only space. So if you guys haven't gone to lawnerds.unite.com, that is our members only space. You can be members here and members over on lawnerds.unite.com. That is where the members only I Have Thoughts podcast is. And that is where I'll be updating some of that stuff this evening. I don't have music for the break because I'm traveling and I have my travel soundboard and I haven't added the music. So if you guys want to check out more of that, the members only podcast, I Have Thoughts, I'm going to have some more of I Have Thoughts up there for you soon. I will, you can over at lawnerdsunite.com, and you're not going to want to miss our members only stream this month, especially while we're in the middle of this
No,
trial. It's
listen,
going to be
I'm the
so
one that
busy.
sucks.
So with
I'm the one that sucks. I'm just turning her down. She's going to go ahead and she's going to answer questions. So we're going to let her go ahead and do it.
questions while we are on this break, because I will be able to boom out when at the end. That I don't know why I said that. That was weird. We will be able to scoot. I will be like out at the end of the stream today. Melissa said, Emily, please wish my MLL Koku, I hope I pronounced that wrong, who is watching.
Oh, so
happy
many
birthday.
great
She's
chilies
absolutely
for
the best.
this.
We love
Oh,
watching together. Well, Melissa and
so
Melissa's
excited.
MIL, happy
Jen, I suck
birthday.
balls at
Till
cooking.
AM is a fleshy guy,
Not in the
and a
fun way.
prolific
And I don't do that
showerer.
anyway.
That's
So
what we've learned today about
not me.
Murdaugh. What did Alec Murdaugh tell Blanca about his shirt? He told her that the shirt he was wearing was a Vinnie Vines shirt, and she said, no, it wasn't. If you want to see those Snapchat videos and the timeline I've put together so far, that's over on my Quick Bits channel. So
Let me find
the
that.
timeline I've put together and those two videos, Snapchat video with the leaning tree and the video at the kennels, those are in the week 2 summary over on Quick Bits. The
Okay,
ring
hold
tossed
on,
away
hold
under
on,
fear,
hold
driver's
on.
seat. She was over it. She was going to divorce and take it all. It is the ring. We will see if the prosecution ties back together more about the ring being off. Emily, what are your most satisfying and most frustrating objections you've ever made in court? I don't know. It depends on the circumstance. I mean, it's great when you're right, and using the rules of evidence to your advantage is always very satisfying. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Did she mean Vineyard Vines for the shirt? No. She said it was not a Vineyard Vines shirt, and Alec told her that it that was. So that was what it was. All of us that live in South Carolina at times in the summer are prolific showers. Yeah, that's same. I mean, humidity equals multiple showers a day. Angie asked, will they protect the witnesses? I mean, none of these witnesses are in like a witness protection. It is not easy to be a witness in a case.
Yes. Oh my
Most
God,
witnesses
don't
need
go.
help. They
I
do need to
absolutely
call
do want
the
that. I'll
Maryland
send
police
you
agent that they
my
talk to,
email.
but the witnesses aren't
My
in-
email is
in
actually in my
witness protection
links.
or anything
There's
like
an
that.
email button. Look
Question, who
closely.
teaches
There's a
judges
lot of
how to
links. I'm
judge after they're
sorry, but
appointed?
it's
There's judge school.
one
They always seem put
page
together
with everything.
in a job that clearly
So
takes to
click
learn.
on that, and my
Most judges
email is in
are
those
promoted
links.
to the bench because
Don't
they
go.
have that
You can
skill.
send me an email.
But also,
I do
there
read
are judge
them.
colleges, and
I need to
also
clear out my
judges
photos. Oh,
are
I need a
lawyers,
drive.
and they've
I
been
need
in
to
the
buy
courtroom
myself a
quite a lot,
drive.
so they learn when
Fuck.
they've been in the courtroom quite
I
a
got to
lot.
get these photos off all of my
The
devices,
judicial
or else I'm going
temperament
to
and
be in
demeanor
big,
that they
big, big
want
fucking
to have,
trouble.
and that's a big deal.
I have a lot of
Wonder if
footage,
Murdoch
you
showered
guys, from
chest
years
/ changed the bloody clothes at the
across
Little House.
devices, but I'm
We found
reaching
out about today
critical
from the
mass.
housekeeper. It seemed
So
to
if I
me
don't buy
from
a
the
drive
testimony,
this
and I
weekend,
again
I'm
need
going to
go
be
back
in
and
real
watch it, 'cause when I'm
mother
streaming,
effing
sometimes I
shape.
don't absorb everything I otherwise would. That the
See
Little
what Best
House
Buy
was set
has
up
for drives.
after the murders
God
when he stopped
damn.
staying at Moselle. But
That's
I need
not
to go
what I
back and look
want.
at the timing.
Best Buy.
Gab Liz, Emily Blanca said in minute 30 that Sled asked about the clothes only recently, but then in minute 18
Yeah, it'd be
on
nice to
redirect,
have an
she said
email
maybe
from
4
you
days after
anyway.
the murder. Any strategy not to call it out?
Let's see
Leonard,
what's good.
check me. I need to go back and listen to her testimony again, but I think they were different things
Isn't
that
a
they were
1,000
asking
gigabytes a
about and showing her
terabyte?
the video, because some of those videos came back later. Emily, if you love donuts, you must
Isn't
try
a
Krispy Kreme.
1,000
I do love
gigabytes a
donuts. I have not tried
terabyte?
Krispy Kreme. I have not tried Krispy Kreme. So,
Okay, well, that's
let's
ridiculous.
keep going. So Paul would have wanted to go with Alec that night. I don't know.
No.
Annette R said, Emily, based on evidence on court TV, Alec Murdaugh is in a t-shirt with a pocket. Why is the evidence in court plain white Hanes t-shirt? I would need to go look at, and let's go look at that together, because this is a very good question, and the court is still on break. So give me one moment to pull
What is
that up and
this?
see what we
Oh, that's
see
an internal drive. I need a storage
because
drive,
the
stupids.
t-shirt that matters is the t-shirt in
Storage.
the photos, the night in the
For Mac.
police video.
Smack.
That's what I'm most curious about. So I'm going to go through these real quick, and again, these are on courttv.com. So
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is 2 terabytes. Oh, 80 bucks? That's cool.
that shirt
It's fucking cool. I don't think I
clearly
need
has a
more than
pocket
2
on it.
terabytes, right?
I need to see the shirt that was tested.
4
by
terabytes for
police,
$125.
because when They were
Wow.
doing the blood, not the blood spatter. I don't think the blood spatter is going to come in. When they were doing
80
the
bucks? That's not bad.
GSR, I don't remember them saying that it had a pocket.
Oh, I see.
They
I
said
don't-
it was
I
a
don't really need
Hanes
that.
beefy tee, but I don't remember when they were
There's a
doing
Seagate
the
2
testing,
terabyte
whether that
for
shirt had a pocket, 'cause I don't think the
$67.
tested white
Maybe
shirt
that's the right
had
one.
a pocket. So I'm going to need to go back
God
to
damn it.
because if they said plain shirt, this has a logo on it. They would never describe this as a plain shirt. This is not the same shirt. So I thought they were going with a plain shirt, but the shirt in evidence,
I probably
we will have to look
need
to see if it has a pocket
at least
or not. Because if it
a
didn't,
terabyte.
and the shirt he is
I know
wearing in the
that.
police video is different, then
Lot of
it
video.
indicates
Lot
that
of
it could have changed
video.
shirt, but I don't know about that. So
Lot of video.
I'm going to have to see the shirt.
Maybe I
that
should
they
try to get the
tested, and
4.
we should have
That's only
videos of the shirts that were
$125. That's not
tested
that much.
for GSR. So
For
let
4
me-
terabytes? That
actually,
sounds
let me go
good.
this way because it'll be faster. So I will take a look real quick.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put that.
Because the shirt that he was, the
2
shirt that he
terabytes
was
should be
trying to
fine.
say was a Vineyard Vine shirt.
I'll ask my daughter.
I
She
think
knows.
is the blue shirt from
I cannot.
the-
I know. I'm like,
These are all the pictures
my
of the shirt.
email,
The blue
my
shirt-
Google keeps, like, my Google keeps telling me, everything's going to fall apart,
That's the
Lolo.
inside of the jacket.
Everything is going
Is
to
the
fall apart,
blue
Lolo,
shirt
if you don't,
with
and
the,
you can't
or
even
the
buy
short
any more
sleeve blue shirt
storage,
in the
Lolo.
tree video.
You can't even buy
don't
any
think we
more
have
storage. Well, you know what? I probably
photos
need
of
4
the shirt
terabytes.
that they tested for GSR
Shit.
that smelled like detergent.
I better get
I don't
4
think we have
terabytes.
Any of those photos. So I'll have to go look through this again because I don't see it. So I will need to go look back through the GSR shirts
Sort by.
to see.
No.
What else?
Filter.
So I will need to go look at our shirts and see. But it clearly the shirt that police have that they tested for GSR smells clean, and the shirt
God,
that he was
felt
wearing
good.
in the tree video is not the shirt
That was
that
a
they
nice
found.
little pop.
So we will have to see.
Okay.
We will have to see those. But
Seagate has a 4
I think it's
terabyte
more likely
for
that
$115.
he changed the blue
That's
shirt,
not bad.
the khaki pants, and the leather shoes. Those are
5
missing.
terabyte for $120.
Lost
No,
Soul
come back.
said,
Come
sole
back.
owner of my
Come back,
engineering
little
company,
Sheba.
responsible for all business decisions, men I do business with still ignore my presence and underestimate me. It is a constant source of frustration for many.
But they don't have it in
said,
pink.
Dick
No.
needed cross of
2
Blanca
terabyte.
with
No, I
he,
need the
Alec,
5. The 5
worshipped
is sweet.
M, and I think we mean Maggie, not M, his because he also called his mother M. But then found out that M's main complaint about him is he wouldn't give her 10 minutes of his time. That's a very fair point.
This is going to be another chapter in my life
A
dealing
was,
with
quote,
conservators,
terrified for his
accountants,
safety
and
because of
financial
threats, yet he would
advisors.
nonchalantly
All,
leave at night often,
and I can
not
say
to his
this as a
parents'
former
house.
retail broker,
Or at least he took
all
calls
pretty
at night.
much lowest forms of
Tried
life.
going through
Insurance
phone calls, Emily,
salesmen
eat the
are
donut.
actually lower.
You'll never be the same. I
Sorry,
don't know
not
about
sorry.
Now
That
I'm
used
kind
to
of
be
like,
the
I'd
joke.
rather
When
have
we
them
were
say,
stockbrokers, the joke was, well, at least
maybe
insurance
we'll add it to
broker.
something we'll do when we celebrate 700.
Those were all the guys that
Because I'm
couldn't
being
pass
told
the
that we just
retail brokerage
binged
exam. I'm
at
sorry. I don't mean
$6.90
that.
by
I
the
love
waters
all
in
of
the
you
chat, so thank
insurance
you.
people. I
Laura
really
said,
don't mean that. I'm
AM
just telling you
expected,
what the word on
AM
Wall Street
expected
was back in the
carrier
80s and the
who
90s.
is hard. Oh, the
Was,
caregiver
wow,
who's hard
at
of
least
hearing at
I'm
his
not
mother's
selling
house.
insurance.
That's why he called Miss Shelley to see if it was her instead. He
Not
thought
that
the
we
other
were any
caregiver would not
better,
hear him.
because we
I
weren't.
mean, that's very, very possible.
No, we were not.
Possibly they know if when A had available signal, they could definitely see that.
Thank you guys for hanging
Retail
out for
billing is still
me.
available
I would
online
read
if
your
you look
book,
at your
Jem, for
accounts.
surezies.
Let's see. Question, didn't Blanca get the car from the police? Wouldn't they have found the ring if they'd processed it? I would think so. I thought the exact same thing. I would think so.
Because they didn't process
Same
it?
tee he was wearing, but has a logo, so maybe with the shirts in the closet that Blanca fell, maybe.
Jim,
Maybe
tonight we're
grabbed that
making hot
quickly.
chili oil,
The logos
homemade,
were stacked
on
up.
the
Maybe grabbed that
lounge.
quickly when he changed in the
It'll be
shower.
our side
I don't
activity.
know.
I've got to clean this
We're going
kitchen.
to see what their
Fuck.
state argues.
I
We
cannot
should do
keep
a
up
short
with
live tonight
housework.
at the concert.
I
I will
cannot.
share some behind the scenes over
That's
on Honor
cute.
tonight.
Oh, that's cute.
With the group, because I can share some little videos over there. I don't always share Instagram exactly where I'm at when I'm at, because the internet internet's questioned. Didn't Blanca get the car? Oh, yes, we
Well,
just
I
did
mean,
this.
everybody
Yes,
knows where you
and
are
yes,
going
and
to be
yes.
tonight,
We're
Emily,
speed
and I
running.
think that's,
Make
I
sure
don't think you
have
should have to worry
audio.
about where
Let's
you're
wait
going
till
to
Helen
be,
Court comes back.
frankly.
What are the guidelines for what needs to be shared with the defense prior to trial? All. Would they know what Blanca and Belinda were going to say?
I wonder if I
Yes,
should,
they
like, put
would.
on fake nails tonight.
All.
I could.
Have we
I
heard
don't
Creighton
know.
today?
I get bothered by fake nails.
I don't think so.
No, I
think
haven't
we've been
heard
Creighton
Creighton.
free today.
Crate and
Do you think
Barrel.
Special Agent Wild and Special Agent Horny are
Crate and Barrel. Horny.
I hope
Oh,
well,
stop
based on
it.
the last names, they should hyphenate.
Do, do,
You
do,
know, we'll just start
do,
shipping people
do.
because their last names are funny. Kristen said, still don't think he pulled the trigger, but had full knowledge what was going on. State dropped the ball on the correct charges against Alec. I still have questions. Michelle said, didn't they have an extender? We heard from
Oh, they have a
Verizon
4
expert that the
terabyte for
extender will show on the records,
$100,
we
but
have
the
nothing
5
further
terabyte
about
for
it
120 is better.
at all. Question: as a trial attorney, do you strategize what
I
you
say.
leave the
I
jury
say.
to think
Well,
about?
I
Or do we think I
say.
do? Or
Big
is
fake
it
nails
not
on
that
tiny
easy to
hands.
time?
Oh,
It
these hands are
just
too
depends on the
tiny.
case, and it
Oops, it
depends
got
on the
coffee on it.
witnesses.
Victim. It
depends.
got victimized by the
T-shirt
coffee
you wore in the
spill.
police
Actually,
interview
everybody
is
got
on
victimized
evidence.
by the coffee
Perfect.
spill this morning. Look
Why did
at,
no
we've
one
got
look at
another
Buster?
victim
He
of the
seems
coffee
sus.
spill.
He has an alibi,
The-
and we knew
the
where
flip
he was
off.
during that time. When do you think we could get a verdict?
Not you,
Robert
Emily.
Campbell. Until we are at
Incels.
the end of the case, I cannot tell you.
Incels, traitors,
will be
and
after the case
chuds.
closes.
Oh my. Yeah, soup mama
Isn't that
vibes.
helpful? The FBI guy only proved that the first 911 call was made from
Have
Alex
some
He did.
cheeseburgers. Here,
His
I
evidence
made you
did
some
not state it was made from a
cheeseburgers.
moving car. It did not.
Do you
The
want to
tower
have
evidence
some
and the car evidence are
cheeseburgers?
both nothing burgers. They definitely are just.
Can I get you a
not
piece of
lot.
bread with that?
It's possible it was at Moselle. and it was hitting at different sides of Moselle, which can also mean that it was coming into Moselle.
God.
Everybody says hi.
God damn.
The Launer chat says
What a
hello.
year it's been, huh?
She says, Chris
Huh,
says
kids. What a year.
With this much explanation beforehand, even Alec looks
Certainly
like he
has
wants to squeeze in
uncovered
the
some
car. I mean, right?
deeply
Why doesn't the
flawed
defense object to this
people.
testimony? Because it is relevant and appropriate testimony. There's really nothing to object to.
Although I heard somebody sent me
She
a
is
copy
using
of
GPS
Crystal
data with a cell phone
Roach
tower picture
singing
of
the
hammer
other
home.
day.
Location data alone.
And
isn't
actually,
strong.
you know what? I
Absolutely
give
agree.
her
And you know there
so
was
many
some
points for
data
Moxie.
overwrite
I
on
say,
Maggie's
girl,
phone,
all I
so it
want
was
you to
kind of
do is be
annoying
more
to see
confident.
that we didn't have
Like I
much
want you to
location
sing
data
out
from
because
Maggie's phone
when
after
us
7:50
women who
p.m.
want to sing,
This
and
fucking
I
sucks that
count
there
you
isn't. It
among
just
that
fucking
group
sucks that there isn't.
to the
'Cause
degree
I
that
wanna
you're a
know, too.
human and not
Matthew said,
a
thanks for
member
creating
of
a
Franz
community focused
Kafka's
on facts, not
Metamorphosis
fuckery.
come to
You're
life.
welcome. I mean, and when
One
it is
woman
fuckery, we just
show.
call it fuckery. We're just like, okay, we're speculating. This is fuckery. But we make sure that we're clear on which is which.
Stop it! Franz Kafka
Hunter
Metamorphosis
said,
if it
Emily,
was a
I'm on the
one-woman
president's list
show.
for the second time in paralegal school. Congratulations. As an ADHDer, school has always been hard. Thank you for making law make sense. You're welcome and congratulations.
Oh my god!
Congratulations.
I gotta clip that.
Emily, I think Dick sounds like Elmer
Oh
Fudd.
man, shit balls.
Congratulations on the
Fuck me
690K bing.
620,
Thank you. Should we
625
play that
or
we binged?
thereabouts is the
Lawners,
Franz
should we play?
Kafka joke.
Didn't Sled check for blood in the shower drain?
I'm gonna have to like change
Seems
that
like
to
Sled
just any woman
glanced
that has
at the
roaches on her
showers.
wall.
They did not check for blood. They did not test for blood. They did not do the things. But
Don't you think as a lawyer he probably knows how to clean up a crime?
good time.
This seems like the exact lawyer that would
timing
know how
on-
to clean up a crime
because I don't
scene.
remember when Sled perused around the house vis-a-vis.
Look at we're kind of
when,
oh no, we're not right under each other.
when Blanca was there. Okay.
I
we
need a
binged. For
facelift.
those of
I'm
you
not.
that
I'm
are
so
new,
sorry. I'm sorry to be like obsessed, but
I have a sub counter.
look how good I would look
my
with a
office
facelift.
in my normal streaming setup, and when it clicks over, it actually makes a sound and flashes the lights.
Oh, I'm so
and that
sorry.
is
I
what it
love you
means to
guys.
bing.
Thank you for putting up with me.
Binged. Move your head.
I don't know what that means. Oh.
Sled was only glancing around the house for guns. That's what it seemed like to me. And it was one Sled agent.
I've never
glancing
heard of a
around the house for guns,
glancing
kind of peeking
around
under
the
beds,
house.
with Alex's brother behind her, watching what they were doing. Sled did not search that house.
Oh, I'm
much
so
or
excited
well.
about these groceries. I'm
If
so
you are
sorry,
lucky,
y'all. I can't tell you how excited I
Krispy Kreme's
am.
makes fresh in the morning fantastic warm. I know there were locations in Los Angeles where the Krispy Kremes are fresh all day. They've got the little like conveyor belt things. But when I was doing, so our hometown has fairs, as most hometowns do. And we used to work.
I'm not going to be able to do the video mocking a certain incel in time tonight. I kind of ran out of energy and creativity. I don't mean to have, but it just happens sometimes. One runs out
What
of
causes a phone to use a different
energy and
frequency? Nobody has asked this
creativity.
witness. I'd sure like to know. I have big questions about Alex night capers. Yeah, he was very active on his phone in the middle of the night.
Wait,
I don't know
what?
what we'll
What
get
am I
from there.
doing?
The
Wrong
clothes
one,
were collected
stupid.
per Wilson
Hey,
in
brainless.
the bag. The clothes were collected in a bag.
Hey, brainless.
I don't know how much Sled was watching him change. ADB, Krispy Kreme on me. Plain one first. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
much.
plain one. No
Where's
raspberry. What
Columbo
the
when
hell's
you
with
need him?
raspberry?
Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you
Raspberry.
don't. Almond Joy has nuts.
Mounds don't.
Don't.
Because
Hiding weapons. I mean,
sometimes
I
you feel
don't
like a
know.
nut.
I don't know.
Sometimes
and
you
we're
don't.
waiting. We didn't get much about the cell phone data.
Sometimes you
Find you a
feel
voodoo
like
donut.
a
Voodoo donuts are great.
nut.
Agreed. Any tower info on the unknown number he
you
called Chris from?
don't.
I don't think they have the unknown number, Alec, for anything. I just ran into you because of this trial, and girl, you were smart. Congrats. Well, thank you for the congratulations. I appreciate it. I mean, at this point, I've been a lawyer for 17 years, which just makes me
17
feel old to say
years?
out loud. But I was
No,
a criminal
girl.
trial attorney.
I was
so this
things
is
for like
in my
22
wheelhouse.
years. That's
Kayla's
old.
trial, criminal trials.
I was
are
a
bit
thing
different.
for
So,
22 years, and then another
and I've
thing
also
for
worked in
13
civil,
years.
Not nearly as much as I worked in criminal, but I've also worked for judges.
And in between, I cleaned boats and I worked John? Bright work on
Very
boats.
queer.
Know how to
Buster's
sand a
on the
boat
witness list.
down and
Everyone is
make
still
that
on the
wood
witness
look
list until
so
they're pulled as a witness, and even then they're still on a witness
beautiful.
list to be recalled.
You just want to
So could
smack
Buster
your
be called in the
mama or your
defense's case?
harbor
Maybe.
master, whichever
A
one
meter
comes
is
first.
3.3 feet, about a yard. I still don't know how
Oh,
long
I'm
a yard
losing
is.
people. I'm so sorry.
Because I
I'm
just can't visualize it.
sorry.
Stephanie asking the real questions.
Oh,
What time did Blanca
let's
leave
smoke
Brazil?
and then
No
I'll
one
shut up.
asked. No one asked that question.
They
So
are
I have no
draining.
idea. None. None of the ideas. None. Can the jury request demonstratives or summaries? Not really.
Mm.
The attorneys need to be aware of that and present them. That's their job. Natalie, we talked about this a little bit earlier, that the prosecution dragged stuff out. This was a lot of foundation for not a ton of information, and I don't know what the prosecution is going to argue from this. So with
Don't you
every
feel
little
like
piece
he's
of evidence,
he's
you have to think
poorly
that
lawyering the
attorney's building a
prosecutor?
puzzle that they
Like,
are
I feel
going to
like
get to
I'm
argue to the jury,
observing
and they need
poor
all those little
lawyering,
puzzle pieces
but
to argue it to the
I
jury
don't
later.
want to second
But
guess
what
him
do they
because I
need from
didn't
this
go to
testimony
fucking
that they
law
are going to
school.
argue?
I'm fucking sitting on my couch smoking
They are going to argue later.
an
Kiki said,
amazing
but $5
product.
donuts. $5 donuts are good, and they're mostly
Sticky
cronuts. They do have
OG,
some
Sticky
donuts,
OG.
but
I
lots of
am not
donuts,
sponsored
and
by
they are
Sticky
good.
OG, but you know
But
what? I
what
would
does the
probably,
prosecution
I will promote them for
need
free.
from
Not really.
that
If you want to pay me, go ahead.
testimony?
But
What
they're really
we
good.
know where Paul was going.
The only stuff
We
that gets
have
me
the
high, I'm
location
telling
data
you.
and the time data on the Snapchat video with the
Really.
tree. We know
All the
he's
other
at the
stuff is
kennel.
just like
This is
pablum.
more that proves he was at the kennel.
I
Is
guess
it to
that's the
prove
whole
that there was
point,
cell
isn't it,
reception
though?
at
Wait a
Moselle?
minute.
I
Is that how that
just
works?
don't know. I just don't. I'll be interested.
What is
I'll be
everyone
really
doing
interested
tonight?
to
Are you guys going to go
what they
party?
decide. What happened to the
What are
burner
you going
phone?
to do?
Your guess
What are you
is
going
as
to
good as
do?
mine.
I want the lounge on in your background, but what are you going to do?
Did
Is anybody doing anything fun?
GIS data plotting before I retired, not being able to see those
I'm
maps.
sure there's some
Map
birthdays
plots is
this
driving me
weekend,
insane.
or
Same.
parties,
Okay, McD.
or divorces that
I
you're
wanted to be able to see
celebrating,
them too. We'll get to see
or
them later.
breakups that worked out in
Why
your
didn't they just let the
favor,
defense present this
or
evidence?
I don't
Probably
know,
because
maybe you
it would
got a
make it look like the
parking
prosecution's
place
hiding something. I
before
don't know
some
what they're going
chud,
to
you know,
want
you
to
beat them
argue
to the
from
parking
it.
place,
All
or
right, the judge is
maybe
coming
you
back
thought
into
of
the
that witty
courtroom,
retort the
and
moment that
we
you
are
needed
back.
that witty retort, and not 6 hours later when you're sitting on the toilet. Did that happen to you today? Because if that's the case, we are going to celebrate.
Bring the jury.
Celebrate!
Bring the jury. I'm going to switch feeds once I have access to my iPad again. It's trying to.
I do adore you all. I do adore you so very much. I do. I'm a little
My
bit
iPad is mad.
Scarlett O'Hara today, but somehow I'm
All
feeling
right.
it's in the
Once we bring
appropriate
the jury, I
mood.
will try to switch feeds in a minute,
Now I'm
but
going
I
to
can't do
cough
it
it.
just yet. No one
I
asked
will
Blanca
close
what time she left on the night
I'll
of the murder.
close this out.
No one asked.
I died
No
from
one asked at all.
consumption.
Which was so frustrating. I think, and again, I've said it multiple times, that the prosecution's too close to this case. And the reason I say the prosecution's too close to this case is because it feels to me, it is my opinion, that they forget what the jury doesn't know, because they all know it really well. Conclusion is the phone could have been there or not. Yes, Amanda, that's the conclusion. Which means the defense has to go, or the jury has to go with, okay, it's there then. Dominique asked, which side does he work for? So when we have criminal cases, the law enforcement witnesses generally are hired by the prosecution to bring in the evidence, but they don't really, or they shouldn't, work for them. Their job is to follow the evidence.
Thank you.
And try to determine what happened, not
Here
try to
comes
determine
jury. Here comes jury. You know what's not draining though, Jen?
Different.
Chilies and oil. Chilies and
Mr.
oil.
Barber.
Yeah. Sprinkling in some murder
Good
once in a
afternoon, Agent
while.
Wild.
Good afternoon, sir.
I don't think I'll have many questions.
Good.
It won't take long at all.
Oh,
great.
Wonderful.
We were looking at a lot of maps.
Timeline.
And they had a lot of timestamps, and I think there were pings.
Mike never drops, yeah.
Sometimes.
They're not pings.
I'm
They're
what are they?
Activations on the record. So
I'm
whether
so
they
confused
be,
about Maggie's pajama.
your outgoing phone calls, or those RTT activations, which are slightly different, or the other things with Paul's phone, those are like the iPhone location data records.
But we're looking
Which
at
can be by
calls,
app, right? That's
text
the way I
messages.
would
Would a text
explain
message
that.
always make one of those timestamps?
Now, so on Verizon, which all the phones in this case were, with Verizon, we're not going to get call detail record. We're not
Oh,
going to get
no
location
AT&T.
data with the text messages.
Murderers choose Verizon.
I just wanted to be clear when we
That
got
get takeaway from
calls
this.
coming into Maggie Murdaugh after 7, that there were some text messages, but wouldn't.
How
if there were,
rumors
they
get
wouldn't
started.
show up.
Correct. They wouldn't show up in her call detail records with.
That was an example of disinformation. No, Verizon does not.
What would it look like on these maps if
Does
a
not
call-
mean you're a
well, let me ask
murderer
this,
if
do
you have
calls
Verizon.
hand off between towers while they're still
But
going
kids,
on?
that's what you need to
And what
avoid.
would that look like on these
Know your
maps?
know your
So
sources.
it would look the same way it looks now. So
There it goes
again,
now.
when the call, before the call's even set up, so if my phone was on in this room right now, my phone is constantly scanning the environment. It's trying to tower and sector with the strongest signal. Okay, it's very much like sitting at the airport trying to find the best Wi-Fi to connect to while you're waiting.
Don't connect to Wi-Fi at the airport.
So what
Are you
happens
crazy?
when a call hands off between
Danger, danger.
between towers during a call is the records look like they look. It's still going to show the initial tower and sector that the phone saw as the best tower and sector at the time the call occurred. And then after that, let's say the call is an hour long and I drive from here to Columbia.
I've already lost track of the point.
You know, I'm going to hand off tower to tower, but on Verizon, I'm not going to see that handoff in the records.
Right, and that I guess was my question, is you're just going to see that first tower? So if you're
Smiling,
handed
that's-
off like tower 1
Ooh,
to 2
That's
or
fair.
3.
They didn't
you're
ever.
I'm gonna
not
have
see
down
the
and
same
grab the
cost as
groceries
on towers 2
at
and 3.
about
Correct,
1:25,
you're
so
gonna see
I
the
will do
initial.
that, and then I will be back up. Yes, I know it's bougie, believe
And do the
me. I'm
coverage
trying to
areas
make sure I stimulate the
intentionally
economy.
overlap to
That's
some
all.
degree to allow for handoffs?
And I don't have time today to get the groceries, and I need to make dinner
Should've planned
tonight.
that better.
And
between this and the show.
we saw GPS
Choices.
data for Paul Murdaugh's phone.
Yes.
Did you have any GPS data for Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I did not. There was nothing in the location database for the time period that was in question.
Do you know why that was?
It's either something Paul was running on his phone that generated it, or a lack of something that Maggie wasn't running on her phone that did not generate it. I really
Snapchat.
don't know the answer to that.
I mean, so the answer would be that you don't know.
I don't know. Yes, sir.
Snapchat. It's because Paul was running.
And what about
Snapchat.
Alec Murdaugh's phone?
Twitchy twitch.
There was nothing during the time period.
So you mentioned that you've testified as an expert in over 100 cases?
Yes, sir.
And some of those other cases, were you able to show phones moving together?
Sometimes we are, yes.
Were you able to do that in this case?
I did not do that in this case.
You didn't check for it, or you didn't find it? You didn't check for it, or you didn't find it? Oh my God.
When you were doing the drive around to create that sort of
Words matter.
coverage map, did you go onto the Moselle property?
I did.
Was that with the consent of Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, I believe so.
We also heard that Maggie had a lot of her location services turned off in the settings on her phone, like
Could we pull up
100 years
I
ago.
do that too,
35.
yeah. I do that too.
So we did hear from that. And Blanca did say that it was in her phone,
Can you see
but
the screen?
I can.
And I think the previous testimony was that this 10:06:31 call
but we
was
didn't get the
911
time
call?
in evidence. We got information
I
around
just want to
it.
ask about that timestamp because we heard from someone from the FBI yesterday, the 911 call was actually placed at 10:06 and 18 seconds. So what would account for the 13 seconds difference between the two?
I guess it depends on the records you were looking at. There might be a slight offset between the records, the other.
Oh, the clock, ISIS clock or something? Mm.
And the 911 call center, of course, would have a timestamp on incoming calls.
Correct.
Mhm.
Have you ever seen cases where there's a few seconds difference between those timestamps and this kind of records and what the 911 center might have?
Yes, sir. I mean, there's a difference between when you press the green button, and it usually takes a couple of seconds to connect on the other side.
Right.
That's fair.
And could we, on the Elmo, go to slide 56?
Elmo,
And the
he's
reason
in the
I'd like
room?
to do this on an Elmo.
I think they couldn't
is
test
I
it
think that
because
the
they didn't
presentation
have
is cutting off the bottom
Maggie's
of the screen.
GPS location.
This, can we see the top so we can kind of get context for what this is?
So we'll see.
Just, yeah, slide it down so that the top is visible. So this was Alec Murdaugh information, and this was on June 15, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Jumping around.
no, that was Tuesday.
Jump around.
I don't.
Jump around. Jump,
scroll
jump, jump
certain
up
to
and
the
get
bottom.
down.
It says
No,
that
that would have
activity
been a
after
Sunday.
2:33 p.m. indicates travel to Somerville. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any data after that? Is that the end of the data that you have regarding Alec Murdoch?
Is that the last slide?
You have the slide. So this is slide 56 that we're looking at.
Okay.
I'm confused.
Yeah, there was other data.
Excuse me.
And do you have location data for Alec Murdoch after June 15?
I think so. I think
In this report?
Not in this report.
So in this report, I'm sorry, because that's what we're looking at here.
Yes, sir.
Because I understand, of course, you have cell phone records. He kept using the cell phone, obviously, after the 15.
He's like, I have a lot of shit.
But for what's being presented to the jury, the last entry is, I'll represent, Tuesday, June 15, is the end of what you have.
Yes, it is.
And he's going to Somerville.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And finally,
I see
last
Somerville
2 or 3 slides,
representing
we
in the
don't need to
chat.
show them.
It sounds lovely.
There was some information for some other people, a CB Rowe, a Marty Cook.
Yes, sir.
Why were you looking for information for them?
I was requested to look at the information for them for the night of the incident.
Thank you for
Were you
asking,
requested to ever
counsel.
look at information for an Eddie Smith or a Spencer Roberts?
Eddie Smith sounds familiar.
Cousin Eddie?
I'm not sure about Spencer Roberts.
Did you look at information regarding Eddie Smith?
And if you did, please tell us everything.
Yeah.
Immediately. And if you did,
Yes.
why
Do
didn't
you
the
have that
prosecution
information
ask?
with you?
I do not.
You do not have the information?
I don't have it with me, no.
Why? Why wouldn't the prosecution have brought this up? Eddie Smith
Beg
is
the
on their
court's
witness list. Yeah, I beg the court's indulgence. Counsel, ask everything. Why wouldn't the prosecution bring that up? I don't know who Spencer Robert is, but I know exactly who Eddie Smith is. And if he looked at Eddie Smith's cell phone data and the prosecution asked, did you look at CB Rowe and did you look at Marty Cook? And were they anywhere near this? No. Well, did you look at Eddie Smith? Yes. Do you have that information with you? No. But the defense is going to mention it all. Thank you, defense.
Oh boy.
This, by the way, is my favorite of the defense attorneys.
I know. I thought he was part of the prosecution team. What?
By the state.
Briefly.
Y'all have gotten us curious and left us fucking hanging today.
What?
Whether you've been able to pinpoint 2 phones together in other cases, correct?
Yes.
Wow. Wow.
Generally speaking, what
No
kind of
further
data are you
questions.
using when you
The fuck?
try to have been able to pinpoint 2 phones together at the same time?
I mean, first of all, the 2 phones have to have activity around the same time. So we'd have to have calls at 9 o'clock on one phone and calls at 8:58, 9 o'clock on the next phone. That's the first thing we'd have to do. Second thing is it'd have to be indication the phones are traveling together or stationary at the same place at the same time.
Okay.
Oh, so there'd have to be pings to both phones at the same time.
Power information provided by Verizon.
There was not on Maggie Murdoch's phone. There was not.
So you wouldn't be able to provide any opinion as to whether her phone was near any other phone in the world after 7:50 p.m., correct?
That's correct, because there's no data to compare it against.
Okay. For consent.
Yes, sir.
I think we're
Oh
done.
dear. Oh dear. No, we're not. No, we're not. He stood up. Poopy lean.
Questions, Your Honor.
Poopy pants. No,
All right,
he
and
decided
we're
not
done.
to.
What time is it?
Woo!
4:15,
Woo!
we're going to get into another witness.
Oh.
Your next witness.
Oh, that's right. I thought
Cousin
it was
Eddie,
2.
just call
Why
Cousin
did I
Eddie.
think it was 2:15 over here on the West Coast?
Nathan who?
I'm not even thinking.
I didn't hear the end. I think he said Tootin, which I think is one of Paul's friends. No, we're not done. We got about 45 minutes left today. Why did no one ask about Eddie's fucking phone? The FBI looked at it and they didn't ask.
I feel bad.
Whoa. They're going to leave that hanging out there.
Nathan Tuten, Tuten.
Last mortal
That's not
needs
how
of
I heard that in
people.
my head. You guys, I know
Hey,
it's
good afternoon.
Tootin.
How
Yeah,
you doing?
I agree.
We've got a lot of names in this trial.
Nicely
Well,
said,
why
Max.
don't you, tell this jury a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, who are you?
I know.
Where you
I
grew
see
up,
all the
where you
root and
went to
tootin'.
school.
Are you a groiper?
I'm from Hampton, South Carolina. I graduated from Whiteham High School in 2018. I have a degree in criminal justice from University of South Carolina and graduated in 21.
How many Gamecocks games have you been
it's
to,
hard
Nathan?
to pick up you on the mic, so if you would, I know it's
Yeah, come
go as
on.
close as you can and just try to speak into it. So
Council, just stay there
we
at the
can all hear
podium
you.
and
Okay,
stop
so I think you
wandering.
said you graduated high school 2018. You got a degree from where?
University of South Carolina,
And what field was it in?
criminal justice.
Okay.
I know,
And
we've
what
got a
year did you
poot and a
graduate,
toot, and I
USC?
know.
21.
Chad, I see you, I get it.
And what do you currently do for a living?
Law enforcement officer.
Okay, with what organization?
Seems like a law
Police
enforcement
department.
officer.
All right. And describe your
He
job.
might be able to cut his
responsibilities.
hair a
What do you
little
do as
closer,
Walterboro-
don't you guys
Walterboro
think? Just a
police
touch
officer?
closer. I mean, it's
enforce
a
the laws of the
lovely head of
state.
hair. Or he should just like
Serve and protect.
ease it up a little bit. Ease it up a little bit.
You work in road patrol right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just run
He
your
seems
fingers
nervous about
through
being
it,
there.
baby.
We've got
All right. Nathan,
wild gun,
growing up in this
tootin',
area,
horny.
were you childhood friends with Paul Murdoch?
This is two?
That's correct.
He's here
Oh.
because he's friends with Paul,
When
I
was the
think.
first time
Oh.
you,
Not
you
because
met
he's a cop.
Paul?
Oh.
Lifelong friends. Very young age.
Growing up in Hampton, knew him as a kid.
That's correct.
Okay.
Were you on the
Well, tell us a
boat?
little bit about.
Was he on the
Paul.
boat?
What do you remember about him? Tell us the kind of guy he was.
Paul was the definition of a good person and a good friend. He's
Okay,
very
I'm gonna
loyal,
go. I'll be right back.
self-aware
BRB.
kind of guy, and would do anything for you at any given moment, no matter the time.
What were kind of things that Paul, you all like to do together?
We like to hunt, fish, and really just hang out with friends.
Was Paul the kind of friend that you kind of call a reliable friend?
Absolutely.
All right. Was he the kind of kid that would be there for you if you needed help with anything?
Absolutely.
It's so awkward with Paul being the victim in the murder case
Did you
and
spend
with the
a lot of
boat
time
case.
together
It's
with
just,
Paul through the years?
I did,
it's a
yes. sir.
juxtaposition here.
Did Paul have a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Did he like to use his cell phone?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe it?
He was on his phone all the time.
In addition to being on his phone all the time, was he the kind of guy that if you needed something or reached out to him, he was going to respond back to you?
That's correct.
Was he going to call you back if you called him if he missed the phone call?
Yes.
And would you expect him to pick up if you called him?
Yes.
We've already established this with like 3 other
All right.
witnesses,
Did you
though.
get to know Maggie also?
I did.
All right, tell us a little bit about her.
Maggie was probably one of the sweetest ladies I've ever met in my life.
I don't
She
know what this witness
always
has
looked out
yet.
for Paul's friends and was a second mom to me.
And having spent a lot of time with Paul, did you also spend a lot of time with Maggie?
That's correct.
And then did you also get to know Alex?
I
his
did.
Dad? Okay. And is Alex here today?
Yes, she is.
Can you tell me where he is?
He's sitting at that table wearing a boot jacket.
And did you get to know him very well
I did.
through the years?
Counsel?
Did you know the family before they moved their primary residence out to what we call Mazzell? Did you know them before then?
I did.
Okay. Were you there when they moved or obtained Mazzell and started using that as a residence?
I was.
All right. When Mazzell was first constructed, how many entrances and exits were there?
Just one.
And which one was that?
That was the one by the cabin, or one that leads to the sheds.
Okay. And the sheds is that the dog kennels and the hangar area?
That's correct.
And the cabin I think you referred to, is there a cabin on the at the front of that entrance?
That's correct.
Okay.
This has all
And
been well
Who
established.
put the mailbox in there?
I believe it's Maggie.
And tell us about that cabin. Tell us where it's situated and why you know so much about it.
Do you live there?
My freshman year of college, Paul and I actually lived together at the cabin.
So it's like a small house, basically?
That's correct.
And where is it situated in regards to the hangar area?
And?
A little bit closer to the highway,
How many feet or how far away?
100 yards maybe.
And so you lived there, I think you said for the summer?
It's just a semester.
A semester?
Mhm.
All right. How would you describe yours and Paul's friendship? How often would you guys communicate a day?
Just about every day. Every other day.
Phone calls
That's correct.
and texts?
Primarily phone calls.
And later in life, did Paul go to school?
He did.
Where did he go?
USC,
And that's located where?
Columbia.
And did you see him whenever he would come back into town?
I would.
Would he come back frequently
No, sir.
at the college level?
Oh.
At the college years?
No, sir.
Oh.
When
Okay.
would you see him? Would you see him in the summers when school was out?
Good bit.
All right.
That
I
makes
think you
sense.
mentioned before y'all did a lot of fishing and a lot of hunting. Are you familiar with firearms in general?
I would say so.
But it's summer,
Did
so
did
even
Paul
if Paul
have
doesn't
any
normally come back
guns
to
that he
Moselle during
favored?
call
He
time,
kept
it's
on 'em
summer.
and kept them most of the time.
He did.
All right. Well, tell us a little bit about.
And if it's summer, it
however
makes
you wanna
sense that he's
describe
back
those
and
two.
around.
The two
Moselle.
guns that were with us most of the time was a black 300 blackout and a camouflage 12 gauge Super Black Eagle 3.
And the Black 300 Blackout, what was that firearm used for primarily?
Anything.
Did you use it hunting?
I did.
Okay. What would you hunt with that gun?
Anything.
Did it have the scope? I think you said there's a scope on the top or some
Counsel,
sort of
he is so over
sight.
it.
How would you describe that?
As thermal scope.
Meaning you could see heat?
That's correct.
Okay. And describe the Benelli shotgun that you just mentioned also. What did it look like and how did you know it was Paul's?
It had a very distinct digital camouflage pattern, and he
Hey,
had a
all right.
gun strap that
Look at this.
he's used since I've known him. And that's what stayed on that shotgun.
Do you know the differences between, so we hear, Benelli Super Black Eagle models.
And then
I think we've heard.
I also just ordered this. I'm not
Do you know
sure.
the
It's like a
differences between
powdered
the various
spice,
models?
I do.
but it's
So when you
it's
look at it, they have
S&B.
distinctive features on them that would tell you whether it's a 3 or a 2 or a 1?
Very
It's
subtle
assorted
differences,
chili
but yes.
pepper,
But you feel
but
comfortable
it's
that
like
you know
the it's like a
Not
ground.
a hostile witness at all. Just
But I can add that,
Yes, sir.
right?
Sorry.
Just an unenthusiastic
These.
witness who really doesn't
Put
want
them
to
in
be
the
there.
oil.
But not hostile.
I'll check my
Hostile
email,
witness
babe.
is-
Oh,
this is not
check my email,
hostile.
but
Hostile
First-
also is a
As,
legal
sorry,
term of
entered
art, not
evidence
a.
First toffee and
He
almonds
just
and
doesn't
milk
wanna be there. He
chocolate.
just doesn't want to be there. That's not uncommon. Oh my God, we know about the guns. What the fuck is the point?
We should do a little Willy
Okay.
Wonka.
First witness.
This is like the fourth witness,
Nathan, I'm
fifth
handing
witness
you
that's
what the
identified
marked
this
and
gun.
entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 88. You feel comfortable taking this for a second and now tell me if you know what it is?
I do.
Okay. There you go. Be aware of the muzzle.
Counsel, don't try to look like you know what you're doing with the guns.
Small rifle.
And you know that because you've used this.
If you wanna view paradise, simply look around and view
That's the
it.
rifle Paul used, even though it was bought for Buster. But okay. Tinsley wasn't hostile either. I'll explain the legal term of art, hostile witness, when we're done with this. Tinsley had attitude, but he wasn't a hostile witness.
Beautiful song.
We'll talk about what hostile
Great
actually
song.
means. It doesn't mean just
Great. That's a great song.
Jesse. There's
Great.
a term of art.
Great.
So we'll get there.
It's
State's
great.
Exhibit 4, you feel comfortable
Put that on
taking a
the
look at
list.
this for me for a second and let me know if you know which firearm this is?
I do.
Counsel, why do you need this witness to identify that these are Paul's guns?
There's a chocolate in the
Again
afternoon. Never hurt anybody. It
done
never
it.
hurt anyone. No.
This is Paul's shotgun.
I need a portable hard drive.
Same camo
I've used it
pattern.
several times. And this thing.
I'll get
camouflage
one.
pattern
I'll get one.
with
I'll get one
Paul's gun
too.
strap.
This strap in particular is Paul's.
That's correct.
How do you know this is a Model 3 Benelli Super Black Eagle?
Well, would you like me to explain?
Absolutely.
Sure.
So there are a few subtle differences. One being the
Great.
forearm grip. The Super Black Eagle 3 has a
Can
slight
we move the camera
flare
over a little
or
so we can
increase
get
in
the whole
curve.
QVC moment of
Another
him
difference
explaining
would
this gun
be
to the jury?
The trigger magazine port has an indention that allows you to insert shot shells easier.
Chat,
The
wake
Super
me
Black
up when
Eagle 2
something
and
happens
previous
that I
models
need to
don't
know
have
about.
that. Another difference would be the button that releases the bolt, which makes the weapon operable. The previous models, being the original and number 2, are circular, whereas this one is more rectangular.
Okay.
And the easiest way to tell the difference is they're labeled 2 and 3.
Thanks for moving the camera over. Appreciate it. I can also hear the jury's eyes rolling from here.
Show you now what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 91.
We have established these guns forever. I just don't know why it matters anymore. Counsel, this is not the way to end a Friday, but maybe it is. Just end it with a leave Blanca being the most important witness today and ride out the rest of your time. I don't know. But I don't know. EDB, did you hear Cousin Eddie's attorney at lunch saying he would not be testifying? She said he has nothing of such offer in the case. I did not hear that.
What model is this?
Because his attorney's been saying he would testify,
You
so
know
we'll
it's a 2
see.
because of the other features you just mentioned and pointed out for the jury?
That's correct.
Would you do that again? Tell us why you know that's a 2.
Like I mentioned earlier, the slight flare.
I don't think
on
they
the
want to
3.
call Eddie
This
Day.
is straighter and more narrow.
Is this country
Does
QVC?
not have
Yes.
the indention for the
Port QVC.
magazine port, and the button is circular.
And you said it was Buster's shotgun. How do you know that?
The Mojo sticker on the barrel.
The sticker at the top of the barrel there?
That's correct.
Familiar with it, Mojo.
That's correct.
Alex,
I might Uber Eats myself something to drink. I'm
He
just.
did.
What was one that he favored?
That was a Super Black Eagle original
Jim.
black shotgun.
Do you believe that the New York Republican Party didn't vet George Santos?
Familiar? Did Paul
Can you believe that
300
something like that would
rifle
happen?
prior to the black one you just identified?
That's correct.
Or do you
Familiar
also
with what happened to
consider that
firearm,
perhaps
the original one?
I am.
Mr.
All right, tell us the
Santos
story.
It was a
has been
party,
compensated to run?
Tell us
and
the
he had-
story.
There's a black.
And that members of the New York,
and a tan-
the young
blackout,
Republicans,
tan one.
perhaps?
It got stolen from a party one night.
Who frequently party with.
Stolen from a party one
Why,
night.
who's that congressman that the
You know what
young
year that was,
Republicans of New
approximately?
York are so frequently
Say
partying with?
early 2018.
Sorry, I'm chewing some chocolate.
I have.
And that was the
But let me tell you who that congressman is. Why, it is none other than Matthew Gates.
Amy brought me alcohol. I've got we're
All
gonna
right,
just
at
do
what
some
point
black
in the Mazzell
cherry
property
Jim
was
Beam.
the, what year, approximate year, was
Thanks,
the second
Amy. You
entrance
saved me.
created? That one with the brick.
We're just gonna go with it straight at the moment.
A team of
I'm not
professionals to
sure.
handle
Because
everything,
it
getting
is-
things
It was
done
a few
like
years though
Black
after
cherry.
they'd owned the property, the family had owned the property.
That's correct.
No,
Was it common to use either entrance by the family?
so yeah, I
to-
think
to
George
leave and
Santos,
enter the
Anna
property?
I
Luna,
could need another one.
they have been paid and compensated and set up to
Yes
run
and no.
and to cause chaos, to cause distraction.
Paul and I would
So,
use friends.
because while
would use
everything
the
is blowing
entrance
up,
by the
Roger
sheds
Stone.
more, whereas
That's
I guess
Black
Pence
would
is
use the
kind
main
of a
entrance
key
more.
to all of this. I don't know. I haven't read the article.
If you all, and let me ask you, what were the, before we get to my next question, what the
The GOP
hangar
is doing
area
it on
was,
purpose,
familiar with it?
Jim.
That's correct.
Could you describe to the jury just a very basic layout of that area?
GOP is doing it on purpose.
Kennels, as you're riding into the driveway, kennels.
Part of
would be
the
in your left,
chaos
the
that they
shed
need in
or
order
hangar
to
We've done
distract
whiskey and
from
tea
the indictments that are about to
Coffee
come.
mug.
There was a-
Yeah,
They
that's also
will
broken,
come.
but
shed
whatever.
that they
They
had
will
built
come.
in front of the hangar. And
sorry,
there was a
that's
skin
just-
shed for.
I just think
animals.
I don't think
Did
Jack
anyone ever
Smith
search the
is
skin
sitting on his
shed?
thumbs, although he could be. I
Did
don't
you
know.
Spend a lot of time down
Nobody
at
said-
the,
I
hangar
doubt it.
area and kennel area?
We would.
I doubt
Why
it.
would y'all hang out there? What would-
He's
why would
got,
that
there's
be?
plenty of war criminals in the world that Jack Smith
Just a
could spend his
central
time on.
location where everything was located.
Making more than enough money as a,
Correct.
And
a lawyer at the
Fire-
International Criminal
farm
Court in The Hague.
Correct.
Jesus Christ.
if you all were spending time down at the kennels and someone.
Oh,
was
the
leaving
media
house,
could have done so
would it be
much.
common for them that someone, whether it's
You know,
you know,
isn't it
Alex or Maggie,
timing,
could
Jim?
stop
Does
by on
anyone
their
else
way
find
out,
the
leaving the
timing
property?
odd? Remember
Yes.
back to
That would be
mainstream
what would
media and when
normally
things
happen?
really started to
Yes.
turn. You know, it was always corporate media. That's always a thing. But, there was a point at which even CNN and MSNBC, who tended to have maybe
I'm gonna
some more
play what's been
progressive or
marked
more
as
accountability-based voices on.
Identify how many people
gonna
do you
show
need to
you what's
identify the
Ever,
voices?
but you know,
Enter into
whatever. They
evidence
were what we
as
had.
State's Exhibit 297.
They turned a very sharp
I don't
right
know. I don't know how
corner
many people
somewhere
identify
right
this.
before the
It's been
midterms.
Watching that for me and listening.
Oh yeah, y'all. I'm focused on getting to it.
Right around the
I'm
time
ready.
the CNN boss was moved out by whoever that dick
Oh no,
is.
I'm whining. I'm bored.
So
It's
my
annoying.
theory
It's cumulative.
is that the
just-
media is also
so
somewhat
cumulative.
complicit just
There
from
is
a
no
corporate
need for this
messaging
witness. He
standpoint.
doesn't want to be there.
I
His
do
friend
no
has been killed.
harm.
It's added nothing new. It's a
The
waste
whole
of time.
obsession with
This
Biden
trial is already
rerunning,
over time by
running
almost 2
again,
weeks at
the
their
obsession
estimates,
with
and they are
Biden's
wasting
approval ratings, all of
everyone's
that to
time.
me is a distraction from whether or not legislation is going through, whether or not justice is being meted. I'm going to be quiet.
It's a chicken. Come here, Bubba. It is. It feels like just a waste of the jury's time.
Did you hear voices on that video that we just played?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul Murdoch's, Megan Murdoch's, and Elliot Murdoch's.
Okay.
Could you tell where they were located in that video? Did you get a sense of where that was?
Dog kennels.
Okay. The kennels down at the hangar area?
That's correct.
We heard yelled out a name called Bubba. Are you familiar with Bubba?
I am.
Who's Bubba?
That'd be Paul's dog.
I
And
object.
what kind of dog is he?
We have no
Yellow
photos.
Is
of
he
Bubba.
trained? Well, was he a house pet or a pet?
At that time, yeah.
Was he also trained to hunt or be a hunting dog or bird dog?
That's correct.
Did Bubba have a? Well, describe Bubba. How would you describe Bubba?
Why?
Hard-headed.
Why?
Did Bubba have a
hard-headed is
thing
what
where
he
he liked
said.
to chase chickens?
Hard-headed is what he said about Bubba.
I'd say so, yeah.
If a chicken got out of the pen, would he chase it?
That's correct.
Have you ever been there when he caught chickens?
He would chase anything.
He'll chase. Did you ever there when he caught birds though that were coming out of that coop?
I mean, he's tried.
This attorney's getting more
But
southern
I've
talks.
seen him, no.
Were you aware then that Bubba? Have you been aware that Bubba
Samuel,
would
I'm eating
chase those
chocolate. Sorry.
chickens?
I don't want to chew in people's ear.
And had you been aware that he killed chickens before by getting them?
I think the point of this.
Have you ever had to wrestle anything out of Bubba's mouth or try to catch him when he doesn't want to be caught?
Tried to catch him.
If he doesn't want to be caught, what's going to happen?
Not catching him.
This is the point of this witness. This is the point of this witness. The point of this witness is
Did you?
Bubba was back in a
begin
pen when
working
police showed up.
at The law firm.
How did
we
Bubba get back to the
called
pen?
PMPED.
That's the
Correct.
point of that
When did
testimony.
you start working there?
I believe it was February of 2019.
Okay, and what was your job there?
I
Bubba
was
was
a
back
runner.
in the kennel.
Runner for the law firm in general.
That's correct.
Kind of, without specifically not yet talking about the work you did.
Yeah, I'm not here for the
Alex,
Bubba
but what
slander.
kind of work would you do there generally?
Be a courier for court documents to different courthouses and law offices across the state. Assist
But somebody caught
paralegals and
Bubba.
attorneys with really whatever they needed.
Somebody caught Bubba, somebody got the chicken out of
Help
Bubba's
run
mouth, and somebody got Bubba back into the kennels in under
And you
3
worked
minutes when the
there
murders
from
happened.
Yeah.
Because when police came, Bubba was not
last
running
time you
around.
went there?
Matters.
I want to say it was May of 21.
And are they not claiming
I
that
do need
Alec
to make
put
sure
in
Bubba-
Bubba when
2021.
he got there, or does he not say that he?
Excuse me,
I'm
2022.
confused. God, this case is so confusing.
But I love that Bubba was
So
hard-headed.
you
Describe
would have
Bubba
continued to
hard-headed.
work there through the tragic events of June 7th, 2021?
Yes,
That's correct.
Blanca did testify about that.
So you saw the upheaval at the law firm as well. You witnessed that?
That's correct.
Did you see these checks? Don't ask him about checks. If you say
Nathan,
the word
I'm gonna-
checks.
I'm gonna
Oh, no, I don't
direct
wanna
your
hear-
attention to
No
the
financial
weekend
records, none of that
leading up to
bullshit.
June 7th. Could you tell us a little bit about the any communications you would have had with Paul leading up to June 7th? Did you all talk any leading up to it?
To the best of my memory, we spoke that Saturday. I think he called me over the weekend.
Did it seem like a normal conversation?
Yes, sir.
What were y'all talking about?
He was
Sunflowers?
going to Charleston, I believe.
Yeah.
I was
They were talking about
on the way.
planting sunflowers.
Is that the last time you talked to Paul?
That's correct.
How were you made aware of what happened? How'd you find out?
I received a phone call from my mother the night of.
Too bad.
Not
Baby.
sure how she knew.
Hi.
Shortly after, I received a
Hi, Gus,
phone
Gus.
call from one of the law partners that told me.
And they called you because they knew you
Why
were
don't you get up
close
there
to
and lay
Paul.
down? Your brother's inside. Don't bother him.
Where were you living at the time?
There we
I
go.
was living
Kitty
in
Cam is back.
Allendale
Kitty
County.
Cam is back. Yay. Kitty Cam.
And did you go out there that night?
I did not.
Did you attend the funeral and wake?
I did.
Is that the last time you went to Mazzell?
Yes, sir.
After these events, how did it affect you?
Why?
It was hard
Yeah.
losing a really good friend and a really good person.
The first two witnesses that the GOP
After
called
these
to
events,
appear before the weaponization
like you
committee
said
were a
already, but you
professor who only
continued
worked for
to
the feds as an
work at the law
intern
firm?
and an FBI agent that retired in 1990. But don't, Jim.
How
That was
Alex? Was he out of the
Jordan's
office
big
during-
whistleblower, even
some
though he
time
left in
after this,
1990s.
event on June 7th?
That's correct.
Did he eventually start coming back into the
Ridiculous.
office?
Yeah, and Jonathan Turley is hardly a
Did
professor,
you have
okay?
an
He's a
opportunity or an
turd.
occasion, or multiple
Jonathan
occasions to
Turdy
do
is
running
how I
for
call
Alex?
him. He's an idiot
Yes, sir.
and an incel.
And this is both, this would be before
And a traitor.
the murder?
And if John
correct.
Eastman doesn't throw that little bitch ass under the bus, I don't know
Tell us a
what
little bit
worth
about what Alex
anybody
would have you do.
is. Jesus. Drag them all
I need to
down,
pick up court
Eastman. Drag them
documents
all
from
down.
Different law firms or courthouses, driving depositions, cash checks, some of the
Ridiculous.
things.
I'm sorry, you said cash
They're not
checks?
going today,
Or
right,
had
Jim?
you
I checked
cash
earlier.
checks for
Nothing
him?
was really happening
Bingo.
today,
Tell me,
so I imagine
where
it's
would he
next
send you to
week.
cash the checks?
I'm
Public
sad
bank.
because I really want to watch
That's why
them.
he's here.
What were your
I
instructions?
wish I could
Part
run
of
two
Bubba and cashing
screens.
checks.
Cash check,
I guess you can't pay attention.
And
to
what would you do with the money?
take it back to his office, and
Like cash?
that's correct.
Is it in an envelope or are you just holding it?
It was in a Palmetto State envelope.
And you would take that envelope of cash and where would you bring it?
Back to his office.
Okay, and just hand it to him.
That's correct.
How many times did he have you cash checks like that?
This is before.
Very frequently,
This
Very
is when he was in
frequent?
law enforcement.
Many times.
many times.
Was there ever a time when you cashed that check and there was a room full of, has there ever been a time where you cashed a check, brought it back to Alex's office and there was someone in his office?
That's correct.
Multiple people, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
Huh.
Tell us who those folks were that you would have been there when Alex is sending you to get cash, you're coming back with the cash and there's someone sitting in his office.
Oh, this is
There
interesting.
was different occasions. One particular occasion was Greg Alexander.
Who's he?
I believe he's the chief of police for the embassy.
What?
Corey Fleming.
Do you know Corey Fleming?
I do.
Did you hear that?
What is he? What did he do?
He was an attorney as well.
Okay.
Gus can't believe it.
Alex,
Gus's
friend.
jaw
This
just
got
dropped.
real
Who else?
interesting.
And Chris Wilson.
And do you know who Chris Wilson is?
I do.
Who is he?
He's an attorney in Bamberg, I believe.
Oh, Chris Wilson is in trouble.
Did you
When
see
did
him
the
handing
ca-
cash
when
to
did
the
Alex
chief
get
of
Chris
cash?
staff?
Wilson
Cash
is
checks.
in
What was the time frame?
trouble.
I believe it was a few weeks.
After
Interesting.
the
Why did
Before
we
the
even
murders.
fuck around with the
So-
guns? Why didn't we
Few
just
weeks,
Few
he's
weeks
been
bef-
doing this a lot, and a few weeks before the murder, he doesn't ask you to cash any more checks.
That's correct.
Oh. Why did you bother with the fucking guns? You should have just started with this. This. Why didn't we start
Did
with
you
this?
have an opportunity, or were you assigned to assist, or let me ask you this: do you know who Jeannie Seckinger is?
I am.
And who is she, and who was she at the time to you back in 2021?
I am literally
She
going to
was
eat
my
this
immediate
entire bar of
supervisor.
chocolate. I'm going to try
And
not
were you
to.
ever?
Because we all
after
awake again.
The events of June 7th, were you assigned
Where's
and
my
tasked
weed?
to assist her in
Fuck,
her
it's all the way up there.
investigation
Alright.
of financial improprieties
Plan
within the
B.
firm.
In some ways, yes.
All right.
I don't know the last time I don't know the last time I got a cashed check. I don't know the last time I grabbed cash, but this. He's bringing back envelopes full of cash while bro's sitting around with the chief of police and his two homies.
All right, and continuing, you were assigned to assist Jeannie, and what kind of things were you doing in that capacity?
We would look through different
I
cases.
certainly hope
She
there's
had
fallout from this case.
get cases from
Okay.
probate court and go through and
There better be some
clear
motherfucking
checks.
fallout.
If I found a discrepancy, bring it to her.
Honest to God.
Did you understand
Jesus
the
Christ
scope
on a
and
cracker
what you were
platter.
looking for? Did she kind of involve you in that?
Somewhat.
Did you figure out kind of shortly thereafter what you were looking for, or what the reason was?
I'd say so.
Brielle's like, I'm a
I'm
honey
going
gun
to
expert.
direct
now.
your
Say-
attention to July of 2021,
I know what muddin means now. I know what a
specifically-
Borelli is.
July 4th, or
Here.
July 4th timeframe. You have that in your brain?
I do.
Did you
Counsel.
did you drive Alex to the airport?
I did.
Tell us about that. Why did you drive him to the airport?
Well, at the time I was still a runner, and he asked me to give him a lift to the airport.
To go to the
So
Bahamas?
that's what I did.
Where was he going?
I believe he was going to Florida Keys with Maggie's family.
So he's going on vacation to the Keys on July 4th weekend or July 4th timeframe?
That's correct.
And did you in fact drive him to the airport?
That's correct.
Did you have a chance, did he say anything to you on that ride to the airport?
We talked.
Did he tell you anything about the boat case?
He did.
What did he say?
He said that he would like to clear Paul's name,
And do what, and beat the boat case?
beat the book case.
So now with Paul gone, he's talking about he can beat the boat case.
That's correct.
This is a month after the murder?
That's correct.
Thank the court's indulgence.
Counsel. Interesting. He wanted to beat the boat case,
Killing Paul made the boat case.
and now we're getting
go away.
into cross.
Yes, sir.
How deep are we getting into cross? Half an hour, maybe?
Just imagine how many
Interesting.
other good old, I know, this is just
Good afternoon.
one
Good afternoon.
It was
micro
very
network.
important, Alex, to clear Paul's name
Hey, Jim.
from the accusations in the boating case, wasn't it?
You should know you were his lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what he
Good
told you,
answer.
right?
That's what he said.
Because
but
it
I
calls for speculation.
don't know what he was thinking.
Well, you know that he stood behind Paul
Oh.
all throughout the boating case.
That was
the criminal part.
That was
right?
unexpected sass for me.
And a lot of
Unexpected sass. He's mad at Jim. Why is he mad
people
at
in
Jim?
the Hampton community turned their backs on Paul, didn't they?
That's correct.
You didn't, did you?
No, sir.
Alex and Maggie didn't, did they?
No, sir.
Your brother didn't, did he?
No, sir.
No further questions.
I like this witness more now.
Wow,
Are you
he's
sure it was
standing by
July 4th?
He
Paul.
looks real mad.
He's standing by Paul.
The week of the 4th. That's correct.
Uh-oh,
And
grasping.
he
You
was
notice the okay.
Jim
his
is
sort
going
of-
to
grasping.
Florida on a vacation and visiting with Maggie's parents, Maggie's sister.
That's what he said.
Brother-in-law. You understood that?
Yes, sir.
Just called him the Southern Harry Potter in the chat. I saw that. It went by too fast, but I saw
Now,
that.
you're talking about,
I'm here for it.
you went and got cashing some checks with,
It wasn't some.
for
It was
Alex,
lots.
and sometimes you'd come back, give him the cash, and you mentioned that Greg Alexander was in his office one time.
It's easier to
Corey
launder
Fleming
money.
One time, Chris Wilson one time, you remember that?
That's correct.
Yeah, it was like a minute ago.
What'd you do when you walk in? Just give the envelope to Alex?
Yes, sir.
You sit down and see
It's
what he
easier
did
to
with the
launder
money?
money when it's
Not at all.
cash.
Are you suggesting that he was given Greg Alexander any of the money?
No,
I'm not suggesting anything.
the lawyer suggested it, not him. I like him because he's holding his ground.
I love this
That's why
guy.
I like him.
Do you know if that's
I
what
have
the
a
Attorney
huge
General's
crush
trying
on
to
him.
suggest by asking?
I don't know what anybody's thinking.
Yeah, that's a dumbass.
Tonight got
That's a
spicy.
dumbass question.
I picked a good time to start drinking.
You've known
Because-
Paul, you knew Paul.
For those of you that haven't been on a whiskey
for the
stream
most
with
part,
Emily,
right?
welcome.
Correct?
And how old are you?
23.
What?
And,
Old
I
enough
think
to
you
be sick of your
described
shit,
He's
Jim.
Maggie as
23?
kind of your
That's a
type
lot of
parent.
presence of mind for a
correct.
20. I mean, I'm
You
not
spent
trying
a
to
lot of
diss
time
the
at Moselle,
23-year-olds, but I'm just saying.
Bonded with Paul. And
Standing up to
Witness
one
is
of the
hostile. I think
strongest
he just wouldn't
attorneys
be a
in the
part of any
fucking
of
he
this.
lived there
state.
at that cabin you
He
talked
has some
about,
balls there
right there,
for a 23-year-old
on the
law
edge of
enforcement
Moselle
officer.
Road, right?
That's correct.
And
You go, dude. Go, my dude. Make
and
him the fucking chief of
Paul's
police.
go-to guns were a 300 blackout and the 12 gauge Benelli that you identified here in the courtroom, right?
That's correct.
This witness
No,
doesn't
you
want to
knew
be there
Paul's,
at all.
No.
None.
Had originally been given a 300 blackout for Christmas that got stolen, right?
Correct.
Did you go to the party with Paul and he had the 300 blackout in his truck? You go in the party, come back, and it's gone?
Not exactly how it happened.
How did it happen?
Didn't realize it was missing for a few days.
Okay.
Yes, it's pregame for the concert. No, it's not early. We have pit
Paul
tickets, so
would
we have
never
to be there early.
lock his truck, would he?
No, sir.
And he would leave guns in his truck, right?
That's correct.
Also, this trial has broken me.
Did you know?
No, I
that
don't
the
think
300
that was the
blackout had
point,
been
though.
replaced?
Don't go. I think he's a narcissist in some ways that might have prevented him from doing that. And I think he actually thought that he could get away with it. I don't say
trial?
that committing suicide isn't related to brain chemistry, et cetera. That's not my. That's not the direction I'm taking it. But I wonder
But you'd seen Paul
if
use
it wasn't in his
300
plan
blackout you
to
identified
get to that level of.
as his
Back to the
go-to
Because
gun.
to me, he seemed to always think,
And
not a
300
narcissist,
blackout,
oh, okay.
that,
But to me, it seems
you
that he
identified
always
as
was
armed
thinking
scope,
there was a way out of it,
Correct.
Thanks, Chad.
right? That's
And,
kind of where I put him. So I don't even think, I'm curious
Whose
if
gun
they
did you
ever
think got
talk
stolen?
about the shooting.
Paul's or Buster's?
That will be
I've seen
interesting
Paul's.
to see.
Were
I
you
don't know.
aware that the 300 blackout
know.
replacement?
Protest
Did
from
not
the
have
new
a
state of
thermoscope?
China was just founded by Yang Gui.
I didn't know about the gun. Then no.
Yes, I know him, but I know him very
I didn't know
well.
about the gun.
Buster's.
Founder of
No,
Getter,
blackout
is that who you mean?
That is the gun that I used
Wengo,
myself.
Wengo.
And we knew that
Yeah.
was the gun that Paul liked
He,
the best.
Founder of
Because he
Getter,
was friends with
bankroller
Paul.
of Getter.
Now,
Jason
when
Miller's
Paul would
blood.
clean his truck out,
You don't think he's a
he would
narcissist,
take-
though? Don't go.
well, let me back up.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a
Paul normally
specialist
keep
in
guns in his
diagnosing,
trunk.
obviously. So we are
Correct.
not
300
diagnosing
blackout,
Alec Murdoch.
12 gauge,
Sorry, everyone.
anything else?
Sometimes some pistols, but
And there were times when Paul would,
This young man seems to
Clean
really
his truck
want
out.
to do right by Paul.
and then he would take the guns and
That's
leave
my
them
assessment. He wants to
in
do
the
right by his
shed Down
friend.
there by the kennels, right?
that's correct.
And
But I haven't seen
sometimes
the
he
new-
would-
I feel
Of
this witness is
China.
in
Yeah,
the
that
mood
he
with
left
this
them
trial.
Isn't there
by the
new?
way.
They're trying to make
Correct.
fetch happen, Jim.
And he, I think you described him as being careless with leaving guns around.
I'm sure there's so many types
say
of
so.
narcissism. Oh boy, now we're getting
He'd
deep.
even left
We're getting deep into
guns in his
weeds that
truck, right?
likely none of us are qualified.
Can you imagine? It's not my life. I can't imagine
Now,
somebody
Paul
just
was a guy who liked to
leaving their
work.
guns in my car.
With his hand.
No,
That is not the place for this stream to freeze.
freeze. Do not.
I don't know.
freeze.
Sorry, chat. The
Don't freeze.
the feed froze.
Nope.
And
Think
I
he was
apologize.
an
outside.
opiate
Guy's a whole
addict.
mood
Was
with
totally
freezing.
He loved the
in
Moselle
his addiction. Oh yeah,
property.
lost in his addiction.
that right?
That's a good
I'd
point.
say so.
He
And he liked
admits
to-
to being an opioid
Like the
addict at
work the
certain
land
points,
with-
doesn't he?
with equipment and plant.
Interesting. It's very
For game
fascinating.
management,
Fascinating. That's the reason I'm
duck
watching it.
hunting and
I'm fascinated
dove
by
hunting
all of
and
the
things like
very,
that,
very
right?
human elements
Correct.
involved in
And
it.
to do that, you
And
know,
it
he was,
basically is like 17 Hallmark murders and
he
mysteries.
wasn't always
in a
on his
row.
phone, right? I mean, he liked to work with
Jesus
his hands.
Christ. Southern
fair
Charm
to
meets
say?
machete
Yeah.
wielding serial killer. Jesus Christ.
Wouldn't say that altogether. take several breaks while he's working with his hands.
Well, I drank for
He's on
21,
his
so I
phone.
get
And I
that.
think you've described it. He would put his
I
phone
got being an
down,
addict
and
for
while he was
multiple
doing
decades.
some work, and then he'd forget where it was. And
I'm
he'd
not
lose it. Go
unfamiliar
back and
with
find
the
it later.
concept.
That's correct.
The defense is
Well,
fighting the
let's turn this
timeline of
back.
the
I'm
murder.
sorry.
That's why he's
Because
asking.
they're
Say so.
really not deserved
Good
having
question.
And you
napped,
listen
which
to
would
the,
result in them being up all night.
Video that was played. Do you hear water running in the background?
I do.
I'm not sure.
Why aren't you sure?
What kind of
How can you
work
not
would
be
Paul
sure?
do down there by the kennels?
But
What do you
Alex
mean?
said he was always on the phone.
mean, you know,
Agreed,
would he-
Chad.
If Bubba or the other dog had messed in their dog run, would he clean it up?
I'd say so.
The defense is
If he
fighting the
did that,
timeline of
you
the
know,
murders.
perhaps he'd
That's
put
why
his
he's
phone
asking
down
these
while he did that,
questions.
so it wouldn't get wet.
They're good questions.
I would assume so.
They're just kind of lost in the middle.
It's a reasonable thing to do, right?
Why are you
I'd
so
say so.
bright? Why is the moon so bright tonight?
Yeah, this witness is definitely giving, I don't want to be here, and you're here
No,
for your 15
you were
minutes of
close
But he
with
is standing up for his
Alex,
friend.
Maggie,
I think he
Paul,
wants
and
to do
Buster.
that.
He's the
you and your
country
brother
Harry
were, right?
Potter to our
Yes, sir.
spicy Draco,
And
fam.
you were able to observe Alex's relationship with Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe it?
I'm here for
Say
it.
it was a very loving relationship.
And, okay. And how would you describe Alex's relationship with Maggie?
I would describe it the same.
1 second, Your Honor.
Once
Joke
again, those
Kent.
questions are highlighting the
Ivan
devastation.
Franklin
but
pushing Joe
highlighting
Kent.
that
Kent was a
wasn't
Matt Gates
always on his
protege.
phone
The fucking idiot.
is trying to push the
Ivan
timeline.
Ranklin
To
is
your
a
knowledge,
clumsy,
did-
evil little
Smart.
fucking gnome. You know what I mean?
After the boating accident, did
Jesus Christ.
Paul
Why isn't
receive
somebody on
threats
him?
and kind
Sorry.
Correct.
Just like knock him in. I mean, you know. Pinch him.
what kind of threats were you aware of?
Pinch Ranklin.
Threats that he would say people
More
would
ways
text
than
him.
one.
Different social media platforms, but
Right.
didn't really go into very.
Are we doing the Snapchat finally? Are we getting really
I'm sorry.
into it
Didn't
now?
go into very vivid detail about anything. He just
And his
stop
circle
eating
of
this
friends
chocolate.
got really close,
should probably
tight
stop.
after the boating accident, and you and your brother, he talked to you all frequently, did he not?
That's correct.
And then he would go to
Good.
Charleston to visit with friends down there, correct?
Steve Bannon,
That's
they're
correct.
trying to launch
Say
as
it's
much
fact.
chaos as they
Feel
can
comfortable.
because the hammer will fall. And for them, the timing is
The
fast.
Hampton
But
area.
for us,
where
it's slow.
He lived because of the boating accident, is that right?
He stayed away.
Yes.
That's why Twitter's such a
I
hellscape
can
That's all I
understand
have,
that.
thank you.
with Chuck Johnson on it
No.
and Eric Garland.
No.
Nathan, you were asked about threats to Paul. Did you ever know that Maggie received any threats?
I was not aware of any. No.
I'm going to ask you, counsel asked you about a little bit about the kennel area and asked if you'd heard water. Are you familiar with how generally the kennels were cleaned?
Concrete pad.
And if you're going to rinse off the kennels, what would you do with the dog bed?
He would put it on top of the dog house
Okay, and why was that?
so it wouldn't get wet.
And then what would you just leave the dog, would the family or if you were cleaning it, leave the dog bed up on the top of the kennel, or are they going to bring it down when the kennel, after a certain point in time?
You wait for it to dry and then bring the bed.
If the family, if you were down there or anyone was down there at the kennel area and it was nighttime, would you turn the lights on?
Yes, sir.
Are there sufficient lights out there to make it a fairly well-lit area if all the lights are on?
I'd say so.
Oh, the freezing stream is killing me. I might have to switch streams with this. It's very, very frustrating. It might be my tech. It is frozen. Sorry, stream.
If
We're
you're at
almost there.
If you're at the main house and the lights are on down at the kennels, can you see that area from the house?
Yes.
Would it be very visible to you to see that there's lights on down there?
Yes.
Would the fans, are there fans in the kennel area?
There are.
Would the fans be left on generally for the dogs?
Generally.
And
It's hot. That makes sense.
again, if anyone was down there working, would the lights be turned on?
Yes, sir.
Kristen, you're absolutely right. He was actively cleaning the kennels. It would not have looked the way it looked
No further questions.
when police showed up. It's a very good redirect.
Narcissistic
and it's a very good
personality
point,
disorder
Kristen.
requires at least 5 illicit symptoms of to get doctors. No. Oh, interesting.
Are we done?
Ivan is
Are we
like
done?
an
Are we
evil
done?
Renfield.
If I'm done
I
with
know
this, I think
her.
we're done for the day, and I think we're done for
Eviler.
the week. I think we're out. I think we're almost out, everybody.
She seems
Counsel
pretty
asked
excited
you a
about that.
question about
Oh.
Paul's
Never
phone
mind.
usage. I think he said Paul uses his hands and what he would do with his phone. Do you recall if Paul did have to use his phone, would he put it in any of his pockets?
If he was working outside.
Okay, got you.
that
Another
capacity,
form of
the
narcissism.
pocket
Okay,
he put in
Jen,
would be
that
his
makes
back pocket.
sense. There's five
And
forms
that
of
was the common thing narcissism. Almost nearly every time.
That's correct.
Wow. And Trump is malignant narcissism.
Think further.
We're so close. We're so close. We're so close. Jim? Oh, wait. Where?
You're on, Clinky.
Give me a step down.
The witness thought he was done. Did you see him get up and start walking
He
before Jim
did.
said nothing further? He is the fuck out. Are we done? Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for this day.
Woo!
We'll have a good weekend, and we'll see you 9:30 Monday morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Week.
She's done. She's done. She's done. She's done. Okay. We are gonna. The nap. Okay, the nap is gonna commence. Let the napping commence. Actually, I have a ton of work to do for the lounge for tonight. So I'm going to go off and do said work. I'm going to do that work. Work it. And then we're going to get ready to make oil tonight. We're going to sing silly songs. You're going to challenge me to make up lyrics in the moment and hope to God that they're funny. And we're going to hopefully catch up with some of our friends. We'll see who shows up. You never know. Ivan is the we represent. Oh, wait, let me start again. We and salsa. We represent the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild. And in the name of the Lollipop Guild, we wish you welcome you to Insurrection Land. Thump, the 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 thump. That's Ivan Raiklan. Love you guys. I'll see you later at the lounge. Do, 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 do. Go sober up and get ready for tonight when you can do it all over again. Yay! I love you guys. Thank you so much for coming.